Chapter 1. By the heavens, have I become a national class protected divine beast? On August 15th, 2045, in the eastern seas of Huaxia, there lies an unannounced, uninhabited island. This island, codenamed Dragon Tooth, serves as one of the most enigmatic experimental bases of the Huaxia military. At this moment, within the Apex Command Center of Dragon Tooth Island, the atmosphere is so tense it feels as though one could wring water from it. Dozens of high-ranking officials, clad in various uniforms, are intently fixated on the live feed displayed on the central screen. In the footage, a creature entirely enveloped in pristine white fur, as soft as the finest silk, rests soundly on the beach. Its size is modest, comparable to that of a compact car, adorned with a pair of exquisitely crafted short horns atop its head. Behind it, a fluffy tail sways unconsciously, tracing charming arcs upon the sandy shore. Most striking is its visage, with features so delicate they seem otherworldly. At present, its eyes are closed, long lashes fluttering gently, and the corners of its mouth appear to bear a serene smile. Report. Vital signs are stable, heart rate at 3 beats per minute, and respiration is exceedingly low, yet energy fluctuations are remarkably vast. A young technician adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling with excitement. What exactly is this creature? It appeared suddenly in the island's energy detection blind spot yesterday afternoon, as if conjured from thin air. An elderly man with the insignia of a general, his countenance grave, is Xiao Zhenbong, the highest commander of the Dragon Tooth base. Upon comparing its form with our database, it bears a 97.3 resemblance to the divine beast Bai Ze recorded in our ancient text, the Shanhai Jing, remarked a dignified elderly scholar beside him, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles. He is Academician Qin, a luminary in the realm of biology within the Huaxia Academy of Sciences. Divine beast? Xiao Zhenbong furrowed his brows as a staunch materialist warrior. Uttering those words felt peculiar. Old Qin, what era are we in? Please, do not jest with me. Old Xiao, do I appear to be joking? Academician Qin pointed to a massive granite boulder beside the creature. That granite possesses a hardness akin to armor. Observe the claw marks upon it. Our cutting tools would struggle. Only then did the crowd notice the sleeping creature's vicinity, where the surrounding rocks were marred with deep, smooth claw marks, as if sliced by the sharpest of blades. How could an ostensibly harmless big cat possess such destructive power? At that moment, it seemed the creature was disturbed by the sunlight, letting out a disgruntled whimper before rolling over and covering its face with its fluffy tail. In the command center, a young female researcher could not suppress her laughter. It was simply too adorable. Who could resist such a delightful contrast? Xiao Zhenbong shot her a glare, yet his own lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile. Indeed, it was somewhat charming. On the beach, Chen Yu's consciousness stirred amidst a haze. I was in the laboratory, trying to salvage critical data when the exploding apparatus turned me to ash, wasn't I? Where am I? Heaven? The sand feels rather soft. He gradually opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a vast expanse of azure sky and golden beach. Wait, something seems amiss. Why do I perceive my viewpoint to be so low? And why does my body feel so fuzzy? Chen Yu instinctively attempted to raise his hand to touch his face, but instead, a pristine white paw, thick with cushion-like pads, appeared before him. He abruptly looked down, discovering his rotund, white body and a large tail leisurely swaying behind him. A gust of sea breeze swept past, and in a puddle at the shore, his reflection was vividly mirrored. A creature resembling a blend of a cat and a deer, with antlers atop its head and a completely snow-white coat. Goodness, what on earth have I transformed into? Just as Chen Yu's worldview crumbled, a mechanical electronic voice resonated within his mind. Ding! The divine beast evolution system has been successfully bound. Host, Chen Yu. Species, Chaos Bai Ze juvenile. Level 1. Height, 1.5 meters. Weight, 500 kilograms. Status, normal. Evolution points, 0-100. Skills, cuteness passive, has a chance to produce a mental allure effect on carbon-based intelligent beings. Sharp claws, anything you can grasp, is not beyond your reach. Note, this system aims to assist the host in evolving through relaxation, nourishment, and energy absorption. Evolution points can be used to upgrade and unlock more powerful forms. Warning, An invasion by extraterrestrial dimensions has been detected in this world, with colossal alien beasts set to arrive in 29 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. A torrent of information flooded his mind, leaving Chen Yu utterly bewildered. Not only had I been reborn, but I had also transformed into a divine beast, and this world is on the brink of an invasion by colossal creatures. One absurd joke. In my previous life, I was a beleaguered researcher dedicated to science, entirely ignorant of such mystical matters. Now, however, I have become the very essence of mythology. But the issue remains, I am merely level 1. Standing at 1.5 meters tall, am I even sufficient to be a mere morsel for those beasts? And to lie flat and evolve? With impending doom, how can I possibly relax? Grumble. At that moment, his stomach audibly protested, a most untimely interruption. I'm so hungry. Since becoming a beast, my digestive capabilities seem to have intensified. Chen Yu shook his head. The immediate priority was to satiate his hunger and acquire evolution points. He sniffed the air and detected a rich, fishy scent wafting from the nearby sea. With a determined leap, he bounded into the water. The sea was shallow, just reaching his neck. He spotted a crab the size of a basin scuttling sideways, exuding an air of arrogance. Without hesitation, Chen Yu struck down with a paw. Crack! The hard shell of the crab shattered beneath his sharp claws, crumbling like a biscuit. He picked up the crab and returned to the shore, cautiously taking a bite. Not bad at all, delightfully crisp, with a flavor reminiscent of chicken. His taste buds from his previous life seemingly lingered. Yet this new body appeared to accept raw fare without reservation. Ding! Successfully consumed sea overlord crab. Gained evolution points too. Oh, eating grants points? Chen Yu's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. He swiftly dispatched the crab with remarkable ease before plunging back into the sea, embarking on his seafood buffet adventure. His dining antics were broadcasted live in high definition to the command center on Longya Island. The high-ranking officials at the command center, observing the screen, were captivated by the delightful spectacle of the adorable creature indulging itself. Did it just chew through the claw of that mutated lobster? The hardness of that thing would take our alloy drill ages to penetrate. Goodness, the way it eats looks so delectable. It's making me hungry. But isn't the real highlight its exceptional dentition? Academician Sheen adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Extraordinary digestive capabilities, formidable physical destruction, combined with an innocuous appearance. This is the epitome of a biological weapon cough. Cough, the perfect guardian. Xiao Zhenbong inhaled deeply, aware that this matter transcended his authority. He promptly seized a red secure telephone on the table and dialed a number. Hello, is this the headquarters? This is Xiao Zhenbong from the Longya base. I believe we may have discovered a living national treasure capable of altering the fate of our nation. Chen Yu devoured over a dozen bizarre marine creatures, finally feeling a semblance of fullness. Evolution points. 35,100. I still need 65 points to level up. It seems I must seek larger prey. He licked his claws and gazed up at the sky, spotting a silver drone hovering above. Chen Yu tilted his head, his large eyes blinking innocently, presenting what he deemed his most endearing expression. He understood that these humans were monitoring him. To survive in this impending apocalyptic world, relying solely on himself was insufficient. He needed to ally with the strongest force. Is there a mightier ally than the nation of Huaxia? Thus, first impressions were paramount. I, Chen Yu, am now an innocuous creature in need of protection, yet brimming with untapped potential. The ball is in your court. Chapter 2. An internet sensation, codenamed Dumpling, at the command center. When Chen Yu's adorably tilted head and charming expression were transmitted through the high-definition lens, the room fell into an immediate silence. Then, an uncontrollable wave of astonished gasps erupted. Oh my, it's looking at us. It knows about the drone. Those eyes, that little expression, my heart is melting. Wait, don't you see? Its gaze is filled with intelligence, something no ordinary beast possesses. Academician Sheen's face flushed with excitement as he leaned over the control panel, eager to immerse himself in the screen. Intelligence. High-level intelligence. It possesses not only strength but also wisdom comparable to that of humans. This is a priceless treasure. Zhao Jinbang's demeanor shifted from serious to astonished. A creature endowed with both intelligence and terrifying power, actively engaging with human surveillance devices. The implications of this were monumental. He addressed the microphone, his voice steady yet slightly trembling, commanding, Team A, prepare for landing. Remember, our mission is to observe and engage, not to capture. The carrying of any offensive weaponry is strictly prohibited instead. Bring the finest sonic analyzers and life detection instruments. And ensure the top culinary team is summoned with utmost urgency. Meanwhile, on the internet, a short video titled Exclusive Revelation, suspected mythical creatures discovered in the East China Sea, surged to the top of trending topics within minutes, propelled by a mysterious force. The video showcased high-definition clips of Chen Yu dining, resting, and displaying playful antics on the beach. Upon its release, the comments section erupted with excitement. What on earth is this? The modeling is so lifelike. Which game company produced this new CG? Don't be foolish, haven't you noticed the official watermark of China National Geographic in the upper left corner? This must be genuine. Oh my goodness. It's fluffy, has a large tail and sports horns. Is this a real-life Pokemon? I want to cuddle it. The way it eats crabs is fierce, yet its head tilt is utterly adorable. I'm smitten. Can anyone knowledgeable enlighten us on what this is? It somewhat resembles the legendary Bai Ze. Regardless of what it is, based solely on its cuteness, I hereby declare my new husband dupes. I meant my new darling. The enthusiasm of netizens was ignited, spawning a plethora of affectionate nicknames such as White Dumpling, Snow Baby, and Glutinous Rice Cake. Ultimately, a name that was both vivid and endearing garnered the most likes, Dumpling. Thus, unbeknownst to Chen Yu, he acquired a viral nickname Dumpling. Behind this phenomenon lay the deliberate machinations of the Chinese leadership, who sought to gauge public acceptance of this unknown creature through public discourse. In retrospect, the results were astonishingly favorable. After all, in an era where appearances reign supreme, few can resist a charming divine beast. On Dragon Tooth Island, on the beach, Chen Yu, having satiated his hunger, was preparing to find a comfortable spot for a nap to digest his meal and accumulate evolution points. He discovered that sleeping could also gradually increase his evolution points, albeit at a slower rate compared to eating, yet it offered a sense of comfort. Notification. During sleep, evolution point 0.1 minute not bad, an idle upgrade, just my style. Just as he was about to lie down and drift into slumber, the distant roar of a helicopter pierced the air. Chen Yu alertly opened his eyes. He observed a large transport helicopter gracefully descending onto a nearby clearing, from which emerged a group of individuals clad in white protective suits. They cautiously approached, halting approximately 100 meters away from him. At the forefront was a tall, young woman. Despite her heavy protective gear and helmet, her adept movements and clear gaze revealed her distinctiveness. Her name was Xiao, the most esteemed student of Academician Qin. At just 24 years of age, she had already established herself as a leading expert in the fields of biological acoustics and cryptozoology in the country. Attention all units, the target has awakened. Maintain a safe distance and activate sonic detection. Xiao commanded her team with remarkable composure. As she gazed at the creature before her, a profound sense of awe enveloped her heart. As a scientist, she was expected to uphold absolute rationality. However, witnessing this being firsthand evoked a primal sense of affinity and reverence within her. It was simply exquisitian embodiment of the creator's artistry. Chen Yu observed the cautious humans around him, pondering how best to engage with them. Should he approach for a nuzzle? Would that diminish his stature? After all, he was a divine beast. Perhaps he could inscribe a message with his paw? Yet, what would he write? Hello, world? Too mundane. Just as he was lost in thought, an irresistibly tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. From another helicopter, several chefs clad in uniforms utilized a colossal mechanical arm to present a roasted, golden-brown, succulent whole cow, placing it 50 meters away from him. This bovine, weighing at least a ton, was charred to perfection, adorned with an array of spices. The rich scent of meat penetrated Chen Yu's defenses. Gulpa's appetite was thoroughly ignited. Modesty? The dignity of a divine beast? All of it paled in comparison to the allure of the roasted cow. He scampered over with eager little legs, his excitement palpable. His actions instantly heightened the tension among Xiao and her team. Caution! The target is moving. Prepare, but before she could finish her sentence, Chen Yu reached the roast, curiously sniffing it before extending his tongue for a taste. In the next moment, his eyes sparkled with delight, as though he had discovered a new world. Then, to the astonishment of all present, he opened his mouth and voraciously bit off a generous portion of the cow's leg. The crisp crunch echoed through the high-sensitivity audio equipment, resonating clearly in everyone's earpieces. My goodness, it actually enjoys cooked food? And why does it look so blissful while eating? Oh no, as a researcher, I find myself utterly captivated by a monster's gastronomic display. The team members, witnessing the adorable creature devour its feast with such fervor, felt their worldview shaken anew. Chen Yu paid no heed to their thoughts. This roasted cow was exquisite, 100 times more delectable than the seafood he had caught himself. Humans truly knew how to indulge. As he relished his meal, he glanced back at the humans, his tail wagging joyfully. It seemed to convey, "This is delightful, do prepare more next time." Ding! Successfully consumed a grade flame-roasted cow, gained 15 evolution points. 15 points. Chen Yu felt a surge of joy. Indeed, food that had been cooked and imbued with greater intent yielded more evolution points. It appeared that his decision to align with the humans was exceedingly wise. Xiao, observing the scene before her, couldn't suppress a slight smile. She picked up her communicator and softly stated, "Professor Chen, initial contact successful. The target seems to harbor no hostility towards us, and it genuinely enjoys our welcome gift. I believe we can endeavor to proceed with the next step of our communication," came the voice of academician Chen from the other end of the line, imbued with a hint of mirth. "There is no rush, Xiao. Regarding this esteemed guest, we possess ample patience. First, let it be well-fed in content," he continued. "Let our dumpling experience the utmost sincerity from Huaxia." Chapter 3. The Most Extraordinary Labor, codenamed National Treasure, in a mere half an hour. A whole roasted cow weighing a ton vanished without a trace under Chen Yu's insatiable appetite. Even the bones were crushed and swallowed. Chen Yu contentedly released a satisfied burp, a warm sensation radiating from his stomach, enveloping his entire being. How delightful! He glanced at his attribute panel. Evolution points, 5,100, quite impressive. A single meal had yielded 50 points. Just one more feast would secure an upgrade. Chen Yu felt a surge of happiness. Such a life of effortless indulgence and leisurely advancement was simply exhilarating. In his previous life, as a dedicated researcher, he had toiled relentlessly, ultimately exhausting himself. In this life, as a gluttonous divine beast, he relished not only safety, but also a promising future. He felt immensely satisfied, having feasted to his heart's content. Chen Yu turned his gaze towards the nearby human team. He resolved to showcase his value once more. Slowly, he ambled over to a vacant patch of sandy ground and began to etch in the earth with his sharp claws. His movements were deliberate, yet each stroke was clear and powerful. Xiao and her team instantly heightened their focus, while a drone zoomed in, directing its camera towards the ground. What was he doing? Drawing? His claws. Remarkably steady, even more so than my own writing. Soon, a massive design composed of lines emerged on the sandy surface. It was a countdown numeral, 29. Beside the number, there was a simplistic drawing of a grotesque monster, baring its teeth. Next to the monster, a small, adorable dumpling was illustrated, accompanied by an arrow pointing towards the creature. Finally, alongside the dumpling sketch, an array of roasted cows and sheep was depicted. The entire image conveyed an unmistakable message. In 29 days, a monster would descend, and I, the dumpling, could confront it, but only if I am given delicious food. As this divine beast's simplistic drawing was transmitted in real time back to the Dragon Tooth Command Center and subsequently to the highest command in Kyoto. All the prominent figures witnessing this scene fell into silence. After a lengthy pause, the command center erupted in astonishment. It could foresee the future? No. Even more unsettling was its logical reasoning and communication ability. It understood that we could not decipher its language, thus opting for the most primitive and direct form of communication, drawing. 29 days, a colossal beast, nourishment. Xiao Zhenbong slammed his hand on the table, an unprecedented determination gleaming in his eyes. It could no longer be regarded as an ordinary unknown creature. From this moment forth, the highest level of the National Treasure Program shall be initiated. Codename Dumpling. At all costs, we must fulfill all its reasonable demands. Its strategic value surpasses everything. Academician Chen excitedly added, indeed, it is signaling us for collaboration. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must seize it. Soon, a flurry of directives emanated from the highest command, disseminating to various departments. An unprecedented super project centered around the dumpling has commenced. On the beach, Chen Yu completed his painting and lazily reclined. He felt that his intentions had been expressed with utmost clarity. The next step lay in discerning the sincerity of these humans. If they were astute enough, they would know how to proceed. If they remained skeptical, it mattered little. He could always find a place to hide after 29 days. After all, if the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall to bear the brunt. However, he evidently underestimated the resolve and wisdom of the higher echelons of Huaxia. In less than an hour, the skies above Longya Island became abuzz with activity. Helicopter after helicopter, akin to diligent worker bees, made continuous trips back and forth. This time, they brought not merely roasted beef, but a sumptuous feast: roasted whole lamb, suckling pig, deep-sea king crab sashimi, and exquisite bluefin tuna. There was even a dedicated refrigerated truck that arrived with several tons of freshly processed meat. A long array of culinary delights adorned the beach, their aromas intertwining in a manner that could make even the divine salivate. Chen Yu was utterly astonished. This was an extravagant display, far beyond his modest request. The humans were exceedingly gracious. With a blissful squint, he plunged into the bounty of food, embarking on yet another gastronomic adventure. The mission of Su Xiaoye's team transitioned from mere observation to exclusive service. They stood by, utilizing various sophisticated instruments to record the dumpling's eating data. Reports indicated that the target's heart rate remained stable and its mood was pleasant. Its chewing power was astonishing, capable of effortlessly shattering A5-grade wagyu bones. They detected a slight rise in its surface temperature post-consumption, indicating an accelerated metabolism. As Su Xiaoye recorded the data, she beheld the dumpling, unguarded and devouring with abandon, evoking a peculiar sensation within her. It felt akin to nurturing a particularly ravenous yet exceptionally significant child. She even felt an impulsive desire to stroke its pristine white fur. Of course, reason reminded her that this was not the time. Chen Yu reveled in his feast, and the system notifications in his mind were incessant. Ding! Consumed S-grade carbon-roasted lamb. Evolution points 18. Ding! Consumed top-tier bluefin tuna. Evolution points 20. Ding! As he cleared the culinary spread before him, his evolution points finally reached their zenith. Evolution points 100. Ding! Evolution points full. Upgrade conditions met. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Upgrade. Chen Yu resolutely intoned within his mind. In the next instant, a warm current surged from the depths of his being, enveloping him entirely. He felt his bones crackling, muscles tearing, and then reconstituting, an indescribable sensation of bliss compelling him to stifle a moan. Before Su Xiaoye and all monitoring devices, he underwent this transformative experience. The body of the creature began to emit a soft, white glow. Its form was growing at a visibly discernible pace, slowly yet resolutely expanding. 5 meters, 2 meters, 3 meters. Finally, as the radiance faded, a colossal beast, towering at 5 meters and nearly 8 meters in length, materialized before the onlookers. Its fur remained pure white, but its gaze now held a hint of majesty, and the jade horns atop its head had elongated, shimmering with a gentle luster. Beep. Upgrade successful. Level 2 height 5. 0 meters. Weight 3 tons. Status normal. Evolution points 0, 200. New skill unlocked. Psionic shield. Consumes a small amount of energy to form an invisible energy shield around the body, capable of resisting conventional physical and energy attacks. Chen Yu felt the surging power within him, his heart swelling with ambition. This is it. This is the essence of a divine beast. He rose to his feet, shook his sleek fur, and then, directed towards the sky, unleashed a roar that signified his transformation. A whoa. The sound was no longer the childish whimper it once was, but rather a deep, resonant roar imbued with an undeniable authority. The sound waves reverberated, echoing throughout Dragon Tooth Island. On the island, the genetically modified experimental beasts, such as saber-toothed tigers and terror wolves, upon hearing this roar, immediately cowered to the ground, trembling and emitting pitiful cries. This was the absolute suppression stemming from the hierarchy of life. Within the command center, Xiao Zhenbong watched the screen displaying the now magnificent creature. His fists clenched in excitement. Quickly, continue to feed it. The more it consumes, the faster it grows, and our chances of victory increase. From this day forth, it shall be our labor for Huaxia. No, it shall be our laboring beast, the most formidable kind. Chapter 4. Am I the national treasure in the forefront, while you research me from behind? Chen Yu's inaugural roar following his upgrade not only instilled fear across the entire island's fauna, but also profoundly astonished the upper echelons of Huaxia. The revelation that evolution is indeed possible, and through the primal act of consumption no less, illuminated a future brimming with clarity and hope for all. The notion that simply providing ample sustenance could elevate the divine beast sparked an urgent national discourse on enhancing its diet. The Ministry of Agriculture convened an emergency meeting overnight to strategize the mobilization of the country's finest meat resources. The logistics department began to devise specialized canteens and colossal culinary apparatuses for the divine beasts. Even the energy sector commenced deliberating a wildly audacious proposition. If the energy from meat proves insufficient, might we consider feeding it nuclear fuel? Of course, this remained a theoretical bold conjecture. Currently, the paramount task at hand was ensuring this national treasure, the laboring beast, was well fed and well cared for. On Longya Island, Chen Yu reveled in the exhilarating power bestowed upon him by his upgrade. He recognized that not only had his strength and stature amplified, but his senses had also sharpened significantly. He could distinctly hear the hushed conversations of Su Xiaoya and her team from 100 meters away. His energy fluctuations were at least fivefold stronger than before. An additional layer of energy field, impenetrable by our instruments, enveloped his form. This must be his newfound ability. My goodness, to evolve merely from a single meal. This defies logic. Su Xiaoya, jotting down notes, silently scoffed at the absurdity of applying scientific rationale to a divine beast. Her gaze lingered on the creature before her, which was beginning to take on the formidable shape of a colossal beast, filled with curiosity and a desire to investigate. She truly yearned to procure a sample of its blood or fur for further study. However, as soon as this thought emerged, she forcefully suppressed it. No, this is a critical period for establishing trust. Any action that might elicit discomfort from the creature must be strictly avoided. Listening to their dialogue, Chen Yu felt a surge of delight. Research me? Not a chance. I am an officially designated public beast. You researchers require authorization from your superiors to even touch a hair on my body. He proudly flicked his grand tail and strode over to Su Xiaoya's team with an air of indifference. He halted approximately 30 meters away, a distance that exuded pressure without inducing excessive anxiety. Then, Chen Yu executed an unexpected gesture. He gradually lowered himself, resting his massive head gently upon the ground, and closed his eyes. He fell asleep. Right before this assembly of humans, he slumbered unguardedly. This spectacle left Su Xiaoya and her team momentarily speechless. What? What does this mean? A young team member stammered. Su Xiaoya inhaled deeply, forcing herself to remain composed and analyze the situation. He is demonstrating trust towards us. Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. It knew we would not harm it, which is why it dared to sleep so peacefully before us. This was a silent communication, conveying its willingness to become our companion. Yes, a companion, rather than a subject of study or a captive beast. Su Xiaoya instantly comprehended the wisdom and intent of the creature. She promptly conveyed her analytical report to Academician Xin and Zhao Zhenbong via the communicator. I understand. Zhao Zhenbong's voice resonated from the device, imbued with a sense of relief. Relay my orders. all non-essential personnel must withdraw. Establish the highest security zone around the creature, with Su Xiaoya's team in full command. Moreover, inform Su Xiaoya that no invasive research is to be conducted on the creature. I mean, any form of intrusion. Anyone who dares to entertain improper thoughts will face dire consequences. Our mission is to serve it well, protect it, and allow it to grow in peace. Understood. Of course, Chen Yu was not asleep. He merely closed his eyes to rest and eavesdrop. Upon hearing the general's orders, a wave of comfort washed over him. At last, you have shown some understanding. I am here, embodying a national treasure, while you are behind the scenes studying me. What a peculiar arrangement. This is much better. I shall focus on eating and sleeping, while occasionally battling monsters. You handle logistics, and cheer me on, a clear division of labor leading to mutual satisfaction. He slept exceptionally soundly during this slumber. In his dreams, he returned to a beach abundant with delicacies, though this time, the roasted beef had grown to the size of a small mountain. Meanwhile, online videos of the creature's evolution had once again ignited a frenzy across the internet. Wow, I just went to the restroom, and my little darling has grown so much. From adorable little creature to miniature giant beast. The growth rate is astonishing. Did you see how it finally lay down? Absolutely heart-melting. It seems to be saying, I am full, it's time for a nap. Please protect me to the sister upstairs. Are you also a microscope girl? But that truly captures the essence. It trusts us so much. Oh, our nation finally possesses its own guardian deity. Who will dare to bully us from now on? A nationwide petition. We request the government to establish a 24-hour exclusive live broadcast for Tuanzi. We want to raise it online. All the donations will go towards buying delicious food for it. This proposal instantly garnered a response from millions of netizens. The public sentiment surged like a tidal wave. Upon receiving the report, the high-level officials of Huaxia held a brief discussion and reached a decision. Agreed. Launch the live broadcast, allowing the entire nation to participate in the National Treasure Project. This will not only strengthen national cohesion, but also enable Tuanzi to feel the goodwill of our one. For billion people. Thus, while Chen Yu slept, an official live broadcast titled Divine Beast Tuanzi's Growth Diary was officially launched. As soon as the stream commenced, the online viewership instantaneously surpassed 10 million, and it continued to rise at a terrifying pace. The broadcast showcased Tuanzi peacefully slumbering under the sunset on Lanya Island, a scene both tranquil and beautiful. Yet, the comment section was already in a frenzy. Here it comes. In the front row, there are vendors selling sunflower seeds, peanuts, and bottled water. The host is fast asleep. Everyone, please keep it down and don't wake the little one. I declare this to be the most soothing livestream room I have ever encountered, without a doubt. A rocket equals the offering of a whole roasted lamb. The top contributor has already sent 100. Oh, dear brother, you seem confused. It should be roasted beef. It has more evolution points. Chen Yu is unaware. He simply took a nap and has inexplicably become the #1 streamer on the internet. Moreover, the quality of his meals will be directly linked to the enthusiasm of the viewers. Thus, a virtuous cycle is established. Chapter 5. Astonishing Predictions, the Nation's Treasure. Chen Yu had indulged in a lengthy slumber, resting for a full 12 hours. Upon reopening his eyes, he found the day had dawned bright and clear. Stretching luxuriously, he felt invigorated, as if his entire being was infused with vitality. After his upgrade, even sleep had become more rejuvenating. A glance at his status panel revealed, while sleeping, evolution points 72. A modest gain, yet a gain nonetheless. Rising to his feet, he shook off his pristine white fur, sensing a twinge of hunger. Habitually, he turned his head to see what delightful fair humanity had prepared for him today. What he beheld left him momentarily speechless. Not far off, a makeshift but grand outdoor kitchen had been erected upon the beach. Dozens of top-notch chefs were bustling about, while on colossal grills, several cattle and sheep were being roasted simultaneously, their tantalizing aroma wafting through the air for miles. Nearby, enormous thermal boxes appeared to be filled with a variety of meticulously prepared seafood. This spectacle was even more extravagant than the day before. They truly regarded him not merely as a creature, but as a divine beast deserving of such lavish care. Chen Yu's heart brimmed with joy. With long strides, he made his way to the dining area. Xiao and her team had been waiting nearby. Upon seeing the creature awaken, Xiao immediately approached, maintaining a safe distance, and greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Tuanzi. Are you satisfied with today's breakfast?" Although she was aware that he might not comprehend her words, this had become a daily ritual for her. Chen Yu glanced at her before gently nuzzling a nearby coconut tree with his massive head, acknowledging her presence. Subsequently, he plunged into the ocean of delicacies before him. In the live stream, the audience, comprised of dedicated fans who had stayed up all night, suddenly came to life. P.S. Awake. The streamer is on duty. Mealtime. Brothers, watching Tuanzi eat is even more delightful than eating myself. Look at Goddess Su. The way she gazes at Tuanzi is so tender, akin to a mother watching her child. I hereby declare that Goddess Su is the president of our Tuanzi support club. All in favor, say aye. Unanimous agreement. As Chen Yu feasted, he concurrently distracted himself by observing his status panel. Evolution points, 72, 200 ding. Consumed premium Angus steak. Evolution points 2. Ding. Consumed Icelandic deep sea cod. Evolution points 1. The efficiency seemed somewhat lacking. Chen Yu realized that as his level increased, the evolution points garnered from ordinary food were no longer sufficient. To expedite his ascension, he would need to consume something of higher quality. With this thought in mind, he continued to eat while pondering. He recalled a crucial warning embedded within the system's information. Warning. An alien dimensional incursion has been detected in this world. The term alien dimension piqued his interest. In his previous life, as a leading physicist, he was no stranger to the concept of dimensions. If these colossal beasts were descending from higher dimensional spaces, their emergence would undoubtedly impact the spatial structure of this world. Such effects might be imperceptibly minute under ordinary circumstances, yet significant nonetheless. However, in certain specific spatial vulnerabilities, this influence can be infinitely magnified, even triggering violent spatial tremors. For one possessing the essence of chaos, such disturbances should be perceivable in advance. This presents an exceptional opportunity, an irrefutable chance to showcase his predictive abilities to humanity. With this thought, Chen Yu ceased his meal. He lifted his gaze towards the southwest direction, closing his eyes to meticulously sense the faint fluctuations emanating from the spatial dimension. Eureka! He abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Under the watchful eyes of all, Tuanzi once again approached the expanse of sandy ground. With swift strokes of his paw, he began to draw. This time, it was no mere doodle. Instead, it was a map, an extraordinarily precise local map of the southwestern border of Huaxia. He even accurately marked the trajectory of a mountain range and a river. Subsequently, he inscribed a large, conspicuous X at a specific point on the map. Finally, beside the X, he wrote down two numbers, 480000. Having completed this task, he glanced back at Xiao before reclining once more to resume his meal, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Yet this scene sent shivers down the spines of all who witnessed it. Xiao promptly transmitted the image along with her analysis, employing the highest level of encryption. To Kyoto, Professor Chen, Tuanzi, it has just drawn a map. It is a topographical map of the border region of the Yungue Plateau. It has marked a point and written down a countdown of 48 hours. I suspect it is predicting that something significant will occur at that location in 48 hours. In Kyoto, the highest command center, when academician Xin and Zhao Jinbong, among others, laid eyes on the topographical map drawn by a divine beast, surpassing even military satellite maps in precision. Their expressions transcended mere shock. It was reverence, a profound awe for the unknown power. Prophecy. It truly is prophesying? Academician Qin murmured. Zhao Jinbong inhaled deeply, aware that this would serve as the ultimate test of Tuanzi's worth. Should the prophecy manifest, Tuanzi's strategic significance would be elevated exponentially. It would no longer merely be a formidable enforcer, but would transform into a prophet guiding the nation's path. A crucial asset for the country. Convey my orders. Xiao Zhenbang's voice resonated powerfully throughout the command center. First, immediately mobilize the Heavenly Eye satellite for uninterrupted monitoring of Tuanzi's marked area for 24 hours. Second, under the guise of geological exploration anti-terror drills, secretly evacuate all civilians within a 50-kilometer radius of that area within 48 hours. Third, dispatch the Blade Special Forces and the finest troops from the Southwestern Theater to converge on that area. Seal off all access routes. I do not care whether it predicts an earthquake or something else. We must prepare for the worst. This time, we shall demonstrate to the entire world what is meant by the speed of Huaxia and the determination of Huaxia. Indeed, orders are swiftly disseminated, and the machinery of the nation springs into action, all ignited by the strokes of a mythical beast. A tempest is quietly brewing. Meanwhile, the instigator, Chen Yu, is blissfully content at the prospect of indulging in 2 roasted lambs today. He remains entirely unaware that his inadvertent aspirations have been adopted by the state as a paramount directive to be executed. Chapter 6, Codename Abyss. A global storm brews, time passes inexorably, second by second. The 48-hour countdown stirs the hearts of countless individuals. On Dragon Tooth Island, Chen Yu continues to indulge in a life of blissful slumber and feasting. During these 2 days, he has ascended another level. Level 3, height 10 meters, weight 10 tons, evolution points 55,500, new skill unlocked. Eye of Chaos, passive, capable of perceiving energy flows, discerning certain deceptions and illusions. His physique burgeons, and so does his appetite. The Divine Beast Canteen on Dragon Tooth Island has undergone 3 expansions, with the culinary team now exceeding 100. Each day, Chen Yu derives immense joy from witnessing rows of roasted meats delivered before him. Meanwhile, the popularity of his live broadcast has reached unprecedented heights, with over 100 million viewers participating daily in the virtual nurturing of the adorable creature. They watch as the little one transforms from a charming cub into an endearing giant, their hearts brimming with pride and affection. In the distant southwestern border, the area marked by the creature has morphed into a prohibited zone. Reconnaissance aircraft and satellites hover ceaselessly above, while tens of thousands of elite soldiers have established a formidable encirclement, their heavy equipment at the ready. Within a 50-kilometer radius, civilians have been safely and orderly evacuated, complying with official statements regarding the potential for a catastrophic geological disaster. Little do they know, the origin of this turmoil lies merely in a painting on the beach. In the command center, Xiao Zhenbang and Academician Qin have gone 2 days and 2 nights without rest. Their eyes are fixed intently on the large screen, displaying real-time surveillance footage of the designated area. Only 10 minutes remain. The technician's voice sends a wave of anxiety through everyone present. Time seems to stretch in that moment. 5 minutes, 1 minute, 10 seconds, 3, 2, 1. The countdown concludes. Yet, nothing transpires. The surveillance footage reveals the mountainous region still shrouded in silence, as if even the wind has ceased. A profound stillness envelopes the command center. Could it be a miscalculation? Disappointment flickers across many faces. Xiao Zhenbang's brow furrows deeply. This operation has demanded immense human and material resources, if it were merely a blunder. Then suddenly, alarm, alarm. Severe spatial distortion detected in the area. Energy levels are surging dramatically. The shrill blare of the alarm shatters the calm. On the screen, the previously tranquil mountains begin to undulate violently, akin to a tempestuous sea. In the wake of astonished gazes, the area marked with an X silently collapses. No thunderous roar, no billowing dust. It is as though an invisible hand has excavated the earth from beneath. A colossal abyss, exceeding 500 meters in diameter and unfathomably deep, materializes out of thin air. At the edge of the sinkhole, smooth as a mirror, a haunting azure light emanated, sending shivers down one's spine. From the depths of the pit arose a cacophony of otherworldly shrieks that made one's teeth ache. This is, in a command center, all were rendered speechless by the supernatural spectacle before them. This was no geological disaster. The very fabric of space had been torn asunder. Academician Chen trembled with excitement, pointing at the screen and exclaiming, "It's connected. It links to an alien dimension. The prophecy of the Tuan is true." Zhao Zhenbong abruptly rose, his eyes wide with astonishment, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the revelation. He swiftly picked up the communicator and issued orders to the frontline commander. "All units, heed this. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. Initiate highest level combat readiness. Prepare to welcome guests from another world." No sooner had he spoken than the sinkhole stirred with a new transformation. Creatures, each the size of a cheetah, their bodies encased in a black exoskeleton, eyeless but boasting a massive maw lined with razor-sharp teeth, surged forth from the depths like a relentless tide. Their piercing shrieks echoed as they surged toward the surface in overwhelming numbers, sending chills down the spine. "Open fire," commanded the frontline officer, shaking off the initial shock to decisively issue the attack order. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. In an instant, a storm of fire erupted. Bullets, shells, and rockets rained down upon the monstrous horde like a metallic tempest. Yet, a horrifying scene unfolded. Most of the ammunition merely ricocheted off the creature's armored shells, producing mere sparks without inflicting any substantial damage. Only heavy artillery could obliterate them into fragments, but their numbers were far too great. The first line of defense was on the brink of collapse. Just then, on Longya Island, Chen Yu, who had been dozing, suddenly awoke as if sensing something. He stood up and gazed towards the southwest. The Eye of Chaos activated. His vision pierced through thousands of kilometers directly into the battlefield. He witnessed the throng of monsters and the valiant Chinese soldiers fighting valiantly. A surge of fury welled up within him. "Who dares to provoke me? Seeking death." Chen Yu took a deep breath, his chest swelling with power. Then, he unleashed a thunderous roar towards the southwest. A wolf. This roar carried the full weight of his third-level divine beast prowess, along with a hint of chaotic primal force. The sound waves did not travel through the air, but resonated through a more profound, spatial vibration, instantly bridging mountains and rivers. On the southwestern battlefield, just as the soldiers were on the verge of succumbing to the tide of monsters, a roar, as if emanating from the depths of the soul, filled with unparalleled authority, reverberated in everyone's minds. Following this, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The once fearlessly ferocious monsters, upon hearing that resounding roar, froze as if ensnared by an invisible force. Subsequently, they appeared to witness their most terrifying nemesis, emitting anguished cries rife with dread, hastily reversing their course and scurrying back into the abyss. In less than a minute, the battlefield returned to an eerie calm, leaving behind a scattered array of monstrous remains and a group of astounded Chinese soldiers. What was that sound just now? The monsters have fled? Is this a miracle? Meanwhile, on the distant Longya Island, Chen Yu, after releasing that mighty roar, lazily reclined once more. Concealing his achievements and accolades, he believed that following this incident, his status as a national treasure would remain unassailable. Furthermore, the global landscape began to shift dramatically due to this sudden emergence of a chasm and the astonishing response exhibited by the Chinese side, rendering the situation increasingly enigmatic. Chapter 7. Global Shock. The wisdom of the Eagle Nation. A chasm appeared at the southwestern border of Huaxia, for which alien creatures emerged, only to be repelled by an enigmatic force in an instant. This news spread across the intelligence centers of major nations at an astonishing speed, as if it had sprouted wings. In the United States, at the Pentagon, an emergency meeting of the highest order convened deep into the night. President Thompson, a balding elderly gentleman, rubbed his bleary eyes in dissatisfaction as he gazed at the Secretary of Defense. "General, you had better provide me with a compelling reason. Otherwise, I swear your breakfast tomorrow will be my shoe." The Secretary of Defense wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hastily handed over a classified report. "Mr. President, a significant event has transpired in Huaxia. They have encountered a colossal pit which we cannot comprehend, and unknown creatures have emerged from within." Thompson received the tablet, quickly scanning the blurry satellite images and intelligence analyses. The more he observed, the tighter his brow furrowed. An unfathomable abyss, edges as if hewn by knife and axe, unknown creatures. It bore the semblance of a science fiction narrative. Most critically, the Secretary of Defense emphasized, according to our informants, it appears Huaxia had foreseen this event. They evacuated the populace in advance and deployed heavy troops. What? Thompson jolted to full awareness. Foreseen? How could that be? Our CIA and Oracle system provided no warnings. The Oracle system, a global predictive framework funded by the Eagle Nation at a staggering cost of trillions of dollars, was reputed to forecast everything occurring within a 24-hour window. Yet this time, it had fallen silent. Silence enveloped the conference room. Every senior official felt the gravity of the situation. At that moment, a CIA official spoke up. Mr. President, we have received an unverified report. It is said that Huaxia recently discovered a creature resembling the Bai Ze from their mythology on a secret island in the East China Sea. Mythical creatures? Thompson scoffed. Has the CIA begun to believe in such tales? No, sir. The crux of the matter is that since the emergence of this creature, Huaxia has engaged in a series of unusual actions. They released a blurry video online and, subsequently, commenced a frenzied procurement of food and various strategic resources on a global scale. This revelation detonated like a bomb in the conference room. An intelligence officer immediately added, "Indeed, Mr. President, Huaxia's procurement orders are virtually indiscriminate and limitless. Just last week, our agriculture department signed a contract worth billions of dollars for beef and wheat exports with them, at prices 30 higher than the market rate." The attendees exchanged perplexed glances. One extraordinary clue after another intertwined. Foreseeing disaster, discovering mythical beasts stockpiling supplies. President Thompson's fingers rhythmically tapped the table as his mind raced. He considered himself a leader of great wisdom. After a moment, a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes, as though he had pierced through the veil of deception. I understood then. He smiled confidently. This is a ruse. A meticulously orchestrated, colossal scheme from the East. The crowd gazed at him in bewilderment. Consider this. Thompson rose to his feet, pacing as he articulated, has the economy of Huaxia not encountered some troubles recently? Are their internal conflicts not escalating? Thus, they have fabricated all of this. The so-called sinkhole may very well be their experimental geological weapon. The supposed monsters are likely mere failures of genetic modifications. And that so-called divine beast is nothing more than a ludicrous tale. It could merely be an albino mutant bear. Their objective in this charade is to divert domestic strife while simultaneously inciting global panic. They initially purchase supplies from us at exorbitant prices, allowing us to lower our guard. Then, they propagate the apocalypse theory, disrupting the global market and causing us to falter. At that point, they can reap the benefits. A splendid maneuver of openly repairing the roads while secretly crossing the stockades. The cunning of the Eastern intellect is truly remarkable. Thompson's profound discourse illuminated the faces of all present with enlightenment. So that is it. I thought, how could there possibly be a divine beast? The president is indeed sagacious. He has seen through Huaxia's conspiracy. We nearly fell into their trap. The Secretary of Defense let out a sigh of relief, complimenting. So, Mr. President, how shall we proceed? Thompson, with a flourish, declared, remain still. Observe coldly. Do they not relish the theatrics? Let's play the audience. I am curious to see how long they can sustain this performance. Additionally, inform the Ministry of Agriculture to raise the price of the next batch of supplies sold to Huaxia by another 50, since they have money to spare. Let's assist them. Indeed, the president is astute. The conference room once again brimmed with a buoyant atmosphere. They reveled in their own cleverness and the unraveling of the Eastern conspiracy, wholly oblivious to the fact that they were transforming a precious alert concerning the survival of humanity into a farce. Meanwhile, on Longya Island, Chen Yu repelled thousands of demonic beasts with a single roar, earning a special merit award. The reward was 300 tons of premium Wagyu beef airlifted by an aircraft carrier. Chen Yu gazed at the mountainous pile of beef, salivating with joy. This country can deliver. When it matters, it truly comes through. Chapter 8. The Revelation. I am sustained by the nation. Following the Tian Kong incident, China's international image transformed into one of profound mystery and formidable strength. On one hand, they issued vague initiatives regarding the management of unknown geopolitical risks, urging nations to enhance cooperation in the collective safeguarding of our blue planet. On the other hand, they remained cryptic about domestic occurrences, choosing silence over transparency. This ambivalence left intelligence agencies worldwide perplexed. The Western nations, led by the United States, firmly believed this was a strategic deception by China. They publicly supported China's initiatives while simultaneously profiting from the sale of materials at exorbitant prices. Conversely, countries with amicable relations with China, or those exercising caution, found themselves in a state of ambivalence, quietly fortifying their defenses. A global undercurrent was stirring. Yet, none of this affected Chen Yu, who found himself at the eye of the storm. His current existence could be encapsulated in a single word: blissful. Ever since he had driven back the enemy with a mighty roar, his status had ascended to that of a national treasure. Longya Island had been completely transformed into his private resort. The island's ecosystem had been meticulously reshaped to create an environment most suitable for his habitation. Mountain springs had been diverted to form a vast freshwater lake for his bathing and recreation. The vegetation had been replanted with his favorite high-energy snacks for indulgence. On the beach, the once rudimentary outdoor kitchen had been upgraded to a semi-permanent establishment, equipped with a full array of top-tier culinary facilities. 100 chefs rotated shifts around the clock, ever ready to prepare gourmet meals for him. Meanwhile, Xiao had officially transitioned from a temporary observer to the chief lifestyle officer of the divine beast, affectionately termed the pooper scooper. Oh no, the steward. Her daily tasks involved documenting the creature's physical data, analyzing its emotional fluctuations, arranging its diet and daily activities, and then playing with it. On this particular day, after indulging in a brunch comprised of 10 roasted whole cows, Chen Yu languidly reclined by the lake, soaking in the sun. Xiao, clad in a specially designed, lightweight work uniform and carrying a small flying device, hovered before him. "May I discuss a matter with you?" Xiao's voice emanated from a specialized amplifier, gentle and melodious. Through their time together, she had learned to infer its thoughts from its subtle expressions and movements. Chen Yu had also grown accustomed to having this little creature flit about in front of him. Lazily, he opened one eye, his immense golden pupils reflecting Xiao's petite figure. His gaze seemed to convey, "Go on, what is it? It's not mealtime. Don't disturb my slumber." Xiao, now accustomed to his lordly demeanor, chuckled and replied, "It is as such. The nation wishes to formally reveal something to you." "Reveal?" Chen Yu mused internally. "Haven't we already been entangled together for some time? Previously, we had consistently proclaimed that you were merely a rare, unknown creature discovered within our borders," explained Xiao. "However, the higher-ups have now decided to officially announce your true identity to the nation and even to the world." Chen Yu felt a spark of interest, his tail tip swaying involuntarily. "Oh, what identity?" Xiao looked at him, articulating each word. "Guardian beast of the Xiao nation, codenamed Tuanzi, enjoying the highest level of state support and protection, while also bearing the responsibility of safeguarding Xiao in future crises. In simple terms, you shall henceforth be our country's public beast, with an official position, benefits, and, well, perhaps not the full package, but certainly a secure job." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu nearly burst into laughter. Public beast? The term sounded oddly exhilarating. He nodded his enormous head in agreement. "Splendid." Xiao joyfully twirled in the air, announcing that starting this afternoon, your livestream channel would officially be renamed Xiao Guardian Beast Tuanzi Official Channel and would be managed by state-level media. The nation hopes to convey a message to all citizens through you. No matter what occurs in the future, we possess the most formidable trump card. Chen Yu understood. This was an attempt to soothe public sentiment and bolster morale. Very well. After all, to him, it mattered little where he live-streamed, as long as the quality of his provisions remained unchanged. That afternoon, the citizens of Xiao received a notification from the official media. Breaking news. The nation officially declares, the Guardian Beast Tuanzi is our Xiao Guardian Beast. This announcement detonated across the internet like a nuclear bomb. People flocked to Tuanzi's livestream. discovering that the title and verification had transformed into a resplendent official endorsement. On screen, a colossal white beast towering over 10 meters was frolicking in a crystal-clear lake, splashing water joyously with its massive tail. Sunlight glistened upon its snowy fur, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling a divine phenomenon. The comments section erupted in frenzy. Ah, officially certified. My little darling is truly a divine beast. I knew it. How could a creature that can roar back monsters be anything ordinary? From this day forth, anyone who dares to call Tuanzi a mutated bear will face my wrath. What a sense of security. With a nation as our backing and a divine beast as our support, we are assured. I declare that from today, I am a devoted fan of the public beast. No one shall tarnish its reputation. This news swiftly reached overseas. In the Pentagon, President Thompson stared at the translated news and the official photo of Tuanzi, enveloped in a prolonged silence. In the picture, Tuanzi stood majestically, the vibrant Xiao flag as its backdrop. Beneath the photo, a line of embossed golden letters read, Xiao Guardian Beast, Level 1 Combat Sequence. FK. Thompson finally lost his composure, slamming his fist on the table. These cunning Easterners. They actually issued an identification card for a bear. Is this their way of demonstrating against us? The Minister of Defense cautiously interjected, Mr. President. According to our latest intelligence, that bear consumed 20 tons of beef yesterday. Thompson's face turned pale in an instant. Of that 20 tons of beef, more than half had been sold at a 50% markup, with his own signature endorsing the transaction. Chapter 9. The Ling Xiao Project and my private beast butler. Following the official announcement of its identity, the status of Tuanzi in Huaxia ascended to an extraordinary realm, standing above 14 billion individuals, yet beneath but a singular beast. Each of its meals, every roll it took, and each moment of slumber captivated the hearts of countless citizens. The nation's investment in it was truly boundless. On this particular day, Chen Yu pondered the essence of beastly existence by the lakeside. Currently, he was at level 4, towering at 15 meters and weighing 25 tons. Evolution points 120-1000. The points required for leveling up began to grow in geometric progression. Relying solely on the consumption of ordinary beef and mutton was proving increasingly inefficient. Alas, even the landlords had no surplus grain. Chen Yu sighed inwardly, realizing he needed to devise a way to subtly hint to them that it was time for some substantial offerings. At that moment, his private beast butler, Xiao, flitted over with her petite wings. Today, she donned a specially tailored military uniform, exuding an air of competence. Tuanzi, I have splendid news for you. She hovered before Chen Yu, her face aglow with excitement. Chen Yu lazily lifted his eyelids, signaling for her to continue. The highest level initiative of our nation, the Ling Xiao Project, has been officially launched for you. The Ling Xiao Project? Chen Yu's interest was piqued. The name alone resonated with grandeur. Indeed, Xiao exclaimed. Akin to an enthusiastic tour guide, the Ling Xiao Project is our nation's paramount strategy to confront impending crises. It encompasses numerous subprojects. For instance, we are constructing an unprecedented aerospace mothership, codenamed Moon Palace. In the future, it will serve as our mobile fortress in space. Additionally, we have assembled the nation's most elite scientists, who are diligently developing a gene serum capable of significantly enhancing human physical capabilities. Xiao paused, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Chen Yu, resembling a child eager for praise. All of this inspiration derives from the analysis of your bodily data. Every strand of fur you shed, every breath you exhale, is an invaluable treasure to us. Thus, in a certain sense, you are not only our guardian deity, but also our chief technical advisor. Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback. Remarkable. Even during slumber, shedding a hair could propel national technological advancement. The value of his role as a public beast was exceedingly high. He proudly flicked his tail and emitted a low growl, as if to convey understood. Is there anything else? If not, I shall continue my rest. Do not rush. Xiao, perceiving his impatience, quickly interjected. The most crucial information remains unspoken. The core of the Ling Xiao project comprises 4 super mechs specifically designed for you. No, for the future battles alongside you. Mechs? Now Chen Yu was genuinely intrigued. What man could resist the allure of mechs, even if he was currently a beast? Exactly. Xiao summoned the design schematics of 4 mechas from her tablet, projecting them into the air. The Eastern Azure Dragon, the Western White Tiger, the Southern Vermilion Bird, and the Northern Black Tortoise. Each of these mechas stood at an impressive height of 100 meters, embodying a fusion of classical Chinese aesthetics and a sense of sci-fi ferocity. These 4 mechas epitomize the pinnacle of our nation's technological prowess. They have been aptly named the 4 Symbol Guardians, representing the 4 pillars that will safeguard our homeland in the future. As Xiao gazed into Chen Yu's large, inquisitive eyes, a mysterious smile graced her lips. However, she added, they currently exist only as the theoretically strongest, for the warriors who pilot them have yet to engage in actual combat with true behemoths. Thus, the nation hopes to enlist your expertise as a beast specialist to assist them in conducting a training session. Chen Yu immediately understood. So, they want me to serve as a sparring partner. Tilting his head in contemplation, he mused that acting as a sparring partner could indeed be feasible. Firstly, it would allow him to assess his current abilities. Secondly, it could be considered part of his job. And surely he ought to receive some form of overtime compensation for his efforts, right? Consequently, he extended a claw, pointing to his mouth, then gestured towards the distant sky. Xiao, astute and perceptive, instantly grasped his intent. I see. You mean, you're willing to engage in combat, but you desire a meal in return, and perhaps something that flies in the sky? Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction. A teachable spirit indeed. Xiao promptly communicated with her superiors. Report. The Tuanzi consultant has agreed to participate in a collaborative exercise. However, it has stipulated an additional condition. It wishes to consume fighter jets. On the other end of the line, Zhao Zhenbong fell silent for 3 seconds. Inform it that fighter jets are ineatable, too tough for its teeth. However, I can authorize the use of 3 decommissioned J-10 fighter jets, filled with its favorite A-5 Wagyu beef, to be airdropped from 10,000 meters high. We must ensure our hero experiences the joy of an airdrop. When Xiao relayed this solution to Chen Yu, his eyes sparkled with delight, shining like 2 miniature suns. A fighter jet airdrop with Wagyu beef? Such a delightful proposition. This job is truly worth it. Chapter 10. International Affairs. The Neighbor Living Comfortably, September 1st, 2045, Lunar Calendar. Only 13 days remain until the arrival of the extraterrestrial behemoth. The news of Huaxia's upcoming joint drills with the Guardian Beast has reached the ears of major nations around the world through clandestine channels. In the United States, Pentagon, President Thompson's countenance was darker than the coffee on his desk. Joint drills? They dare to call this a drill? He pointed at the blurry images of the 4 Symbols Guardians captured by spy satellites, his anger palpable. Mecha towering at a height of 100 meters. 4 of them. When did they manage to construct these? Are our intelligence agencies incompetent? The CIA director, drenched in sweat, stammered, Mr. President, Huaxia's secrecy is impeccable. Their Ling Xiao project has been cleverly concealed under the guise of various civilian initiatives. Enough. Thompson interjected irritably, waving his hand. I want to know the progress of our Freedom Guardian program. The Freedom Guardian is the American counterpart to the Giant Mecha Initiative, albeit with a design philosophy starkly contrasting that of Huaxia. They prioritize overwhelming firepower and robust armor, opting for a rugged cowboy aesthetic in their mecha designs. The Secretary of Defense stood up to report, Mr. President, our first prototype, Lone Ranger, has completed preliminary testing and is ready for deployment. However, the costs are exorbitant. We can currently only afford one. What it is? Thompson gritted his teeth. Quality outweighs quantity. I firmly believe that our single Lone Ranger can take down their 4 ostentatious force symbols. He paused, a glint of malevolence flashing in his eyes. However, we cannot allow them to conduct their drills so comfortably. It is time to apply a little pressure on our neighbor, who seems to be enjoying life too much. In Sakura Country, the Prime Minister's residence. Prime Minister Inu Shunichiro was respectfully answering an encrypted call from the Pentagon. Hi, President Thompson. How may I assist you? On the other end, Thompson's authoritative voice resonated. Inu, I have heard that you recently discovered a small pit near Mount Fuji. Cold sweat broke out on Inu's forehead. Yes, just a few days ago, a sinkhole with a diameter of approximately 50 meters appeared on the slopes of Mount Fuji. However, the information has been tightly sealed from the public. Unbeknownst to him, the United States had already caught wind of it. Yes, Mr. President, it's merely a minor issue. We have it under control. I don't care whether you have it under control, Thompson coldly interrupted. I have a task for you. Tomorrow, while Huaxia conducts their drills, you will conduct a large-scale missile test exercise under the pretext of responding to geological disasters in your territorial waters. Make sure it's loud enough for Huaxia's radar to detect clearly. Inu was left in stunned silence. At the doorstep of Huaxia, conducting missile exercises? Is this not a blatant provocation? What if things escalate? The president inquired cautiously. Misunderstanding? Thompson scoffed. I intend to create that misunderstanding. I aim to make them aware of who truly reigns supreme in this world. Just follow my orders. Once the task is completed, we can contemplate providing your cherry blossomation with a protection quota under our Freedom Guardian initiative. Upon hearing the phrase protection quota, the eyes of the little dog gleamed with excitement. That represents the mightiest Mecca of the Eagle Nation. With it, not only will they be equipped to handle any pitfalls, but they will also stand tall against Huaxia in the future. Fortune favors the bold. I understand. The little dog bowed even lower, assuring the president, rest assured. I will accomplish the task. I shall ensure that the Huaxia people feel the sincerity from the great cherry blossom empire. Upon hanging up the phone, a sinister smile crept across the face of the little dog, resembling a cunning wolf. He envisioned the chaos that would ensue in Huaxia tomorrow due to his interference. He never considered the terrifying consequences that might arise when a pampered national treasure, akin to a divine beast, discovers someone meddling during its mealtime. On Longya Island, Chen Yu eagerly awaited his Wagyu airdrop. Su Xiao stood beside him, introducing the forthcoming four symbols guardians. The combatants you will be sparring with shortly are our strongest elite warriors, each selected from millions of soldiers, possessing unparalleled will and skill. Do remember to show some mercy. Mechas are expensive, and repairs can cost a fortune, Su Xiao joked lightly. Chen Yu scoffed dismissively. Fear not, as long as your airdrop is formidable. I assure you I will handle them with utmost clarity. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the distant sky. It was not a transport aircraft, but rather four towering mechas, each standing 100 meters tall. The Qinglong mecha, elegant and streamlined, exuded grace. The Baihu mecha, broad-shouldered and robust, radiated explosive power. The Zhuke mecha, with enormous energy wings unfurled behind it, appeared agile and ethereal. The Xuanwu mecha resembled a moving fortress, heavy and steady. The four mechas descended from the celestial mothership, Moon Palace, landing steadily on the opposite end of Longya Island, gazing at Chen Yu from afar. The spectacle was grand and awe-inspiring. In a live stream, excitement erupted instantly. Wow, is this our mecha? Absolutely stunning. This is 1,000 times more exhilarating than any Hollywood blockbuster. Four Symbols Guardians versus the Guardian Beast. An epic showdown is about to unfold. I bet a pack of spicy strips that my team will win. Chen Yu, observing those colossal toys across from him, felt a surge of warmth coursing through his veins. He stood up, stretching his muscles, producing a series of satisfying cracks. Bring it on. Let me see just how unyielding you iron lumps truly are. Chapter 11. Bai Ze's Fury. With grave consequences in the training ground, the atmosphere was tense. Inside the cockpit of the Four Symbols Divine Guard, four elite warriors of Huaxia were observing the distant creature through high-powered optical lenses. Captain, the target has a body length of 15 meters and an estimated weight of 25 tons. The size difference compared to our mechs is monumental. The pilot of the White Tiger mech, a robust man with a steady voice, analyzed, the exterior defense is exceptionally high, but the joints may be its weak point. Our high-frequency vibration particle blade should be able to penetrate its defenses. The captain, also the pilot of the Qinglong mech, named Lin Feng, gazed at the seemingly harmless white behemoth on the screen and spoke in a solemn tone. Let us not be complacent. The command from headquarters is to simulate a real battle, test the performance of our mechs, and, as much as possible, gather combat data on the target. Most importantly, do not harm it. Understood. Lin Feng took a deep breath, aware that this exercise, though labeled as a practice drill, was more akin to a preliminary exam. The assessment was whether their 4 formidable machines were worthy to stand alongside the future guardians. He opened the communication channel for the whole team. Xuan Wu, you will take the lead and draw its attention. Bai Hu, you will focus on offense, looking for opportunities to engage closely. Zhuke, you are responsible for aerial support and distraction. I will provide assistance. Received. The tactical arrangements were complete. The Xuanwu mech took the lead, moving with heavy steps toward Chen Yu. Thud, thud, thud. Each stride sent tremors through the earth. Chen Yu observed the lumbering metallic figure approaching, tilting his head in bemusement. Is this it? Its speed is rather lackluster. He yawned, too lethargic to move, simply lying in place and awaiting the mech's advance. The audience in the live stream was even more anxious than he was. Come on, Xuanwu. Don't hesitate. Engage it. Why isn't the creature moving? Does it look down on our Xuanwu? Quite up there. This is called regal composure. If the enemy doesn't team move, neither do we. Finally, the Xuanwu mech reached Chen Yu, raising its massive alloy shield in a defensive posture while emitting a simulated electronic roar, attempting to provoke him. Chen Yu flicked his eyelids, feeling a twinge of boredom. Just then, his peripheral vision caught 2 swift shadows. The White Tiger mech charged from the left. The Zhuke mech dove from the skies. The coordination was remarkably seamless. Oh, planning a sneak attack? A subtle smile crept onto Chen Yu's lips. In the instant, the high-frequency particle blade in the White Tiger mech's grasp was about to strike him. Chen Yu moved. His actions surpassed the imagination of all present. His fluffy tail whipped through the air like a steel whip, slicing through the atmosphere with a piercing sound, and struck fiercely against the waist of the White Tiger mech. Boom! A tremendous noise echoed. The several-ton White Tiger mech was sent flying like a baseball struck by a bat, soaring over 100 meters and demolishing a small hillock in its path. Within the cockpit, alarms blared fiercely. Warning! The drive shaft has fractured. The body S-balance system has failed. The pilot of the White Tiger felt darkness engulf him, nearly losing consciousness. He could barely comprehend the opponent's actions. Meanwhile, the Siska mech in the sky had unleashed dozens of high-energy laser beams, raining down upon Chen Yu's head. Without lifting his gaze, Chen Yu merely focused his thoughts. Psycho-energy shield activate. An imperceptible layer of energy shield enveloped him in an instant. ZZZ, those lasers, potent enough to melt steel, struck the shield, creating merely trivial ripples, as if a stone had been cast into the sea. The Suzaku pilot stood dumbfounded. Energy attacks. Ineffective. In that fleeting moment of shock, Chen Yu raised his colossal claw, impatiently swatting at the steadfast Xuanwu before him, akin to swatting a fly. Boom! The Xuanwu mech's pride, its shield forged from the most durable alloys, shattered with an echoing crash. The entire mech was sent hurtling backward, carving a deep trench into the ground. 3 down. Chen Yu nonchalantly shook his claw. Only the most agile Qinglong mech remained. Captain Lin Feng, listening to the cascade of his teammates' gasps and alarms over the comms, felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This was astonishing. This was not a battle of equal caliber. Their vaunted speed, strength, and technology felt feeble, almost laughable before this creature. Retreat. All units fall back. Before he could finish his command, the base's alarm system erupted in the sharpest of wails. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. A multitude of unidentified flying objects has been detected approaching at high speed over the Eastern Sea. Suspected ballistic missiles. In the command center, Xiao Zhenbong sprang to his feet, his face ashen. It's the Sakura Nation. These scoundrels dare to provoke us at this moment. Almost simultaneously, Chen Yu, awaiting the airdrop of beef, glimpsed the missiles roaring in from the sea surface through the eye of chaos. A surge of indignation and frustration at being interrupted during his meal flooded his heart. Initially, he merely intended to toy with these metal clumps, but now he was enraged. Oh, whoa! Chen Yu howled skyward, his roar infused with genuine fury. His body began to undergo a dramatic transformation. Golden, arcane patterns emerged upon his snowy fur. His size surged once more. 15 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. A cataclysmic aura, far surpassing his previous form, erupted from him. Everyone present, be they warriors within their mechs or the distant Xiao, felt a soul-deep tremor beneath this overwhelming presence. This is battle form? Lin Feng gazed at the colossal entity that had instantaneously materialized, gasping in astonishment. Chen Yu paid them no heed. He turned his back to them, facing the vast ocean, and opened his mouth, which appeared modest in size, yet seemed capable of devouring the very heavens and earth. Golden energy surged wildly within his throat, as the energy of the entire Dragon Tooth Island began to converge towards him. The sky transformed, with clouds swirling ominously, while the sea rose in tumultuous waves. In that moment, he was no longer the harmless creature he once appeared to be. Rather, he had transformed into an ancient deity poised to unleash divine retribution. Chapter 12. Devour in one bite. What missiles? In the land of cherry blossoms, aboard the flagship of the Maritime Self-Defense Force, the Izumo, the commander of this exercise, Inyama Aikir, a cousin of the foolish dog, gazed proudly at the radar screen. On the display, dozens of luminous dots, representing missiles, hurtled towards the territorial waters of Huaxia with astonishing speed. Ha ha ha! Did you see that? This is the might of the great empire of cherry blossoms, Inuyama boasted, raising a cup of sake to his aid. The Huaxia people must be trembling in fear. They are surely pondering our motives. They must be frantically preparing to intercept. The aide, with a sycophantic smile, replied, Indeed, Commander, let them witness our power. Let's see if they dare to act arrogantly in East Asia again. They reveled in the impending humiliation of Huaxia, completely oblivious to the red alert flashing in the corner of their radar screen, indicating a high-energy reaction. On Longya Island, Chen Yu had completed his buildup of energy. Deep within his throat, a golden orb of energy radiated with blinding brilliance, akin to a miniature sun. He sensed the tremendous, explosive potential contained within the incoming missiles. In the past, he might have felt some trepidation, but now, to him, they were merely appetizers delivered to his doorstep. Come forth, Chen Yu bellowed internally. Just as the missiles were about to breach Huaxia's territorial waters, he opened his mouth and inhaled sharply. A colossal golden vortex materialized around his mouth, generating an unimaginable and terrifying force of suction. In that moment, the entire space seemed to warp. The sea surged, creating towering waves 100 meters high, rushing into the vortex. The clouds in the sky were torn asunder, spiraling into the maelstrom. The missiles, traveling at multiple times the speed of sound, were drawn in as if they were iron filings attracted to a magnet. Their trajectories were violently altered. They veered uncontrollably, one after another, diving into the golden vortex like moths to a flame. No explosions, no flames, not even a whisper of sound. Dozens of missiles capable of annihilating a medium-sized city were thus devoured by Chen Yu. In one gulp, beep, successfully devoured Tomahawk Cruise Missiles 10, acquired special energy. Evolution points 500, beep. Successfully devoured Harpoon Anti-Ship Missiles 20, acquired special energy, evolution points 800. Beep. A series of system notifications echoed in Chen Yu's mind. He let out a contented belch. A golden stream, infused with the scent of gunpowder and high-energy fuel, erupted from his mouth, transforming the nearby beach into a glass-like surface. The aroma was rather pungent. However, the evolution points were indeed plentiful. Chen Yu smacked his lips, feeling a lingering sense of anticipation. The scene unfolding before him had plunged the entire world into a profound silence. At the Longya Island Command Center, Zhao Zhenbong and Academician Qin stood with mouths agape, staring blankly at the screen. Their minds had completely malfunctioned. Was it possible to swallow dozens of missiles in one gulp? What kind of operation was this? A divine being? In the cockpit of the Four Symbols Divine Guard, Lin Feng and his team gazed at the figure that had instantaneously quelled the crisis, akin to a deity, their hearts filled with boundless reverence and relief. They were fortunate. that they had not truly provoked it moments ago. Otherwise, they might have been the ones swallowed whole. In the United States, at the Pentagon, President Thompson's coffee cup crashed to the floor. He pointed at the screen, where the missile trajectory had transformed into a flurry of static due to signal loss. His voice trembling uncontrollably. "Where are the missiles? I had so many. Such large missiles? Can anyone tell me what has happened?" No one could respond, for the events transpiring before them had utterly transcended their realm of understanding. The most devastated of all was the Izumo, representing the cherry blossom nation. In Uhara, Ichiro stared in disbelief at the missile blips that had vanished from the radar in an instant. "What? My missiles have evaporated into thin air?" He frantically shook the shoulder of the radar operator. "Baka, did you make an operational error?" The radar operator was on the verge of tears. "Commander, I don't know either. They just, poof, disappeared." At that moment, a soldier responsible for intercepting communications from Xiao burst in, rolling and scrambling. "Report. We've intercepted open communications from the Eastern Sea war zone of Xiao. What are they saying? Speak quickly," Ichiro urged, as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. The soldier swallowed hard, his expression one of shock, and said, "They are expressing gratitude to our friends from the Cherry Blossom Nation for the dessert they airdropped for their divine beast." Puff! Ichiro spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing backward. Dessert after a meal? The provocation for which they had wagered their national fortunes was, in their eyes, merely a dessert. This was nothing short of a profound humiliation. Meanwhile, far away on Longyo Island, Chen Yu licked his lips, feeling the earlier dessert had been somewhat dry. He turned his gaze toward the 3 transport planes hovering in the air, having forgotten to deliver his airdrop of beef due to the recent upheaval. Tilting his head, he revealed a warm smile that seemed to convey, "Why are you just standing there? It's time for the main course." Chapter 13. The Ingenious Scheme of Eagle Sauce. The missile dessert incident has unleashed a political tsunami of unprecedented magnitude across the globe. The land of cherry blossoms has become the object of ridicule worldwide. Not only did they suffer a loss of missiles, but they also endured an immense loss of face, subsequently facing the most severe diplomatic rebuke from Xiao, which relentlessly pressed them down. It is said that Prime Minister Inu Shinichi, upon receiving Xiao's protest call, performed the ultimate expression of craftsmanship, an earnest 90-degree bow, remaining frozen in place for 3 days, too afraid to rise. Meanwhile, Eagle Sauce could no longer remain complacent. That mythical creature from Xiao had revealed capabilities far beyond their imagination, seemingly of a bug-level strength. It could swallow missiles whole. Such feats defy scientific explanation. They belong to the realm of theology. The Pentagon convened an emergency meeting once again. This time, the atmosphere was more oppressive than ever before. President Thompson's dark circles under his eyes rivaled those of Xiao's national treasure, the giant panda. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us speak candidly," he said, his voice hoarse and feeble. "What shall we do about Xiao's pet?" Silence enveloped the room. What could they do? It was a conundrum. They were dealing with a creature that could charm and fight while effortlessly swallowing dozens of strategic missiles. Would anyone dare to provoke it? Surely, the next day, 1,400 million Waxians could drown them in saliva. Noticing the lack of response, Thompson's gaze fell upon the ever-confident man, the head of the Freedom Guardian program, Captain Karen. "Karen, you previously asserted that your Lone Ranger match could easily eliminate it. Do you still hold that belief?" A sheen of perspiration broke out on Karen's forehead. His lips quivered as he contemplated a response, but he ultimately opted for silence. Eliminate it easily? What ist? The creature could consume in one gulp what would see his Lone Ranger, mech and pilot alike, devoured as mere sustenance. Seeing Karen's retreat, Thompson's heart sank to the depths. He realized that the path of military deterrence against Xiao was fundamentally untenable. Since force was futile, they would have to resort to a softer approach. A glint of wisdom flickered in Thompson's eyes. "I have a plan." He cleared his throat, capturing everyone's attention. "If we cannot defeat it, then we shall join it." "What?" A chorus of bewilderment spread across the room. "What I mean is," Thompson elaborated, "the Waxians seem fond of their notion of a community of shared human destiny, correct? So, let's align with their rhetoric. We, too, shall protect the divine beast." Starting tomorrow, we, the Eagle Sauce, shall establish a global divine beast enthusiast association. With myself as the president, we will proclaim to the world that Tuanzi is not merely Huaxia's treasure, but a gem cherished by all. We, the Eagle Nation, bear a profound responsibility and an unwavering duty to safeguard this precious creature in collaboration with Huaxia. Thompson's excitement grew with each word, as if he could already envision a splendid future following the success of their plan. We shall dispatch our most distinguished biologists to Huaxia to assist them in their research endeavors. We will leverage our formidable media influence to extol the charm and greatness of Tuanzi across the globe. We might even provide it with nourishment. After all, do the people of Huaxia not relish beef? We shall offer it freely. 100 aircraft carriers worth of beef, no less. Let them be unable to consume it all. Carry it away instead. In doing so, we shall justifiably place our personnel in close proximity to it, obtaining first-hand information. Simultaneously, we will contend with Huaxia for the narrative power surrounding Tuanzi on the international stage. This is what one might call utilizing foreign tactics to counter foreign tactics. Defeating Eastern magic with Eastern magic. Thompson's brilliant theory left all the high-ranking officials present momentarily speechless. Although it felt somewhat peculiar, it seemed to possess a kernel of truth. If one cannot triumph, then one must elevate to the heavens by promoting it to global prominence. Huaxia would then have to reckon with the weight of international public opinion if they wish to claim it as their own private treasure. Astounding, truly astounding. The president's wisdom shines brightly. This plan is nothing short of perfection. Not only can we defuse the crisis, but we can also turn the tables. The conference room erupted once more into enthusiastic applause. President Thompson beamed with satisfaction, convinced that his intellect had once again salvaged the Eagle Nation. He promptly commanded the secretary to draft a heartfelt and poignant open letter titled a request to jointly safeguard the world treasure, Tuanzi, intended for Huaxia. Meanwhile, Chen Yu, who was indulging in a delectable airdrop of Wagyu beef, suddenly let out a tremendous sneeze. Hu, the forceful gust sent Su Xiao nearby, tumbling through the air. Who is speaking of me? Chen Yu rubbed his nose, pondering. Could it be that delightful dessert from earlier causing a mild disturbance? Little did he know, he had become the focus of a cunning strategist across the ocean. An unarmed contest for his very essence was about to unfold on the global stage. Chapter 14. Expansion and Preparation for War. The speed and passion of Huaxia, the open letter regarding the joint guardianship of the Eagle Sauce detonated in the global arena like a deep-sea bomb, creating ripples of intense reaction. In the letter, President Thompson, with the most exquisite and resplendent language, extolled the dumpling as the beacon of Blue Star, the harbinger of peace, and a treasure for all humanity. However, he then pivoted the discourse, expressing Eagle Sauce's willingness to set aside all differences and join hands with Huaxia to undertake the sacred mission of safeguarding this treasure. They even announced an aid plan, claiming to provide Huaxia with resources worth over $100 billion, aimed at improving the living conditions of the divine beasts. This maneuver left the world in astonishment. Just days ago, they were clamoring for conflict, and now they have transformed into ardent supporters? Such a change of face is swifter than turning a page. The Huaxia netizens in the live stream were left in fits of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Has Eagle Sauce been subdued? What joint guardianship? Nonsense. A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year harbors no good intentions. Do they think they can come here to feast and spy on our cubs? Not a chance. Indeed, the dumpling has been nurtured by us in Huaxia. What gives them the right to share? In response to Eagle Sauce's overtures, Huaxia's leadership exhibited a distinctly Huaxian demeanor. They first issued an official statement, expressing high praise and sincere gratitude for Eagle Sauce's love for peace and concern for the divine beasts. Subsequently, regarding the proposal for joint guardianship, they indicated conditional agreement, but emphasized that the specifics of cooperation would require careful deliberation. As for the promised aid worth over $100 billion, Huaxia's stance was clear. We appreciate the sentiment, but there is no need for the resources. Our vast land is rich, and we can adequately support a pet of this nature. If Eagle Sauce truly wishes to help, It would be better to donate these resources to nations suffering from famine. With this series of strategic moves, they left Eagle Sauce utterly bewildered. They were impenetrable. President Thompson, upon witnessing Huaxia's response, was infuriated to the point of nearly demolishing his office. He felt as though he had struck a punch into cotton, all force rendered ineffective. As the eyes of the world were fixated on this divine beast diplomacy, Huaxia, in the shadows, commenced preparations for war with a thunderous momentum. On September 5, 2045, just 9 days before the colossal beast's arrival, Huaxia's Supreme Command issued a series of unprecedented Grade A mobilization orders. Order 1. The nation enters a state of first-level readiness. Effective immediately, all soldiers who have retired within the last 5 years are to be recalled and reinstated. The target is to expand the military to 100 million. Order 2. Launch the National Strengthening Initiative. Led by the state, provide free administration of the first-generation Dragon Blood genetic enhancers to all eligible citizens. This aims to comprehensively enhance the physical quality of the populace. Order 3. Suspend all non-essential civilian industrial production. All factories are to convert to military production. With unwavering dedication, all necessary equipment and supplies for the Ling Xiao project are to be produced. Furthermore, all Chinese citizens residing abroad must return to their homeland within 72 hours. The nation will spare no effort to bring you back home. These 4 military orders reverberated like thunderclaps, shaking the entire world. An expansion of 100 million. Nationwide gene enhancement. The country transitions into a wartime system. Global evacuation of citizens. Each one of these is a monumental undertaking. While other nations remain embroiled in debates over the authenticity of mythical beasts, China has pressed the accelerator to the floor, entering the final sprint phase. In an instant, the vast expanse of Chinese territory unfolded like a magnificent tapestry. Countless retired veterans, upon hearing the call of their motherland, wiped away their tears and donned their familiar uniforms once more, bidding farewell to their families as they rushed to the barracks. Should war arise, they shall return at the call. This is the oath etched into their very bones. Countless young people formed long lines at temporary injection points, receiving the baptism of the dragon's blood serum. Although the injections would be accompanied by excruciating pain and high fevers, not a single soul recoiled. They understood that this was to secure an additional breath of hope for survival in the impending war. Within numerous factories, machinery roared incessantly, operating round the clock. Workers shifted in 3 teams, producing weapons and equipment with astonishing efficiency, which then flowed into a torrent of steel destined for the front lines. Meanwhile, at airports and ports around the globe, countless sons and daughters of China, waving the vibrant 5-starred red flag, embarked on their journeys home. Behind them lay turmoil and unrest, while ahead was the warm embrace of their homeland. At this moment, China's formidable mobilization capabilities and national cohesion left the entire world speechless. President Thompson of the Eagle Sauce Nation, upon reviewing the intelligence reports regarding China's nationwide war preparations, felt a chill run down his spine. He finally realized that he might have truly been mistaken. The Chinese people were not merely performing. They were preparing for a war that genuinely concerned the survival of their race. Quickly, he bellowed to his secretary, his voice filled with anguish. Immediately convene the highest emergency meeting. We may have less than 10 days left. Chapter 15. Little Sue's feeding routine, the tumultuous shifts of the world seemingly leave the tranquility of Lanya Island unscathed. Here, it resembles a paradisiacal haven amidst a cataclysmic storm. And Chen Yu is the most leisurely and carefree island lord within this sanctuary. His daily existence is simple and pure, eating, sleeping, leveling up, and occasionally teasing his devoted butler. On this particular day, Chen Yu had just relished a sumptuous lunch consisting of emperor crab leg sashimi and charcoal-grilled bluefin tuna. His level has ascended to level 5. Level 5, height 30 meters, weight 100 tons, evolution points 3502000. New skill unlocked. Chaotic aura, passive. Creates a unique aura around you that suppresses all beings of lower levels and slowly regenerates your energy. As his physique expands, he finds himself increasingly lethargic. After a hearty meal, he enjoys reclining by the lake, resting his massive head upon a smooth boulder, squinting his eyes to bask in the afternoon sun. Xiao Yue, equipped with her newly upgraded third-generation flying device, hovers before his nose. In her hand, she wields a specially crafted, oversized cat toy, a 10-meter-long titanium alloy rod, adorned at its tip with a cluster of sparkling bells made from high-energy crystals. This is the latest research achievement of the Academy of Sciences, set to effectively promote intimate interaction between mythical beasts and humans. Come play, Tuanzi. Xiao sways the cat toy, causing the crystal bells to emit a series of crisp and melodious chimes. Chen Yu lazily lifted an eyelid, his colossal golden pupils reflecting disdain that seemed to question whether she considered him a fool. Am I a mere 30-meter-tall beast, being teased with a trivial stick? He mused. Immature. He deemed her unworthy of his attention and turned away, presenting her with his rear. Sigh. Xiao exhaled in resignation. Ever since this creature grew, he had become increasingly aloof. In the past, he would interact with her using his tail, but now, he couldn't even be bothered to show his face. Truly, the whims of a great beast are beyond human control. The audience in the live-streaming room erupted in laughter at this scene. Ha 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 ha. Goddess Su has met her match. Tuanzi, women only serve to hinder my slumber. Laughable. Is that cat toy for real? I feel like a whisker of Tuanzi is thicker than that. Shocking. The national goddess has been callously spurned by the mythical beast. Is this a distortion of beastly nature or a decline in morality? As Xiao read the comments, her cheeks flushed slightly. She retracted the cat toy, deciding to adopt a different strategy. She flew close to Chen Yu's ear and, in a conspiratorial whisper, said, Tuanzi, let me share a secret with you. Yesterday, the captain of the Azure Dragon Mech team, Lin Feng, who practiced with you, performed poorly during drills and has been assigned to the logistics department to peel potatoes for 3 days. Chen Yu's ear twitched imperceptibly. Furthermore, the White Tiger's mech was severely damaged by her powerful tail swipe, and the repair costs are said to be sufficient to purchase a traditional courtyard house in the heart of Kyoto. Chen Yu's tail tip began to rhythmically tap against the ground. The most unfortunate one was Zhu Kei. Upon her return, she penned a lengthy treatise titled Preliminary Exploration and Reflection on the Combat Capabilities of Divine Beasts, which is rumored to lavishly praise you to the heavens, almost to the point of erecting a longevity tablet in your honor. Xiao, while speaking, discreetly observed Chen Yu's reaction. She realized that despite his seemingly aloof demeanor, he appeared to derive great pleasure from these anecdotes. Indeed, regardless of species, the essence of indulging in gossip remains universal. However, Xiao shifted her tone, noting that while they had suffered greatly at your hands, they had also gained substantial insights. By analyzing your combat style, they have garnered a more intuitive understanding of the giant beast phenomenon. Currently, the 4 symbols divine guards are undergoing comprehensive upgrades, preparing to serve you better in the next encounter. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu emitted a low, contented rumble. Well, that is more like it. At least their time spent with him was not in vain. Noticing his improved mood, Xiao seized the opportunity. By the way, Tuanzi, there is a matter I wish to request from you. She carefully retrieved a small, sealed blood sampling needle from her pocket. May I take a drop of your blood? She inquired cautiously, her voice softened considerably. Just a drop. We wish to study your genes to see if we can achieve new breakthroughs for our dragon blood potion. If you agree, tonight's dinner will include a freshly grilled, 50-ton deep-sea dragonfish prepared on a steel plate from an entire aircraft carrier. At the mention of deep-sea dragonfish, Chen Yu's eyes widened in excitement. That delicacy is the pinnacle of oceanic cuisine, renowned for its exquisite flavor and energy-rich flesh. As for the blood sampling, was 1 drop. With my substantial physique, the cells I metabolize daily could form an entire genetic repository. 1 drop is hardly consequential. Thus, amidst Xiao's and the millions of viewers in the live broadcast's astonished gazes, Tuanzi slowly extended his paw, which was larger than a small car, towards her. Then, with a sharp claw, he gently made a small incision on the pad of his other paw. A drop of golden blood, resembling molten gold, oozed from the wound. The injury healed at a visibly rapid pace the moment the blood began to seep. Chen Yu lifted his paw, presenting the droplet of suspended golden blood before Xiao. His gaze seemed to convey, "Take it, and remember, my dragonfish should be generously garnished with scallions and garlic." Chapter 16. The Military Orders of Huaxia. The world's shock as the golden blood of the divine beast was meticulously delivered by Xiao to the National Academy of Sciences in Kyoto. The entire biological community of Huaxia erupted in fervor. Academician Qin gazed at this drop of blood, imbued with infinite mysteries, tears of excitement streaming down his face. Incredible, utterly astonishing. This is not merely genetic material. It is the divine code. With it, our Dragon Blood Project is poised for a qualitative leap. We may indeed be able to create warriors that rival the deities themselves. Thus commenced a tempest of scientific inquiry surrounding the genes of the divine beast. Concurrently, Huaxia's preparations for war entered a fevered stage. On September 8th, with merely 6 days remaining before the arrival of the colossal beast, and after confirming the safe return of the vast majority of overseas citizens, the highest command of Huaxia issued 3 formidable mandates that sent tremors throughout the globe. Military Order 1. Effective immediately, Huaxia shall close all border crossings. Any unauthorized aircraft, vessels, or individuals daring to intrude upon our territorial waters, or airspace shall be deemed hostile actions, and our military reserves the right to destroy them without warning. Military Order 2. All foreign citizens remaining within our borders, who fail to depart within the stipulated time, shall be regarded as potential threats and subjected to unified management by our forces until the crisis abates. During this period, all consequences shall be borne by them. Military Order 3. Any nation or organization that dares to provoke Huaxia militarily or endanger the safety of our citizens in any form during this period shall be regarded by us as having declared war. Let it not be said that we did not forewarn you. These 3 military orders resonated with undeniable conviction and an iron-willed resolve. If the previous mobilization order was Huaxia's way of honing its internal strengths in seclusion, then these 3 mandates were a proclamation to the world. We are preparing to cleanse our home. Outsiders are unwelcome. Those who dare to disrupt shall find their limbs broken. The world erupted in chaos. In a certain Chinatown, a middle-aged man named Zhang Wei, who had labored for over 20 years managing a Chinese restaurant, felt his eyes moisten as he read the news on his phone. He recalled how just days prior, embassy staff had earnestly urged him to return home. Yet, he had hesitated, reluctant to abandon everything he had built here. Now, regret washed over him. He looked out at the increasingly tumultuous streets, rife with panic, and at the news featuring scenes of chaotic shopping frenzies. For the first time, he longed for the safety of his crowded, yet secure home. He swiftly locked the restaurant and drove to the airport, determined to purchase the earliest flight back home. Even if it meant standing, he was resolute in his return. However, upon arriving at the airport, he discovered that all flights to Huaxia had been canceled. On the grand screen of the airport, a stark notification in vivid red letters proclaimed, "Due to unilateral reasons from the Huaxia side, all inbound and outbound flights have been indefinitely suspended." In an instant, Zhang Wei felt his heart plunge into despair. The path home had been severed. Among those sharing his desolation were foreigners, stranded for various reasons and unable to leave Huaxia in a timely manner. In a university dormitory for international students, a student from the frigid land of Dahanmingguo, Jin Zaihuan, was vociferously confronting a group of stern-faced officials clad in uniforms. "How dare you restrict my personal freedom? I demand to see our ambassador. You are violating my human rights." He had often wielded his foreign status to bully his classmates at school. Now, however, his theory of being an esteemed foreigner had utterly collapsed. The officials, their expressions impassive, produced a document. "Mr. Jin Zaihuan, according to the special management regulations during wartime in Huaxia, you are suspected of disseminating false information online and inciting division. You will be taken to a designated location for thought, education, and labor reform. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say may be used as evidence against you." With that, 2 burly officials seized him, one on each side. "Let me go. You cannot treat me this way. I am a citizen of Dahanmingguo. Jin Zaihuan struggled in vain. The response from the officials was a chilling reminder. Here, you are first and foremost someone who disobeys the laws of our country. On that day, the entire world came to profoundly understand the terrifying majesty and power that would erupt once the slumbering Eastern giant was fully awakened. Its usual demeanor of gentleness and humility did not signify a lack of formidable means. Rather, it had been biding its time, awaiting the moment to reveal its fangs. And now, that moment had arrived. Chapter 17. The free eagle and daily gunfire, the isolationist policies of Huaxia have precipitated a monumental transformation in the global landscape. The world has been distinctly divided into two realms. One is Huaxia, and the other foreign territories. Within Huaxia, although the atmosphere is fraught with tension, societal order remains intact. Under the robust governance and execution power of the state, the supply of goods is abundant, prices are stable, and the public sentiment has evolved from initial panic to a resolute unity. The populace harbors faith in their government, trust in the military, and an unwavering belief in the guardian beast that spends its days either eating or sleeping on live broadcasts. Beyond the borders of Huaxia, an entirely different scenario unfolds, particularly in the so-called beacon of freedom, the Eagle Land. Here, when apocalyptic dread intertwines with the rampant liberty of firearms, it gives rise to a nationwide cacophony of chaos. The phenomenon of $0 shopping, once a rare talent among minorities, has burgeoned into a ubiquitous daily activity. Supermarkets, malls, luxury boutiques. Any place with merchandise can instantaneously morph into a battlefield. Gunfire has become the most prevalent soundtrack of urban life. William, a scientist of half Huaxia descent who once worked at the Huaxia Academy of Sciences, now finds himself trembling in the basement of his home with his elderly parents. Days prior, when Huaxia issued a global evacuation order, his mentor, academician Chen, personally reached out to him, urging him to remain in Huaxia. William, you have secured permanent residency here. You can continue your cherished research, and it is far safer. Yet, William ultimately chose to return to the Eagle Land. His father, a staunch traditionalist who takes pride in his American identity, adamantly refused to abandon his homeland. Son, do not heed the propaganda of the Waxians. This is the Eagle Land, the mightiest nation on earth. Even in the face of monsters, our military, our Lone Rangers, will undoubtedly protect us. Unable to counter his father's convictions, William returned to the place of his birth, albeit with a heavy heart. However, reality delivered a stinging rebuke. Yes, a formidable military exists, but it is primarily engaged in safeguarding the politicians of Washington and the affluent of Wall Street. The plight of ordinary citizens seems to fall beyond the protective purview of the armed forces. Bang! Bang! The outside world erupted with fierce gunfire and the piercing screams of women. William's mother, a gentle woman of Chinese descent, turned pale with fear, clutching her husband tightly. Dear, what should we do? We only have enough food for 2 more days. William's father, once brimming with confidence, now resembled a defeated rooster. Head bowed in silence. Their car had been commandeered the previous day at gunpoint by 2 free-spirited African-American brothers. Now, they lacked even the means to venture out for provisions. William gazed at the despondent expressions of his parents, his heart brimming with remorse. Memories of his days in Huaxia flooded his mind. He recalled his teacher, Chen, who, though stern, cared for him as a father would. He thought of his junior, Xiao, who frequently engaged him in banter, yet exhibited an unparalleled synergy in their work. He remembered the darling of the nation, a beloved figure adorning the news daily. In Huaxia, the faces of the people radiated hope and confidence. Yet here, he witnessed nothing but panic and violence. Freedom, a bitter smile, crept across William's lips. So this is the freedom of the eagle's sauce, a freedom that permits the taking of life and property at any moment. Gritting his teeth, he made a resolute decision. He would take his parents and leave this place. He would return to that truly safe homeland. He retrieved a secure satellite phone from his pocket, a parting gift from Chen when he had departed. The teacher had said, if one day you find yourself regretting your choice, dial this number. Your motherland will always stand as your support. Taking a deep breath, William, with trembling hands, dialed the number he believed he would never use. The call connected swiftly, and on the other end, he heard the familiar and comforting voice of Chen. "Hello, is this William?" "Yes, it's me, teacher." William's voice quivered with emotion. We want to go home." Chapter 18. The Supreme Assembly of Huaxia, codename Mending the Heavens. The return of the William family serves merely as a small reflection of a much larger phenomenon. In the days following Huaxia's closure of its borders, countless overseas Chinese, filled with regret akin to that of William, sent out desperate signals for assistance to their homeland through various channels. The high-ranking officials of Huaxia maintained a clear stance regarding these individuals, as long as one acknowledges their heritage as descendants of Yin and Huang, and has not engaged in actions that jeopardize the nation's interests, the motherland shall never forsake them. Thus commenced a grand-scale, covert evacuation operation, codenamed Mending the Heavens. Quietly unfolding across the globe, countless agents, overseas organizations, and patriotic individuals loyal to the nation were mobilized, utilizing all available resources to surmount numerous obstacles, ensuring the safe return of compatriots stranded abroad, batch by batch, into the embrace of their homeland. This endeavor exemplifies Huaxia's increasingly formidable global influence, along with its unwavering sense of responsibility and commitment. September 10th. Only 4 days remain until the arrival of the colossal beast. In Kyoto, at the Supreme Command Center, a pivotal meeting that could determine the future of Huaxia is underway. Attendees include the highest officials from various sectors, such as General Xiao Zhenbong from the military, Academician Qin from the Academy of Sciences, and other influential figures. The atmosphere within the conference room is solemn and tense. Xiao Zhenbong begins by reporting on the current state of military preparations. Report to the commander. Our expansion plan, aimed at raising our forces to 100 million, has been exceeded. All soldiers have completed the injection of the first-generation Dragon Blood Serum, resulting in an average enhancement of their physical capabilities by 300. The 4 Symbols Guardian mechs have been upgraded and are ready for combat at a moment's notice. The aerospace mother ship Lunar Palace has also completed all tests and is currently hovering over the East China Sea, serving as our strategic command center. The nation's military production is operating at full capacity. Our ammunition reserves are sufficient to sustain a high-intensity war for 10 years. His voice resonates with confidence and assurance, embodying the essence of Huaxia's speed and strength. Following this, Academician Qin rises, his expression a blend of gravity and excitement. Esteemed colleagues, we have made groundbreaking progress in our research on divine beast genes. He activates a holographic projection, revealing a droplet of golden blood being analyzed and decoded by countless microscopic robots. We have discovered that the gene of Tuanzi possesses an unprecedented trait: infinite adaptability and super speed regeneration. Each cell resembles a miniature energy furnace, capable of absorbing, transforming, and storing nearly all forms of energy. Its regenerative capacity is truly formidable. According to our simulations, even when struck directly by a tactical nuclear weapon, as long as the core remains intact, it can regenerate in a short period by absorbing surrounding energy. A collective gasp reverberates through the conference room. This is no longer mere biology. It is divinity. Academician Qin adjusted his glasses and continued. Based on these discoveries, we have successfully developed the 2nd generation of the Dragon Blood Serum, which we have named Divine Blood. Its efficacy surpasses that of the 1st generation by more than 10-fold. It can endow an ordinary soldier with terrifying power that rivals, or even exceeds that of the 4 Symbols Divine Guard mechs. However, Academician Qin's tone shifted. The energy requirements for the Divine Blood Serum are immense and exceedingly unstable. Given our current technology, the success rate is less than 1. In the event of failure, the injector will be instantly torn to shreds by the raging energy. At this revelation, the conference room fell completely silent. A success rate of 1. This was no longer enhancement. It was a gamble for life. All eyes turned to the highest-ranking leader of Huaxia, who had remained silent thus far. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over each person present before finally resting on Academician Qin. Old Qin, tell me, what if we succeed? What if we have one? or even a battalion of divine blood warriors. Academician Chen inhaled deeply, his eyes radiating fervent light. Then we shall possess an army capable of sweeping away all in its path, a divine legion. We will no longer merely guard passively. We shall take the initiative. We will push the war beyond our borders. Even counterattack into their dimension. Excellent. The supreme leader slammed his fist on the table, rising to his feet. His eyes blazed with fervor. Then let us take the gamble. I command the establishment of the Kunlun Special Operations Team. We shall select the most resolute and steadfast warriors from across the military to voluntarily participate in the Divine Blood Project. Our Huaxia nation has never bowed to gods or revered Buddhas. Our fate lies solely in our own hands. For 5,000 years, we have endured countless disasters and challenges. Yet we have never succumbed. This time shall be no different. Those who dare to offend the celestial might of our Huaxia shall face inevitable retribution. This battle shall end in victory. Chapter 19. The Global Apocalypse Conference, September 12th. Only 2 days remain until the arrival of the colossal beast. As preparations intensify within Huaxia, an invitation from the Supreme Command of Huaxia is dispatched globally. The contents of the invitation are straightforward. A summit is scheduled for September 13th, 2045 at 9 a.m. to deliberate on the security of Blue Star. Your punctual attendance is anticipated. This seemingly mundane invitation, however, stirs a significant uproar worldwide. The leader of Eagle Sauce perceives this invitation as a profound humiliation. Once, such high-level meetings were exclusively within the purview of Eagle Sauce. The tides of power have shifted. He longs to decline, but is deterred by the knowledge that Huaxia now wields absolute initiative in this apocalyptic game. Armed with the ace of the divine beast and demonstrating formidable war mobilization capabilities, any who dare to slight them could find themselves the first to be cast aside in the impending catastrophe. Damn it, tell them we will definitely attend on time. The following day, at precisely 9 a.m., an unprecedented online summit commences. The virtual conference room is filled with leaders from nearly 200 nations and regions. Each seated upright, their expressions grave. On the main screen appears the leader of Huaxia. He forgoes any pleasantries and gets straight to the point. Esteemed colleagues, time is of the essence, so I shall be succinct. Based on our 100 reliable intelligence, within the next 24 to 48 hours, our planet will encounter the first wave of invaders from an alien dimension. His words strike like a boulder into the still waters of the gathering. Although all had anticipated this moment, the confirmation from Huaxia brings a suffocating shock to everyone present. These invaders are referred to as the pioneers. The imagery displayed reveals the grotesque. Cheetah-like monsters that previously emerged from a chasm. Their individual combat capabilities are not extraordinary. A well-trained modern army, equipped with heavy firepower, can effectively eliminate them. However, their numbers will be inexhaustible. Their objective is not conquest, but transformation. They will consume everything on our planet like locusts, their waste polluting our land, water, and air, altering our world into a habitat suitable for their masters. And their masters, the image shifts to reveal colossal creatures of mountain-like proportions, grotesque in form and exuding an aura of annihilation. Each one brings an overwhelming sense of despair. A profound silence envelopes the conference room. All leaders turn pale, their faces devoid of color. Is there any way to fight back? Should we charge and head first? He paused briefly before continuing. I am aware of the thoughts that occupy your minds. Despair? Fear? Yet, I must convey to you that this is not the moment for hopelessness. His voice suddenly soared, resonating with fervor and strength. For we still possess hope. The imagery shifted once more. This time, the imposing figure of the guardian spirit appeared, standing majestically atop Longya Island, its head raised to the heavens, emitting a golden divine light that enveloped its being, resembling an authentic deity. This is the guardian beast of our great nation, Tuanzi. It shall serve as our foremost trump card against the colossal beasts. Immediately following, the image of the four symbols guardian mech emerged. This is the pinnacle of our technological prowess, the four symbols guardian. They will constitute our second line of iron defense. Lastly, The scene fixed upon a group of warriors clad in black combat uniforms, their gazes resolute and unwavering. They are the first batch of Kunlun special forces who have successfully undergone the injection of divine blood serum, although they appear no different from ordinary individuals. An unmistakable aura of terrifying power, capable of shaking mountains and rivers, emanates from them. They embody the indomitable spirit of our 5,000-year-old civilization. They are our ultimate trump card. The leader spoke solemnly. Today, I unveil all our cards to you, not out of vanity, but to impart one crucial message. China possesses unwavering confidence in victory in this battle. However, we do not wish to witness a world of humanity reduced solely to China. Therefore, I now propose a Ark plan on behalf of our nation to the world. We shall open our western borders to establish a global safety zone capable of accommodating 100 million people. From this moment forth, you have 24 hours to submit your asylum applications to us. Each nation, based on its population, resources, and contributions to human civilization, will be allotted a certain number of Ark tickets. Naturally, this contribution also encompasses your long-standing attitude towards our great nation. Remember, this opportunity arises but once. I have concluded my address. With that, he abruptly severed the communication, leaving the entire conference room engulfed in a state of bewilderment. The Ark Plan Asylum Applications Attitudes towards China Chapter 20. The Global Summit, the Ark Project of Huaxia struck like a cataclysmic earthquake of magnitude 12, instantly redefining the geopolitical landscape of the Blue Planet. In the wake of this shocking revelation, leaders from all nations, after a brief spell of astonishment and bewilderment, succumbed to frenzy. Quick, connect me to the hotline of Huaxia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately. No, contact their Supreme Command directly. I demand to speak with their leaders myself. Inform them that our great bear nation is willing to exchange our entire strategic reserves for 5 million tickets. We, the Gallic Roosters, are prepared to offer all our artworks to Huaxia, merely seeking to preserve a flicker of our French civilization. In an instant, Huaxia's external communication lines were nearly overwhelmed. Appeals, promises, and negotiations flooded in as leaders from around the globe momentarily cast aside all dignity and restraint, akin to drowning souls desperately grasping at the lifeline of hope cast by Huaxia. Meanwhile, President Thompson of Eagle Sauce slumped in his chair, as if all strength had been drained from him. He understood that both he and his nation had suffered a calamitous defeat. Huaxia's stratagem was ruthlessly shrewd. Instead of retaliating directly against the provocations from Eagle Sauce, they adopted a posture of empathetic mercy, placing the choice in the hands of the world. Would you prefer to follow the once mighty world police, Eagle Sauce, into the unknown fate awaiting at the end of days? Or would you embark upon the Ark of Noah, crafted by the new sovereign Huaxia, in search of a glimmer of survival? This dilemma required no contemplation. It was all too evident that within the next 24 hours, Eagle Sauce would face complete isolation from the global community. Mr. President, the Secretary General regarded the disheartened Thompson with trepidation, cautiously inquiring, should we also submit an application to Huaxia? An application? Thompson shot up, his eyes bloodshot. Do you truly believe they would grant us tickets? Even if they did, based on our contributions and attitudes, how many do you think we could secure? 100,000? Or perhaps 1 million? What significance would that hold for our population of over 300 million? This is not salvation. It is an affront. Thompson let out a roar reminiscent of a wild beast. He recognized that Huaxia was compelling him to bow his once proud head and to submit, along with his entire nation, to a realm he had always looked down upon. FK. Meanwhile, on Dragon Tooth Island, Chen Yu was relishing the most sumptuous feast he had ever experienced. In celebration of the triumphant global summit, and to ensure he amassed the utmost energy before the impending battle, the nation had airlifted to him the frozen carcass of a prehistoric leviathan, the Tsanglong, recently captured from the depths of 10,000 meters below the sea. The ancient creature, the Tsanglong, measures over 50 meters in length and weighs an astounding 200 tons. It is one of the primordial beings awakened in the deep sea following the sinkhole incident. Initially, it sought to dominate the ocean's depths. However, it was subdued by the deep sea fleet of Huaxia, which employed specially designed electromagnetic harpoons to stun it, subsequently dragging it back. Now, it has become the sumptuous feast for Chen Yu. With a delighted howl, Chen Yu gazed upon the colossal mound of meat before him, saliva pooling in his mouth. He opened wide and took a bite, severing the Songlong's head in a single motion. Ding! Successfully devoured ancient Songlong, elite level, gained immense energy, evolution points 1,000. Evolution points 1352,000. What a delight! Chen Yu relished the meal thoroughly. Beside him, Su Xiaoye observed his unrefined manner of eating, a tender smile gracing her lips. She then activated the holographic communicator on her wrist. The image of academician Qin appeared on the screen. Xiaoye, the Ark Project has commenced. Nations across the globe are vying for the quotas we have allocated. Teacher, must we truly offer them protection? Su Xiaoye questioned, somewhat perplexed. To her, many countries, particularly the Eagle Nation, had previously acted in ways that warranted no sympathy. Academician Qin sighed, speaking with gravitas. Child, you must remember, our vision must be broader. We are not rescuing a specific nation or regime. We are safeguarding humanity as a whole, preserving our civilization. If, on this planet, only the Huaxia people remain, we would become an isolated island. That would not be a victory. It would be a different form of failure. Furthermore, a glimmer of profound wisdom flickered in academician Qin's eyes. Allowing them to enter our safe zone and accept our protection signifies that they will utterly lose their capacity to contend with us. Once the crisis abates, we shall rewrite the order of this world. This is the true essence of conquering without battle. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoye experienced a moment of clarity. She gazed into the distance at the gluttonous creature still engrossed in its meal, her heart brimming with profound reflections. Who would have imagined that the future of this world and the fate of humanity could be so dramatically altered by a ravenous, endearing being? Perhaps this is the remarkable nature of history itself. Chapter 21. William's Return and the Divine Blood Project. On the night of September 13th, a nondescript transport aircraft, equipped with stealth capabilities, silently touched down at a secret military airport along the western border. As the hatch opened, William assisted his elderly parents down the staircase. The moment his feet once again graced this familiar land, and he inhaled the air, though devoid of the sweetness of eagle sauce, yet imbued with a sense of stability, his eyes brimmed with tears. He had finally returned home. At the airport, a familiar figure awaited them, Su Xiaoye. She had taken the time out of her busy schedule to request leave from her superiors, coming to welcome her former senior. Senior, welcome home. Su Xiaoye stepped forward and embraced William gently. There were no superfluous words exchanged. Everything was conveyed in the silence. Gazing at his junior, who appeared more mature and capable than when he had left, William felt a tumult of emotions within him. Xiaoye, thank you. Silly, do we need to say that between us? Su Xiaoye smiled, then turned to William's parents. Uncle, Aunt, you must be weary from the journey. The teacher has arranged accommodations for you. Please follow me. As they made their way to the designated lodging, William observed the bustling crowds outside, who, despite their hurried pace, bore no trace of panic. He noticed the orderly military vehicles heading in various directions. With genuine admiration, he remarked, Xiaoye, you have transformed this place into a true Ark. Su Xiaoye puffed out her chest with pride. This is our country. Oh, senior. She suddenly recalled something and turned to William. Upon your return, the teacher has an important task he wishes to assign to you. What task? William inquired, curiosity piqued. Su Xiaoye's expression turned serious. The Divine Blood Project. She conveyed everything regarding the Divine Blood Serum and the existence of the Kunlun Special Operations Team to William. Naturally, all of this was under the guidance of academician Qin, who recognized William's extraordinary talent in genetic editing and bioenergetics, rivaling his own. The Divine Blood Project had reached a critical bottleneck, and they required William's intellect. After listening to Su Xiaoye's account, William was utterly astounded. To utilize the genes of divine beasts to create warriors of divinity? This plan was undeniably both wildly audacious and profoundly magnificent. Can I really do it? William asked, a hint of self-doubt creeping in. The teacher believes you can. Su Xiaoye's eyes sparkled with trust. He said your way of thinking is more unconventional. Perhaps you can find a breakthrough from an entirely new perspective. Taking a deep breath, William nodded decisively. All right, in gratitude for my homeland's embrace, and to contribute my efforts in this war, I, William, am willing to dedicate everything to the Divine Blood Project. The following day, William plunged into the intense realm of research. As he first stepped into the clandestine Shinki laboratory nestled beneath Kyoto, a sense of gravity enveloped him. The moment he beheld the golden blood of the divine beast, emanating a sacred glow within the energy vessel, he felt every cell in his body tremble with awe. It was perfection incarnate. Leaning against the observation window, he murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with obsession. This was not merely the double helix structure of DNA. Rather, it was the poetic essence of the universe, the ultimate truth of life. In the ensuing days, William became utterly engrossed in his studies. He forsook sleep and sustenance, channeling all his talent and intellect into deciphering the genetics of the divine beast. His contributions heralded a glimmer of hope for the stagnating Divine Blood Project. He proposed a daring hypothesis. Our previous approach aimed to forcibly duplicate the genes of the divine beast and graft them onto humanity. This is misguided. We are entirely distinct forms of life. Forcible grafting will only lead to genetic disintegration. What we should pursue is not duplication, but rather simulation and guidance. We must harness the vast, pure life energy contained within the blood of the divine beast to awaken the slumbering, ancient powers within human genes. Our goal is not to become divine beasts, but to transform into the gods that lie dormant within our own genetic potential. William's theory of genetic awakening profoundly inspired academician Chen and all the scientists involved. The research embarked on an entirely new trajectory. Meanwhile, time raced forward. On September 14th, only 24 hours remained until the anticipated arrival of the colossal beast. The entire blue planet was shrouded in a stifling tranquility, a palpable stillness that heralded the approaching storm. Chapter 22. The Harem of the Tuanzi and its first evolution while the world held its breath in anticipation of the impending Judgment Day. Dragon Tooth Island remained a tranquil haven. Chen Yu, the epicenter of this storm and the beacon of hope for humanity, continued his humble and monotonous existence as a mere glutton. His physique had now grown to a staggering 40 meters in height, weighing over 200 tons, a true behemoth. Yet, paradoxically, his temperament seemed to evolve into an increasingly zen-like demeanor. Each day was spent either consuming vast quantities of food or lounging atop the mountain, gazing contemplatively over his domain, his eyes deep and reflective like a philosopher pondering the nature of beastly existence. Within his territory, new inhabitants had also emerged. In a bid to better serve and study this national treasure, the government dispatched a cadre of the finest zoologists, ecologists, and even psychologists to the island. To alleviate the monotony of Tuanzi's life, they also airlifted a variety of companions. Among them were colossal white tigers from Siberia, regal lions from the African savanna, and even a mammoth calf, excavated from the polar glaciers and successfully revived through cutting-edge scientific techniques after being entombed for thousands of years. These creatures, typically apex predators in the wild, were transformed into docile companions before their island sovereign, behaving as meekly as kittens. Each day painted a peculiar tableau. A 40-meter-tall white divine beast dozing atop a mountain, while at the foot of the hill, a line of tigers, lions, and elephants stood orderly, awaiting their rations of Tuanzi's leftovers from the culinary offerings of the divine canteen. Indeed, these were mere scraps. Moreover, they dared not snatch a morsel. Any intruder or greedy soul attempting to cut in line would swiftly be met with the righteous glares of their fellow beasts. When this scene was broadcasted live, it once again elicited roars of laughter from netizens. Ha ha ha. The king of beasts is but a subordinate before Tuanzi. I declare Dragon Tooth Island to be Tuanzi's harem of beasts. Tuanzi mused, my empire and my useless little subordinates. I wonder about the psychological impact on the tigers. Once I was a dominant force in the mountains, and now I must subsist on scraps left by others. What a hard life it is for a tiger. Chen Yu, however, was indifferent to these subordinates. As long as they did not disturb his peace and served merely as a backdrop, he had little interest in their affairs. Yet, today felt different. After devouring the immense Songlong, an unprecedented surge of powerful evolutionary energy surged through him, akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting. He sensed that another evolution was imminent, one that would far surpass all previous transformations. Beep. Host's internal energy saturation detected. Conditions for the first species leap have been met. Warning. This evolution will take approximately 24 hours and will induce a state of deep slumber, leaving the host entirely defenseless against external threats. Select an absolutely safe location for evolution. 25 hours. Chen Yu silently repeated this number in his mind. It coincided almost perfectly with the predicted arrival time of the colossal beast. Was it mere coincidence? No, it must be. The arrangement of the will of Blue Star. It desires for me to complete my transformation at the very last moment, to confront the initial challenge in my most formidable form. Chen Yu rose, his immense figure casting a shadow that obscured the sun. He emitted a deep, resonant roar, summoning all his subordinates on the island before him. With a glance, he issued his first command since becoming the island's sovereign. Guard, protect this island during my slumber. No creature shall tread upon the summit. The ferocious beasts seemed to comprehend his intent. They lowered their proud heads and let out roars of submission. Having completed this, Chen Yu ventured into the heart of the island, to the sanctuary crafted meticulously for him by scientists, constructed with the sturdiest alloys and energy shields. He slowly lay down and closed his eyes. An irresistible wave of drowsiness enveloped him, and his consciousness sank into an endless abyss. At the moment he fell asleep, Xiao in the command center received an urgent alert. Report. The life signs of the creature are plummeting. Heartbeat and respiration are nearing zero. Yet within it, a terrifying energy comparable to that of a nuclear power plant is erupting. Xiao felt a tightening in her heart, but it was soon replaced by an overwhelming joy. It is evolution. The creature is undergoing its final transformation. She immediately reported to her superiors. Upon receiving the news, Xiao Zhenbong decisively issued orders. Initiate the highest-level defense protocol. The Moon Palace mothership descends over Dragon Tooth Island. The four symbols Divine Guard stand by around the island. From this moment forth, Dragon Tooth Island is the most crucial location on this planet. Until our king awakens, we shall protect everything in his stead. At that moment, the entirety of Huaxia's strength converged upon this small island. They awaited for their divine beast to complete its ultimate metamorphosis, awaited for the impending battle of destiny. Chapter 23. The Onslaught, the Power of Divine Blood. On the morning of September 15th at 9 a.m., in the open sea of the South Pacific near Blue Star, the sky was abruptly torn asunder. A colossal rift, akin to an abyssal chasm, manifested before them. Within it lay a profound and nauseating shade of azure. Shortly thereafter, the first wave of vanguards surged forth from this spatial portal like a torrent unleashed from a dam. Their forms mirrored those of the monsters previously encountered in the Tiankong of Huaxia. Yet this time they were even more gargantuan, their exoskeletons more formidable. Their numbers blotted out the sky, overwhelming the horizon. They have arrived. All global satellites simultaneously captured this scene of despair. The apocalypse had descended. The vanguards appeared to possess a singular purpose. They divided into multiple factions, each hurtling towards different continents. The most massive contingent was headed directly for the western coast of Eagle Sauce Nation. In the Pentagon's command center, President Thompson gazed at the screen displaying the monstrous army, resembling a looming storm cloud. His complexion as pale as parchment. Why? Why us first? He pondered in confusion. Logically, the Australian continent was closest to the spatial portal. Why would these creatures traverse such a distance to assault him? Could it be due to my handsome visage? Beside him, the Secretary of Defense trembled as he spoke. Mr. President, according to our modeling simulations, it may be due to the population density and industrial facilities on our west coast being the most concentrated in the world. To them, this place is the most nutrient-rich cake. I don't care about any cake. Thompson erupted in a fit of hysteria, immediately activating the highest defense protocol. Deploy our forces. Let our lone ranger mechas take action. Show the world that we, Eagle Sauce, are not to be trifled with. The orders were swiftly executed. All military bases along the western coast of Eagle Sauce sounded the highest level of alarm. Numerous fighter jets soared into the skies. Countless tanks rolled onto the streets. An army of soldiers rushed towards the coastal defenses. Meanwhile, the highly anticipated 120-meter-tall mecha, Lone Ranger, slowly rose from its secret base, confronting the ominous cloud of death. War was on the brink of ignition. Simultaneously, in Huaxia, at the secret base of the Kunlun Special Forces, 100 of the most resolute warriors, meticulously chosen, stood in silent formation. Before them lay 100 syringes filled with a pale golden divine blood serum. Among them was Captain Lin Feng, the man who had once been flung away by a mere swipe from the dumpling. He gazed at the syringes before him, his eyes devoid of fear, filled only with unbounded fervor. Brothers, his voice resonated throughout the base. We all understand what this serum signifies. A 1 success rate, a 99 mortality rate. Are we afraid? Not afraid. 100 warriors roared in unison, their voices resonating through the heavens. Good. Lin Feng nodded. We are soldiers. Our mission is to protect our homeland. Even if it means death, we shall perish on the path of charge. Our motherland needs us. The people need us. It is time for us to forge a legend of divinity for our Huaxia with our lives and fervor. For the homeland, for the people. Inject. At his command, the 100 warriors unhesitatingly plunged the syringes deep into their arms. Golden liquid surged into their veins in an instant. The next moment, heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the base. An unimaginable, soul-rending agony engulfed each individual. Their bodies began to undergo terrifying transformations. Skin cracked inch by inch, oozing golden blood. Muscles swelled, tore apart, and reformed in a frenzy. Bones groaned under the unbearable strain. In mere seconds, 99 of them could not withstand the violent energy, their bodies exploding into a mist of blood. The scene was utterly horrific. Yet amidst this crimson chaos, one figure slowly rose from the ground. It was Lin Feng. At this moment, he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. His height surged to 3 meters. His muscles appeared as if forged from steel, brimming with explosive strength. A faint golden carapace surfaced upon his skin. His eyes transformed into pure golden vertical slits, akin to that of a creature from myth. An overwhelming, suffocating aura emanated from him. He had succeeded. He had become the first divine blood warrior of Huaxia, feeling the terrifying power within him. Capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, he slowly clenched his fists. Then, he flashed a confident smile at the camera in the command center. Report to the commander. Lin Feng of the Kunlun squad has fulfilled his mission. Please advise on the next task. Meanwhile, on the west coast of Eagle Sauce, the war had escalated to a fever pitch. The number of vanguards was overwhelming. They charged fearlessly, like relentless tides crashing against the human defenses. Fighter jets fell from the sky like dumplings. Tanks were effortlessly torn to shreds by their sharp claws. The flesh and blood bodies of soldiers seemed exceedingly fragile before them. The defense line was perilously unstable. At that moment, the Lone Ranger mech arrived. Stand aside. Clear the way. The pilot, the once immensely confident Captain Karen, now perspired profusely. He maneuvered the mech, the 6-barreled Vulcan cannon unleashing furious tongues of flame. Tot. Countless large-caliber armor-piercing rounds instantly cleared a swath of the battlefield ahead. Do you see this? Scum, this is the might of Eagle Sauce. Captain Karen roared madly, releasing the fear within him. He piloted the mech as if a tiger unleashed among sheep, wreaking havoc upon all. However, his moment of glory did not endure for long. A creature of considerable size, distinctly larger than the other pioneers, stealthily emerged behind him. With a sudden leap, its razor-sharp tail blade struck towards the cockpit of a Lone Ranger like the venomous sting of a scorpion. Watch out! Karen's aide cried out in a panic. Yet it was all too late. Just as the lethal tail blade was about to pierce the cockpit, a golden streak of light seemed to transcend time and space, descending from above. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed. The elite pioneer did not even have the chance to let out a scream before being obliterated into a myriad of fragments by this golden radiance. As the golden light dissipated, a tall Eastern man clad in a black combat suit silently hovered in midair. It was Lin Feng. He cast a glance below at the now stupefied Lone Ranger mech and its equally bewildered pilot. Then, addressing the communicator, he spoke in fluent English laced with a hint of mockery. Greetings, friends from the Eagle Nation. Do not be afraid. We are here to safeguard together. Chapter 24. A Share Guardian? No, it is dimensional suppression. The appearance of Lin Feng, along with his nonchalant declaration of our share guardianship, plunged the entire battlefield of the Eagle Nation's west coast into an eerie silence. All the valiant soldiers, drenched in blood from their fierce combat, halted their actions, gazing blankly at the figure of the Eastern man who descended from the heavens like a deity. Who is he? How did he ascend? Did he just obliterate that monster which even our mechs found formidable with a single punch? Is this some kind of film? Inside the cockpit of the Lone Ranger mech, Captain Karen's mind was a blank slate. He stared at Lin Feng, now so close, feeling as though his worldview had been mercilessly smashed into the ground 17 or 18 times with a hammer. Hey, human. A mere mortal possesses power more terrifying than his mech, which cost trillions of dollars to construct. This defies science. This is not magic. This is simply metaphysics. Lin Feng paid no heed to the astonished expressions of the Eagle Nation soldiers. His gaze swept below, where the dark tide of the relentless vanguard army surged forth. A cold smile crept across his lips. A swarm of insects. He slowly raised his right hand, golden energy swiftly coalescing in his palm. A radiant sphere of energy so brilliant it seemed capable of incinerating all existence, materialized out of thin air. Divine. Heavenly strike. Oh wait, that was a mix-up. Lin Feng silently scoffed, then gently propelled the energy sphere towards the beast tide below. There was no earth-shattering explosion, not even a whisper of sound. Upon contact with the beast tide, the golden energy sphere transformed into a silent, expanding golden halo. Wherever the halo passed, whether among the ordinary vanguards or the elite ranks, regardless of their flesh or armored exoskeletons, everything was instantaneously disintegrated, vaporized, and utterly erased. It was as though they had been forcibly erased from this world with an eraser. An absolute realm of death, exceeding a kilometer in radius, manifested out of thin air. Hundreds of thousands of vanguards were reduced to dust in the wake of this strike. After completing this feat, Lin Feng appeared unbothered, as if he had merely swatted a mosquito. He withdrew his hand, observing the vast circular clearing below, and shook his head in mild discontent. Alas, it was my first attempt, and I am still unaccustomed. I seem to have miscalculated the force. The range appears a tad excessive. His understated mutterings resonated clearly through the communication channel, reaching the ears of every soldier in the Eagle Nation. Puffed inside the Lone Ranger mech, Captain Karen's subordinate spat out a mouthful of blood onto the control panel, fainting immediately. The range is too vast? Good heavens! Your maneuver nearly cleared our coastal defenses. You dare to call this a miscalculation? This is no longer merely a dimensional strike. It is as if the Creator is meticulously refining a draft that fails to meet his expectations. Captain Karen has finally regained his composure from shock. Gazing at Lin Feng in the sky, his expression shifts from incredulity to profound dread. He comprehends at last that the Huaxia people have never regarded their American counterparts as true adversaries, be it the mythical beasts of your or this divine being before him. They have merely been toying with them. Meanwhile, the Americans foolishly revel in their own misguided perceptions, believing they have discerned the entirety of the truth. How absurd! Utterly ludicrous! At that moment, a subtle ripple traverses the space behind Lin Feng. 99 figures, each radiating a golden luminescence, silently emerge. They are the remaining fortunate survivors of the Kunlun Special Operations Team, although their powers pale in comparison to Lin Feng's. Each possesses a terrifying combat prowess that rivals or even surpasses that of the Lone Ranger mech. 100 gods, 100 humanoid, mythical beasts. Crafted by the hands of Huaxia, they stand as the sharpest blade that Huaxia dares to present to the world. Lin Feng turns, nodding to his comrades. Then, he casts his gaze towards the distance, where the rift continues to spew forth a relentless tide of monsters. His voice resonates across the global public channel, echoing throughout Blue Star. Friends of the Eagle Nation, we have received your collective guardianship. Now, please step back. Allow us to demonstrate what true guardianship entails. Kunlun engage. Yes, 100 golden streaks of light, akin to meteors piercing the night sky, charge fearlessly towards the abyss that embodies despair and death. Chapter 25. The Final Evolution. The National Treasure, also a fierce beast, as Lin Feng led the Kunlun Divine Blood Battle Team to execute a textbook-level dimensional strike on the western coast of the Eagle Nation. The entire world fell silent. Every nation, every populace witnessed the awe-inspiring scene through satellite broadcasts. 100 warriors, akin to celestial beings descending from the heavens, charged into the boundless tide of beasts. They wielded no weapons. Their very bodies served as the mightiest arms. Each punch shattered the sound barrier, reducing swathes of monsters to mere fragments. Each kick rent the earth asunder, sending towering plumes of dust soaring to heights of 100 meters. They strolled through the beast tide with an air of nonchalance, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Those fierce vanguards, previously merciless before the Eagle Nation's military, appeared as feeble as lambs destined for slaughter in their presence. This was a massacre, an unilaterally executed slaughter of monsters by humanity. Within the Pentagon, President Thompson and his high-ranking officials resembled puppets stripped of their souls, staring blankly at the screen. Their proud military, the mech crafted at exorbitant costs, appeared utterly laughable and powerless before this divine legion that had seemingly emerged from nowhere. United in defense, Thompson murmured this greatest farce of the century, a jest of his own making. He finally comprehended. The Chinese had agreed to his proposal not out of diplomatic acumen, but merely sought an opportunity to stand at his doorstep and, in full view of the world, firmly slap him across the face, to declare to him, "Behold, brother, this is how the elder brother plays." Meanwhile, as the world remained enraptured by the Kunlun Divine Blood Battle teams, awe, a far greater and more terrifying metamorphosis unfolded on Lanya Island. Within Chen Yu's divine beast chamber, his colossal form, towering at 40 meters, lay ensconced in an impenetrable cocoon of chaotic, deep-hued light. The cocoon's surface shimmered with countless esoteric, golden runes that flowed and flickered. Each cycle generated subtle ripples in the surrounding space. Su Xiaoye and all the scientists stood vigil outside the chamber, anxiously monitoring the data emanating from within the cocoon. Report: the energy response within the target has surpassed the limits of our instruments. Report: the target's gene chain is undergoing an incomprehensible leap. It is evolving towards a higher dimensional life form. Report: the energy of the cocoon is becoming extremely unstable. An explosion could occur at any moment. Su Xiaoye's heart raced to her throat. She realized they were at the critical juncture of evolution. Success would transform him into a dragon, soaring to the heavens. Failure would lead to demise, a fate of eternal oblivion. She could only silently pray for him in her heart. Tuanzi, you must succeed. As if hearing her prayer, the tumultuous cocoon of light suddenly fell into silence. In an instant, all the radiance and runes retracted inward, surging into Chen Yu's body. The next moment, a crisp sound echoed, akin to the shattering of glass. A delicate crack appeared upon the cocoon of light. Following this second and third fissures, countless cracks spread like a spider's web, enveloping the entire cocoon. Boom! A colossale explosion erupted, an ineffable, supreme pressure, seemingly emanating from the very dawn of the cosmos, instantaneously swept across the entirety of Dragon Tooth Island. The former kings of beasts on the island buried themselves deeply into the earth, too terrified to utter a single whimper. Xiao and all the scientists felt their souls tremble beneath this overwhelming force, their legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground. They lifted their heads, gazing towards the center of the palace with eyes filled with reverence. As the dust settled, a new figure, both strangely unfamiliar yet profoundly familiar, emerged before them. It was still the dumpling, yet it had transformed beyond the endearing creature they once knew. Its size had surged to 130 meters, like a moving white mountain. Its once snow-white fur had faded, replaced by scales shimmering with a soft golden radiance, as if sculpted from the finest jade. Each scale exuded a sense of power and beauty, engraved with the oldest runes of the universe. Its dual horns had elongated, becoming sharper and more menacing, akin to two swords capable of piercing the heavens. Behind it, the furry tail had morphed into a dragon's tail, covered in jade-like scales, brimming with explosive strength. Most terrifying of all were its eyes. What kind of eyes they were! No longer the large, round, golden pupils, but elongated, burning with chaotic flames. Golden slit pupils. The playful charm had vanished, replaced by boundless authority, utter indifference, and a gaze that regarded all living beings as mere ants. From above, in this moment, it finally revealed its true nature as the Chaos Bai Ze, a national treasure, yet also a fearsome beast. Chen Yu slowly rose from the ground, feeling within him a terrifying power capable of upheaving oceans and tearing apart stars with a mere thought. He had finally come of age. He lowered his head, casting a glance at Xiao, trembling at his feet. Then he raised his gaze towards a spatial rift in the South Pacific, continuously spewing forth monsters. He opened his mouth, unleashing a proclamation powerful enough to make the entire blue planet tremble. A decree. Roar. The sound was no longer a mere roar, but a divine edict capable of establishing the very rules of the universe. Those who infringe upon my territory shall perish. Chapter 26 Awakening. This ambience feels utterly amiss. Dragon Tooth Island. Within the sacred beast palace, an eerie silence enveloped the air, reminiscent of the absolute stillness at the dawn of the universe. Xiao and all the scientists knelt upon the ground, scarcely daring to breathe. Their bodies trembled, their souls quaked. The immense, primordial pressure emanating from the pinnacle of life bore down upon them like a titanic wave, nearly suffocating them. In the heart of this despairing weight, a towering figure, 100 meters tall, slowly stirred. It lowered its fearsome yet divine head slightly. A pair of golden vertical pupils, ablaze with chaotic flames, gazed down upon these minuscule beings below, akin to mere specks of dust. Gulp. Xiao struggled to swallow, her heart racing perilously in her chest. It was over. That gaze was terrifying, cold, indifferent, merciless. This was no longer the playful, endearing creature they were familiar with, one that could pester for food and act adorably. No, this was a true, world-ending beast, emerging from the annals of ancient myth. Would it devour us as mere morsels? Winky face in the live broadcast, millions of viewers witnessed this scene through the drone's transmission. The barrage of comments, after a half-minute pause, erupted like a volcanic explosion. What the hell is this? My adorable creature? The atmosphere has shifted dramatically. Wasn't this supposed to be a heartwarming, cute show? Why has it suddenly transformed into a Cthulhu mythos? Oh my gosh, that gaze, I feel my SAN points plummeting. Can I still pet it? Wouldn't that just lead to being crunched in one bite? Though undeniably handsome, explosively so, I still miss the previous round, glutinous rice ball. Sob, sob, sob. While everyone was filled with dread, fearing the beast might unleash its fury, Chen Yu was engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Oh my, oh my, oh my, is this truly me? Through his divine consciousness, he beheld his current form, standing at a staggering height of 130 meters, weighing, well, likely in the tens of thousands of tons. His body was adorned with scales like white jade, shimmering with inscrutable, profound patterns, embodying a classical aesthetic of violent beauty. The majestic horns atop his head were both cool and imposing, seemingly capable of piercing through the earth with a mere thrust. The dragon tail behind him exuded an explosive sense of power. Dashing, absolutely dashing, yet Were those scales not excessively hard? Would he need a power sander just to scratch an itch? And what was up with that gaze? He yearned to display a friendly smile, yet it appeared as though he were about to devour someone. Most importantly, where was my fluffy tail? That soft, silky tail that could serve as a blanket. How had it transformed into this rigid appendage? Chen Yu felt his beastly persona shatter. I am supposed to be the protagonist of irresistible contrast. In its current state, where lies the charm? Where resides the contrast? It has become utterly invincible. This does not align with my character. He endeavored to control his facial muscles, attempting to adopt a cute expression. Yet, on his dignified and sacred visage, this attempt culminated in an exceedingly ferocious grin, reminiscent of a sinister smile that seemed to proclaim the imminent demise of all. Thud! Outside the inner palace, a young researcher with a fragile psyche, upon witnessing this smile, rolled his eyes back and fainted instantly. Chen Yu, this life is unbearable. He resolved to set aside his appearance for the moment and focus on tallying the gains from this final evolution. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the first species leap. Successfully evolve into Chaos Bai Ze, adult. Host, Chen Yu. Species, Chaos Bai Ze, adult. Level, 6. Height, 130 meters. Weight, 15,000 tons. Status, Divine Might. Evolution points, 0, 5,000. New skills unlocked. 1. Chaos Domain, passive active in passive mode. A pressure domain with a radius of 1 kilometer forms around you, suppressing and intimidating all hostile beings. When activated, the domain expands to a radius of 10 kilometers. Within it, you are the sole deity. You can manipulate all non-living matter within the domain, earth, stone, water, fire, wind, and inflict continuous dual, psychological, and physical damage upon all enemies. 2. Command reality, active, basic by harnessing chaotic divine power. Imprint your will forcefully upon the fabric of reality. You may utter simple, logically sound commands and manifest them into existence. For instance, wind, arise, water, rise, earth, collapse. The effectiveness of the skill correlates with the energy consumed. Warning, do not attempt commands that violate the fundamental laws of the universe, such as give me a girlfriend, or bear the consequences yourself. Oh my. After perusing the description of his new abilities, only 2 words remained in Chen Yu's mind. Chaos Domain. Is this not the legendary inherent barrier? With my background music, none can defeat me. And Command Reality. This is truly an ethereal technique. Though there are various limitations, the prestige is undeniably elevated. In future battles, there will be no need for me to lift a finger. I shall simply stand there, gazing wistfully at a 45-degree angle towards the heavens, softly uttering 2 words, thunder, come. Then, with a crack, the enemy shall be reduced to cinders. The imagery of it all is exhilarating to contemplate. Just as Chen Yu was lost in reverie over his newfound powers, a voice, trembling and cautious, pulled his thoughts back. Tuanzi Soma, do you still remember me? It was Xiao. Summoning all her courage, she lifted her gaze towards the towering beast before her, her voice quivering with uncertainty. In her eyes, there resided a blend of fear, reverence, and a subtle, almost imperceptible yearning. She was afraid that the once cherished little one, who used to nuzzle affectionately against her, had truly vanished without a trace. Chapter 27. Global Tremors. The craftsmanship of eagle sauce upon hearing the quivering voice of Xiao. Tinged with tears, Chen Yu emerged from his reverie. He cast his gaze downward, observing the diminutive girl before him, who resembled an ant yet possessed the courage to look up at him. Alas, he had frightened her. Chen Yu sighed inwardly, aware that his current state was indeed somewhat beyond the bounds of normalcy. He needed to devise a means to soothe his chief caretaker and personal bee steward. Otherwise, who would arrange his meals in the future? It would be beneath his dignity to serve himself. After contemplating, he resolved to demonstrate through action that he remained the same Navi cub. Thus, amidst the uncertain gazes of Xiao and the global audience, the towering behemoth, standing at a staggering 130 meters, its body cloaked in white jade scales, and with a gaze that could instill terror, gradually, oh so slowly, lowered itself. Then, with great care, it gently, oh so gently, nudged the enormous, fearsome head, larger than a heavy tank, against Su Xiaoya's feet. Yes, the feet. Given his current size, attempting to nuzzle her arm or face would be akin to using a siege hammer to crack an egg. Nuzzling her feet was the most tender gesture within his capabilities. With a resounding thud, the colossal head descended to the ground, sending vibrations that nearly caused Su Xiaoya to stumble. Yet, she did not retreat. Instead, she stood transfixed, gazing at the immense head that had come to rest before her, feeling the cold, yet familiar breath emanating from the jade-like scales. Its eyes remained indifferent, yet its actions were imbued with affection. In that fleeting moment, all of Su Xiaoya's fears and anxieties dissipated. Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. "Oh, you haven't changed. You are still my little dumpling." She reached out, trembling, to caress the cold yet smooth scales. In a live stream, millions of viewers witnessed this poignant scene, collectively moved. Crying. The beast is still the same, just grown up. This damn contrast. Who can withstand it? One moment a world-destroying demon, the next begging for affection. Suodis, don't cry. Mommy won't cry either. Woolwood the cub has grown up and learned to care. Am I the only one who noticed? Lord Dumpling is nuzzling the feet. What a strange awakening of XP. Dog head for safety. Feeling the warmth of Su Xiaoya's palm, Chen Yu exhaled in relief. All was well. It seemed that the ability to be adorable was inscribed in his very soul, independent of his appearance. As long as the core essence remained unchanged, Chen Yu, shall forever be the most endearing cub. Meanwhile, as this tender scene unfolded on Lanya Island, the outside world erupted in response to Chen Yu's ultimate evolution. Leaders from various nations, witnessing this epic-making transformation through the live broadcast generously shared by Huaxia, were left astounded as they beheld the towering behemoth, a harbinger of doom standing 100 meters tall, ultimately surrendering to a gentle demeanor before a human girl. Their hearts were not only filled with astonishment, but also with an overwhelming sense of envy and jealousy. Why? Why had such a divine creature manifested in Huaxia? Why not among us, the eagles, the gulls, or the John Bulls? What distinguished them from Huaxia? The bitterness and resentment consumed him. He realized he had no cards left to play. Huaxia had not only summoned a celestial army, but had also upgraded their ultimate weapon to an unprecedented level. The future of this planet was irrevocably, nay, had never been in the hands of the Eagles. The Secretary General, standing nearby, spoke in a tone tinged with despair. Huaxia has just sent over the final distribution plan for the Ark tickets. We Eagles have been allocated 1 million. 1 million? Thompson let out a bitter laugh. With a population exceeding 300 million, this paltry sum amounted to mere breadcrumbs. Moreover, they included a condition. The Secretary General swallowed hard. They stated that this 1 million tickets, along with potential military aid to follow, require us to exchange something in return. Exchange? What did they desire? Money? Resources? Thompson inquired. The Secretary General shook his head, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. They specifically demanded that we surrender all core technologies of the Freedom Guardian program, including the schematics for the Lone Ranger mechs, energy core technologies, and the complete biological data of Captain Karen. What? Thompson sprang to his feet, finally grasping Huaxia's nefarious intent. They aimed to undermine him entirely. They sought not only his wealth, but also his technology, ultimately desiring to dissect his strongest warriors down to their very essence. This was an egregious violation of dignity. Thompson trembled with rage. Yet did he have a choice? No. On the other end of the line were the Wall Street tycoons, applying relentless pressure. Sighing deeply, Thompson felt as if he had aged 20 years in an instant. He listlessly sank back into his chair and waved a hand at the Secretary General. Agree to their terms. The tone of the letter must be sincere, profound, and must fully embody our eagle spirit of craftsmanship. The Secretary General bowed and exited the office. He understood that from this moment onward, the once mighty Eagle Empire, which had commanded respect on the Blue Planet, had drawn its final curtain. Chapter 28. The Cunning Commander, Blood of Kunlun, in the South Pacific. once the site of a spatial rift. Although the rift has since closed, the war is far from over. Millions of monstrous pioneers ravage this blue planet like a black plague. On the west coast of the Eagle Nation, this is the largest battlefield in the world, second only to Huaxia. The Kunlun team, led by Lin Feng, thrusts like a searing blade into the heart of the beast tide. 100 divine blood warriors unleash astonishing combat prowess, akin to celestial soldiers from myth, causing monsters to fall in droves, their black blood staining the entire coastline. After the initial shock and fear, the remaining soldiers of the Eagle Nation muster their courage once more, following the Kunlun team to eliminate the stragglers. Captain Karen, the pilot of the Lone Ranger mech, has completely cast aside his former pride. He now willingly serves as Lin Feng's aide. Captain Lin, at 3 o'clock to the left, we have detected a high-energy reaction. Approximately 30,000. Karen broadcasts battlefield information over the public channel, his tone filled with awe. Understood. Lin Feng hovers in midair, his golden pupils scanning the direction with indifference. He even finds it unnecessary to take action himself. With but a thought, the earth quakes. Collapse. With a thunderous roar, the ground in the distance collapses without warning, forming a massive pit. The 30,000 unresponsive pioneers are swallowed by the earth like dumplings, clean and efficient. My God, Karen watches this scene, his worldview once again shattered. Is this the power of a deity? With a mere gesture, the world is turned upside down. The war seems to be tilting overwhelmingly in their favor, victory appearing within reach. However, a tinge of unease lingers in Lin Feng's heart. Is too smooth, almost unnaturally so. These monsters, though numerous, seem rather mindless, merely charging forward en masse. This is a far cry from the previous commander, who understood ambushes and utilized cannon fodder to exhaust their energy. Could it be that after the commander was swiftly eliminated by Lord Dango, this horde has become a headless dragon? As he ponders this, on the edge of the battlefield, atop an abandoned skyscraper, a seemingly inconspicuous pioneer with an exceptionally cold gaze lies in wait within the shadows. Unlike its kin, it does not roar or charge into battle. It observes the chaos like a ruthless hunter, silently taking in everything on the battlefield, particularly the 100 golden figures in the sky. Within its compound eyes gleams a spark of intelligence, as it meticulously calculates each strike and energy burst from the members of the Kunlun team. Objective: God-Blood Warrior. Energy model: primary application of chaotic energy. Advantages: extremely potent single-target burst, capability of flight, possessing slight rule interference ability. Disadvantages: poor energy sustainability, relatively weak defense. Singular combat mode: lack of effective ranged attack means. Conclusion: can be hunted. A cold, emotionless analysis completed within its mind. It is the newly born commander among this batch of pioneers, more cunning and far more ruthless than its predecessor. It raised its sharp claws, issuing a series of silent, mental commands that only its kin could perceive, directed at the chaotic tide of beasts below. All units, abandon frontal assault. Utilize the city as cover. Engage in guerrilla warfare. Prioritize attacking those frail carbon-based beings clad in stars and stripes uniforms. Let their flesh and blood drain the God-Blood Warrior's energy and patience. The orders were given. The beast tide, initially charging against the coastal defenses, suddenly altered its strategy. They ceased their relentless advance, retreating like a receding tide, dispersing into the vast, steel jungle of the city behind. Lin Feng immediately sensed something amiss. Were they plotting a retreat? Karen was equally stunned. Before they could react, a series of anguished screams echoed from deep within the city. It was the civilians who hadn't managed to flee, and those soldiers stationed in various districts of the city. This is bad. Lin Feng's expression shifted. They were slaughtering the innocent. Quick, split up, enter the city, and rescue the survivors. Lin Feng commanded without delay. Understood. The members of the Kunlun squad acted without hesitation, transforming into beams of golden light as they surged into the city, now a hell on earth. However, this played directly into the hands of the pioneer commander. As the Kunlun squad dispersed into the complex urban warfare environment, their advantages were significantly diminished. The fearless pioneers, familiar with the city's terrain, began to hunt these divine beings like a pack of seasoned predators. A young member of the Kunlun squad had just shattered 5 or 6 pioneers with an energy fist, saving a mother and daughter hiding beneath a car. Yet before he could catch his breath, the ground beneath him suddenly erupted. Dozens of pioneers, lying in ambush, leaped from the sewers, their sharp claws and tail blades lunging from all sides toward his body. Thud! The young warrior, caught off guard, activated his energy shield, but still found himself breached by multiple attacks. Golden blood stained his black combat uniform for the first time. Xiao, another squad member nearby, witnessed this scene, his eyes widening in fury as he rushed to provide support. But more pioneers surged from the surrounding buildings, ensnaring him tightly. This is a trap, a meticulously crafted trap, baited with the lives of innocent civilians. Damn it! Lin Feng hovered above the city, witnessing his comrades embroiled in fierce battles. With casualties beginning to emerge, his eyes ablaze with fury. He was acutely aware that an unseen hand was orchestrating this entire ordeal from the shadows. Yet, within this vast and intricate metropolis, he found himself utterly unable to locate that cursed commander. This marked the first occasion since the establishment of the Kunlun team that they had shed their own blood. Moreover, this harrowing scene was broadcast live, reverberating across the globe. The hearts of viewers worldwide were once again lodged in their throats. Chapter 29, National Treasure Strike. Additional funds required. On Long Island, Chen Yu reclined atop the mountain, languidly digesting the sumptuous feast he had previously enjoyed. The energy provided by the prehistoric Songlong was indeed substantial, elevating his evolutionary points to 1355,000. Alas, the pace of advancement was becoming increasingly sluggish. Chen Yu sighed inwardly, likening it to the later stages of a game where defeating a minor foe yields a mere few experience points, while leveling up demands tens of millions. It was exhausting. It seemed he ought to urge his dedicated steward to arrange for some high-experience substantial dishes for him. As he pondered, Su Xiaoye swooped in with her small wings, her demeanor devoid of the usual cheerfulness, replaced instead by a palpable sense of urgency and concern. Tuanzi, something's amiss. Su Xiaoye projected the latest battle situation from Yingjiang West Coast through the holographic display on her wrist for Chen Yu to witness. The imagery revealed the Kunlun team embroiled in a desperate struggle, powerful divine blood warriors succumbing to the relentless onslaught of monstrous foes and treacherous traps, sustaining injuries and even facing sacrifice. Their golden blood stained the ruins of the city, a sight that choked the heart. Chen Yu's golden vertical pupils narrowed slightly upon witnessing the scene, a chilling fury igniting within him. The members of the Kunlun team, in a sense, were akin to his own progeny, having been forged from their very blood. Now his offspring were being bullied outside. As a parent, how could he tolerate such an affront? A low, rumbling roar escaped Chen Yu as he slowly rose to his full stature. He felt compelled to assist. No, he had to intervene. He intended to let that wretched insect lurking in the shadows understand the wrath of a guardian. He turned to Su Xiaoye, his intent unmistakable. I must depart. Immediately, understanding his meaning, Su Xiaoye felt a flicker of joy, swiftly replaced by concern. Tuanzi, I desire for you to go as well. However, General Xiao and the others have just issued the highest directive. What directive? Chen Yu tilted his head, his current form rendering the gesture rather intimidating rather than endearing. Su Xiaoye's face bore a distressed expression as she relayed. General Xiao stated, National treasures must not be moved lightly. Your safety is of utmost priority. They do not consent to your leaving Long Island. Chen Yu was taken aback. What nonsense is this? My soldiers are bleeding out there, and you leaders are preventing this formidable weapon from entering the fray? What absurd maneuver. Are you afraid I might be harmed? What a ludicrous joke. In this splendid jade-scaled armor, I could withstand a nuclear bombardment and merely brush off a layer of dust. System notification. The host's current physical defense can withstand a direct strike from a 5 million-ton hydrogen bomb without sustaining any injury. See, even the system corroborates my resilience. Chen Yu was immediately displeased, though he understood the higher-up's caution. Ultimately, one is unique, the final trump card. However, The quandary lies in the fact that if this trump card remains unutilized, it bears no distinction from a mere scrap of paper. Furthermore, witnessing one's offspring being harmed is an indignity that cannot be easily swallowed. No, I must intervene in this matter, Chen Yu resolutely resolved in his heart. But how can he persuade that group of antiquated thinkers to acquiesce? Should he confront them directly? No, that would be far too disorganized and undisciplined. I am, after all, a public servant with responsibilities. One must be mindful of the implications. To forcefully intrude would be an act of folly. Wisdom must be employed. Chen Yu's eyes twinkled as a clever plan took shape in his mind. He who had just stood with imposing grandeur suddenly flopped back down, and with his massive dragon tail, covered his head, adopting a defiant posture of "I cannot hear you." Xiao, observing this, grew anxious. "Oh dear, Tuanzi, please don't behave this way. I understand your concerns, but military orders are absolute." She fluttered around Chen Yu, earnestly imploring him. Yet, Chen Yu remained unresponsive, immobile as a statue. He had gone on strike. Millions of viewers in the live stream burst into laughter at this scene. "Ha, I get it. Tuanzi is throwing a tantrum. Translation: if you wanted to work, fine, but you leaders must show some sincerity." "Exactly," the little one said. "If you want to go on a business trip, you must offer a raise. Hurry, Goddess Sue, go tell General Xiao. If he doesn't, he agrees soon. The little one will run away from home." Xiao, glancing at the live chat, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. She realized that Tuanzi was protesting in its own manner. Clearly, it would not relent without its demands being met. But what exactly did it desire? Just as Xiao found herself at a loss, Chen Yu slowly extended a colossal claw from beneath his tail. With his sharp talons, he began to scratch the ground before him. This time, he did not draw pictures or write words. Instead, he sketched one peculiar, technology-laden object after another. Some were airborne, others terrestrial, and still others aquatic. As Xiao leaned in for a closer look, comprehension dawned upon her. Those were unmistakably the F-22 Raptor fighter jets, M1A, two main battle tanks, and Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarines from the Eagle country. Finally, beside these illustrations, Chen Yu drew a large, drooling mouth. The implication was crystal clear. Xiao gasped in disbelief. "My heavens, this creature, it desires to feast upon foreign strategic weaponry. This transcends mere financial compensation. This is unabashed robbery." Chapter 30. Negotiations and noise from the safe zone. Xiao gazed at the peculiar menu featuring mythical beasts sprawled on the ground, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. She laboriously lifted her gaze to the enormous creature before her, which was covering its face with its tail, feigning sleep. A twitch of her mouth betrayed her incredulity. Good heavens, what a spectacle! While other people's pets might merely throw tantrums by tearing up the house or dismantling a sofa, this one had the audacity to demand fighter jets, tanks, and nuclear submarines as snacks. Is this insatiable appetite proportional to its massive size? Lord Tuanzi, Xiao ventured tentatively, "These items, they can't be very palatable, can they? They're just cold, hard lumps of metal, reeking of oil." Chen Yu peeked through the gap in his tail, lifting one eyelid to cast a glance at her. The look in his eyes seemed to convey, "What do you know? This is called industrial flavor. It's precisely what I crave." Of course, he did not genuinely desire these metallic morsels. The energy derived from such conventional weaponry could hardly compare to that of an A-grade roast beef. His intentions were twofold. Firstly, he aimed to exert pressure on the higher-ups to authorize his mission. Secondly, and more significantly, he was subtly hinting to the authorities that it was time to procure some high-energy specialty ingredients for him. For instance, the energy cores of these weapons, the aircraft engines of fighter jets, the gas turbines of tanks, and particularly that nuclear reactor within the submarine. Now that, to him, would be a true boon. Ding! High concentration of energy source detected nearby. K-15 pressurized water reactor, estimated to provide evolution points 3,000. See? Even the system has begun to sound the alarm. This indicates that my direction is indeed correct. Observing Chen Yu's relentless determination, Xiao realized that her attempts at persuasion were futile. With a wry smile, She activated her communicator to report the absurd situation unchanged to Xiao Zhenbong, who was far away in Kyoto. What? He wants to consume an F-22? And a nuclear submarine? Xiao Zhenbong's booming roar echoed through the communicator. This fellow, no, this esteemed being, why doesn't he just fly to the heavens? Why doesn't he ask for the moon? Fuming, Xiao Zhenbong paced back and forth in the command center. Absurd. Utterly outrageous. If word of this got out, where would the dignity of our nation lie? Would they accuse us of mistreating a national treasure? Beside him, Academician Sheen appeared remarkably unperturbed. Adjusting his glasses, he chuckled and said, Old Xiao, don't be so agitated. I believe this may not necessarily be a bad thing. Oh, Xiao Zhenbong halted, regarding him with curiosity. Tuanzi is expressing its demands in its own unique way, Academician Sheen elucidated. It has now evolved to adulthood, and ordinary food can scarcely meet its energy requirements. The items it has depicted likely do not intrigue it for their metallic exterior, but rather for the filling within. Filling? Xiao Zhenbong was momentarily taken aback, only to soon grasp the implication. You mean, the energy core? Indeed, the glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Academician Sheen's eyes, particularly regarding the reactor aboard a nuclear submarine. For it, that could potentially serve as a super energy source. Xiao Zhenbong inhaled sharply, using a nuclear reactor as a snack. This notion was utterly preposterous, yet upon further contemplation, it seemed rather plausible. After all, the counterpart was a mythical beast. Nevertheless, Xiao Zhenbong remained somewhat hesitant. Where could they possibly procure a nuclear submarine? Surely, they couldn't resort to seizing one from Eagle Sauce, could they? What would that make them? Interstellar pirates? Haha. Academician Sheen chuckled. Sometimes, achieving our objectives does not necessarily require seizing. We could simply borrow it. Meanwhile, in the upper echelons of Huaxia, a brainstorming session was underway to address the outrageous demands of the national treasure. Within the Ark safety zone in western Huaxia, a minor commotion was unfolding. Inside the luxurious living quarters 801, Duke Rockefeller from the small European nation of Vantland reclined with his legs crossed, savoring the exquisite red wine airlifted from his homeland while watching the live battlefield broadcast on a holographic screen. Upon witnessing the Kunlun team embroiled in a fierce struggle, even sustaining casualties, a gleeful smirk of schadenfreude emerged on his visage. Huh, did you see that? I have always asserted that these Huaxia people are nothing remarkable, he remarked to several fellow noble refugees from Europe. Their divine blood warriors may sound formidable, yet are they not merely fleeing in terror from a band of monsters? Frankly, they ought to have let those creatures obliterate Eagle Sauce. Then, once the crisis has passed, we Europeans can reclaim our status as the center of the world. Duke Rockefeller's grandiloquent discourse garnered enthusiastic agreement from the surrounding nobles. They had all paid a hefty price to acquire their tickets from Huaxia. Although sheltered under Huaxia's protection, their inherent arrogance and prejudice, rooted in a bygone era, remained unscathed. They looked down upon Huaxia and the refugees from other nations. Amidst their lofty discussions, a young officer clad in Huaxia's military uniform entered, accompanied by 2 soldiers. The officer's expression was as frosty as winter's breath. "Are you Duke Rockefeller?" he inquired. "Yes, I am. What is the matter?" Rockefeller replied with a disdainful glance, his tone haughty. "If you have business, speak with your diplomats. I do not converse with inferiors." The officer's gaze sharpened to a keen edge. Yet, he refrained from reacting impulsively. Instead, he coldly stated, "Your Grace, according to Article 17 of the Ark Safety Zone Management Regulations, you are temporarily stripped of your A-class living quarters privileges due to your alleged public remarks that undermine human unity and jeopardize morale during wartime. From this moment forth, you and your companions shall be transferred to a labor re-education camp of the F grade. There, you will engage in meaningful physical labor to relearn how to contribute to human civilization." "What?" Rockefeller abruptly rose, his wine glass shattering upon ground. "Dare you? Do you know who I am? I am the Duke of Ventureland. You cannot treat me in this manner." In response, he was met with the ominous barrels of soldiers' loaded guns and the emotionless voice of an officer. "Here, Your sole identity is that of a refugee under our protection. Chapter 31. William's breakthrough and the boat borrowing plan. The minor incident occurring within the safe zone barely registered on the minds of the high-ranking officials in Huaxia. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be employed for those who, while enjoying the fruits of your labor, wish to undermine you. The simplest and most forceful approach is necessary to make them recognize the reality of their situation. At this moment, within the Kyoto Divine Awakening Laboratory, all attention was fixated on a matter of far greater significance. William, the former scientist from Eagle Sauce, now a researcher for Huaxia, stared intently at the gene sequence analyzer, his eyes glowing a fierce red. His hair was a disheveled nest, and stubble covered his chin. Since he had immersed himself in the Divine Blood Project, he had not slept for 3 days and nights. No, it's still not right, he murmured to himself, his fingers frantically dancing across the virtual keyboard as torrents of data flashed before his eyes. The backlash of energy remained an unresolved issue at its core. The Divine Blood Stabilizer could only address the symptoms, not the root cause. It functioned merely as a flow restrictor, forcibly suppressing the chaotic energy within the warriors, preventing them from unleashing their full potential. If this continued, they would still be in grave danger when confronted with even more formidable foes. He found himself ensnared in a mental deadlock. The genes of the divine beast resembled an inexhaustible treasure trove, yet they could never find the most critical key to unlock its door. Sigh. William, in a fit of frustration, raked his fingers through his hair and threw himself into a chair. He looked up at the center of the laboratory, where Chen Yu's golden blood sample floated serenely within an energy container. Suddenly, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Wait, have we been misguided from the very beginning? He sprang from his chair and rushed to Academician Chen, exclaiming with fervor, Professor, I believe I've had a breakthrough. What have you discovered? Academician Chen, preoccupied with concerns about the frontline situation, was startled. The key we have been searching for. The light of enlightenment sparkled in William's eyes. We have been attempting to replicate the power from the blood of the Great Dumpling, but we overlooked a crucial detail. The Great Dumpling is alive. Its power is continuously growing and evolving. The drop of blood we possess is merely a snapshot of it at a certain stage. It is dead. Using a static template to simulate a dynamic system is inherently paradoxical. Upon hearing William's revelation, Academician Chen was jolted, as if awakened from a stupor. Indeed, these top scientists had ensnared themselves in a narrow mindset, committing such a fundamental logical fallacy. You mean? Academician Chen's voice trembled slightly. We need a new sample. William nodded emphatically. We require fresh blood from the Great Dumpling after its evolution. Only with its latest genetic blueprint can we discover a genuine way to resonate with chaotic energy, rather than merely suppressing it. What we seek is not a stabilizer, but rather a catalyst capable of guiding the divine blood warriors to autonomously complete their energy cycles and gene evolution, much like Lord Tuanzi. This notion is audacious and tantalizing. If it indeed comes to fruition, the Kunlun team will no longer be a disposable force. They will transform into a true divine army, capable of growing stronger through battle and the absorption of energy akin to celestial beasts. Upon realizing this groundbreaking advancement, Academician Chen promptly reported it to the Supreme Command. Understood. After listening to the briefing, Zhao Jinbong fell silent for a moment before making a decisive resolution. It appears that we must inevitably grant the National Treasures business trip application. He paused, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Furthermore, we must find a way to accommodate its additional requests. Connect me immediately to President Thompson of the Eagle Nation through a secure line. Inform him that we, Huaxia, are willing to lease one of their decommissioned Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarines for the purpose of conducting scientific research that would benefit all of humanity. Naturally, the rental fee is negotiable. Let it be settled with 100,000 Ark tickets. I am confident that our principal friend from the Eagle Nation will not refuse. Thus a plan, later humorously dubbed by historians as the most audacious act of appropriation in history, was born. Upon receiving Huaxia's leasing request, Thompson nearly suffered a myocardial infarction from rage. Lease, you dare call this a lease? This is outright theft. And you propose to use my coveted tickets as payment? Is there no limit to your audacity? Yet, he uttered the same refrain. Did he have a choice? No. Therefore, after a cordial and candid exchange, both parties reached an agreeable accord. The Eagle Nation would lease a recently decommissioned nuclear submarine, codenamed Spear of Poseidon, to Huaxia for scientific research. In return, Huaxia agreed to provide an additional 100,000 precious Ark tickets to the Eagle Nation. Moreover, when necessary, the Kunlun team would extend humanitarian assistance to the Eagle Nation's West Coast defense line. Thus, a magnificent political transaction was completed. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind it all, Chen Yu, remained oblivious to these behind-the-scenes negotiations, reclining on Dragon Tooth Island. He merely felt that the nuclear submarine he had sketched in the sand seemed tantalizingly close to fruition. Chapter 32. The Goddess's Request and the Moonlit Bargain on Dragon Tooth Island. Beneath the luminous moon and scattered stars, Chen Yu's colossal form lay peacefully atop the mountain, akin to a majestic white peak. The sea breeze caressed his jade-like scales, producing a melodious chime reminiscent of an ancient lullaby. He was engrossed in contemplating a profoundly philosophical quandary. If I were to consume a nuclear reactor, would the burp that followed also be radioactive? This inquiry was indeed intricate. At that moment, a familiar hum of a small aircraft approached from the distance. Su Xiao had arrived. She hovered before Chen Yu's immense visage, gazing into his vertical pupils that glimmered like two golden suns under the moonlight, her heart filled with awe. Yet, amid that reverence, there lingered a hint of familiarity and reliance. Good evening, Lord Tuanzi, she greeted him, a title she had grown accustomed to, for in her heart, Chen Yu had long transcended the realm of mere mortals. Chen Yu lazily lifted his eyelid and shifted his massive head in acknowledgement. His gaze seemed to inquire, has my takeaway, my late-night snack arrived? Su Xiao found his insatiable appetite amusing, and her tension dissipated considerably. It's on its way. General Xiao and the others are currently engaged in friendly negotiations with the Eagle faction. Your seafood feast should arrive by tomorrow morning, she said, half-jokingly. Upon hearing this promising news, Chen Yu's spirits lifted. His enormous tail swayed gently behind him, striking the rocky surface with a resonant thud. Observing his cheerful demeanor, Su Xiao sensed that the moment had come. She inhaled deeply, her expression turning solemn. Lord Tuanzi, in truth, I have come today with a matter of utmost importance to request of you. Oh, Chen Yu's interest was piqued. The use of the word request indicated the gravity of the situation. He regarded Su Xiao, silently urging her to continue. From her storage compartment, she retrieved a specially designed, oversized blood extraction needle, significantly larger than the previous one, alongside a colossal container crafted from unique inert crystal, capable of holding enough liquid to fill an entire swimming pool. This is... Su Xiaoya's voice quivered slightly. Brother William. No, our Divine Blood Project has encountered a bottleneck. She elucidated William's gene awakening theory and their urgent need for a catalyst, laying bare the details before Chen Yu. We require your fresh blood after your evolution. Moreover, the quantity needed this time may be rather substantial. She gestured towards the immense crystal container, her face etched with apprehension. She understood that this request was rather excessive. Blood, the essence of vitality for any being, was a sacred resource. To demand such a large amount was tantamount to asking a lion to open its jaws wide. She had even mentally prepared herself for the possibility of being flung away by a swipe of his tail. However, upon hearing her request, Chen Yu fell into silence. His golden vertical pupils gazed steadily at Su Xiao, an inscrutable depth in his eyes, rendering his thoughts a mystery. The atmosphere became momentarily stagnant. The audience in the live stream held their breath in suspense. This is a bit excessive, Su Goddess. Will the little one be angered? Indeed, needing so much blood, how is this different from liposuction? No, it's far more severe. Little one, woman, are you testing the limits of my divinity? Surely. It can't be, right? The little one cares for Su Goddess so much. He will surely agree. Chen Yu was certainly not angry. He was merely weighing the pros and cons. Drawing blood was not a significant affair for him. With his current recovery capabilities, even if he were drained entirely, as long as he had sufficient energy, he could regenerate it in mere moments. The crux of the matter was, what benefit would I gain from giving you so much blood? I, Chen Yu, the divine beast Bai Ze, never engage in unprofitable transactions. Last time, a single drop of blood exchanged for a 50-ton dragonfish. This time for an entire pool of blood. Surely, something substantial must be offered in return. Thus, he slowly raised his paw, extending a single finger. No, it was a claw longer and sharper than Xiao herself. Her heart leapt in her throat. Was he about to refuse? Or perhaps to swat her away with a single strike? Just as her thoughts spiraled, Chen Yu delicately inscribed something on the rock before him with that sharp claw. It was a spherical shape adorned with circular mountains, a celestial body. Beside it, there was a smaller sphere orbiting around it. Xiao was taken aback. Was this the Earth and the Moon? What was his intention? Before she could grasp the meaning, Chen Yu used his claw to draw a large X on the sphere representing the moon. Then, he lifted his gaze towards Xiao. His enormous mouth moved slightly. Although no sound emerged, Xiao distinctly read two words from his lips. I want. Boom! Xiao felt as if 100,000 nuclear bombs had detonated simultaneously in her mind. No. Everyone in the world who witnessed this scene through the live stream was rendered speechless. He wants the moon. This was no mere additional request. This was not a robbery. This was a defiance of the heavens. Chapter 33. The frantic transaction. The target is the moon. He desires the moon? Kyoto, Supreme Command Center. Xiao Zhenbong gazed at the screen, where the mythical creature had sketched a crude outline with its claw. The teacup in his hand clattered to the floor, spilling tea everywhere, yet he remained oblivious. His mind was utterly bewildered by this outrageous demand. Beside him, Academician Qin also gaped, unable to close his mouth for quite some time. Old Xiao, am I seeing things? Is he intending to swallow the moon? This. Xiao Zhenbong pointed at the screen, speechless for a moment, unable to make sense of it all. This matter had entirely surpassed his realm of comprehension. Eating fighter jets, tanks, nuclear submarines. Though absurd, these were still earthly entities. Now, the target was directly aimed at the moon. Such an insatiable appetite, truly cosmic. Calm down. We must remain composed. Academician Qin, a seasoned researcher, was the first to recover from the shock. He forced himself to analyze the situation rationally. The esteemed creature likely does not genuinely intend to consume the moon. Xiao Zhenbong looked at him, his eyes filled with the expectation of a plausible explanation. Consider this. Academician Qin adjusted his glasses, his thoughts becoming clearer. What is the moon's most valuable aspect to it? Is it the lunar soil? Or the craters? No. Academician Qin shook his head. It is the moon itself. It is the primordial stellar core energy contained within a celestial body. Furthermore, he added, it is the gravitational field and energy tides formed between it and Earth. As the sole natural satellite of our planet, what it desires is not the body of the moon, but its soul. Xiao Zhenbong remained perplexed. Old Qin, speak in simpler terms. What I mean is, Academician Qin emphasized, the creature may be seeking to devour the moon's primordial energy to undergo an even more terrifying evolution. It might even wish to refine the moon into its external equipment or mobile divine realm. Hiss! Xiao Zhenbong inhaled sharply. Refining the moon into equipment? This is no longer science fiction. It has transcended into the realm of fantasy. But what does this have to do with us? We cannot possibly blow up the moon and deliver it to him. Can we? Xiao Zhenbong still found this notion implausible. No, we do not need to obliterate the moon. A near-mad glimmer sparkled in Academician Qin's eyes. However, we can assist in building a bridge. A bridge? Precisely. Academician Qin exclaimed with excitement. Do you recall our Xiao project? Do you remember the aerospace mothership Moon Palace? We can establish an energy base station on the moon, utilizing the lunar palace as a transit point. We shall construct a high-purity energy transmission channel that directly connects the moon to Lanya Island. We can proactively feed the primordial energy of the moon to it. Should this plan succeed, it would not only fulfill Lord Tuanzi's requirements, allowing our divine blood project to break through, but, more significantly, the voice of academician Chen, tinged with excitement, became sharp. We shall irrevocably bind the fate of our great nation, Huaxia, with that of this divine beast. Henceforth, it will belong to us, and we to it. In prosperity and adversity, we shall share the same fate. This is a grand gamble, a wager on the future of our entire nation. Upon hearing academician Chen's audacious plan, Xiao Zhenbong fell into silence. His mind was embroiled in an internal struggle. This plan was exceedingly reckless, with risks that were monumental. A single misstep could precipitate catastrophic consequences. Yet, the potential rewards were equally unimaginable. If successful, Huaxia would possess a mobile lunar divine realm as its backing, alongside an ally who regards the entire planet as its guardian. At that juncture, regardless of extraterrestrial behemoths, even the arrival of true deities would find Huaxia with the strength to contend. Resolutely, Xiao Zhenbong slammed his palm on the table, his eyes ablaze with determination. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Our Huaxia people have never lacked the courage to wager everything. Immediately, initiate the final phase of the Ling Xiao project, codename Mending the Heavens. Notify all academicians from the aerospace, energy, and engineering departments to convene at the command center without delay. Inform them that we are to construct a bowl for our national treasure on the moon. On Lanya Island, Su Xiaoye remained in a state of mental paralysis. She was utterly unaware that due to a whimsical drawing by Tuanzi, a plan had been devised at the command center in Kyoto, one that would drive all of humanity into a frenzy. She simply gazed at the divine beast before her, which was looking at her with an expression of "Can you really do this?" feeling an immense pressure. That, Lord Tuanzi, your request, seems a bit beyond the scope. She stammered. Perhaps we could consider an alternative? For instance, Jupiter? Saturn? Those two are large and must possess abundant energy. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu rolled his eyes dramatically. His expression seemed to convey, "Are you out of your mind? Those two are gas giants, bloated and impractical. The moon is solid. It has substance." This, however, was merely his inner monologue. His true thoughts were that the moon is the closest celestial body to Earth, and its energy quality and attributes align most harmoniously with our planet. Absorbing its energy would be the most cost-effective and easily digestible option. As for distant planets, I shall contemplate that when I am capable of traversing the cosmos in corporeal form. Now, let us set a modest objective. For instance, let us first consume a singular moon. Observing Chen Yu's obstinate demeanor, declaring that he demands the moon and will persist in his strike if denied, Su Xiaoye realized that persuading him was futile. With a heavy heart, she prepared to relay this impossible task to her superiors. Just then, her communicator chimed. It was a call from Xiao Zhenbong himself. "Little Yu, you must inform Lord Tuanzi." Xiao Zhenbong's voice echoed, infused with an irrepressible excitement and determination. "We have acquiesced to its request." "What?" Su Xiaoye thought she had misheard. "You heard correctly," Xiao Zhenbong continued. "Not only have we acquiesced, but we shall commence immediately. However, prior to the completion of its moon meal, we hope it could provide a deposit first. That pool of blood. Do you think it is in a position to accommodate that now?" Su Xiaoye pondered, as she gazed at the unreasonable creature that had just demanded the moon, and listened to the general on the other end earnestly urging for a deposit. She felt as though this world had spiraled into utter madness. Chapter 34. The live commerce of Eagle Sauce and the Duke's downfall. The conflict on the West Coast has escalated to a fever pitch. The cunning pioneer commander has perfected the art of guerrilla warfare and hostage tactics. Like a wraith, it lurks within the shadows of the city, continually mobilizing waves of beasts to fragment, encircle, and deplete the living forces of the Kunlun Squad. Although the Kunlun Squad, leveraging their formidable individual combat capabilities, has not suffered any casualties, nearly every member bears wounds, and their energy reserves are alarmingly diminished, revealing signs of fatigue. Even more troubling is the rapidly rising death toll among the Eagle Sauce civilians and soldiers who have been used as bait. The entire West Coast is transformed into a hellscape of blood and fire, with global live-streaming cameras faithfully documenting the harrowing scenes. Countless viewers watch in anguish as they behold the brutal tableau, their hearts filled with rage and helplessness. In the safety zone of the Xiao Ark, within the F-grade labor reformatory camp, Duke Rockefeller and his noble associates don drab labor uniforms, laboring under the watchful eye of a Xiao soldier as they toil to dig up potatoes. Yes, potatoes. For these pampered elites, accustomed to a life of luxury and leisure, such physical labor is an ordeal more excruciating than death itself. Damn Xiao, how dare they treat me this way? The Duke mutters through clenched teeth as he struggles to unearth a potato from the soil. Once this crisis passes, I will ensure my country lodges the most vehement protest against them. They shall pay dearly for this. Indeed, my lord, chimes in a baron, slender as a monkey. Did you see the live broadcast? Their divine blood warriors are on the verge of collapse. Haha, I told you they couldn't manage. Another count, his face adorned with excess flesh, chuckles with satisfaction. Once they exhaust their resources, let us see how they continue to act with such bravado. As they revel in their misfortune, suddenly, the loudspeaker of the reformatory blares to life, announcing in a chilling tone, "Attention, all personnel in F-grade camps. Please proceed to the central square immediately. A special live broadcast from the Eagle Sauce West Coast awaits." A special live broadcast? Duke Rockefeller and his companions, puzzled, are herded by the soldiers to the square. The enormous screen in the center of the square flickers to life. The imagery displayed is not the harrowing battlefield, but rather a somewhat ludicrous makeshift press conference. President Thompson of Eagle Sauce stands at the forefront, flanked by rows of armed soldiers and the battle-scarred Lone Ranger mech. Thompson's expression is graver than one who has consumed excrement. Clearing his throat, he addresses the camera with an exceptionally mournful tone. "Dear citizens of Eagle Sauce, and to all friends around the world who are watching this broadcast, our West Coast is currently enduring an unprecedented calamity. Our valiant warriors are bleeding and sacrificing themselves. However, our ally, the great China, has not abandoned us. Just a moment ago, we reached a deeper cooperation agreement with China," he proclaimed, as he received a document from his assistant and raised a high, "to support China's humanity-benefiting scientific research in exchange for their more robust humanitarian aid. I, Thompson, the President of the United States, hereby solemnly announce, we will gratuitously bestow upon our great ally, China, an Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarine. Additionally, we shall provide the complete technical documentation for the F-22 Raptor fighter jet production line and the M1A2 main battle tank. We believe that only by placing these forces into the hands of those more capable can we secure the ultimate victory for our planet. God bless America. God bless China." Upon finishing, he led the applause. The venue fell into a profound silence. Viewers around the globe were equally astonished. What is happening? Are they gifting equipment? Or are they dispatching their most prized possessions to others? This is no longer surrender. This is a live-streamed sale, or rather, a loss so great it could bankrupt them. Duke Rockefeller was left utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how the once indomitable world police could have sunk to such humility. Yet, before he could recover from his shock, the large screen in the square shifted. The view returned to the battlefield above the West Coast. Then, to the astonishment of Duke Rockefeller and the global audience, a colossal, indescribably thick, golden beam of divine retribution shot across the Pacific from the eastern horizon. This beam was astoundingly precise and overwhelmingly forceful. It disregarded space and distance, directly locking onto a section of the city's ruins. Then, it descended with tremendous force. There was no sound, no explosion, only a blinding, white light that could dazzle anyone's eyes. When the white light dissipated, that area, along with the cunning pioneer commander and hundreds of thousands of beasts surrounding it, as well as the 10-kilometer radius of urban ruins, was completely erased from the map. Only a bottomless pit, its edges smooth as glass, remained. The world once again succumbed to a deathly silence. Duke Rockefeller's legs buckled, and he fell into the mud. His face was stripped of all arrogance and mockery, replaced solely by an endless, soul-deep fear. He finally comprehended. It was not that China's warriors were incapable. Rather, they simply could not be bothered to engage. When they truly acted, it was not called war. It was termed cleansing. Chapter 35. The Might of Divine Retribution. The cleansing force from the east at this moment. Time seemed to have been suspended. The entire blue planet fell into an absolute silence, captivated by the divine light of retribution emanating from the eastern horizon. On the west coast of Eagle Nation, the surviving soldiers gazed vacantly at the sky, fixated on the newly formed, smoking crystalline pit, feeling as though their faith was simultaneously collapsing and being reborn. What was that just now? A young soldier murmured. Is it the sword of Eden from God? Another devout soldier had already knelt upon the ground, tracing the sign of the cross. Captain Karen stood beside his dilapidated Lone Ranger mech, oblivious to the communicator that had slipped from his grasp and fallen to the ground. His mind was a blank slate. He finally comprehended why the people of Xiao referred to that divine beast as the nation's formidable asset. This was no mere asset. It was a weapon of rule. With a single strike, it traversed half the globe, erasing an entire city. Such power transcended the boundaries of physics. This was the essence of causality. Let there be light, it declared, and thus, not a single blade of grass remained. The members of the Kunlun team also ceased their combat. They hovered in midair, gazing towards the east, their faces alight with fervor and reverence. They felt it. The beam of light contained a power that was of their own essence, yet refined a billionfold. The chaotic divine force. That was the strength derived from the source of their faith. Is Lord Dango? Lin Feng clenched his fists, speaking with unrestrained excitement. It is clearing the obstacles for us. In that instant, all weariness and pain within the hearts of the Kunlun team dissipated, replaced by boundless fighting spirit and pride. With such a divine beast as their support, how could they fear the uncertainty of the world? In the Huaxia Ark safe zone, the central square was enveloped in silence. All the refugees, including those once proud nobles, stood frozen as if ensorcelled. Duke Rockefeller remained in a kneeling position, his body trembling as though shaken by a sieve. He finally grasped the absurdity and ignorance of his previous remarks. Had he mocked the warriors of Huaxia? They were merely training. The true aces had not even stirred, or perhaps they had moved just once. Then, the enemy was no more. He began to feel a sense of relief, thankful that he was merely punished to dig potatoes. If that beam of light had been directed at him, he dared not contemplate further. In Kyoto, at the highest command center, Zhao Zhenbong and academician Qin watched the breathtaking scene unfold on the screen, left speechless for an extended period. Although they had endeavored to overestimate Chen Yu's evolved powers, the reality exceeded their wildest imaginations. What is this technique called? Zhao Zhenbong's voice emerged, somewhat hoarse. Academician Qin adjusted his glasses and, amidst a plethora of intricate data models, discovered a term that encapsulated the essence of the situation. According to the energy model analysis, this strike could aptly be termed as dimensionality reduction strike. In the very moment of the attack, it forcibly distorted the spatial dimensions of the target area, transforming three-dimensional matter into a mere two-dimensional plane. Thus, the phenomenon of being erased occurred. This has transcended into the realm of myth and legend, akin to the techniques of Sleeve, Universe, and Palm Buddha's kingdom. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhenbong fell into a contemplative silence. At last, he comprehended why ancient emperors referred to themselves as the sons of heaven. For in the presence of true divinity, mere mortals are indeed exceedingly insignificant. He cast a glance at the communication line that had been established with President Thompson of the Eagle Nation. Clearing his throat, he spoke into the microphone with a tone imbued with compassion and a hint of regret. Hello, is this President Thompson? Ah, yes, it is I, Zhao Zhenbong. Indeed, we witnessed your recent broadcast. On behalf of the people of Huaxia, I wish to express our utmost respect for your nation's spirit of selflessness and commitment to the greater good. As for the recent minor mishap, please do not take it to heart. It was merely our pet awakening from slumber, exhibiting a bit of morning irritability and inadvertently soiling your grounds. Rest assured, Once the conflict concludes, we shall dispatch professional cleaners to assist you in addressing the mess. What do you think? From the other end of the line, Thompson's voice, tinged with tears, resonated with profound humility. Good, good. That is splendid. Thank you. Thank you, Huaxia. Thank you, divine beast. The people of the Eagle Nation shall forever cherish this bond of deep affection. Chapter 36. The deposit has been paid. Moon, here I come. Long Island. Chen Yu lazily withdrew his gaze. The chaotic breath that had just crossed the Pacific was not particularly draining for him. It was merely akin to a forceful sneeze. The chaotic energy within him, under the passive effect of the chaotic field, was swiftly rejuvenating. Done, he thought with satisfaction. Surely, those old fogies must be left speechless now. Is this deposit sufficient in sincerity? He turned his head, his enormous golden vertical pupils fixating on Xiao, who had been completely petrified not far away. His gaze seemed to convey, "What are you staring at? Never seen a celestial battle before? Blood, bring it forth. No, a syringe, bring it here. It's time to commence my work on the moon. I senti it. Xiao, as if awakening from a dream, finally recalled her task. She looked at this terrifying being who had just performed a divine punishment, and then at the massive blood-collecting needle in her hand, feeling that her forthcoming actions were akin to disturbing a dragoness lair. However, military orders are as binding as mountains. Moreover, she trusted that Tuanzi would not harm her. Summoning her courage, she maneuvered the aircraft cautiously to the front of Chen Yu's paw, which resembled a small mountain. Lord Tuanzi, I have arrived. Her voice trembled slightly. Chen Yu appeared somewhat impatient. He extended another paw and, with the sharp tip of his claw, gently grazed the thick, jade-scaled pad beneath it. Sizzle, his indomitable scales were effortlessly sliced open, revealing a small wound. Yet this time, rather than a droplet of blood, what emerged was a viscous golden torrent, radiating a sacred aura, akin to molten gold. The instant this golden blood appeared, it levitated in the air, forming a vast, slowly rotating sphere of blood. The surrounding air became scorching and distorted due to the immense life energy it emitted. Quickly, collect it. Seeing this, Xiao promptly controlled the enormous crystal container, flying over to carefully collect this invaluable divine blood, filling it to the brim. Meanwhile, the wound on Chen Yu's paw had already healed the moment the blood flowed out, leaving no trace behind. It was as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. Chen Yu flicked his paw, observing Xiao's expression of having discovered a treasure, and inwardly scoffed. Just a pool of blood, and look at you acting as if you've never seen the world. When I eventually replace the entire Pacific Ocean with my bathwater, won't you all go mad? Of course, he only dared to voice such thoughts in his mind. Having completed the payment of the deposit, Chen Yu felt that he was now entitled to discuss the matter of the final payment. He cast another eager glance at Xiao, his eyes brimming with fervor. The implication was unmistakable. When will my moon arrive? Xiao immediately nodded and bowed, resembling a salesperson desperate not to lose a client. It's coming soon. Rest assured, esteemed Lord Tuanzi, General Xiao, and the others have initiated the highest-level heavenly repair plan. Our Lunar Palace spacecraft has already set off. It is expected to reach lunar synchronous orbit in approximately 12 hours. The energy base station on the moon has also commenced construction by engineering robots. At most 24 hours. We guarantee that you shall savor, partake in the very first and freshest taste of lunar energy. Upon hearing this response, Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction. The efficiency is quite acceptable. It was worth the substantial deposit I paid. Thus, he reclined once more, closed his eyes, and began to feign sleep. In reality, he was discreetly observing the activities on the moon through his chaotic eye. He could see a colossal, sci-fi-inspired silver spacecraft, trailing a blue flame, hurtling towards that desolate celestial body at an astonishing speed. Aboard the mothership were tens of thousands of the most advanced engineering robots. Their destination was the far side of the moon, a vast impact crater known as the Aitken Basin. There, the lunar crust was at its most fragile, making it the most accessible site for extracting lunar core energy. Thus commenced an unprecedented super-engineering endeavor, spearheaded by humanity, aimed at unlocking the secrets of the celestial body. And all of this was instigated simply because a mythical beast from the east desired a change in taste today. The viewers in the live stream, too, beheld this spectacle through the official perspective of the lunar palace, and they were utterly astonished by the infrastructural prowess of China. Wow, are we really going to the moon? When they say they build, they build. Who can rival this execution? I declare this to be the most extraordinary takeout order in history. The client is a divine beast, the delivery personnel is a spacecraft, and the meal is the moon. While others tremble in fear over their coastlines being erased, we are already preparing the next meal for the divine beast. The disparity in vision is evident. I suddenly feel a bit sorry for the moon. For thousands of years, it has been celebrated by countless poets and scholars, only to end up as someone else's banquet. Tragic, truly tragic. Chen Yu gazed at the industrious worker drones on the moon, his heart swelling with delight. This sensation of having everything handed to him was simply marvelous. Being a public servant of the beast was indeed delightful. Chapter 37. The Global Silence. The dimensional strike from the fandom on Lanya Island. The divine beasts await their sustenance. Above the moon, machines are constructing bowls. On the west coast, the conflict approaches its conclusion. Yet, the entire blue planet has succumbed to an unprecedented state of collective silence. Previously, the might of Huaxia was merely an abstract notion. It was embodied in the formidable combat prowess of the Kunlun team, akin to celestial beings descending to Earth, and in the lunar mothership gliding through the cosmos. However, today, as the divine light of retribution spanned the Pacific, dispelling the shadows of war in an unreasonable manner, the world comprehended from the depths of their souls the sheer magnitude of Huaxia's strength, or rather, the formidable beast behind Huaxia, to an utterly despairing extent. This is not a contest between nations. It is not a competition of technologies. This is mere mortals gazing up at the divine. In the Pentagon, within the president's office, Thompson has donned a pristine suit, yet his countenance remains pale as parchment. Before him stands a group of dejected high-ranking military officials from the Eagle Nation. Speak up. Thompson's voice is hoarse and feeble. Regarding Huaxia and their deity, how should we recalibrate our future national policies? Silence prevails. Recalibrate? How can one possibly recalibrate? At this moment, they regard you as superfluous. Even a mere glance feels excessive, akin to an elephant pondering whether the ant at its feet should scurry left or right. Silence. A silence as profound as death. Ultimately, it is Captain Karen, once the epitome of confidence as the chief overseer of the Freedom Guardian Project, who steps forward. However, he does so not in military garb, but rather removes his military insignia and places it upon the table. Mr. President, esteemed generals, his voice exudes a tranquility born of profound enlightenment. I believe our previous line of thought was fundamentally flawed. We have persistently attempted to uphold our so-called hegemony through confrontation. Yet, the reality has proven that all schemes are rendered futile in the face of absolute power. He pauses, lifting his gaze, his eyes igniting with a fervor previously unseen. Thus, I propose that from this day forth, we in the Eagle Nation must relinquish all illusions. We must comprehensively and thoroughly learn from Huaxia. They pursue the Divine Blood Project. We shall initiate the Angel Project. We too shall investigate how to bestow divine power upon mortals. They construct cafeterias for their divine beasts. We shall create gardens for them. We can allocate the entirety of Yellowstone Park as their royal retreat. They possess Kunlun, Xiao. Then we too must establish our own Divine Beast Support Association. If we cannot triumph, let us join. Since we cannot rival the deity, let us strive to become the most devoted fans of the deity. Karen's remarks within the fan circle left all the esteemed hawks present momentarily stunned. Although they seemed utterly absurd, upon deeper reflection, they appeared to be the sole path forward. When faced with an adversary so formidable that one lacks even the privilege to gaze upon them, what alternative remains but to prostrate oneself? Thompson observed Karen, once a staunch hawk, now resembling an ardent fan. He realized that the indomitable spirit of the Hawks had been irrevocably shattered, supplanted by a novel culture centered around admiration for strength. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest, Thompson weakly gestured. From this day forth, we shall establish the Guardians of the Blue Star Beasts Alliance, with you, Karen, as the inaugural president. Your singular mission is to employ every conceivable means and method to curry favor with that Eastern Divine Beast. Indeed, Mr. President. Karen's eyes ignited with fervor. Yes, you. We Hawks shall undoubtedly become the most exemplary fans of the Divine Beast. In Huaxia, at the Ark Safety Zone, the Duke of Rockefeller remained on his knees, surrounded by his noble companions, each one pale as death. The earlier spectacle had delivered a devastating blow to their inflated sense of superiority. At that moment, the young officer who had previously escorted them reappeared, looking down upon the Duke with an expression brimming with disdain. Your Grace. His voice was soft yet struck like a hammer upon Rockefeller's heart. Do you still doubt the capabilities of our warriors? And no, I dare not. Rockefeller's body trembled violently. I was mistaken. I truly erred. I failed to recognize greatness. It is too late, the officer scoffed. According to the latest orders from the Supreme Command, due to your nation's complete lack of contribution and appalling attitude during this crisis, your Ark tickets have been revoked. What? Rockefeller's head shot up, his eyes filled with despair and terror. We have already contacted your embassy in Huaxia. The officer glanced at his watch. In half an hour, a plane will send you back to your noble land. As for whether you will survive the beast tide upon your return, the officer's lips curled into a cruel smile. You shall have to beseech your God for protection. With that, he turned away from the now crumpled Duke, leaving him in his pitiful state. Huaxia had, in the most direct manner, conveyed to all within the safety zone who among them were friends and who were foes, and who possessed the right to endure. Chapter 38. The Disconnected Behemoth and the Astonishing Discovery on Lanya Island. Chen Yu remained blissfully unaware of the myriad events transpiring outside, all triggered by a mere sneeze. At present, he was engrossed in observing Su Xiao as she deftly directed several engineering robots to meticulously extract his blood. The immense crystal vessel was soon brimming with a viscous, golden divine essence. Under the moonlight, this pool of golden liquid radiated an ethereal glow, as if encapsulating the vitality of an entire cosmos. At last it was done. Su Xiao wiped the perspiration from her brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. The task had finally reached its conclusion. She gazed at the incredibly accommodating Chen Yu, her heart swelling with gratitude. She understood that his compliance stemmed entirely from her standing. Thank you, esteemed Lord Tuanzi. On behalf of the Academy of Sciences, the Kunlun team, and all the people of Huaxia, I extend my heartfelt thanks. Su Xiao bowed deeply before Chen Yu, amused by her solemn demeanor. Chen Yu found it somewhat comical. Why the gratitude? It was merely a transaction. The priority was to arrange his moon meal without delay. He languidly stifled a yawn, his enormous mouth agape, revealing teeth as sharp as swords. The gust of air from his yawn conjured a small whirlwind, rustling Su Xiao's hair and garments. Yet, she remained unfazed. A glint of mischief danced in her large eyes as she addressed him. Lord Tuanzi, given the considerable blood you've shed, you must feel rather weakened, no? Perhaps I could offer you a massage to help you relax. Oh, Chen Yu's eyes sparkled with interest. A massage? Now, that was enticing. Ever since he had evolved into this scaled form, he had felt a constant discomfort, particularly in his back, which had become an incessant itch he could not reach. The prospect of having someone assist him with a massage was most appealing. Thus, he leaned his massive head closer to Su Xiao, clearly inviting her to seize this opportunity to serve a deity. Upon witnessing his acquiescence, Su Xiao beamed with joy. She maneuvered her flying apparatus to gently land upon his forehead, which was as broad as a plaza. Then, she executed a motion that left all the viewers in the live stream utterly astounded. What am I witnessing? Goddess Su is giving Tuanzi a foot massage? No, this should be termed a crown massage? Wow, this is beyond imaginative. What divine treatment is this? The national goddess herself is providing personal service. I hereby declare that from this day forth, I am Tuanzi's #1 anti-fan. Why must it be so? I too wish to be trodden upon by Goddess Su. Are you not afraid of being stomped into oblivion? Chen Yu was also taken aback. He felt a series of soft, elastic sensations on his forehead. The pressure was neither too light nor too heavy, but just right. It even carried a hint of the delicate fragrance of a maiden. Chen Yu, enveloped in comfort, could not help but emit a deep, satisfied rumble. Bliss. It was more pleasurable than soaking in a hot spring. He resolved that this massage service would become a daily ritual. Meanwhile, Xiao, observing Chen Yu's expression of enjoyment, wore a smug smile. She certainly did not intend to merely provide Chen Yu with a massage. She had her own ulterior motives. While extracting divine blood moments ago, she had discreetly used a micro-syringe to collect a minuscule amount of golden blood. She then applied this precious essence to the soles of her feet, daring to wager that this divine beast might bestow upon her a fortuitous opportunity of her own. At the moment her feet made contact with Chen Yu's scales, the faint trace of divine blood beneath her foot seemed to respond to an enigmatic force, instantly activated. A torrent of gentle, golden chaotic energy began to flow from Chen Yu's scales into her body. Unlike the violent energy directed towards the Kunlun warriors, this essence nurtured her limbs and bones as tenderly as spring rain, transforming her physique. In an instant, Xiao radiated a soft golden glow. Her skin became even fairer and more refined than before, her eyes clearer and more luminous. She felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through her body. Her senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree. She could even hear the flapping wings of a seagull several kilometers away. Her mind became remarkably lucid, and countless scientific conundrums that had once plagued her suddenly unraveled effortlessly. In the unintentional indulgence of Chen Yu, she experienced her own small evolution. Ding! The system has detected that the host is bestowing energy gifts upon the carbon-based, intelligent life form Xiao. Socioga Fiction Level 10. Reach devoted status. Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring your first divine, favored and exclusive massage therapist. Chen Yu, taken aback by the system's notification, paused for a moment. Divine favored? Exclusive massage therapist? It seemed rather appealing. Chapter 39. The twilight of war and the dawn of a new monarch. The battle on the west coast of the Eagle Nation concluded dramatically following Chen Yu's earth-shattering strike. The once formidable tide of the vanguard beasts, now bereft of a commander, had devolved into mere disarray. Despite their overwhelming numbers, they posed no threat against the invigorated Kunlun squad and the remnants of the Eagle forces. What ensued was merely a one-sided cleansing operation, led by Lin Feng. The Kunlun squad swept through the ruins of the city with the efficiency of autumn winds scattering fallen leaves, systematically eliminating the lurking monstrosities. Their pace was relentless, and their methods were ruthlessly effective. They were acutely aware that distant eyes were upon them, and they could not afford to bring shame to their deity. President Karen, donned in his solitary mech, exerted every effort to coordinate with the Eagle soldiers. He had wholly embraced his role as the logistical support for the Kunlun squad, serving imaginary tea, cheering them on, and tidying the battlefield with unrestrained enthusiasm. His demeanor resembled that of an ardent fan striving to impress his idol. Global audiences bore witness to the war's conclusion through live broadcasts. As the last vanguard was shattered into countless fragments by Lin Feng's fist, a deafening cheer erupted across the blue planet, a jubilant exclamation of survival. Humanity had safeguarded its homeland, although this victory came at a grievous cost and bore an almost fantastical quality. It was nonetheless a triumph. With the war's end, the next phase involved the distribution of spoils. In the heart of Huaxia, a monumental global summit for post-war reconstruction and future cooperation commenced. This time, it was not a virtual meeting. The former world hegemon, President Thompson of the Eagle Nation, was present. The erstwhile leader of Europe, President Gaulle, made his appearance as well. The Northern Bear Emperor joined them too, along with heads of nearly 200 nations. Each face bore a mask of humility, respect, and even a hint of obsequiousness. Particularly, Thompson's posture was more subservient than that of the Prime Minister of the Cherry Blossom Nation. One might wonder how a president could stoop so low. Yet, they dared only to voice such thoughts internally, for they understood that the Eagle Nation had irrevocably become the subordinate of Huaxia. The summit's agenda was straightforward, revolving around three primary matters. The first was to reward merit. Nations that demonstrated commendable attitudes and significant contributions during the war would receive substantial post-war reconstruction aid from Huaxia, including but not limited to advanced infrastructure technology, efficient agricultural support, and limited edition first-generation dragon blood genetic enhancers. The second matter pertained to punishment for past transgressions, foreshadowing a fate of endless isolation and self-reliance. The third and most crucial agenda item awaited their attention. The establishment of the Blue Star United Parliament heralds a new era, replacing the long-defunct United Nations and emerging as the sole supreme authority on this planet. This parliament will consist of 5 permanent member states, with Huaxia rightfully taking its place as the foremost chief, endowed with the power of veto. The remaining 4 positions, however, will be filled through competition. The criteria for this competition are straightforward. Who can bring greater joy to Huaxia, or, more precisely, to the mythical creature residing far in the East China Sea? The opportunity shall belong to those who succeed in this endeavor. Upon the announcement of this decision, the leaders of all nations present felt a surge of emotion. They understood that a new, smoke-free war was about to commence, one centered around the pursuit of winning favor with the divine beast of Huaxia. Meanwhile, Huaxia sat regally upon its throne, observing the lords below, who were poised to clash in their scramble for a coveted position of favor. In this moment, a new world order was officially established. Chapter 40. The Leap of Divine Blood and the Delivery from the Moon. While politicians from around the globe engage in heated debates and negotiations regarding their future international standing at the summit in Kyoto, an unseen technological revolution pertaining to the future of humanity is quietly unfolding in the shadows. In Kyoto, at the Divine Awakening Laboratory, the atmosphere is charged with tension and fervor. William, along with academician Chen and over 100 of the finest scientists from Huaxia, is gathered around a colossal crystal container. Within it, a pool of golden divine blood flows as if imbued with life, emanating an overwhelming energy that quickens the pulse. All data has been meticulously recorded. The gene sequence comparison is complete. Compared to the pre-evolution sample, the similarity is a mere 67. 3. This is akin to 2 distinct species. Energy structure analysis. My heavens, each of its cells resembles a miniature Dyson sphere. It can convert and absorb energy with almost 100 efficiency. In the laboratory, gasps of astonishment echo through the air. The blood of Chen Yu, post-evolution, has opened a gateway to an entirely new realm. Teacher, we may commence, William declares, raising his gaze to academician Chen, his eyes brimming with confidence and anticipation. Academician Chen nods solemnly. Let us begin. Together, we shall create a miracle. With the command given, Captain Lin Feng of the Kunlun team, along with several volunteers, steps into the specially designed gene catalysis chamber. Each face reflects a resolute determination, as they understand the inherent risks of the forthcoming experiment. Yet they are willing to be the first. The pioneers who brave the unknown for their homeland and the future of humanity. The experiment officially commences. Precision conduits connect the crystal container to the catalysis chamber. The newly formulated divine blood, having been diluted, purified, and infused with William's latest gene guiding agents, is gradually injected into the bodies of Lin Feng and his fellow participants. This time, the sounds that emerge are no longer heart-wrenching screams, but rather a low growl that embodies a mix of suppressed pain and relief. Lin Feng feels as though he has been cast into the molten embrace of a fiery volcano. Yet simultaneously, it is as if he is immersed in the warmest life-giving spring. He can vividly perceive that the golden energy no longer rampages through his body. Instead, it gently awakens something deep within his genes, like an encouraging mentor. It stirs the ancient, indomitable legacy of the descendants of Yin and Huang that lies dormant within his veins. A dragon. He envisions a magnificent golden dragon spiraling through his genetic chain, roaring. Roar. Lin Feng cannot help but unleash a long, resonant cry akin to a dragon's roar. His body undergoes a remarkable transformation once more. His height surpasses 4 meters. Upon his skin, the golden layer of keratin thickened, subtly revealing the ethereal silhouette of dragon scales. Behind him, his vertebrae jutted out ominously, as if something was poised to break free from within. A terrifying aura, magnified tenfold and beyond, erupted from his being. We have succeeded. We have triumphed. In a laboratory, William gazed at the data relayed from the catalytic chamber, leaping with excitement. Academician Chen, too, was moved to tears of joy. They had truly conjured a miracle. They had transformed the Kunlun team from a unit of divine blood warriors into a legion of dragonborn, brimming with limitless potential for growth. And just as the trump card of Huaxia became immensely formidable once more, a piece of good news from the moon also reached Longyear Island. Report, Lord Tuanzi. Your takeaway has been meticulously packaged. The first phase of it has been successfully completed. The lunar energy base has been established. The first batch of moon core energy, with a purity of 99.9, has been transferred via the Moon Palace mothership and is currently directed towards your bowl for transmission. It is anticipated that in 10 minutes, you shall savor cosmic delicacies from 380,000 kilometers away. Su Xiao, holding a specially crafted megaphone, excitedly conveyed this news to Chen Yu, who was dozing atop the mountain. At the sound of her voice, Chen Yu abruptly opened his golden slit-like eyes. It has arrived. Finally, my lunar feast. He rose and approached the mountain's edge. He could sense a vast, frigid wave of pure energy, imbued with the power of the moon, descending from the heavens and flowing into the energy well. Meticulously crafted by countless scientists to reach depths of 10,000 meters beneath his feet, he lowered his gaze to the abyssal bowl. Gurgle. His stomach audibly protested, unable to contain its anticipation. He could hardly wait. It was time to feast. Chapter 41. Consuming the moon and warnings from the system above Longyear Island. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. A visible silver-white beam of pure energy, resembling a divine bridge connecting heaven and earth, precisely descended from the heavens into the energy well at the island center. This energy was astonishingly pure and immense. As it traversed the surroundings, ripples spread through the very fabric of space. The seawater encircling the island, under the influence of this energy, defied the laws of physics, surging into towering energy tides reaching heights of 100 meters. This was the moon core energy. It was the result of the entire nation's technological prowess, extracted from the depths of the moon for their divine beast, the primal essence of the planet. Chen Yu stood at the edge of the energy well, feeling an exhilarating energy at its depths that made his very soul rejoice. It was intoxicating, far more enticing than the previous Azure Dragon or any missiles. This was the sustenance befitting a divine beast. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he let out an excited roar and leaped into the unfathomable abyss of the energy well. Splash! The scene resembled a blue whale being cast into a small pond. The entire Longyear Island shook violently. Chen Yu's form was instantaneously enveloped by the silver-white, viscous moon core energy akin to liquid metal. Bliss! He reveled in the sensation, every scale on his body trembling with delight. He felt akin to a parched traveler in the desert plunging into the refreshing waters of an oasis. No, it was 1,000 times more exhilarating. Every cell within him voraciously consumed this pure energy. He opened his mouth wide, akin to a whale drinking water, gulping down the surrounding energy greedily. Ding! Successfully devoured high-purity moon core energy, gained massive energy, evolution points 5,000. Ding! Successfully devoured high-purity moon core energy, gained massive energy, evolution points 5,000. Ding! A cascade of system notifications echoed chaotically in his mind. His evolution points skyrocketed at an unprecedented, rocket-like pace. Evolution points, 10,350 20,000. Level increased to level 7. Evolution points, 15350 20000. Evolution points, 20,350 50,000. Level increased to level 8. Xiao and a group of scientists stood at the edge of the energy well, witnessing the breathtaking scene below, rendered speechless. Through energy monitoring instruments, they could clearly observe that the well, capable of supplying energy to all of Asia for over a century, was depleting at a visibly alarming rate. The absorption speed was simply terrifying. A young scientist stammered in disbelief. Terrifying was an understatement. In the eyes of academician Chen, a fervent light shimmered. It was as if he were witnessing the very essence of the devouring principle. It transformed the core of a planet into its own power. Quickly, inform the lunar base. Amplify the energy transmission power. Full power output. We must not allow our esteemed lord to suffer hunger. Chen Yu had completely immersed himself in the joy of feasting. He felt his body undergoing a profound metamorphosis. His strength surged dramatically. His physique slowly expanded. He even sensed that his mastery over the chaotic domain and the laws of utterance had become increasingly refined. The sensation of growing stronger while reclining was simply exquisite. He resolved that from now on, he would consume this lunar energy as if it were water. 3 meals a day, none to be omitted. However, just as he was indulging in his feast, his level skyrocketing to level 9, on the verge of breaking through to level 10. A chilling and foreboding system alert suddenly echoed in his mind. Warning! Warning! Severe energy imbalance detected within the host. The proportion of inattribute lunar core energy is excessively high, 91.3, eroding the host's chaotic essence. If solar attribute energy is not promptly supplemented for balance, there's a 50% probability that the host's body will undergo mutation, ultimately devolving into a mindlessine beast that knows only consumption. At that time, the host's self-awareness will be completely obliterated. Warning, this is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. This sudden deluge of cold water jolted Chen Yu from his blissful indulgence. What on earth? He abruptly ceased his devouring actions, his heart sinking. Energy imbalance? Mutation? Erasure of consciousness? What the hell? I merely wished for a delicious meal. How did it lead to a life-threatening situation? System, you treacherous fiend. Why didn't you mention such side effects earlier? Ding. This system merely provides data and alerts, and does not assume responsibility for the host's gluttonous behavior. Chen Yu. Fine, you're impressive. Chen Yu hurriedly checked his status bar. Indeed, under the status section, a glaring, pulsating debuff had appeared. Status: erosion, extremely dangerous. Chen Yu's cold sweat, if he had any, instantly poured forth. He understood that the system never jested. This meant that if he continued to consume in this manner, he, Chen Yu, a traverser possessing a human soul, would meet his ultimate demise. In his place would arise a creature devoid of reason, knowing only destruction and consumption. Such a fate would be more unbearable than death. No, I must stop. Chen Yu forcibly suppressed his body's craving for energy, struggling to extricate himself from the energy well. He gazed longingly at the lunar feast still emanating an enticing aroma from the depths, his eyes filled with reluctance and trepidation. The energy of solar attributes. He began to think wildly. In this world, where can one find the purest and most immense solar energy? The answer is self-evident: the sun, the genuine celestial body. The sun. However, another question arose. As for the moon, they could perhaps devise a method to establish a base station to siphon energy from it. But the sun, that entity, with temperatures soaring to millions of degrees, and light taking 8 minutes to reach Earth. Surely, one cannot simply construct a base station and insert a pipe to draw from it. What material could such a pipe be made of? Vibranium? Or perhaps adamantium? Chen Yu felt as though he had inadvertently presented the scientists of Huaxia with an epic conundrum. Chapter 42. The True Enemy. An invitation from deep space. After Chen Yu emerged from the energy well, he appeared somewhat listless, akin to a famished individual who, after 3 days without sustenance, is confronted with a lavish feast, yet is informed by a physician that indulgence would lead to dire consequences. The frustration was palpable. Xiao, along with academician Chen and others, swiftly noted his peculiar demeanor. What is the matter with Lord Tuanzi? Why has he ceased to eat? Is the food unpalatable? Monitoring data indicated that his vital signs remained stable, yet his energy fluctuations seemed rather disordered. They encircled Chen Yu, perplexed and anxious, yet unable to discern the source of his distress. Chen Yu, however, was disinclined to elucidate the situation. The matter was far too intricate, involving concepts of energy balance and the harmony of yin and yang, which they would likely struggle to comprehend. Instead, he opted to convey his plight through actions. He lay on the ground, a visage of despair, then pointed with his paw towards the blazing sun above, followed by gesturing towards his mouth. Finally, he spread his forepaws in a gesture of helplessness, as if to say, "I am at a loss. You must figure this out." With this silent communication, academician Qin and the others instantly grasped the situation. I understand. Qin's countenance darkened considerably. He has consumed too much of the yin lunar essence, and now seeks the yang solar energy for balance. He has ingested an excess of the cold and desires warmth. The realization of the imbalance struck them all, and their faces turned pale. If consuming moonlight was merely an epic conundrum, then the current demand for solar sustenance represented an insurmountable mythological enigma. What shall we do? A young scientist's voice trembled with despair. We cannot possibly launch a Kwafu probe to scoop some solar energy. The command center fell into a profound silence, an atmosphere thick with the weight of their predicament. Each individual felt that their lives had become consumed by the dietary needs of this divine beast. Meanwhile, as China's foremost think tank grappled with the challenge of feeding the sun, far above the South Pacific, the once rending chasm in the sky, after releasing its final wave of vanguard forerunners, began to close reluctantly, its energy completely depleted. It resembled a colossal maw, slowly retracting. The entire blue planet believed that this nightmare was finally reaching a temporary respite. However, just as the fissure was on the verge of complete closure, leaving behind merely a slender gap, a chilling, haughty, and terrifying consciousness, imbued with both wisdom and cruelty, swept across the blue planet like an invisible lightning bolt, transcending endless dimensions. This overwhelming notion is immensely powerful. Wherever it traverses, all electronic devices emit a piercing wail, instantaneously rendered inoperative. All the divine blood warriors, including Lin Feng, feel as if their souls have been violently pierced by an icy needle, plummeting them into an abyss of frost. Meanwhile, President Karen, commanding the post-war cleanup on the West Coast, rolls his eyes back and collapses, frothing at the mouth. Only Chen Yu, far away on Dragontooth Island, springs up from the ground upon sensing this force. His golden vertical pupils constrict to the size of pinpricks. His entire body, clad in white jade scales, uncontrollably bristles. An unprecedented sense of crisis, rooted in the instinct for survival, envelopes him entirely. It has arrived. He realizes that the true enemy, lurking behind the curtain, has come. This force, after scanning the entirety of Blue Star, appears to hold no interest in the weak, insignificant humans. Its target is unmistakably clear. Ultimately, it precisely locks onto the sole entity on Dragontooth Island that piques its curiosity. Chen Yu. In the next moment, a chilling stream of information, devoid of any emotion and seemingly forged from the ancient ice of the cosmos, detonates within Chen Yu's mind. This message is not conveyed in any known language, but rather through a higher dimensional form of communication that reaches the very essence of the soul. Only Chen Yu, endowed with the bloodline of Bai Ze and innately aware of all things, can comprehend its meaning in an instant. An intriguing indigenous creature, surprisingly capable of annihilating my scavenger legion. Your existence adds a touch of amusement to this tedious purification. Very well, as a reward for your courage. I, Star Deverkasa, commander of the 7th Legion under the Great Hunter, bestow upon you the privilege of knowing despair. Await your fate, insignificant life, when my hounds shatter the stars and descend upon this realm. You, this minuscule, fragile marble, shall become the most glorious hunting ground of my lord, the Great Hunter, and you, this slightly sturdier insect, shall have the fortune of being the first, wailing trophy beneath my claws. I look forward to our encounter. This invitation, steeped in boundless arrogance, disdain, and cruelty, reverberates within Chen Yu's mind. In the next instant, the rift in space, accompanied by a mocking laughter seemingly from the depths of hell, closes entirely. The sky returns to tranquility, as if all that transpired was merely an illusion. Yet, on Dragon Tooth Island, Chen Yu stands silently at the mountain's peak. He remains motionless. After a long while, he slowly raises his head. The golden vertical pupils, ablaze with chaotic flames, gazed upon the now desolate expanse of the sky. In those eyes, the previous languor and cynicism had vanished. There was no longer the fury and battle intent that accompanied a formidable foe. Instead, there was only an icy demeanor, chilling enough to freeze the very fabric of time. A chilling intent to kill the great hunter, the star devourer, the hunting ground. A sinister and bloodthirsty smile slowly curled at the corners of Chen Yu's lips. Excellent. I have received your invitation. I hope your next prove to be sturdier than your bravado. Chapter 43. A modest ambition to become a sun god. The distant call of the Star Eater Karasa struck Chen Yu's tranquil heart like a colossal boulder, stirring tumultuous waves within. Shame, an unprecedented disgrace. Chen Yu, having lived 2 lives, was once a revered top scientist. In this life, he had become a national treasure, nurtured by 1.4 billion people, ascending to the pinnacle of his existence as a beast. When had he ever endured such indignity? To be pointed at and derided as a mere insect? Furthermore, to have his home declared as a hunting ground for another? This was intolerable, absolutely intolerable. If that fellow named Karasa were to stand before him at this moment, Chen Yu vowed he would twist its head off and use it as a ball. No, even that would be too unsightly for a chamber pot. Calm down. I must remain composed. Chen Yu forced himself to temper his wrath. Anger resolves nothing. It merely hampers one's efficiency. He began to analyze the crucial information revealed in the previous message. Firstly, the enemy possessed intelligence, an intelligence of a high order, characterized by extreme arrogance. Secondly, they were part of a strictly hierarchical organization. Terms like Great Hunter, Seventh Legion, and Star Eater sounded akin to a pyramid scheme, yet they were undoubtedly formidable. Thirdly, the pioneers and giants, in their eyes, were mere scavengers and hounds, cannon fodder and scouts. The true main forces had yet to make their entrance. Fourthly, and most importantly, they would return. And the next time they descended, it would be with genuine hunters. This was troubling indeed. Chen Yu felt his fleeting thoughts of retirement extinguished in an instant. He had initially believed that by fending off this wave of adversaries, he could peacefully reside on Dragon Tooth Island, savoring the moonlight and singing songs, relishing a life of ease. It now appeared that this was merely the conclusion of a novice village quest. The true world boss was still in queue behind. Moreover, judging by Karasa's tone, the next arrival would surely not be solitary. It could very well be an entire legion. The pressure was immense. Chen Yu sensed that his existence as a beast was fraught with challenges. However, a sudden thought ignited his excitement anew. With pressure comes motivation. A more formidable foe signifies the availability of superior ingredients. The Star Eater, by its very name, exuded a sense of dominance. He wondered what its flesh would taste like when roasted. Would it be seasoned with cumin, or perhaps spiced with chili? With that thought, Chen Yu's previously waning appetite instantly returned. Yet, to indulge in a feast, one must possess the requisite strength. With his current level 9 prowess, he could easily handle a few scavengers and hounds. However, to engage a legion in direct confrontation, he might still fall short. It is imperative that he levels up swiftly. The crux of his advancement lies in resolving that damned energy imbalance. The sun. Chen Yu once again cast his gaze upon the immense fireball in the sky, radiating boundless light and heat. He understood that the very essence he most urgently required resided there. Previously, he had fretted over how to consume the sun, but now, spurred by the star devourer Karasa, he conceived a bold and audacious plan. Since the scientists of Huaxia could not devise a method to feed the sun's energy to him, then why not consume it himself? No. The notion of merely consuming is too trivial. I shall become it. I will thoroughly merge my chaotic essence with the sun's supreme solar power. I aim to refine this star which has nurtured the entire solar system into my energy core. At that moment, I, Chen Yu, shall no longer merely be the guardian spirit of the earth, the chaotic Bai Ze. I shall also be the sovereign of the skies, the deity of light and flame, the sun god. Once this thought took root in his mind, it became indelible. This is the spirit befitting a divine beast. This is the ambition a protagonist should possess. We're the star devourers and the great hunters. Once I ascend to the status of sun god, I shall unleash a solar prominence explosion upon your home planet. Let's see who truly becomes the prey. Very well. It is settled. A fervent fire of ambition ignited within Chen Yu. He set himself a new, audacious goal, to become the sun god. Of course, while the aspiration is grand, one must take it one step at a time. The first step is to devise a way to approach the sun. He turned his pleading gaze towards his dedicated but anxious steward nearby. Clearing his throat, though no sound emerged, he began to draw once more in the earth with his paw. This time, he did not sketch the moon or the sun. Instead, he crafted an intricate and technologically advanced design blueprint. It was a blueprint for a biological cosmic spaceship constructed around his very being, centered on his body, utilizing the technology of the Moon Palace mothership as its framework, fueled by lunar core energy and supplemented by the latest comprehension of spatial laws. He envisioned a personal, god-level spacesuit that would allow him to traverse the cosmos briefly and reach the sun. Xiao and the others, including academician Chen and William, who viewed this design through the live broadcast, were once again left utterly astonished. They gazed upon the blueprint, a design far more intricate than the most advanced models in their laboratory. Each energy circuit and structural design brimmed with imagination, yet adhered flawlessly to the laws of physics. Once more, their minds faltered. A sudden realization dawned upon them. It seemed they had been mistaken all along. They were not merely nurturing an insatiable glutton. Rather, they were sustaining a superlative scientist masquerading as a divine beast. Chapter 44. The Divine Beast? No, it is the chief scientist. In Kyoto, at the Shinchi laboratory, the atmosphere was as tense as though all the air had been siphoned away. Academician Chen, William, and over 100 scientists representing the pinnacle of Chinese research were fixated on the central holographic projection. What was displayed was an array of bewildering, cryptic doodles. This was the latest directive from their esteemed divine beast, perilously transmitted back from Longya Island by Xiao. Teacher, are you certain this is not merely a labyrinth drawn by Lord Dumpling out of boredom? William inquired, his gaze fixed on the chaotic design composed of intricate lines and bizarre symbols, his eyelid twitching uncontrollably. Whatever it was, it bore no resemblance to a legitimate design. It appeared more like the erratic scribblings of a child wielding a crayon. Silence. Academician Chen barked, though beads of perspiration dotted his forehead. Deep down, his thoughts mirrored William's incredulity. Absurd. Utterly absurd. In his 80-plus years of life devoted to the pursuit of science, he had never encountered such an abstract design. Initiate the Tiana No. 9 supercomputer. Conduct a comprehensive structural analysis and theoretical modeling of this diagram. Though internally skeptical, out of reverence for the divine beast, Academician Chen issued the command, acutely aware that he might be squandering the nation's precious computational resources. However, in the next moment, alarms blared. Beep, beep, beep. Tian numero 9. CPU usage has soared to 100. They're at a risk of overheating. What? The entire laboratory erupted in astonished gasps, rising from their seats. Tiana No. 9. That was the most advanced supercomputer in China, capable of simulating all particle changes within the first 0.01 seconds of the universe's Big Bang. And now, it was on the brink of overheating merely from analyzing a sketch. What secrets lay hidden within this diagram? Academician Chen and William exchanged a glance, both recognizing the profound shock reflected in each other's eyes. They rushed to the control panel, taking charge of the analysis themselves. When they magnified the first module of the design by 10,000 times, they finally understood. This was no mere scribble. It was a biological engine constructed from countless energy circuits, smaller than nanometers, resembling runes. The design philosophy of this engine completely upended all their existing understandings of physics. It did not rely on combustion, fission, or fusion. Instead, it drew energy by directly distorting space and extracting it from the imaginary dimensions. My God! William, the foreigner, instinctively gasped, quickly covering his mouth. This was the biological implementation of a warp engine. Academician Chen trembled with excitement, pointing at another module on the diagram that resembled a pendant. And here, look at this energy circulation system. It astonishingly manifests in energy. Lossless internal circulation through the structure of AM by a strip. This contravenes the second law of thermodynamics. No, it does not contravene it. In William's eyes, a fervent sparkle glimmered. It redefined energy conservation on a higher dimension. A revelation, an unparalleled revelation. The deeper they delved into their studies, the more they felt their own insignificance and ignorance. The technological and theoretical essence contained within this design blueprint is at least a millennium ahead of human civilization. Concepts such as anti-gravity technology, spatial folding, and causal weapon interfaces. These notions, which existed solely in the realm of science fiction, are exquisitely and cohesively presented within this design blueprint. I understand now. Academician Chen slumped helplessly in his chair, murmuring, "We have been mistaken from the very beginning. We always believed we were nurturing a beast from antiquity, one that only knew how to consume." He chuckled bitterly. "Now I realize that what we have been nurturing is not a divine beast, but rather a heavenly chief scientist disguised as a glutton." This conclusion detonated like a mental atomic bomb in the minds of all the scientists in the laboratory. They gazed at the unfathomable design blueprint on the screen, recalling the adorable creature that spent its days either eating or sleeping. A profound, absurd, and worldview-shattering sense of contrast surged within them. Scientists worldwide, through certain special channels, glimpsed this partially unveiled design blueprint. In an instant, the global scientific community fell collectively silent. Numerous silver-haired Nobel laureates within their laboratories stared at the illustration, sinking into prolonged, dazed self-doubt. What have I been researching throughout my life? On Long Island, Chen Yu yawned, utterly oblivious to the happenings in the outside world. He merely felt that this small contraption he had casually sketched should convey his intentions adequately. Sigh. Being a scientist is truly exhausting. It is far more promising to be a glutton, he mused contentedly. Meanwhile, at the highest command center in Kyoto, an urgent meeting convened in response to this design blueprint. "Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is thus." Xiao Zhenbong pointed at the screen, displaying the design blueprint. Now dubbed the Zhulong No biocolonization suit, his voice heavy. "Our deity now wishes to embark on a business trip to the sun, and this is the business trip equipment he designed himself. Now, we are faced with only one question." He surveyed all the dignitaries present. Should we construct this equipment or not? No one answered. As everyone is aware, transforming this blueprint into reality will require an astronomical investment of human resources, materials, and financial capital. It necessitates the full mobilization of the entire strength of our great nation. Ultimately, it is that esteemed leader of our nation who decisively declares, "Let it be constructed." Not only must it be built, but it must be accomplished with unparalleled speed, utilizing the finest materials, and at any cost. In his eyes burns an unprecedented brilliance. "Convey my orders. Effective immediately, we shall officially launch the Fu Project. Our deity shall pursue the sun. Therefore, we shall forge for him a pair of wings capable of traversing the stars." Chapter 45. The Fu Project and Global Workers. The moment the code name Fu Project, imbued with the essence of Eastern mythology, was disseminated from the highest command of Huaxia, the entire machinery of the nation commenced a frenzied operation at an unprecedented pace. This endeavor surpassed the Ling Xiao project by countless magnitudes, representing a super-engineering feat that required mobilization not only of Huaxia's own resources, but also of the entire planet's assets. On September 25, 2045, the inaugural formal assembly of the Blue Star United Council convened in Kyoto. The representative of Huaxia, a leader of remarkable stature, stood at the podium, his composed gaze surveying the heads of nearly 200 nations gathered below. Ladies and gentlemen, his voice resonated clearly through simultaneous translation into the ears of all present. The purpose of this gathering is to announce a significant undertaking. We in Huaxia are preparing to construct a vessel. The leaders of various nations perked up at this proclamation. Constructing a ship? Given Huaxia's current capabilities, this surely could not be an ordinary vessel. Could it be a cosmic warship even more formidable than the Moon Palace mothership? The eyes of many leaders glimmered with greed and anticipation to partake in this project. Even in a minor capacity, such as tightening a screw, would mean sharing in the spoils. President Thompson of the United States straightened in his seat, his face adorned with a prepared, eager smile. However, the following words from the Huaxia leader left everyone in stunned silence. This ship is not being constructed for our own use. He paused, calmly dropping a bombshell. It is custom designed for our guardian beast, Lord Tuanzi, a set of space suits that will allow it to soar towards the sun. Boom! The conference hall erupted in chaos. What on earth? Space suits? Soaring toward the sun? Are the people of Huaxia truly this outrageous? President Thompson nearly slid off his chair, feeling his imagination utterly outpaced by the thought processes of the Huaxia officials. While other nations fretted over mere survival on Earth, they had begun contemplating how to send their beloved pet on a vacation to the sun. How could such a vast chasm exist between humanity's aspirations? Unperturbed by the uproar below, the Huaxia leader continued. The Quafu project has officially commenced. However, the scale of this undertaking is monumental. Relying solely on Huaxia may take an extensive period. Therefore, a knowing smile graced his lips. We have decided to open this project to the entire world. If any among you present are interested, you may join us in this grand endeavor. Of course, we do not subscribe to hegemonic practices. We adhere to the principle of voluntariness. As soon as he concluded, a voice rose amidst the clamor. I am willing. We, the United States, are willing. President Thompson was the first to leap from his seat, raising his hand high, fearful that others might seize the opportunity before him. He resembled an eager student in a classroom, desperately vying to answer the teacher's question. We, the Eagles, are willing to dedicate all our strength to the Quafu project. Behind him, the esteemed General Karen, the Minister of Cosmic Voyage Logistics, stood up in a fervor, delivering a speech that could be deemed a paragon of enthusiasm. Your Excellency, it is our great fortune, earned over 8 lifetimes, to craft the divine chariot for the illustrious Lord Dumpling. We seek no recompense. We are eager to offer our most advanced memory alloy technology, free of charge. We would like to undertake the polishing and waxing of the third feather on the right wing of the Zudlong. With tears glistening in his eyes, Karen added, we have but one humble request. When Lord Dumpling ascends towards the sun, might we have our eagle flag affixed to its rear? A few leaders, unable to contain themselves, burst into laughter at the absurdity of it all. Come on, you're a 4-star general of the Eagles. Have some dignity. Yet, Karen's words seemed to unleash a competitive fervor among the nations. We, the Gallic Roosters, are prepared to offer our finest luxury interior design. We guarantee that Lord Dumpling's cockpit will be more opulent than the Palace of Versailles. We, the Bear Nation, can provide our most resilient Siberian steel to create a footmat for Lord Dumpling. We, the John Bulls, are willing to dispatch our most noble royal members to provide 24-hour massage services for Lord Dumpling. In that moment, the entire venue descended into chaos. Leaders from various nations, eager to secure a position in this monumental endeavor, began to frantically outdo one another. They presented their most prized possessions, desperate for even the most menial role, such as cleaning toilets. They all understood that this was no ordinary job. It was a declaration of allegiance. To be involved meant acquiring a ticket to the future new world. The leaders of Huaxia smiled as they observed this frenzied competition among the lords, each striving to become a worker. They knew that from this day forth. Huaxiao would no longer be the world's factory of the past, but would ascend to become the cosmic general contractor, wielding dominion over the fate of the entire planet. Chapter 46. The noise from deep space and the emergence of a new foe, the Quafu Project, is fervently underway, fueled by the enthusiastic participation of the global workforce. The entire blue planet has transformed into a colossal super factory, all operating towards a singular objective. The United States is responsible for supplying the most advanced composite materials, while Russia tackles the formidable challenge of high-strength alloy smelting technology. Several venerable industrial nations in Europe have united to oversee the precision energy transmission systems. Even smaller nations, with comparatively modest technological capabilities, have eagerly joined in, providing logistical support, such as delivering coffee and late-night snacks to the overworked engineers from China. In an instant, the world presents an unprecedented tableau of harmonious and efficient unity, as if human civilization has truly coalesced into a single entity under the pressure of impending doom. In Kyoto, at the National Deep Space Exploration and Information Security Center, a bastion of vigilance for China, every whisper from the cosmos is meticulously monitored. Recently, academician Chen has relocated his office here, acutely aware that the genuine threat does not stem from the internal machinations of Earth, but rather from the dark, frigid abyss of the universe. Report to Chen, a young technician, visibly anxious, announced, the Tianwen Deep Space Telescope has detected an anomalous spatial energy fluctuation at the edge of the work cloud, 3 light-years from the solar system. Anomalous fluctuation? Academician Chen approached, furrowing his brow. Indeed, it is exceedingly faint, lasting only 0.3 seconds. It is as if something in the distance has quietly opened an eye, the technician illustrated vividly, gazing at the fleeting, nearly imperceptible data curve on the screen. An inexplicable unease surged within Chen. His instincts warned him that this was no mere natural occurrence. Immediately input this data into the Tianhe 9 for extensive decryption and model simulation. Yes. However, hours later, the results yielded only blankness. The Tianhe 9 could not extract any useful information from such a transient fluctuation. It resembled a noise emanating from deep space, mysterious and fraught with the unknown. Continue monitoring, Chen commanded solemnly, elevating the surveillance level to its highest tier. I refuse to believe this is merely coincidence. A premonition loomed over him. In the distant, unfathomable darkness, cold eyes have already set their gaze upon their small, blue planet. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Earth, in a forsaken, subterranean former military base in Europe, shadows loom in dampness. The air thick with the acrid scent of rust and mildew. A man, clad in a white research coat, yet bearing an utterly deranged and contorted expression, stood before a colossal spherical device that flickered with an eerie azure glow, erupting into a fit of neurotic laughter. Ha ha ha! I have succeeded. I have triumphed. He was none other than Dr. Ivanov, the former chief scientist of the Principality of Vanillin, who had been exiled from Huaxia, harboring deep-seated resentment. After his repatriation, unlike Duke Rockefeller, who awaited death in despair, he leveraged his former status and connections to clandestinely reach out to factions similarly discontent with Huaxia, hoping to exploit the chaos of the impending apocalypse. At a moment of desperation, a mysterious entity, proclaiming itself as the great hunter's envoy, connected with him through a secure quantum communication channel. This enigmatic being bestowed upon him a fragment of incomprehensibly advanced deep space technology, including the terrifying apparatus before him, capable of generating dimensional noise. Huaxiao people, do you believe you have one? Dr. Ivanov caressed the cold surface of the spherical device, his eyes gleaming with malice. Do you think you can dictate the fate of this planet? Soon, very soon, you will realize that both you and your so-called divine beast are nothing more than pitiful sacrifices soon to be laid upon the altar. As he gazed at the live broadcast from Huaxia's Quafu Project on the screen, a cruel smile crept across his face. Quafu Project. What a ludicrous name. Quafu, after all, met his demise from exhaustion. Allow me to herald the commencement of your grand chase of the sun with a prelude of funeral dirge. With that, he extended a trembling hand and pressed the activation button on the control panel. A deep, resonant hum emanated from the spherical device. An invisible, malicious dimensional noise surged through space, silently extending towards the moon, situated 380,000 kilometers away. Thus, the curtain was raised on a conspiracy against the divine beast's sustenance. Chapter 47. The leisurely days of Tuanzi and Ivan's conspiracy as the Fu project surged forward. The global workforce brimmed with enthusiasm, tirelessly contributing to the celestial journey of the divine beast. The entire world basked in a fervent atmosphere of unity, working together to forge a brighter tomorrow. Amidst this tempest, the protagonist of the event, Chen Yu, was engaged in a rather different pursuit. He was savoring life. On Longya Island, at the mountain's peak, the sun shone brilliantly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. Chen Yu, with his imposing physique, reclined in a posture of utmost comfort on a divine bed crafted from memory alloy. With his eyes slightly squinted, he felt himself drifting into slumber. Above him, Xiao, who had undergone initial evolution, significantly enhancing both her physical prowess and mental acuity, was diligently providing a massage service atop his head. Her new, dazzling Zhuke 3 flying device slung over her back as she hummed a cheerful tune. A bit to the left, yes. Lower still. Yes. Precisely there. Apply more pressure. Chen Yu directed her with his unique, low rumbling sounds, comprehensible only to Xiao. Ever since she had received divine favor, her massage skills had escalated remarkably. Her petite feet, treading upon Chen Yu's scales, not only delivered physical comfort, but also infused gentle life energy into him, bestowing an unparalleled sense of refreshment from within. It was nothing short of a royal indulgence. In the live stream, millions of viewers, both ardent supporters and detractors, watched the scene unfold, their comments dripping with envy. I protest. Why does Goddess Su give him massages every day? We wanted to. To the one above. Here's your chance. Dare to challenge? Just a sneeze from Lord Tuanzi could send you soaring into outer space. How infuriating. As the Minister of Cosmic Navigation Support for the esteemed Eagle Sauce Divine Beast, I have to wait until next year just to schedule a scale polishing for Lord Tuanzi. Why does she get to tread upon a deity's head daily? Calm down, President Karen. We are here to channel love into power. No room for jealousy. By the way, don't you think Lord Tuanzi seems to have gained a bit of weight recently? Indeed, in recent days. Although the moon feast had yet to commence, the higher-ups in Huaxia had been supplying him with a small daily ration of diluted lunar core energy as a snack to appease the esteemed being and to provide experimental data for the Fu project. Chen Yu indulged in plentiful sustenance, basking under the sun while enjoying the divine treatment from above. The grand care from Xiao. Occasionally, in a good mood, he would offer guidance to academician Chen and his team on their research progress through his divine consciousness. For instance, in the design of a certain energy circuit, he suggested, instead of using three-phase power here, consider replacing it with my invention, the chaotic return to origin array. Efficiency could increase by 300. Alternatively, in the selection of material science, one might express a profound insight, forsake the use of memory alloys, for they are utterly pedestrian. Instead, venture beneath the Antarctic ice sheet to excavate the ancient eternal ice iron. Such material possesses remarkable toughness and an inherent chilling effect, providing a refreshing respite during the summer months. Each of his suggestions left academician Chen and his cadre of scientists in awe, as if they had stumbled upon a treasure of unimaginable value. Their gazes toward Chen Yu evolved from initial reverence to an almost worshipful admiration of this academic prodigy. Life, it seemed, was a delightful indulgence for him. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the earth, in a shadowy underground base, Dr. Ivanov resembled a frenzied beast, his crimson eyes fixated on a stream of data on the screen. His dimensional noise apparatus had been operational for several days, yet it was not sufficient. Not nearly enough. He bellowed in frustration, raising the device's power to a higher level. This mere interference was inconsequential to them. He could observe the energy station on the moon, operated by Huaxia, functioning with unwavering precision. Although there were occasional faint energy fluctuations, they were swiftly corrected by their formidable adaptive systems. This ignited within him a profound sense of defeat and jealousy. Why? Why do you always possess everything? The finest resources, the mightiest divine beasts, the most united populace. And Ivanov, in terms of talent and intellect, how could I possibly be inferior to your academician Sheen? To that traitor William from Eagle Sauce? Merely because I was born in the wrong country, I must be treated like a dog, cast aside, and trampled upon by you. No, I refuse to accept this. A twisted and maniacal smile crept across Ivanov's face. He retrieved from his pocket a black, pulsating energy core akin to a beating heart. This was a gift from the enigmatic messenger, a fragment of divinity bestowed by the great hunter. Since the feeble noise could not shake you, let me introduce you to a calamity from a higher dimension. He slowly pressed the black heart into the core slot of the dimensional noise apparatus. Buzz! The entire underground base trembled violently. The spherical device was instantly enveloped in a foreboding, deep blood-red hue. A dimensional storm, magnified 100-fold and brimming with an aura of destruction and chaos, erupted explosively from the base. It disregarded the constraints of physics, forming a terrifying force at the subspace level, potent enough to disrupt planetary magnetic fields. On the moon, at the energy station, the Huaxia astronauts on duty were suddenly alarmed as all the instrument panels began to flash with frenzied red warnings. Alert! Alert! Detection of an unknown source of extreme dimensional interference. Structural damage detected in the energy transmission conduits. The output power is plummeting drastically. It is anticipated that in 3 minutes, the energy transmission will be completely interrupted. This news struck like a bolt from the blue, instantly reverberating back to Earth. On Longya Island, Chen Yu, who was indulging in a massage while savoring moon core snacks, suddenly sensed that the energy bar in his mouth tasted peculiar. Not only had the energy become insipid, but it was also tainted with a nauseating flavor reminiscent of a stagnant drain. Spitting it out with disdain, he exclaimed, "What has happened to my meal? Who on earth has tampered with my food?" An overwhelming fury surged within Chen Yu, akin to the wrath of one deprived of sustenance. Chapter 48. The First Crisis. Has the lunar dining supply been cut off? Food has been severed. For Chen Yu, a divine beast who regards sustenance as the paramount essence of existence, this is an intolerable disgrace. It incites a fury far greater than being insulted as an insect. A deafening roar, laden with boundless wrath, erupted above Longya Island. The terrifying sound waves, mingled with the supreme pressure of a 9th-level divine beast, instantaneously engulfed the surrounding sea for 100 miles. Boom! The tranquil sea surface, without warning, surged into towering waves reaching a height of 1,000 meters. The scene resembled the biblical apocalypse. Countless marine creatures, overwhelmed by this divine might, flipped onto their backs, fainting and floating on the surface. Several reconnaissance vessels from the Eagle Nation and John Bull, which were nearby under the pretense of friendly visits yet secretly seeking intelligence, found themselves in dire straits. All crew members aboard, along with their sophisticated electronic equipment, lost consciousness in an instant amidst the roar. The entire ship was tossed like a helpless leaf in the colossal waves, at risk of being crushed into scrap metal at any moment. On Longya Island, Su Xiao, who was massaging Chen Yu, was the first to be startled by this sudden fury, nearly plummeting from the sky. Tuanzi, what is wrong with you? Her face turned pale, her voice trembling. She had never witnessed Chen Yu in such a rage. It emanated from the depths of his soul, a destructive wrath that sought to annihilate everything. Chen Yu disregarded her concern, his golden vertical pupils fixated on the sky, on the now intermittent and elusive energy transmission beam. His gaze was as frigid as if it could freeze time itself. Who dares to tamper with my sustenance? He employed the chaos eye, tracing the energy beam upwards. Soon, he beheld the chaos unfolding at the lunar base. He saw the Chinese astronauts, frazzled due to the damaged energy conduits. He discerned a sinister, malevolent, blood-red noise insidiously eroding the energy transmission system. It was artificial. There were insects scheming in the shadows. In an instant, Chen Yu comprehended the situation. Very well. Truly excellent. I had yet to seek you out, and you dared to provoke me? Do you truly believe this national treasure is a mere herbivore? Chen Yu's fury escalated once more. He resolved to impart an unforgettable lesson to the vile creature lurking in the shadows. Slowly, he raised his right forepaw. Golden, chaotic divine power surged at his claw's tip. Gathering fiercely, he prepared to unleash a divine punishment that would traverse half the globe. This time, he would wield his full strength. He intended to obliterate that location, leaving no trace behind, erasing it from the very tectonic plates of the earth. Kyoto, Supreme Command Center. Xiao Jinbong and academician Qin gazed at the screen. Witnessing the apocalyptic scene surrounding Lanya Island, incited by Chen Yu's complete fury over an interrupted meal. Both men were drenched in cold sweat. Quick, find a way to calm him down. Xiao Jinbong shouted anxiously into the communicator. Tell him, the food is on the way. Freshly cooked. Warm. Old Qin, hurry up and analyze. Where's this interference coming from? Academician Qin's hands flew across the keyboard, leaving behind a trail of shadows. Found it, he exclaimed a few minutes later, slamming his palm on the table. The source of interference is in Europe. The specific coordinates are beneath the Alps. That was once a secret military base of the Vantlan Principality. Vantlan? A glimmer of icy malice flashed in Xiao Jinbong's eyes. Is it that Ivanov? Almost certainly, academician Qin replied. Only he possesses the motive and has likely mastered this technology that does not belong to our world. Very well. Xiao Jinbong sprang to his feet, emanating an aura of ironclad resolve. To dare disturb our national treasures meal is akin to an old immortal committing suicide. Simply intolerable. I will dispatch the Kunlun team at once. I wish to see how many lives he has left for us to take. Wait, academician Qin interjected. Old Xiao, don't act rashly. He pointed to the surveillance footage of Lanya Island. In the image, Chen Yu's claw, now brimming with catastrophic energy, slowly lowered. It seemed he had abandoned the thought of taking action himself. Instead, he turned his head, casting a profoundly displeased glare at the camera. That gaze seemed to convey to Xiao Jinbong and the others, my meal is gone. I am upset. You handle this. If I do not receive food within half an hour, I will take matters into my own hands. Should I accidentally sink the European continent, do not blame me for not warning you. Xiao Jinbong and academician Qin exchanged glances, comprehending the underlying message. They saw in each other's eyes a mixture of bitter amusement and helplessness. Well, this is no divine beast. It is clearly a spoiled ancestor. It's mealtime, and if the food is not served, he threatens to upend the table. Half an hour. Xiao Jinbong glanced at the world map on the wall, calculating the distance from Huaxia to Europe. Time was running out. He shook his head. Even if the Kunlun team set off at full speed, it would take at least an hour to arrive. What could they do? Were they truly going to let this ancestor take matters into his own hands and unleash divine punishment on the European continent? The repercussions would be monumental. Just as everyone was at a loss, the silent William suddenly spoke up. Perhaps there is a solution. A spark of intelligence glimmered in his eyes. We could enlist some external assistance. Chapter 49. Unmasking the traitor Xiao Jinbong and academician Qin looked at William with confusion. At this critical juncture, what external assistance could there possibly be? Aren't the most formidable forces on Blue Star all within our Huaxia? No, it's not military assistance, William replied, shaking his head, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It pertains to public opinion. He approached the main control console and pulled up a dossier on an individual, Kalen, the esteemed Minister of Logistics for the Cosmic Navigation Department and President of the Blue Star Guardian Alliance. That person? Xiao Jinbong furrowed his brows. What use is he? Are we sending him to reason with Ivanov? No, certainly not, William chuckled. We want him to engage in something he excels at and relishes, shifting the blame. Half an hour later, in the White House press briefing room, A hastily organized global live press conference was underway. President Kalin, clad in immaculate military attire adorned with numerous medals, approached the podium with a serious demeanor, even tinged with indignation. Clearing his throat, he addressed the world's reporters with palpable sorrow. Esteemed colleagues, we have just received a shocking report from our great ally, Huaxia. A group of deranged terrorists led by former scientist Ivanov from the Principality of Vanderland has audaciously attacked the lunar base that provides energy for our collective hope, Lord Tuanzi. Their actions have resulted in a disruption of the moon cuisine supply, leaving our supreme guardian famished. As he spoke, Kalin slammed his hand down on the table, his eyes seemingly ablaze. This is a provocation against all of humanity. It is an outright declaration of war against every member of the Blue Star Guardian Alliance. We shall never condone such inhumane and anti-Guardian atrocities. I, Kalin, hereby represent the Blue Star Guardian Alliance and issue an ultimatum to these terrorists. I command you to cease your foolish interference within 10 minutes. Bow down and repent for your sins before the great Lord Tuanzi. Otherwise, Kalin's gaze turned ominously fierce. We shall implore the magnificent Huaxiakun Divine Legion to administer a righteous, sacred, and devastating judgment. Let not be said that we did not warn you. Kalin's impassioned speech reverberated across the globe, broadcasted to every corner. It was fervent and just, leaving those unaware to believe that it was his own father who had been deprived of sustenance. This performance left the world in stunned silence, particularly in European nations, where fear gripped them. Goodness, isn't your oversight a bit excessive, Eagle Country? Why should we, in Europe, be concerned about your terrorists? On what grounds do you represent us with such an ultimatum and request the Huaxia military to execute judgment on our behalf? You are inviting disaster upon yourself. In the subterranean base of the Alps, Dr. Ivanov glared at the screen where Karen was taunting him, his anger nearly causing him to spit blood. Scoundrel! Audacious American! What else can you do besides grovel? He had initially intended to leverage this dimensional noise to engage in a fierce showdown with China, compelling them to come to the negotiating table. However, before he could make any significant moves, the Americans, the foremost sycophants, jumped in first. And to make matters worse, they branded themselves as terrorists opposing humanity and the divine beasts. In an instant, he found himself on the opposing side of the world, a rat scurrying in the streets. Reviled by all. Madmen. You are all madmen. Ivanov realized he had no way out. As he watched the 10-minute countdown on the screen, a resolute and frenzied expression crossed his face. You want me to surrender? Dream on. Since you leave me no escape, I shall drag you down to hell with me. He activated the self-destruct sequence of the device. Come, let you taste the flavor of the dimensional storm. Let the entire European continent accompany me to my grave. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed, but it lasted less than 3 seconds before it abruptly ceased. Behind him, the air rippled like the surface of water, and a tall, imposing figure clad in black combat attire emerged silently from the void. It was Lin Feng, the captain of the Kunlun team. Following him were dozens of equally formidable Dragonborn warriors. They had not flown in from China, but had instead executed a precise teleportation via the spatial transition device aboard the lunar mothership. You all. Ivanov's spirit fled in terror at the sight of these spectral soldiers. Good evening, Dr. Ivanov. Lin Feng greeted with a chilling smile. Your takeout has arrived. With that, he reached out and seized Ivanov by the throat. In the split second before Ivanov initiated the self-destruct sequence, Lin Feng's other hand became a blur, deftly manipulating the complex control panel to forcibly seize the highest control of the dimensional noise device. Then, like a mere chick, he hoisted the now pallid Ivanov and stepped back into the rippling space. He arrived in silence and departed without leaving a trace, leaving behind a group of Ivanov's stunned accomplices and the ominously humming spherical device. 10 minutes later, a counterterrorism coalition composed of various European nations cautiously stormed into the base. To their astonishment, they discovered the terrorist leader had vanished, yet the high-tech apparatus developed by the terrorists remained intact. Is this a modest token of appreciation from China to its obedient European allies? Chapter 50. President Karen's gift and the absurd fandom battle the traitor in Europe has been exposed, and the crisis of dimensional noise has been resolved. The energy transmission at the lunar base has swiftly returned to normal. On Dragon Tooth Island, Chen Yu finally savored a warm meal under the looming deadline of half an hour. He contentedly burped, feeling that his entire existence as a beast was now complete. The previous displeasure of missing his meal dissipated in an instant. Indeed, it is true that acknowledging one's mistakes can lead to significant improvement. For this time, I shall grant you forgiveness, he thought cheerfully, before diving back into the energy well to continue his culinary endeavors. Meanwhile, this incident sparked a comically absurd fan battle. The catalyst was none other than President Karen of the Eagle Nation. This foremost fan leader, having successfully wielded his influence to deal with Ivanov, reached the pinnacle of his reputation. He believed himself to be the earthly representative of the divine beast. To further cement his status and to curry favor with his distant master in the east, he resolved to present a grand gift, one that would adequately convey the immense admiration of himself and all of Eagle Nation for the divine beast. Thus, a few days later, a colossal aircraft carrier of the Eagle Nation slowly sailed into the East China Sea, drawing the gaze of countless spectators. On the deck of the carrier, there were neither planes nor cannons, only a massive object concealed beneath a red cloth. On the shore of Dragon Tooth Island, President Karen, accompanied by Xiao, held a grand gift-giving ceremony. Esteemed Ms. Xiao, Karen saluted her with a precise military gesture, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. In celebration of the esteemed Tuanzi's acquisition of a new feeding bowl and to express our sincere devotion from the people of Eagle Nation, I have prepared a humble gift on behalf of our nation. With a grand flourish, he waved his hand, and the red cloth on the carrier was slowly unveiled. Under the sunlight, a blinding golden light instantly dazzled everyone present. It was a 300-meter long, 100-meter wide, 10-meter thick, colossal cat scratching post. Yes, you read that correctly, a cat scratching post. This entire structure was crafted from most advanced B-2 stealth bomber materials, ensuring its scratch-resistant properties. Its surface was plated with a thick layer of 24K pure gold, shimmering resplendently and exuding opulence. Furthermore, the edges of the scratching post were extravagantly adorned with 9,999 pigeon egg-sized, top-tier diamonds mined from South African diamond mines. Under the sun's rays, the entire scratching post resembled a radiant mountain of gold, lavish, gaudy, yet utterly ostentatious. With a proud expression, President Karen introduced, "This is the Golden Dragon Claw Shining Supreme scratching device, meticulously crafted for the esteemed Tuanzi by the collective effort of the Eagle Nation over 72 hours. We believe that only such a magnificent gift is worthy of the sacred dragon claw of Lord Tuanzi." Xiao. The billions of viewers in the live broadcast. On the peak of Longya Island, Chen Yu, who was indulging in his meal, also caught sight of this resplendent golden toy through the eye of chaos. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. A cat-scratching board? Do you take me for a cat? And gilded? Adorned with diamonds? How vulgar. With this money, wouldn't it be better to exchange it for 100 A-5 aircraft carriers and Wagyu beef? What a spendthrift. Chen Yu disdainfully curled his lip and turned away, presenting his back to that direction, continuing his meal. However, his disdain did not imply that others shared his views. President Karen's astonishing gift instantly ignited an unprecedented support battle for divine beasts across the globe. Goodness, Eagle Sauce is truly going all out. Sending such a colossal cat-scratching board? No way. We cannot lose. Our bear country must send something too. The next day, Bear Country airlifted a colossal yarn ball crafted from Siberian eternal black iron. It is said that the shipping costs alone exceeded billions. What we Gallic Roosters sent is a true work of art. On the third day, the Gallic Roosters presented a life-sized replica of the Eiffel Tower, sculpted from pure crystal, to serve as a climbing frame for Lord Tuanzi. Shortly thereafter, John Bull delivered a royal supply of a gigantic cat teasing stick. The Cherry Blossom Nation contributed a massive litter box crafted from volcanic ash from Mount Fuji. The Dahanming Nation took it a step further, claiming through rigorous research that the divine beast Bai Ze actually originated from their country. Therefore, they decided to present Lord Tuanzi with a household registration book from the Han-Ming nation. In a flash, the shores of Longya Island were piled high with a myriad of bizarre gifts. The scene was momentarily both chaotic and ludicrous. Chen Yu gazed at these humans, who were exhausting their wits and frantically competing to please him, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Alas, this damned charm that has no place to settle. He shook his head in resignation. Of course, he regarded all these ostentatious trinkets with disdain. Ultimately, it was Xiao, adhering to the principle of thrift, who confiscated all the gifts. They were then packaged and listed on the official second-hand trading platform of the Blue Star United Council for public auction. The proceeds from the auction would be entirely invested in the construction of the Kwafu project. In President Karen's words, this is called taking from the fan circle and using for the idol. Perfect. Chapter 51. The assembly of the god-level spacesuit is complete. Codename, Zhulong. Time flies. Through the relentless efforts of the global workforce and the generous contributions from influential figures in the entertainment circles, the progress of the Kwafu project has surged forward at an astonishing pace. On October 10th, 2045, according to the lunar calendar, a date destined to be etched in the annals of human history, all core components required for the Kwafu project have been meticulously manufactured and transported to Longya Island. The grand assembly ceremony for the godly beast, Chen Yu's divine spacesuit, is about to commence, broadcast live to the world. Above Longya Island, the celestial mothership of Huaxia, the Moon Palace, hovers silently like a steadfast guardian. Below it, thousands of state-of-the-art engineering robots and elite engineers from around the globe toil diligently. Their faces are etched with excitement, tension, and fervor, for they are on the verge of adorning the world's deity with battle armor. Atop Longya Island, Chen Yu emerges slowly from the energy well. Nourished by the lunar sustenance over this period, his strength has experienced yet another remarkable leap. Host, Chen Yu. Species, Chaos Bai Ze adult. Level, 9 height, 150 meters. Weight, 20,000 tons. Status, lunar erosion, mild danger, temporarily suppressed by chaos origin. Evolution points, 48. 00050, 000. Just one final step remains for him to ascend to level 10. This last step requires him to embark on a journey to the sun. Are we all prepared? Chen Yu muses, gazing down at the bustling crowd below, reminiscent of ants in their industriousness, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. He is eager to witness what grand creation these mortals, employing their intellect and labor in conjunction with the designs of their chief scientist, will forge. Kwafu Project. Final Assembly Program. Activate. With a command from Academician Sheen, the assembly officially commences. First, the skeletal framework. The Siberian Xian iron steel provided by the Bear Nation is laser welded together with the memory alloys supplied by the Eagle Nation, forming a perfectly contoured exoskeleton that adheres seamlessly to Chen Yu's form. Next comes the armor. Countless shimmering, dragon scale-like plates, collaboratively developed by European nations, seemingly come to life as they soar towards Chen Yu, enveloping his white jade scales in a second layer of formidable outer armor. Then the power system. 16 self-developed chaos reversion biological engines from Huaxia are affixed to the suit's back and limb joints, providing an unceasing source of propulsion for this divine ensemble. Each component, under the precise operation of innumerable engineering robots, is flawlessly assembled. The scene is grand and spectacular, a unique aesthetic of industrial prowess intertwined with mythological grandeur. The viewers in the live stream are already overwhelmed with excitement. Wow, this is incredible. This is truly what a man ought to behold. Transformers pale in comparison. This is nothing short of divine armor descending from the heavens. When my mother inquired why I was kneeling before the live stream, I responded that I was witnessing the culmination of human ingenuity adorning the divine in battle regalia. I was moved to tears. At that moment, I genuinely grasped the essence of the phrase a community with a shared future for mankind. Finally, as the last piece, shaped like a fearsome dragon's head mask, slowly closed around the head, the assembly was declared complete. Buzz! At the instant of completion, the entire spacesuit appeared to be infused with a soul. It resonated powerfully with the immense chaotic divine energy within Chen Yu. A radiant light, a splendid fusion of gold and silver, erupted from every seam of the spacesuit. Soaring into the sky, this divine radiance even penetrated the atmosphere, becoming distinctly visible in the cosmos. The entire suit transformed from a mere cold machine. It seemed to come alive. It became an extension of Chen Yu's body, an integral part of him. At this moment, the Supreme Command Center of Huaxia solemnly announced to the world through a global channel that the divine spacesuit has been officially named the Zhu Long Bio suit. This name is derived from the ancient dragon deity Zhu Long in the Shanhai Jing, who governs day and night, winter and summer. It symbolizes that when Chen Yu dons this divine armor, he will ascend to become a supreme deity, wielding dominion over heaven and earth, mastering the fabric of time and space. Chapter 52. Departure. Target: the Sun. Zhu Long Biological Exosuit. As this formidable name echoed across the globe, the emotions of all were ignited in an instant, reaching a crescendo. On Longya Island, Chen Yu gazed down at his new attire, a perfect blend of sci-fi and mythical elegance, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Stunning. It was simply breathtaking. The entire exosuit conformed flawlessly to his physique, accentuating his powerful silhouette. The dark golden hue intertwined with silvery energy patterns exuded an understated luxury. The 16 chaos reversion engines on his back resembled retracted dragon wings when inactive, embodying a serene beauty. The fierce dragon head mask adorned his visage, revealing only a pair of golden vertical pupils ignited by chaotic flames, radiating mystery and authority. Indeed, this aesthetic and grandeur befit my identity as the sun god. Chen Yu mused contentedly. He stretched his muscles, savoring the profound connection he felt with the Zhu Long, as if they were intertwined by blood. He sensed an unparalleled strength coursing through him, as if he could shatter the very planet with a single punch. Ding! Host detected wearing Zhu Long biological exosuit. Analyzing equipment attributes. Analysis complete. Zhu Long biological exosuit. Mythical level. Type: personal exclusive spacecraft battle exosuit. Function 1. Wings of the Stars. Passive: the exosuit is equipped with 16 chaos reversion engines, capable of absorbing dark matter energy from the cosmos, providing the host with nearly infinite endurance. Maximum warp speed: 30 times the speed of light. Function 2. Armor of the Zhu Long. Passive: the exosuit shell is crafted from a blend of eternal ice, iron, and memory alloy, capable of withstanding most physical attacks and energy erosion in the universe, as well as enduring the terrifying temperatures of a supernova explosion. Function 3. Heart of Chaos. Active: the core of the exosuit is bound to the host's chaotic essence, allowing the host to amplify their divine power by 300. Additionally, the host can unleash the exosuit's exclusive skill, Zhu Long Breath. Zhu Long Breath consumes a significant amount of chaotic divine power, emitting a destructive beam infused with the laws of time and space from a mask. It can inflict conceptual level annihilation damage on a target. Cool down: 24 hours. Wow. Mythical level equipment. Upon reviewing the attributes, Chen Yu was nearly drooling. This was no mere spacesuit. It was an integrated offensive and defensive super divine suit, especially the Zhu Long Breath. What does conceptual level annihilation even mean? It sounded infinitely more formidable than his previous chaos breath. I am enamored. Chen Yu could hardly contain his excitement and was eager to find a hapless soul to test the prowess of this new gear. All units, pay attention. The Fu Project, Phase 2, is officially commencing. In the command center of Kyoto, Xiao Zhenbong gazed at the screen displaying the fully prepared candle dragon, his voice trembling with excitement as he issued the command. Target: the Sun. Depart. The order was instantaneously transmitted to Longya Island through quantum communication. Susiayue, Academicianin, William, and all present lifted their heads, their eyes filled with anticipation, blessings, and awe as they beheld the figure atop the mountain, poised to embark on a celestial expedition. Lord Tuanzi, May you have a safe journey. Su Xiao silently prayed in her heart. Chen Yu felt the collective gaze of the crowd upon him. He slowly turned, and his golden slit pupils cast a final glance at the blue planet he was sworn to protect. Then, he hesitated no longer. With a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens, he unleashed a mighty dragon's cry. The 16 chaos reversion engines behind him erupted in a dazzling blue-golden tail flame. Boom! Chen Yu's colossal form transformed into a streak of golden light, too swift for the naked eye to capture, soaring from Longya Island into the sky. The speed was astounding, so much so that he instantly broke through the sound barrier. The surrounding air ignited due to the intense friction, forming a massive fireball. He surged forth like a golden meteor, resolutely charging into the profound, dark cosmos. The atmosphere before him crumpled as if it were mere tissue paper, easily torn and pierced. This spectacle was vividly broadcasted globally, captivating the eyes of every observer. Grand, spectacular, awe-inspiring. No words could adequately convey the emotions of the onlookers. They simply stood in a daze, gazing skyward, watching the golden radiance, an epitome of human civilization, bearing the hopes of all humanity, ascend higher and higher, until it ultimately vanished at the horizon of the starry sea. In the White House, President Thompson of Eagle Sauce gazed at the fading light, murmuring to himself, "In our mythology, Icarus fell from grace for flying too close to the sun. Yet in the Eastern myth, Khufu pursued the sun until his dying breath." He smiled bitterly. Perhaps, from the very beginning, we were destined to lose in the realm of myth. Chapter 53. The Phantom of Deep Space. The first cosmic battle. The universe is cold, dark, and yet beautiful. As Chen Yu broke through the atmosphere, he beheld the starry expanse for the first time through the eyes of a cosmic being. He was utterly captivated by the breathtaking scenery before him. Countless stars sparkled like a myriad of diamonds scattered across a black velvet canvas, radiating a brilliant and enchanting glow. In the distance, the Milky Way stretched across the sky like a magnificent ribbon of light. Behind him, the azure planet, resembling a gem, floated serenely in the darkness, exuding vibrant life. How beautiful it was! Chen Yu marveled inwardly. This was his home, a place worth safeguarding with his very life. After a moment of reflection, he refocused his mind and began to attend to business. System: lock onto the solar coordinates and activate warp travel mode. Ding. Coordinates locked. The Zhulong has initiated warp engine startup. Virum. The 16 chaotic primordial engines behind Chen Yu erupted with an even more dazzling brilliance. The space around him began to warp and fold violently, as if the surface of water was disturbed. In the next instant, his figure vanished from its original position. When he reappeared, he was already near the lunar orbit, millions of kilometers away. Such was the terrifying speed of a Zhulong. Warp travel at 30 times the speed of light. The vast distance of 150 million kilometers from Earth to the Sun was merely a matter of hours for him. Indeed, this speed far surpassed that of high-speed trains. Chen Yu found himself thoroughly pleased with his new craft. He hummed a cheerful tune, enjoying the cosmic scenery as he sped towards the colossal fireball. The journey seemed to progress smoothly. However, just as he was about to cross the orbit of Mars, a cold, emotionless system alert suddenly resonated in his mind. Warning! Warning! High-intensity spatial fluctuations detected 1,000,000 kilometers ahead. Unknown life form detected. Initiating spatial transition. Target locked. Threat level: extremely dangerous. Chen Yu furrowed his brow. Unknown life form? Could there be native beings still residing within the solar system? Martians? He promptly activated the Eye of Chaos and gazed towards the source of the alarm. Before him, a swirling, unstable microspatial rift slowly opened. Suddenly, a colossal dog, as large as a small aircraft carrier and entirely pitch black, erupted from the fissure. This monstrous hound bore an incredibly fierce appearance. It was devoid of fur, encased instead in a shell reminiscent of obsidian, rich in metallic texture. 3 identical, fearsome dog heads adorned its shoulders, each ablaze with ghostly blue flames of the soul. Its limbs were robust and powerful, with claws as sharp as the keenest scythe, glinting with a chilling light. The most terrifying aspect was the terrifying aura it emitted, filled with brutality, bloodlust, and an insatiable hunger. It was a pure malice, imbued with a profound hatred for all forms of life. Void Hound Elite. Level 9. Species, Abyssal Predator. Height, 500 meters. Weight, 50,000 tons. Status, Hungry, Frenzied. Abilities, Tri-Headed Roar, capable of unleashing a soul-shattering infrasound attack. Void Bite, able to tear apart space, disregarding most physical defenses. Abyssal Shadow, able to briefly merge into dark matter space for concealment and ambush. The system's detection information materialized in Chen Yu's mind. A Void Hound? Chen Yu's golden slit pupils narrowed slightly. He recalled the term mentioned by the devourer Karasa in the invitation, my hound. It seemed this creature was the vanguard sent by Karasa to scout the situation. How fortuitous. A bloodthirsty smile curled at the corners of Chen Yu's lips. He had been seeking a worthy opponent to test his new attire. Let this be the occasion. Upon its appearance, the Void Hound immediately fixated on Chen Yu. The 6 eyes across its 3 heads widened in astonishment at the sight of Chen Yu adorned in the magnificent and formidable Candle Dragon biological armor. This was soon followed by an even more avaricious and excited glimmer. It could sense that within this diminutive figure lay a delectable essence that made its very soul tremble. Chaos. The primordial flavor of chaos from the dawn of the universe. If it could consume this being, it would achieve evolution and shed its identity as a hound. Roar. The Void Hound released a roar that reverberated through the cosmos, its 3 massive jaws simultaneously gaping wide as it lunged madly toward Chen Yu. Excellent. Chen Yu advanced rather than retreating, emitting a thunderous dragon's roar in response. He refrained from employing any skills, simply channeling chaotic divine power into his right paw. Then, he struck fiercely at the Void Hound, which was several times his size. In the cold, desolate expanse of the universe, man and beast collided in that instant. This was their inaugural Battle of the Cosmos. Chapter 54. The initial battle of the divine armor, rending the Hellhound asunder. Though sound cannot propagate in a vacuum. The moment Chen Yu collided with the void-hunting hound, the terrifying shockwave of energy unleashed caused the surrounding space to warp and tremble. Akin to 2 high-velocity celestial bodies colliding head-on, the spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. The 3 gaping maws of the Void Hound, capable of shattering space, clamped down fiercely upon Chen Yu's Candle Dragon armor. A resounding clang echoed, a jarring sound reminiscent of metal grinding against metal reverberated within Chen Yu's mind. The formidable teeth, capable of rending a battleship's armor, left not even a faint mark upon the impenetrable defense of the Candle Dragon armor. Instead, the hound's own teeth bore cracks from the impact. A howl of disbelief emerged from the 3 heads of the Void Hound. It could not comprehend why this seemingly diminutive insect before it possessed such an unyielding shell. In that fleeting moment of confusion, Chen Yu's colossal claw, infused with chaotic divine power and amplified by 300, struck the center head with tremendous force. With a dull thud, the hound's massive head exploded like a watermelon struck by a speeding truck, showering the surroundings with a cloud of dark, bloody remnants. The central head obliterated. The excruciating pain elicited a chilling wail from the Void Hound, and for the first time, fear flickered in the eyes of its remaining 2 heads. It was terrified. It yearned to flee. But would Chen Yu grant it such an opportunity? The notion of escape was met with a disdainful glimmer in his golden vertical pupils. It was too late. The 16 chaos reversion engines behind him erupted with immense thrust. The Candle Dragon armor transformed into a golden streak of lightning, relentlessly pursuing its prey. Realizing it could not withstand the confrontation, the Void Hound hastily unleashed its ultimate survival technique. Abyssal Shadow. Its form became ethereal, as if it were merging with the surrounding dark cosmos. This innate ability allowed it to briefly enter subspace, evading all physical attacks. Yet, such trivial tactics were utterly ineffective before Chen Yu, who possessed the Eye of Chaos. Playing with space before me? You are but a novice. Chen Yu scoffed. Instead of pursuing the already vanished figure, He extended his colossal claw towards the empty void ahead. Word of command, spatial binding. Halt! A simple utterance emanated from his consciousness. In the next instant, the void appeared to be gripped tightly by an unseen hand. The fabric of space was forcibly solidified as the void hound, which had just entered the subspace in an attempt to flee, found itself forcibly expelled from the void. It resembled a fish trapped in a block of ice. Its body rendered uncontrollable. Frozen in the act of escape, it stood paralyzed, unable to move. The 6 eyes of its 2 heads were filled with boundless horror and despair. It could not comprehend why this insect was capable of manipulating the laws of space. Such power could only be wielded by beings of the rank of a Grand Legion commander. It is over, foolish hound. Chen Yu's figure appeared before it, as if teleported. He extended his 2 enormous claws, glistening with a cold light. One claw grasped the left head of the void hound, while the other seized its right head. Then, in the face of the hound's terror-stricken gaze, he forcefully tore them apart. The sound of flesh being violently ripped echoed painfully. This void hound, boasting a formidable level of 9, capable of effortlessly annihilating an interstellar fleet, was torn asunder by Chen Yu's bare hands. Black blood and shattered innards scattered through the frigid cosmos, creating a scene both gory and shocking. Having accomplished this, Chen Yu disdainfully shook off the blood from his claws. Ding! Successfully slain Void Hound, Elite. Gained immense energy. Evolution points 8,000. Evolution points 56,000, 100,000. Level increased to 10. Killing this creature actually allowed me to level up? Chen Yu was somewhat taken aback. As he felt the surge of power within him once more, his spirits lifted. Indeed, this experience package is quite bountiful. He gazed at the now lifeless massive corpse, pondering to himself. Surely, this thing can be consumed as well. Void flavor, hellhound, it sounds rather delectable. Just as he was about to approach and take a bite to savor the taste, suddenly, the left head, which remained relatively intact, flickered with a brief flash of its soul, flame-imbued eyes. A subtle, malicious data stream burst forth from its eyes, escaping its superluminal speed into the depths of the universe. This was the last gasp, a desperate distress signal and combat data expended with its final ounce of strength. Chen Yu sensed this fluctuation. However, he did not intervene. Instead, he allowed the data stream to vanish into the dark void of space. A cold, playful smile crept across his lips. Go on. Return and inform your master. Tell that fellow named Karasa that his hound is rather unimpressive. Suggest he send something more tasty next time. I shall await him here. Clean your neck and wait. Chapter 55. The wrath of the Star Devourer and the brewing storm in the profound depths of the cosmos lies a dark expanse known as the domain of the dead. Here, life is absent, and light is but a memory. Within this abyss stands a colossal fortress, so immense that it dwarfs entire planets. A black bastion forged from an unknown metal that seems capable of devouring all light. Its form resembles a monstrous beast lying in wait within the shadows. This is the flagship of the 7th Legion, the Abyssal Throne, commanded by the Great Hunter. At this moment, upon the bridge of the Abyssal Throne, a terrifying entity looms, towering over 10 meters in height, clad in dark purple crystalline armor, with a pair of skeletal wings reminiscent of a demon's emerging from its back. This being is Karasa, the commander of the 7th Legion, the Star Devourer. His icy and tyrannical presence warps the very fabric of space around him, even as he sits upon a throne constructed from the bones of countless creatures. Beneath him, dozens of formidable Legion commanders kneel, their formidable auras palpable in the silence that envelopes the bridge. Suddenly, a blood-red data stream materializes in the void before the throne. A final transmission from the Void Hound before its demise. The stream swiftly coalesces into a holographic image, vividly depicting the confrontation between the Hound and a diminutive adversary named Chen Yu. The sequence reveals the Hound's confident assault, the shattering of its fangs, the violent explosion of its head beneath a claw, and ultimately, its dismemberment by the elegantly clad figure. As the imagery concludes, an icy chill descends upon the bridge. as if the temperature has plummeted to absolute zero. A malevolent intent, potent enough to freeze one's very soul, erupts from the throne. Incompetence. Karasa's cold, wrathful voice reverberates throughout the chamber like a chilling wind from the depths of the underworld. A mere ninth-level voidhound, so effortlessly slaughtered by an indigenous creature of equal rank. This is an unparalleled disgrace for my 7th Legion. He rises abruptly from his throne, the space behind him fracturing under the weight of his fury, revealing dark voids of nothingness. The high-ranking commanders bow, their heads lower, trembling in fear, acutely aware of their leader's true anger. Karasa's gaze fixates upon the audacious smile of the diminutive figure in the hologram. Flames of rage ignite within his lava-like eyes. Very well, very well. He hisses, his voice laced with brutal intent. An intriguing indigenous insect. You not only kill my kin, but dared to provoke me? It appears I have allowed myself to remain idle for too long, permitting such lowly beings to act with impunity in my presence. He pivots towards a subordinate adorned with an octopus-like head, issuing a command. Relay my orders. Assemble the entire Legion. Objective: coordinates Milky Way, Orion Arm. Designation G, 2 Yellow Dwarf System, 3rd planet. Initiate the permanent gateway construction protocol for the Abyss. I shall personally descend upon that diminutive blue orb. I shall crush that oblivious insect with my own hands. I will reduce that inferior civilization to cosmic dust amidst endless despair and wailing. Yes, most esteemed Commander, the octopus-headed aide respectfully acknowledges the command. It understands. A genuine expedition, transcending dimensions, is on the brink of commencement. A storm, led by the Devourer of Stars, aimed at purification, is poised to engulf that remote and ignorant blue planet. Meanwhile, Chen Yu, who has thoroughly devoured the remains of the Void Hound as a post-meal dessert, sits contentedly, patting his slightly protruding belly. Burp, he lets out a prolonged belch. The flavor was acceptable. It bore a resemblance to beef jerky laced with mustard, quite intoxicating. He remains blissfully unaware that due to his momentary indulgence and that provocative remark, a legion, immensely more powerful than before, has already locked onto him and his homeland as the next target for obliteration. The crisis on Earth has not been averted. Rather, it has been inexorably accelerated due to his conspicuous display. An even more terrifying and desperate catastrophe is silently brewing. Chapter 56, Arrival. The surface of the sun. After overcoming that obstinate appetizer, Chen Yu's interstellar journey encountered no further hindrances. He piloted the Zhu Long spacecraft, tracing a splendid golden trajectory through the vast expanse of the cosmos at 30 times the speed of light. As he drew nearer to the sun, the ambient temperature became increasingly terrifying and the light grew ever more blinding. Various ferocious cosmic rays, potent enough to rend steel asunder, surged towards him like a tidal wave from all directions. However, for Chen Yu, clad in divine armor, it was merely a light drizzle. The formidable defense of the Zhu Long armor shielded him from all peril. He even had the leisure to activate the external sound system of the spacecraft, playing his favorite song from past life. Good fortune comes. Good fortune comes to you, bringing joy and love. The spirited and celebratory melody echoed through the cold, desolate void of space. The scene was profoundly incongruous. Were an extraterrestrial to pass by and witness it, they might well question the very essence of existence. At long last, after several hours of navigation, an immense, indescribably colossal fireball appeared before him. The sun. He had arrived. Even from a distance of over 1 million kilometers, Chen Yu could still feel the cataclysmic energy radiating from the star. Its surface was a tumult of colossal solar prominences, swirling and roaring like dragons. Each convulsion expelled searing plasma, hot enough to engulf several Earths. At its core, the terrifying temperature exceeding hundreds of millions of degrees and pressures thousands of billions of times that of Earth were orchestrating the universe's most magnificent miracle, nuclear fusion. Before it, Chen Yu's towering figure of 150 meters seemed insignificant, no more than a speck of dust. Astonishingly, despite having witnessed innumerable grand spectacles, He was profoundly awed by the majesty and splendor of the celestial mother that nurtured the entire solar system. If only he could take a bite. How many evolution points would that yield? The culinary inclinations of this gourmand were forever unique. System, commence analysis, and seek the optimal entry point. Chen Yu commanded. He understood that he could not recklessly plunge into the energy well. The sun's energy was far too volatile. He needed to locate a relatively gentle area, the most refined in energy, to initiate his grand plan of refinement. Beep. Analysis initiated. Scanning the corona. Energy too chaotic. Entry not advised. Scanning the chromosphere. Energy particle storms too intense. Danger level extremely high. Scanning the photosphere. Sunspot region detected. Magnetic activity is vigorous. Yet the temperature is relatively lower and energy is more stable. Conclusion. The sunspot is the host's optimal landing point. Sunspot, you say? Chen Yu nodded. Very well. That shall be it. He deftly maneuvered the Zhu Long spacecraft, akin to an exceptionally skilled surfer, meticulously navigating around the ferocious solar prominences and flares. Gradually, he approached an immense region on the sun's surface, resembling a black vortex, the colossal sunspot area. On Earth, at the pinnacle command center of Huaxia, the tension was palpable, with the hearts of all present racing. They beheld the infernal visage of the sun's surface transmitted in real time by the Zhu Long. Is he truly going in? A young officer's voice trembled with anxiety. This is akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Zhao Jinbong and academician Qin were likewise gripped by trepidation, their palms slick with sweat, although they possessed unwavering confidence in the capabilities of the Zhu Long. The spectacle before them was a daunting challenge to the limits of human imagination. It was the sun, a celestial body they had revered and worshipped since time immemorial. And now, their deity from Huaxia was poised to tread upon the heavens. Suddenly, William erupted with excitement. He has entered. He has successfully penetrated the sunspot region. On the screen, Chen Yu's figure was utterly consumed by the blazing golden ocean. Every breath was held in suspense. They understood that an unprecedented and possibly unparalleled metamorphosis was about to commence. Here, Chen Yu would complete his ultimate transformation from the Earth God to the Sun God. However, at the very moment Chen Yu ventured into the sun, on the distant far side of the moon, above the energy station providing him with lunar sustenance, the fabric of space was suddenly and inexplicably torn asunder. Three colossal and more fearsome black figures, even greater and more formidable than the previous Voidhound, surged forth from the rift. Their target was the Huaxia station below, which was relentlessly channeling energy to Earth. A stealthy raid upon Huaxia's backyard had quietly begun. Chapter 57. Crisis. The blood battle on the dark side of the moon. Alert! Alert! The lunar energy base station is under attack by unidentified creatures. Enemy count, 3. Threat level, extremely high, extremely high, extremely high. The shrill sound of alarms instantly reverberated throughout the highest command center of Huaxia. The screen vividly displayed the figures of the three newly arrived Voidhounds. They bore a resemblance to the one previously torn apart by Chen Yu. Yet they were of a significantly larger stature. Their black exoskeletons shimmered with a disquieting dark purple glow. The soul flames in their eyes had transformed from a ghostly blue to a far more brutal blood red. Voidhound, Berserker Elite Leader level. Level, species, Abyssal Predator, mutated. Height, 600 meters. Weight, 70,000 tons. Status, Bloodthirsty, Frenzied. Skills, Triple Roar Enhanced. Void Bite Enhanced. Shadow of the Abyss, Enhanced. New Fury of the Berserker, passive. The more injured, the stronger the attack. Until death. Level 10. 3 of them. Academician Qin gasped as he observed the results displayed by the detection system. He realized that trouble was imminent. Each of these monsters possessed strength that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Lin Feng, the captain of the Kunlun team. And now they were gathered together. Their objective was unmistakable: to obliterate the lunar base station and sever the energy supply to Chen Yu. This would disrupt, even jeopardize, his crucial solar refining process. A cunning and nefarious strategy to encircle Wei and rescue Xiao. These damned creatures. Zhao Zhenbong, furious, slammed his fist down hard on the table. They intend to sever our lifeline. Immediately, order the Moon Palace mothership to execute orbital cannon strikes against them. No, that won't do. Chen Academician swiftly intervened. They are too close to the base station. The power of the orbital cannon is too great. It would affect our own facilities. Then what shall we do? Zhao Zhenbong was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. We cannot simply stand by and watch them dismantle the base station. Can we? There is but one solution. A glimmer of resoluteness flashed in Academician Chen's eyes. Deploy the Kunlun team. Kunlun Special Forces Secret Base. Having just completed their draconic transformation and significantly enhanced their strength, Lin Feng and his comrades were undergoing adaptive training. Suddenly, the highest combat alert sounded throughout the base. All Kunlun members, assemble at the first deployment port immediately. Repeat, this is not a drill. Lin Feng and the others felt a shiver run down their spines. They understood that a grave situation was unfolding. When they arrived at the deployment port at the quickest pace possible, Zhao Zhenbong's holographic image had already appeared before them. Without wasting a moment, he directly displayed the ongoing battle situation on the moon. They witnessed the three Void Hounds viciously assaulting the energy base station's shield. Observing the Chinese astronauts who appeared exceedingly small and vulnerable in the face of the monstrous threat. In the eyes of every member of the Kunlun team blazed a fierce fury. Lord Tuanzi, above the sun, was engaging in the most perilous battle for us. For the future of humanity. Zhao Zhenbong's voice resonated with conviction. As his most loyal guardians, we must not allow these accursed insects to disturb him. Now I command the Kunlun Legion. All troops deploy. Target the moon. Mission, at all costs, defend the base. Eliminate all invading enemies on the spot. Can we accomplish this task? Yes, yes, yes. 100 dragonborn warriors roared in unison, their voices echoing throughout the cosmos. The golden dragon scale phantoms shimmered upon their forms. A terrifying battle intent rising to shake the heavens. Excellent. Zhao Zhenbong nodded emphatically. Let's depart. On the moon, at the energy base, the immense energy shield was on the verge of collapse under the relentless assault of the three Void Hounds. The astronauts within the base were prepared to face oblivion alongside it. Just at this critical moment, a golden rift suddenly tore open in the space above the base. 100 formidable figures clad in dragon-scale armor and wielding energy weapons leaped forth from the rift. It was the Kunlun Legion, dispatched to provide support. Insects. Lin Feng hovered at the forefront, his energy spear aimed directly at the three colossal monsters below, his voice booming like rolling thunder. Your demise is nigh. Kill. Thus erupted a brutal bloodbath on the moon, in an alien battlefield 380,000 kilometers away, determining the fate of humanity. Chapter 58. Arrival at the Corona. The commencement of solar refinement. The sun, the photosphere. Within the vast region designated as Apollo, a colossal sunspot area lies. This is a zone on the solar surface where temperatures are relatively cooler. However, this so-called coolness still harbors terrifyingly high temperatures, reaching thousands of degrees Celsius, sufficient to instantaneously melt all earthly matter. Chen Yu finds himself immersed in this golden ocean composed of scorching plasma. The formidable Chulong armor shields him from the lethal heat and radiation of the external environment, allowing him to remain here as comfortably as one would in a hot spring. Having adapted to the surroundings he now faces, the most critical step, Chen Yu takes a deep breath, his expression turning gravely serious. He understands that his next action will be a gamble. If he succeeds, he will ascend to become a true deity wielding dominion over the sun. If he fails, both he and the Chulong armor, a culmination of humanity's collective effort, will be utterly assimilated and disintegrated by the sun's inexhaustible energy, becoming a mere part of this celestial body. Fortune favors the bold. He resolved. Without hesitation, Chen Yu focused his mind and slowly opened the energy absorption valve of the Chulong armor. This valve connects to every cell of his body, every energy circulation node. Once opened, it signifies that he will completely expose himself to the ocean of solar energy. Buzz. As the valve opened, an energy surge, a billion times more violent than the previous lunar core energy, filled with the essence of pure sunlight, rushed into Chen Yu's body like an unfettered beast unleashed. Aya, an unprecedented agony, as if his very soul were being torn apart and incinerated to ashes, swept through his entire being. It hurt. It hurt immensely. This was not merely absorbing energy. It was akin to using a star to scrape away poison from his bones. Chen Yu felt as though his body were being disassembled and melted inch by inch. The chaotic origin within him faltered under the onslaught of this ferocious solar power. Meanwhile, the lunar energy, dormant from the excessive absorption of lunar core energy, erupted under the stimulation of this overwhelming solar force. Yin and yang, cold and hot, two diametrically opposed, yet equally terrifying energies waged a primal and savage battle within him. Chen Yu's body became their battleground. At times, he felt as though he were cast into an ancient ice cavern, so frigid that even his soul threatened to freeze. At other moments, it felt as if he were thrown into the core of a star, burning so intensely that he seemed on the brink of igniting from within. Amidst this excruciating torment of frost and flame, Chen Yu's consciousness began to blur. He sensed that he was nearing his limits, feeling as though his soul was being gradually shredded and extinguished. Warning, warning. The vital signs of the host are plummeting. The self-awareness is dissipating. The alienation protocol has been initiated. It is anticipated that in 10 minutes, the host will completely devolve into a mindless energy conglomerate. The system's alarm reverberates in his mind like the tolling of a death knell. Is it coming to an end? Chen Yu, have painstakingly lived again, becoming a national treasure and reaching the pinnacle of my beastly existence. Am I truly destined to perish in such a constrained manner on the path of my sustenance? No, I refuse to accept this fate. Just as Chen Yu's consciousness teeters on the brink of descending into the abyss of darkness, a gentle voice, imbued with concern and hope, suddenly resonates deep within his soul. Tuanzi, you must succeed. It is Xiao, the girl who has always accompanied him, cared for him, and even willing to sacrifice everything for him. Immediately, countless voices begin to emerge in his mind. There are the hopeful teachings of academician Qin, the resounding roars of Xiao Zhenbong, the fearless shouts of the Kunlun team, and the loving words from the 1 billion people of Huaxia, who support him daily in the live stream. Come on, little one. Mommy loves you. Master Tuanzi, you are our last hope. These voices, these beliefs, these embodiments of an entire nation, an entire civilization as hopes, like beams of warm light, illuminate his soul on the verge of being engulfed by darkness. I am not fighting alone. I carry the hopes of 1 billion people. I am the guardian beast of Huaxia. How could I falter here? An indomitable, tenacious will, originating from the depths of his soul, erupts with fervor. In that moment, Chen Yu's fading consciousness coalesces anew. He confronts the two forces of yin and yang, which are clashing violently within him, and unleashes a soul-stirring roar. Silence, all of you. You all belong to me. You are all a part of me. What nonsense is this yin and yang? What absurdity of hot and cold? Here, there is but one principle. Chaos. Merge from me. He dares to wield his indomitable will as a mere mortal to forcibly control these divine powers from the very essence of the universe, to compel them to meld into his own chaos. Such madness. Such audacity. Chapter 59. The Blood Battle on the Moon. Kunlun versus Voidhounds. Above the sun, the divine beast undergoes tribulation. Behind the moon, a fierce battle rages. Kill. Lin Feng takes the lead, wielding an energy spear that transforms into a golden dragon of fury, piercing through the void with an overwhelming force aimed directly at the leading void hound, the Berserker. At this moment, the dragon bloodline within him surges to its utmost potential, manifesting as a tangible golden dragon scale illusion upon his body. This strike encapsulates all the power he has amassed since ascending to the dragon lineage. Yet in the face of this mountain-splitting blow, the Voidhound does not flinch or evade. Its three blood-red heads emit a roar filled with brutality and disdain. It raises its colossal right forepaw, akin to a hill, and swats down towards Lin Feng's spear. When a thunderous sound reverberates across the desolate lunar landscape, Lin Feng feels an irresistible, terrifying force surge from the spear's tip. He, along with the spear, is sent flying like a cannonball. Spurt! A spray of golden blood erupts from his mouth. In just one move, Lin Feng, the strongest of the Kunlun Legion, is gravely injured. Captain! The other Kunlun warriors witness this scene, their eyes wide with horror. They yearn to rush forward to assist, but 2 additional void hounds have already flanked them. With gaping maws, they unleash dark purple energy beams imbued with void corrosive power. Form a formation. Xuanwu Guardian formation. A squad leader decisively shouts. The remaining 99 dragon lineage warriors swiftly shift into formation, intertwining their dragon powers. In an instant, a colossal shield, forged from pure energy and inscribed with the Xuanwu totem, materializes before them. Boom! 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 The dark purple energy beams strike fiercely against the golden shield, unleashing radiant and lethal energy ripples. The Xuanwu Guardian formation shakes violently, its light flickering ominously. Yet, it manages to barely withstand this cataclysmic assault. This won't do. Their offensive power is too formidable. Our energy is depleting too rapidly. If this continues, we won't last long. A voice filled with urgency emerges from within the formation. They have underestimated the terrifying strength of these 3 level 10 mutated beings. This battle is not even on the same scale. On Earth, in the command center, Zhao Zhenbong and Dr. Qin observe the harrowing situation relayed from the moon, their hearts sinking to the depths. We were too presumptuous. A deep sense of guilt is etched across Dr. Qin's face. We believed that with the Dragon Lineage Legion, we had the means to confront the enemy head-on. Yet we have forgotten that our warriors have only just completed their evolution, while the enemy has matured into a true war machine amidst endless slaughter and devouring. What now? Zhao Zhenbang's voice has grown hoarse. Are we truly destined to watch helplessly as they? He could not continue, for he understood that once the Xuanwu Heavenly Array is breached, the Kunlun Legion would face an inevitable massacre. Should they fall, the lunar base would be irrevocably lost. And Chen Yu, undergoing the most critical transformation upon the sun, would find himself in a predicament from which there would be no return. Despair, a profound sense of powerless despair enveloped the entire command center. All the viewers around the globe, watching this live broadcast, were equally ensnared in a deathly silence. They could only watch. They gazed at the golden shield, now marred with cracks. They beheld the resolute heroes of Huaxia behind the shield, prepared to face death without flinching. They observed the 3 demons outside, grinning menacingly as they gathered strength for their next lethal strike. Is it to be that humanity's hope shall culminate today, at this very moment, in this place, to be utterly extinguished? Upon the moon, the Xuanwu Heavenly Array teetered on the brink of collapse. Lin Feng forced himself to rise from the ground. He wiped the blood from his lips and gazed at the 3 colossal figures, akin to demonic deities. In his eyes, there was no fear, only an unwavering resolve. Brothers, he bellowed into the communication channel for one final time. We are Kunlun. We are the sharpest sword of the divine beasts. Even in death, we shall extract a few teeth from these wretches. Prepare, all personnel, self-destruct. He intended to use their bodies, infused with divine blood, as weapons in a final act of mutual destruction against the enemy. Yes, all Kunlun members responded in unison. They were ready to sacrifice themselves for their country. In this most tragic and despairing moment, suddenly, the entire moon, no, the entire solar system, shone brightly. Chapter 60, The Return of the Divine Monarch. A thought to incinerate the heavens. What a magnificent radiance it is, beyond the capacity of any language to articulate. It is neither golden nor white. Rather, it is a fusion of light and darkness, creation and destruction, time and space. Indeed, a representation of the universe's primordial essence. The chaotic light. This beam of light erupted from a distant star, a blazing sun situated a staggering 150 million kilometers away. It transcended the confines of time and space. In an instant, it bridged the chasm between the earth and the moon. Then, in an unparalleled demeanor of majesty, it descended upon this cold, desolate battlefield of the moon. At the moment this light appeared, time seemed to freeze. Space appeared to be suspended. The three void hounds, poised to deliver a lethal strike, were suddenly immobilized in their menacing stance. In their blood-red, savage eyes, an unprecedented emotion emerged for the first time. Fear, a profound, absolute terror emanating from the depths of existence itself. They sensed their very souls disintegrating, evaporating beneath the illumination of this radiance. What power is this? This is beyond their comprehension. This is the power of the Creator God. The warriors of the Kunlun Legion were equally enveloped by this light. Yet, what they felt was not fear, but an unprecedented warmth, a sense of comfort akin to returning to a mother's embrace. Their injuries were healing at a visibly accelerated pace under this light. The energy they had expended was rapidly replenishing. They even felt their recently awakened dragon bloodlines rejoicing, exulting as if to welcome their king. Lin Feng gazed in awe at the chaotic beam of light that pierced the heavens and the earth. Tears of fervent emotion streamed down his cheeks. He knew who had returned. "It is Lord Dango," he murmured. "It is our God, our king. He has succeeded." Above the sun, Chen Yu slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was no longer purely golden. It had transformed into a peculiar pair of chaotic dual pupils, with the left resembling the blazing sun and the right akin to the radiant moon. His body underwent a monumental transformation. He soared to a height of 300 meters. His once white jade scales had completely metamorphosed into a chaotic star armor, as if forged from countless stars. Golden solar divine flames coursed across the armor. He had triumphed. With the soul of a mortal, he harnessed divine power, forcibly amalgamating the extreme forces of the sun and the moon into a singular essence. He became the most primordial chaos. He broke through to level 10, ascending to an entirely new, unprecedented form of existence. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the epic evolution of forging the sun as your heart. Species officially ascended to Chaotic Solar Crown Bai Ze. Level 11. Height 300 meters. Weight 100,000 tons. Status Divine Monarch. Evolution points 0,500,000. New skills unlocked. 1. Heart of the Sun. Passive. The sun has become your external energy core. You can summon the energy of the entire sun anytime and anywhere. As long as the sun exists, your energy is boundless. 2. Solar Divine Fire. Active, harnessing the true fire of the sun, fused with chaotic divine power. You can summon the sun's divine fire that incinerates all and purifies everything. It can inflict true damage at the level of cosmic laws on the target. 3. Descent of the Divine Monarch. Active, consuming a vast amount of energy, you can instantaneously project your energy avatar to any corner of the solar system. The avatar possesses 30 of your original combat strength. Chen Yu felt the cataclysmic new power within him. With a mere thought, his consciousness instantly locked onto the 3 trembling little insects far above on the moon. "So, you wish to meddle with my kitchen? You dare bully my offspring?" A cold, sinister smile crept upon Chen Yu's lips. He could hardly be bothered to confront them in person. He simply directed his gaze towards the moon and softly uttered a single word: burn. The solar divine fire was unleashed. In the next moment, on the lunar battlefield, the chaotic light enveloping the heavens and the earth instantly transformed into a pure golden beam of divine fire, 1,000,000 times more radiant than the sun itself. The beam precisely struck the 3 void-hunting hounds, the berserkers, who were now paralyzed with fear. There were no screams, no struggles, not even a trace of resistance. Those 3 terrifying beings, akin to demonic gods before the Kunlun Legion, were utterly disintegrated, vaporized, and incinerated into nothingness within that golden divine fire. Not a single trace of their existence remained. A thought, and the heavens burn. This is the power that Chen Yu possesses after ascending to the rank of Divine Monarch. This is the absolute dominance bestowed by the Eastern Divine Beast. Chapter 61. A new era and New guessed the bloodshed on the moon concluded in a manner that left everyone in utter shock. As the cataclysmic solar fire gradually dispersed, the battlefield was left with merely 100 surviving Kunlun warriors, fervent and reverent, amidst the vast, scorched pits where the three void hounds once roamed, now transformed into smooth, crystalline hollows. The world once again succumbed to an extended silence. If Chen Yu's chaotic breath that traversed the Pacific was a glimpse of divine power, then this descending solar fire from above the sun revealed to the world that even among deities, there exists a hierarchy. This deity from Huaxia evidently resided at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Days later, Chen Yu concluded his solar journey, gracefully piloting the Zhu Long back from the cosmos, when his towering figure, akin to a moving mountain at 300 meters high, descended once more upon Lanya Island. An eruption of fervor swept across all of Huaxia. Multitudes surged into the streets, cheering, exulting, and chanting the name of Lord Tuanzi. The atmosphere was more vibrant than during the New Year festivities. Gazing down at the sea of celebration below, a warm sensation blossomed within Chen Yu's heart. This, he mused, encapsulated the essence of guardianship. He reflected on the immense gains from his solar expedition. First, his level surged from 9 to 11. Although the evolution points required for the next level had escalated to astronomical figures, he now possessed the sun as an inexhaustible source of energy, making ascension merely a matter of time. Secondly, the energy imbalance within him was impeccably resolved. The yin and yang forces coalesced into chaos, rendering his power pure and stable. Most importantly, he unlocked several new skills that could be deemed overpowered. Heart of the Sun God, bestowing upon him near-infinite energy, rendering him the man, or rather, the divine beast with the longest blue bar. In combat, he could vanquish foes with sheer skill. Crown of Solar Fire, a rule-level, true damage ability that disregards all defenses. Whether they were Void Hounds or Star Devourers, any adversary scorched would meet their end without exception. Divine King's Descent, a truly ostentatious, or rather, strategically formidable ability. Within the solar system, he could project avatars at will, achieving a presence that was truly omnipresent. Perfect. Chen Yu was exceedingly satisfied with his acquisitions. He felt as though he could now stride confidently throughout the solar system. Leisurely reclining on Lanya Island, he resumed his daily routine of enjoying massages from Su Xiao while offering insights into the nation's technological advancements, embodying the life of a retired elder statesman. With his triumphant return, Huaxia's status soared to unprecedented heights. The Blue Star United Council has transformed utterly into a monolithic entity under the dominion of Huaxia, with President Karen of the Eagle Nation exemplifying the spirit of sycophancy to an extreme degree. He has not only acquired a small island adjacent to Lanya Island, renaming it the global headquarters of the Tuanzi Fan Support Association, but also parades daily with a retinue of golden-haired, blue-eyed cheerleaders upon the sea, performing choreographed routines in honor of Lord Tuanzi. The spectacle is so exquisite that it is almost unbearable to behold. The entirety of Blue Star seems to have entered a new era characterized by peace, stability, and an uplifting spirit. Everyone believes that their tribulations have come to an end and that a splendid future is beckoning them. However, they have all forgotten the malevolent invitation from the Star Devourer. Karasa, just 1 month after Chen Yu's return to Earth, at the far reaches of the solar system, in the cold, desolate Kuiper Belt, space itself appears to be torn asunder by an invisible giant hand. A rift, magnitudes larger than the one previously witnessed above the South Pacific, emerges. An enormous spatial gate, infinitely more stable, gradually opens. This portal is so colossal that its diameter surpasses that of Earth itself. It resembles a vast eye from the abyss, coldly gazing upon the blue planet that radiates with the essence of life. Soon after, a super battleship, entirely black and shaped like a menacing blade capable of piercing the stars, slowly emerges from the gate. Behind it follows thousands of equally fearsome warships, forming a colossal fleet that blots out the sun. The 7th Legion, the most elite and ruthless under the command of the Great Hunter. They have arrived. Upon the flagship, Abyssal Throne, the star devourer Karasa, sits upon his throne of bones, observing the holographic image of that beautiful blue planet. His eyes, resembling molten lava, burn with greed and cruelty. I have found my prey. He extends his claw, adorned with purple crystalline armor, as if to crush it into oblivion across the endless void. On Longya Island, Chen Yu, basking in the sunlight atop a mountain, suddenly feels an ominous presence. He abruptly opens his chaotic eyes, one like the sun, the other like the moon, lifting his gaze towards the seemingly tranquil depths of the cosmos. His eyes seem to pierce through the barriers of time and space, locking onto the vast fleet that is steadily advancing toward the solar system. He senses the familiar, malevolent aura, and a bloodthirsty smile, brimming with boundless battle intent, slowly graces his lips. Is the main course finally upon us? Chapter 62. The retirement life of the God King and the Global Worshippers Championship. In the days following Chen Yu's return, life unfolded in a remarkably unadorned and monotonous manner, akin to that of a retired bureaucrat. His daily routine could be succinctly categorized into 3 activities: dining, slumber, and enduring the relentless ministrations of Xiao. On Longya Island, at the newly constructed God King's exclusive beach, the colossal figure of Chen Yu, towering at 300 meters, lay languidly sprawled, one half of his body submerged in the warm sea while the other basked in the sun. Xiao, the sole divine, favored being in the world, was clad in a specially designed Zhuke V exoskeleton suit, perspiring profusely as she meticulously attended to his nails. Yes, nail care. In his earlier, more diminutive form, Xiao's massage services could encompass his entire physique. However, now, even a single segment of Chen Yu's chaotic star armor was larger than her living room. As for providing a massage, that had transcended personal service and become a national-level engineering project. To the left, yes, a tad more to the left. Precisely. Beneath that scale, the dead skin. Please polish it with a laser grinder, Chen Yu commanded, eyes closed, directing Xiao, who buzzed around his toenails like a diligent bee. Xiao felt a sense of despair. The technical challenges and inherent risks of her current occupation were akin to landing on the sun. A moment's inattention could result in the God King inadvertently rolling over, transforming what would be a mere workplace injury into a grave misfortune. My lord, this nail is harder than vibranium. Our industrial laser is nearly burnt out, she lamented, operating the mechanical arm while voicing her grievances. Chen Yu languidly opened one moon-like eye and glanced at her. If the quality is subpar, have old Sheen and the others replace it. In such a grand nation as ours, is it too much to expect a decent nail clipper? Xiao sighed, realizing the futility of the conversation. In the live stream, billions of viewers worldwide observed the peculiar harmony of the divine and the mundane, while the commentary devolved into chaos. I'm in tears. I dream of giving Su the goddess a pedicure, yet here she is, tending to the God King. Wake up, that SA dragon claw, not a foot. I'm utterly exhausted from expressing envy. Have you seen Xiao's exoskeleton? It's the latest model, entirely pink with a bow design, clearly a special edition authorized by the God King. Not only that, have you noticed? Every time Xiao approaches the God King, she emanates a faint golden glow, her skin improving. This ISNT work, it's a daily luxury spa. How infuriating. Why am I not Xiao? I yearn to tend to the God King's nails. Chen Yu scoffed at the envy and jealousy of these commoners. What do you know? This is called indulgence, the exclusive indulgence of the God King. He was savoring the moment when suddenly a pang of hunger struck him. Since his return from the sun, his staple diet had transitioned from lunar feasts to solar repasts. However, directly consuming solar energy proved too overwhelming, often resulting in digestive discomfort. Thus, Academician Sheen and his colleagues devised a solar energy compression stick, its flavor reminiscent of extraordinarily sweet maltose. This delicacy required immediate preparation and consumption. Otherwise, its taste would diminish. As Chen Yu observed a colossal, mutated giant squid, measuring 100 meters, swimming leisurely in the nearby sea, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Xiao, cease your repairs. Today I shall cook for you and showcase my culinary prowess. Xiao was taken aback. Huh? You intend to cook? The image was almost unfathomable to her. A 300-meter-tall deity. What kind of pot would he use? Would a carrier ship serve as a frying pan, while a destroyer doubled as a spatula? Just watch, Chen Yu replied with a mysterious smile. He slowly raised his right claw, pointing gently at the squid, which was still blissfully blowing bubbles. A nearly imperceptible golden flame, finer than a strand of hair, erupted from his fingertip. Solar corona fire. This was his innate divine flame, possessing the power to incinerate all. He mused that with such a minuscule amount, if controlled properly, roasting a squid should be a trivial task. Then, there was no further outcome. The instant the golden flame made contact with the giant squid, there was no explosion, no thunderous sound. The enormous squid, along with nearly 1,000 meters of surrounding seawater, vanished as if erased from existence, leaving behind only a vast vacuum sea pit, still emitting billowing steam. The sea breeze swept through, creating an eerie silence. Xiao, Winky faced the live stream audience. Chen Yu stared at his bare fingertip and the enormous sea pit, enveloped in prolonged silence. It seemed the flame had perhaps been a tad excessive. Where had that gigantic squid gone? As the world lingered in a state of stunned silence, an incongruous voice shattered the awkwardness. In the Eagle Sauce, at the White House, General Karen, the esteemed president of the Universe Navigation Logistics Support Department and Global Fan Club, was fervently convening an emergency global press conference. With tears in his eyes and arms raised high, he proclaimed, "A miracle! This is yet another miracle. Our divine king is using his unparalleled might to purify the filth of our oceans. Did you witness it? That instant evaporation of nuclear waste, the revitalized marine ecology. I propose that today be established as Global Ocean Conservation Day to honor the monumental contributions of our revered deity in safeguarding our azure home." Simultaneously, Karen shifted his tone, his face adorned with an even more fervent and sycophantic smile. "I believe it is an egregious slight to confine our great deity to a mere island. On behalf of Eagle Sauce, I formally propose to the Blue Star United Council the initiation of the Celestial Palace Project. We shall unite the strength of the entire world to construct a magnificent interstellar palace for Lord Dumpling, spanning the orbit between Venus and Mars within the solar system. We aim to illuminate the entire solar system with the brilliance of the celestial sovereign." Karen's speech instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the global populace and leaders of various nations. Thus began a grand spectacle, a cosmic-level display of adulation, unfolding before our eyes. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of it all, Chen Yu, sheepishly withdrew his hands, feigning innocence as if nothing had transpired. He merely wished to grill some skewers. Why do these mortals indulge in such theatrics? At that moment, far away in space, the Tianjin 9 Deep Space Telescope detected a fleeting, extremely faint gravitational anomaly signal from the edge of the solar system. The signal blinked briefly before being engulfed by the vast cosmic background radiation. The duty officer at the ground center glanced at it and casually marked it as instrument malfunction, awaiting repair. Little did anyone know, a storm capable of annihilating everything had silently begun to knock upon the gates of the solar system. Chapter 63. A dimensional strike from the Scholar God and a minor incident of the Heavenly Craft Project, the God King, desiring skewers, nearly brought the Pacific Ocean to a boil. Under Chairman Karen's divine interpretation, this incident not only failed to provoke any negative repercussions, but instead allowed Chen Yu to harvest a vast wave of global faith and admiration. This experience profoundly enlightened Chen Yu to a truth. Once one reaches a certain level of strength, even the most trivial action can be interpreted as profound wisdom. Initially, this passive display of superiority was rather enjoyable for a day or two. However, after a week of such existence, Chen Yu found it increasingly unbearable. It was dreadfully monotonous. Truly, it was exceedingly dull. Each day, aside from eating and sleeping, he had to endure a cacophony of mortals arguing over increasingly creative ways to flatter themselves. How could he, a time traveler and a man who once stood at the pinnacle of human scientific achievement, descend to such a lowly state? No, I must find something to occupy my time. Thus, with a sense of ennui, Chen Yu directed his divine consciousness towards the Chinese Academy of Sciences. In Kyoto, at the highest security laboratory of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, academician Chen and the genius scientist William, who had recently returned from the United States, were leading a group of the nation's most eminent scientists in an intense discussion around a vast holographic projection screen. They were investigating the mass production issues of the Zhu Long model, a subsequent project of the Kuafu project. This chaotic reversion engine's energy circuit is far too intricate, William exclaimed, grasping his sparse hair in despair. This is a design from the divine. The energy operation embedded within it entirely contradicts our current second law of thermodynamics. The fact that we can replicate even one unit is miraculous. Mass production is utterly unattainable. Academician Chen wore a similarly troubled expression, letting out a long sigh. Indeed, a mere line drawn by a deity may encompass cosmic laws that humanity would take centuries to decipher. The gap between us and the God King is vaster than that between apes and humans. The surrounding scientists fell into silence, each bearing a profound sense of helplessness, an embodiment of the purest despair felt by underachievers gazing up at the scholarly elite. Just as the atmosphere in the laboratory thickened with despondency, a languid voice, tinged with disdain, suddenly resonated in everyone's minds. Say, you bunch of fools, after nearly half a month of research, how can you still be entangled in such primitive issues? Boom! This voice struck like a nuclear bomb upon the tranquil surface of a lake. Academician Chen and William trembled, swiftly lifting their heads. Their faces a blend of ecstatic joy and sheer terror. God, Lord God King. It was indeed the God King. The very figure who had retired days ago and spent his time lounging in the sea. He was overseeing the project from the clouds? What else? If I relied on your wooden heads, by the time you figured it out, my enemies would have already arrived at my doorstep. Chen Yu's voice brimmed with impatience. He could no longer endure the sight before him. These individuals, possessing the meticulously crafted blueprint from their chief scientist, an embodiment of the standard answer, still failed to comprehend the task at hand. It was utterly futile. That, divine Lord, Academician Chen felt his face flush with embarrassment, akin to a schoolboy publicly chastised by a teacher, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. Enough! Enough! No more explanations. The more you explain, the more foolish you appear. Chen Yu interrupted him impatiently. Listen closely, I shall say this only once. The reason you cannot grasp the chaotic reversion engine is that your thinking remains entrenched in the energy conservation laws of the three-dimensional universe. Who told you that energy must be conserved? In higher dimensions, energy can indeed be created. The essence of that energy circuit is not to conduct energy, but to serve as a singularity, borrowing energy from the imaginary space. Do you understand? With the simplest and most direct language, Chen Yu imparted a lesson on physics from a higher dimension to this assembly of Earth's most brilliant minds. In an instant, the laboratory was enveloped in a profound silence. Academician Chen, William, and all the scientists present stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Their eyes widened, and their mouths gaped in disbelief. At that moment, their worldview was shattered by Chen Yu's seemingly casual remarks. Energy can be created, borrowed from imaginary space. This transcends the realm of science. It is theology. No, it is magic. After a full minute, William was the first to regain his composure. As if possessed, he dashed to his holographic computer, his hands a blur as he fervently established new mathematical models. I understand now. So that is how it is. Euclidean space, Riemannian geometry, string theory. My heavens! The words of the Divine Lord have interconnected millennia of human advancements in physics. He has bestowed upon us the key to higher dimensions. Overcome with emotion, tears streamed down William's face as he gazed at the languid figure on the holographic screen, his eyes filled with pure, fervent reverence. Meanwhile, academician Chen, his legs weakening, deeply bowed towards the screen. This bow was not to a deity, but to a mentor who walks at the forefront of civilization. This event swiftly reached the highest command. After listening to the report, General Zhao Zhenbong exchanged a glance with the supreme leader. both recognizing a wry smile and a sense of relief in each other's eyes. It seems that allowing our ancestor to remain idle was indeed a misallocation of talent. The Supreme Leader remarked with a smile. Not merely a misallocation, but an utter waste. Xiao Zhanbong was brimming with excitement. With just a casual remark, he could propel our technological prowess forward by centuries. This was no mere mythical beast. It was undeniably a boundless repository of civilization. Thus, the highest leader pondered for a moment and made a monumental decision. He could no longer afford to remain idle. Transmit my orders. Immediately initiate the Heavenly Craft Project. Establish a transdimensional technology research institute directly overseen by His Excellency the Divine King, granting him the utmost authority and resource allocation privileges. Whatever he wishes to explore, let him explore. Whatever he requires, we shall provide. Even if he desires stars from the heavens, we shall pluck them for him. We can no longer regard him as a mere freeloader or henchman. From this day forth, we shall treat him as the chief scientist of Huaxia civilization. Soon, this news was conveyed through Su Xiaoye to Chen Yu. Upon hearing it, Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Finally, someone who understands. At last, they recognize that I am not only capable of fighting and feasting, but also possess a cultured intellect. The Heavenly Craft Project, the Transdimensional Technology Research Institute, Chief Scientist, it all sounded rather exhilarating. Very well, since you are so earnest, I shall reluctantly design a few toys for you to play with. Chen Yu mused, contemplating concepts like a spatial folding engine, antimatter annihilation cannon, or a two-dimensional foil dimensionality reduction weapon. Now, which one should I start with? Just as Chen Yu was eagerly preparing to enter his research mode, far away, over 50 billion kilometers from Earth, the colossal fleet of Karasana had come to a gradual halt in the orbit of Pluto. He sat upon the abyssal throne, his icy gaze piercing through the viewport, fixating on the lonely, cold dwarf planet floating nearby. A trace of unabashed disdain crossed his face. A lifeless, frigid rock was truly an eyesore. He turned to a towering adjutant, nearly 20 meters tall, with bulging muscles and a brutish Orcish visage, and casually waved his hand. Grak, dispose of this obstructive debris. The Orcish adjutant named Grak revealed a cruel grin, his mouth lined with sharp fangs. As you command, my esteemed commander. It is Grak's highest honor to clear the dust from your path. With that, he turned and strode purposefully away from the bridge. Chapter 64. The Vanishing of Pluto and Charon's Divine Maneuver aboard the flagship of the 7th Legion, known as the Abyssal Throne. The Orc lieutenant named Grak strode purposefully towards a main cannon control console on the side of the vessel. His massive Orcish head was etched with a blend of cruelty and exhilaration. Grak reveled in destruction, whether it be of life or celestial bodies. Observing the exquisite stars disintegrate into cosmic dust under his artillery was a pleasure that surpassed even the most potent of abyssal brews. How audacious for a mere icy rock to obstruct the path of a great commander. It was a life lived too impatiently. With a sinister grin, Grak manipulated the intricate controls nonchalantly, locking onto the faintly glowing dwarf planet, Pluto, adrift in the dark cosmos. He could not be bothered to employ the main cannon. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Instead, he activated a standard annihilation ray, designed for clearing cosmic debris. A seemingly inconspicuous dark red beam shot forth silently from the barrel. Its velocity transcended causality, surpassing the fabric of time and space. The instant it was unleashed, it struck its target. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling display of light. The solitary Pluto, which had orbited the fringes of the solar system for 6 billion years, along with its 5 moons, was obliterated as if it had never existed. It was thoroughly erased from both the dimensions of time and space, completely expunged from the roots of causality. Having completed this act, Grak dusted off his hands nonchalantly and returned to the bridge, too indifferent to spare another glance. Merely clearing a small stone, what was the fuss about? However, this casual shot reverberated through human civilization on Earth, akin to a cataclysmic cosmic tsunami that shattered paradigms. In China, at the National Observatory, alarms blared. Alarms blared. The signal from the Pathfinder 17 Pluto probe had been completely severed. What was happening? Switch to the backup channel immediately. No, all channels have failed. Pathfinder 17 has lost contact. The duty observers were instantly engulfed in chaos. Quickly, direct the surveyor no. 9 telescopes array towards Pluto's coordinates. The voice of the supervisor was filled with urgency and anxiety. Moments later, as the processed cosmic image appeared clearly on the central screen, an eerie silence fell over the observation hall. All eyes widened, mouths agape, as if transfixed by an unseen force. They stood frozen. On the screen, the celestial coordinates where Pluto should have existed were now utterly vacant. Nothing remained. It was pristine, as if digitally altered. Where is Pluto? A young observer stammered, breaking the suffocating silence. No, it cannot be. Is there a malfunction with the equipment? Or perhaps cosmic dust has obscured our view? Immediately initiate a global astronomical operation. Let all nation-space telescopes simultaneously focus on those coordinates. The command was issued with utmost priority. 1 minute later, observation data from premier astronomical institutions around the world, including those from the United States, Russia, and the European Space Agency, poured into China like a flurry of snowflakes. The result was singular and profoundly chilling. Pluto, this once ninth planet of our solar system, which has been cataloged in human records for nearly a century, along with all of its moons, had simply evaporated, not through explosion nor collision. Were that the case, remnants and energy fluctuations would remain. Yet now there was nothing. It had abruptly and irrationally vanished from the cosmos. This news detonated globally like a megaton nuclear bomb. The scientific community was in shambles. Countless esteemed astronomers and physicists, upon witnessing that vacant star map, wept uncontrollably, their worldviews shattered. Physics had ceased to exist. This was a dimensional blow to the very foundation of human civilization's scientific logic. The global populace was plunged into unprecedented panic. My heavens, a star simply vanished? Is Earth next? Is the apocalypse truly upon us? Despair and dread spread like a plague across the globe. In this moment of collective anxiety, as global order teetered on the brink of collapse, the esteemed light of humanity, the foremost sycophant of the dumpling leader, President Karen, once again stepped forward. He convened an emergency global press conference, facing the world's cameras with not a hint of trepidation, but rather with fervor and reverence. Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. Karen's voice resonated through the live broadcast to every corner of the world. Regarding Pluto's disappearance, I have received an official explanation from our great ally, China. All ears perked up, breaths held in anticipation. Karen cleared his throat and, with a tone reminiscent of epic recitation, raised his arm exultantly. This is not a disaster. This is a miracle. It is our supreme God King, Lord Dumpling, demonstrating his unparalleled might to the universe. Pluto, that cold, dark celestial body, imbued with an ominous aura, symbolizes death and the underworld in Eastern mythology. Our God King is merciful. He cannot bear to see us, his humble subjects, living in the shadow of death. Thus he intervened. With powers beyond our mortal comprehension, he has utterly erased that ill-fated star from our world. This is a warning, an ultimate warning to those lurking in the darkness, harboring malicious intent towards our beautiful blue home. The God King conveys to the entire universe through his actions. Those who dare to offend our blue star shall face inevitable eradication. Karen's speech resounded with fervor and was imbued with a stirring rhetoric. He even proposed a suggestion that left the world utterly astonished. I propose, in gratitude for the divine protection of our God King, we shall henceforth designate today as the day of commemoration for the God King's blessing upon the solar system. From this day forth, every year on this date, the world shall observe a day of holiday. Everyone must face the east, offering the highest respect and heartfelt gratitude to the great Lord Tuanzi. The people of the world gasped in disbelief. Winky Face, the senior officials of Xiao were equally taken aback. On Dragon Tooth Island, Chen Yu, who had been blissfully napping with his head resting on Su Xiaoya's lap, was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent communication alerts. Blinking in confusion, he opened his eyes to find Su Xiao holding a tactical tablet, gazing at him with an expression of bewilderment. On the screen was Karen's impassioned face, animated and fervent. "Lord Tuanzi, did you just destroy Pluto?" Xiao Chen Yu looked utterly perplexed. "What on earth? Pluto? What is that? Can it be eaten?" He blinked his muddled eyes, his expression vacant. "What have I done? Wasn't I just sleeping?" Chapter 65. The Brain of the God King and the Limits of Humanity. President Karen's divine interpretation has successfully transformed a terrifying event capable of overturning human astronomy into a global religious frenzy. The absurd proposal to commemorate the God King's protection of the solar system was astonishingly passed at the Blue Star United Assembly with over 90% support, propelling it through with lightning speed. Henceforth, today will be a global holiday each year, celebrated with a grandeur second only to Christmas and the Spring Festival in Huaxia. President Karen himself has been affectionately titled the Oracle by netizens worldwide, becoming the sole designated spokesperson for the divine entity on Earth, his reputation soaring to unprecedented heights, seemingly eclipsing even President Thompson of the Eagle Nation. The world is enveloped in a mystifying confidence, as if divinely safeguarded, traversing the cosmos with ease. Yet, a few individuals felt a chilling dread. In Kyoto, at the highest command center of Huaxia, the atmosphere was stifling, akin to the oppressive calm before a storm. General Xiao Zhenbong, Academician Qin, William, and the supreme leader of Huaxia gathered, repeatedly scrutinizing and analyzing all astronomical observation data surrounding the disappearance of Pluto. There were no residual energy traces, no signs of explosion, and even the ripples of gravitational waves were so faint they could be disregarded. Academician Qin's expression was graver than ever, his voice hoarse and dry. It was not obliterated by physical means. It was erased by a rule that we cannot comprehend from this universe. As if it were simply wiped away. William, once a brilliant scientist, now bore the marks of defeat and fear upon his visage. To illustrate, it is as though we exist as NPCs within a computer game, with Pluto representing a segment of data. Now, a player with administrator privileges found that data bothersome, and with a mere flick of a finger, removed it from the source code. This analogy sent a chill through all present, surging from their souls to the crown of their heads. The term player resonated ominously with General Xiao Zhenbong, who involuntarily clenched his calloused fists. Are you suggesting that there exists another entity, potentially even more powerful than the God King himself, that has intervened in our solar system? Academician Qin shook his head, uncertain if it was indeed a greater power. However, it was evident that this entity wielded a bizarre and terrifying power system utterly distinct from that of the God King. The God King's power is one of chaos, solar flames, a straightforward and cataclysmic open conspiracy. In contrast, the force that erased Pluto seems cold, unreasonable, and derived from a higher dimensional law. The supreme leader, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, his words decisive. In other words, we face a new, unknown, and exceedingly perilous enemy. His gaze swept over the assembly. The global revelry is but an illusion. The true crisis may have only just begun. Command, all space-based and ground-based observation units. Power to maximum. Continuous scanning for 24 hours. I must know where that eye concealed in the shadows lurks. Furthermore, his gaze shifted towards the live surveillance footage of Long Island. In the image, the architect behind the recent destruction of a planet appeared utterly bewildered as Su Xiaoya explained to him what Pluto was. For the time being, do not inform him of this matter, the supreme leader intoned. Hasn't the Heavenly Craft Project been initiated? Let him be at ease, fulfilling his role as the chief scientist. If the sky were fall, we mere mortals shall bear the brunt of it, until we can no longer withstand it. Do not disturb our esteemed ancestor who is currently adjusting to the time difference. Long Island. Chen Yu finally grasped the sequence of events. Had he unwittingly become the unparalleled hero who destroyed Pluto and safeguarded the solar system during a mere nap? And they even established a global public holiday? Is humanity's capacity for imagination truly so formidable? He surveyed the solar system with his chaotic dual eyes. Indeed, Pluto was gone, erased as if it had never existed. Intriguing. A smirk of amusement played on Chen Yu's lips. He certainly did not believe he was responsible for this. To accomplish such a level of causal erasure, the opposing force must be of comparable strength, if not superior, perhaps even excelling in the application of certain esoteric principles. Has a worthy adversary finally emerged? Rather than feeling anxious, Chen Yu felt a flicker of excitement. How lonely it is to be invincible. He too longed for a rival of equal stature to engage in a spirited contest. However, he chose to remain discreet. Since the upper echelons of Huaxia wished to conceal the truth from him, preferring to shoulder the burden themselves, he would gladly indulge in their charade. Conveniently, the Heavenly Craft Project sounded rather intriguing. Chief Scientist? That title appeals to me. Thus, under Su Xiaoye's anxious gaze, Chen Yu cleared his throat and communicated telepathically. Ahem. About the matter of Pluto, you are all aware, correct? A trivial affair, no need for concern. It was merely a casual act of this deity, hardly worth mentioning. Su Xiaoye, Your Majesty, could you perhaps tone down the grandiosity? Enough of these trivialities. Chen Yu shifted the conversation. Accelerate the Heavenly Craft Project. I recently had a small epiphany regarding controllable nuclear fusion. Haven't you been stuck on the conundrum of super high-temperature plasma confinement? How foolish. Why rely on cumbersome devices like the tokamak? Simply utilize a gravitational field for confinement. In the heart of the reactor, could one not artificially create a miniature white dwarf gravitational environment? With that thought, Chen Yu extended his claw and effortlessly inscribed a diagram upon the sandy shore. An exquisite work of art. A flawless structure of a gravitational field generator imbued with the infinite mysteries of the universe. He then languidly yawned and turned over. Here is the blueprint for you. Conduct your own research. Do not disturb me, for I wish to continue my slumber and ponder the next topic. Only Su Xiaoye remained, along with academician Qin and others who witnessed the scene through the drone's lens. They stared blankly at the drawing in the sand, feeling as though their minds were mercilessly crushed by 10,000 suns over and over again. A miniature white dwarf? Gravitational field constraints? Your Excellency, to call this merely a small notion? This is not just an idea. It is as if the holy grail of physics has been forcefully thrust into the faces of us mere mortals. Chapter 66. The Gaze from Deep Space, the Seventh Legion. Flagship Abyssal Throne. Silence. A deathly stillness akin to that of a tomb. The colossal star eater, Karasa, loomed over 10 meters tall, seated upon his skeletal throne. His eyes, ablaze with the fiery intensity of molten lava, fixated unwaveringly on the holographic projection before him. The projection depicted the grand spectacle of a global celebration on Earth, commemorating the Solar System Day under the aegis of the God King. Countless inhabitants of Earth were seen bowing reverently towards the east, chanting the peculiar name Tuanzi. Beneath Karasa, the formidable senior commanders of the Legion remained utterly silent, scarcely daring to breathe. Their faces bore a common expression of confusion. The adjutant, Grak, the orc brute who had personally obliterated Pluto, had now relinquished his characteristic cruel grin. His immense Orcish visage was inscribed with 3 large characters. Cannot comprehend. Who among us can? Elucidate this? At last, Karasa's cold, gravelly voice shattered the silence of the bridge. Is there something fundamentally amiss with the cognitive processes of the natives of this planet? I have annihilated their world. Should they not be trembling in fear? Should they not be engulfed in despair? Should they not be crying out in anguish, begging for mercy? Why then are they celebrating? Karasa felt his understanding challenged as never before. He had led the 7th Legion to conquer and obliterate countless civilizations, certainly no fewer than 800. He had witnessed fearless warriors, as well as craven sycophants. Yet, he had never encountered a species quite like the inhabitants of Earth, whose behavior was so astonishingly peculiar. This defied logic. This contradicted the dark forest principle of survival of the fittest that permeates the universe. Great Commander, as the silence lingered, a shadowy figure began to materialize from the rear flank of the throne. Lacking a physical form, he seemed composed of pure darkness, save for 2 crimson points of light that served as his eyes. He was the chief strategist of the 7th Legion, a mysterious entity privately referred to by his colleagues as the brain of the abyss, Zelitu. Perhaps our earlier assessments were slightly misguided. Zelitu's voice resonated devoid of emotion, akin to two pieces of metal grinding against one another. The civilization of this planet appears to possess a unique mechanism of information transformation and mental defense that eludes our understanding. They seem to interpret our deterrent actions through an unknown logic as the protection of their native deity. Native deity? A flicker of disdain crossed Karas's eyes. Is it that creature they refer to as Tuanzi, the white worm in the projection? Indeed, Zelitu's crimson lights flickered momentarily. According to the information we previously captured, it was this chaotic entity that dispatched the 3 void hounds, berserkers you had sent. And what of it? Beside them, Grak could not help but interject, his voice coarse and arrogant. Those 3 foolish dogs are merely level 10 mutations. With just a single finger, I could crush one. And our commander is the magnificent level 15-foot Star Eater. As for that little white worm, I concede it possesses a modicum of power. Yet, based on the energy readings, it is at most level 11. Before our illustrious 7th Legion, it is no different from an ant. Grak's words echoed the sentiments of the majority of the assembled commanders. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and machinations are but paper tigers. However, Zeratul shook his head. General Grak, your muscles are likely far more developed than your intellect, he retorted without reservation. You. Grak seethed with rage, his massive fists cracking ominously. Silence. Karas's cold voice rang out, halting the quarrel between the 2 subordinates. His gaze fell upon Zeratul. Proceed. Yes, Commander, Zeratul replied with a slight bow. I suspect that the civilization of this planet has formed a rather peculiar symbiotic relationship with that chaotic entity. The civilization provides faith and energy to the deity, while the deity offers protection and a logically coherent explanation. This has endowed the civilization with remarkable mental resilience. Simple displays of brute force may not compel their submission. Rather, it might reinforce their faith in the deity. Zeratul paused, presenting his suggestion. Therefore, I propose that prior to launching a full-scale assault, it is essential for us to conduct a more in-depth and covert reconnaissance of this planet. We must ascertain the peculiarities of that little ball and identify the weaknesses in the civilization's mental defense mechanisms. Covert reconnaissance? A glimmer of interest appeared in Karas's eyes. Are you suggesting we infiltrate? Indeed, Commander, Zeratul replied, his crimson eyes glinting with a hint of cunning. I believe it is time for our shadows to pay a visit to this intriguing planet. Karasa contemplated in silence for a moment. He glanced at the holographic projection of the white figure lazily yawning on the beach. For some reason, he felt that the seemingly innocuous little worm, with its eyes resembling the sun on one side and the moon on the other, was curiously observing him across the endless void. Was it merely an illusion? Very well. Finally, Karasa nodded. I approve your plan. I am eager to discover what surprises lie hidden on this tiny orb. A silent and clandestine exploration from the abyss is about to commence. At this moment, the subject of scrutiny, Chen Yu, had just inadvertently swallowed a passing seagull due to yawning too widely. He furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to expel this peculiar morsel or simply swallow it whole. It tasted of chicken, delightfully crunchy. Chapter 67, the first toy blueprint, the Heavenly Craft Project has officially commenced. A prestigious institution, the Transdimensional Technology Research Institute, personally established by the God King Chen Yu as the chief scientist, has been inaugurated in a heavily fortified secret base located on the outskirts of Kyoto. The members of this institute comprise an elite assembly of the most brilliant minds from across China and the world. Physicists, mathematicians, biologists, materials scientists, each an esteemed luminary in their respective fields. Yet at this moment, these academically exalted individuals sit with the demeanor of elementary students, sitting up straight, each armed with a tactical tablet, reverently observing a globally exclusive live lecture from the God King. The live feed displays the serene beach of Longya Island, where their chief scientist, Lord Chen Yu, lounges languidly. Before him lies a diagram of the gravity field generator S structure, a concept that baffles them yet ignites their fervor. Do you all comprehend? Chen Yu's languid thoughts resonate directly within each of their minds through quantum communication. The Research Institute falls into a profound silence. Academician Chen and William exchange glances, each perceiving a hint of bitterness in the other's eyes. Comprehend? My lord, do you perhaps misunderstand the term understand? This diagram you casually sketched, imbued with mathematical models and physical laws, seems to require humanity to study without rest for 500 years, perhaps merely to grasp the surface. Alas, what a foolish lot! It vexes me so. Chen Yu appears to sense the student's lack of understanding and lets out a resigned sigh. Forget it. I shan't expect you to grasp the principles. Just consider it. Assembling a Lego toy. I will provide you with the blueprints for each component. Surely you can piece them together? As he speaks, Chen Yu extends his hand and begins sketching sequential images beside the intricate structure diagram. This is the singularity core, requiring neutron star core material for ultra-high pressure forging. The specific pressure parameters and forging methods are. He continues. This is the spatial curvature stabilization ring, which necessitates the 10,000-year-old glacial iron I previously instructed you to excavate in Antarctica, inscribed with 3,600 anti-gravity runes. The specific rune circuit is. And then, this is the energy amplification matrix. Chen Yu resembles the most patient kindergarten teacher, meticulously deconstructing a creation capable of revolutionizing the very foundation of civilization's technological tree into its most fundamental components. As he draws and explains, the cadre of geniuses within the Institute fervently records every detail, fearful of omitting any fragment of information. Their expressions evolve from initial confusion to astonishment, then to ecstatic joy, ultimately settling into a state of pure numbness, because they discovered that any so-called small component dismantled by the Lord of the Divine King possessed a technological sophistication sufficient to earn them 10 Nobel Prizes. My God, William gazed at the densely packed, cryptic array of runes on his neural interface, feeling as if his mind were about to combust. This is not science. It is clearly magic. It is the mystical arts of the East. Academician Chen, meanwhile, stroked his heart, sensing a slight insufficiency in blood supply. Old Xiao, he turned a glance at General Xiao Jinbong, who wore an equally dazed expression, his voice trembling as he spoke at last. I understand why ancient emperors sought immortals in the way of enlightenment. This, the pinnacle of technology, is indeed theology. General Xiao Jinbong remained silent. He fixated intently on the white figure delivering the lecture on the screen, his mind consumed by a singular thought. At all costs, exhaust the nation's resources. Even if it means selling the earth, we must construct all the things depicted by the Lord of the Divine King. For he understood that this transcended mere weapons or equipment. This was the only ladder for Chinese civilization to ascend to a higher dimension. Meanwhile, as the Chinese scientists collectively experienced hair loss over the Divine King's homework, Chen Yu was struck by a new idea. Merely having controlled nuclear fusion would not suffice. This contraption was merely a power bank, addressing the energy dilemma. Yet, the Earth itself remained too fragile, akin to a house made of paper, easily accessible to intruders. No, we must first install a security door, Chen Yu mused. Thus, he summoned Su Xiaoya, who was fanning him nearby. Xiaoya, go and inform your leaders. The gravity field generator project should be put on hold. I have a more urgent and significant new toy that deserves priority in development. With that, Chen Yu extended his infamous claw, sketching another, even more intricate, grander, and absurd blueprint on the other side of the beach. The blueprint depicted 12 colossal devices, resembling obelisks, arranged according to some esoteric formation at 12 crucial gravitational nodes within the solar system, including Earth, the Moon, and the Sun. Beside the blueprint, Chen Yu inscribed the name of this new toy with his claw. Spatial Stability Anchor Array. Function. Once activated, it could forcibly lock and stabilize the entire spatial structure of the solar system, creating an invisible spatial barrier. At that time, any unauthorized spatial jumps or dimensional traversals would be disrupted, obstructed, or even torn asunder by this barrier. In simple terms, it is akin to installing the most advanced divine security door for our solar system. Mission accomplished. Time to wrap up. Chen Yu patted his claws, gazing contentedly at his masterpiece. At last, he could finally enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. I wonder who would dare to intrude upon my home without so much as a greeting. Little did he know, at the very moment he sketched this blueprint, a phantom-like abyssal reconnaissance vessel, bearing the name Void Shadow, had silently traversed the Kuiper Belt. Its target was none other than that beautiful blue planet, which it perceived as utterly defenseless. Chapter 68. The Uninvited Guest Abyssal Reconnaissance Vessel, Nightblade Bridge. This specialized ship, meticulously designed for infiltration and assassination, is enveloped in a shroud of void material capable of absorbing 99.9 of energy and light, rendering it nearly invisible in the dark expanse of the cosmos. At this moment, the Nightblade has successfully penetrated the inner sanctum of the solar system, stealthily navigating near the orbit of Neptune. At the heart of the bridge, a colossal, ever-twisting sphere of black energy hovers. Within this orb, a grotesque creature, seemingly devoid of a skeletal structure, curls ominously. It is the elite scout dispatched by the Zelrith, a level 10 elite creature known as the Void Shadow. A cold, devoid of emotion, consciousness emanates from the energy sphere, reaching the captain's mind. Report the environmental data of the target star system. Yes, my Lord Shadow. The captain of the Nightblade, a bug-like creature with a mantis-like head, respectfully replies. He swiftly brings forth the ship's detection data. My Lord Shadow. The environmental data of the target star system, codename G2 Yellow Dwarf System, is as follows. The stellar status is stable, currently in the main sequence phase. Within the system, there are 8 planets, several dwarf planets, and an asteroid belt. Our objective is the third planet, a rare life planet with liquid water and a dense atmosphere. Presently, the technological level on the planet's surface is assessed to be 0. 7-level spacefaring civilization, lacking the capability for large-scale interstellar travel. Their defensive forces are primarily concentrated in low Earth orbit, consisting of several space stations and some, well, they appear to be toys in the form of mechas. Upon viewing the image of the 4 symbols guardians, the bug captain scoffed derisively. 100-meter-tall mecha? Such devices are hardly more than fodder before the might of their illustrious 7th Legion. What about the energy response from the native deity? The consciousness of Void Shadow resounded once more. Report, my Lord Shadow. The bug captain immediately stowed away his disdain and retrieved another set of data. We have detected a powerful chaotic energy source on the target planet, approximately level 11. The energy response is remarkably stable, according to our model predictions. This energy source is currently in a state of extreme inactivity. Translated into a language we can comprehend, it seems to be sleeping. A brief silence enveloped the bridge. Sleeping. The consciousness of Void Shadow seemed to convey a hint of confusion. An 11-level chaotic entity on a home planet facing imminent destruction. Sleeping? Is this reasonable? Indeed, my Lord Shadow, the bug captain affirmed. Not only that, but according to our intelligence analysis, the natives of this planet appear to be entirely oblivious to our arrival. They are celebrating a festival known as the Divine King's Blessing of the Solar System Anniversary with great fervor throughout the nation. They have even launched a global initiative called the Heavenly Craft Project, seemingly to construct a new toy for their deity. The insectoid captain found his own words increasingly absurd. The civilization of this planet possesses an exceedingly peculiar atmosphere. The Void Shadow remained silent, having served in the 7th Legion for millennia, infiltrating and annihilating countless civilizations. Yet, encountering one as expansive in spirit as Earth was truly a first for it. The plan remains unchanged. The Void Shadow ultimately decreed, I shall personally infiltrate the target planet's lunar system and observe the chaotic energy source up close. The Nightblade shall remain on standby in Neptune's orbit, maintaining the highest level of silence. Until my mission is complete, any form of proactive communication is forbidden. As you command, Lord Shadow, the insectoid captain replied respectfully. In the center of the bridge, the black energy sphere began to writhe intensely. In the next moment, an invisible, undetectable distortion ripple emanated from the energy sphere. This ripple disregarded the physical shell of the ship, merging directly into the external cosmos. It spread silently towards the core of the solar system, the beautiful azure planet, like ink dispersing in water. This was the essence of the void shadow, a form of pure shadow existing between energy and matter. In this state, it could flawlessly mimic all background radiation in the universe, whether gravitational waves, electromagnetic waves, or neutrinos. It embodied darkness itself. It personified the void. From its perspective, this mission would be as effortless and straightforward as those before it. It would arrive like a ghost, quietly coming and going, taking with it the final secrets of this planet. However, unbeknownst to it, the seemingly harmless chaotic energy source, which lay dormant in its perception, was currently idly waiting, with an invisible fishing line in the cosmic pond, anticipating its hook. Chapter 69. The Divine King's Fishing Line on Longya Island. Basked in the perfect sunlight and caressed by a gentle sea breeze, the retirement life of the Divine King Chen Yu continued unabated. His colossal form, towering at 300 meters, reclined luxuriously upon a divine couch crafted specifically for him, upholstered with memory alloy and warm jade from the South China Sea. The ease of his posture was nothing short of idyllic. Before him, Xiao wore an expression of utter desolation as she diligently undertook her daily task, grilling skewers for the Divine King. Following a recent mishap involving the near boiling of the Pacific while grilling squid, Chen Yu had undertaken a profound introspection regarding his culinary skills. He discerned that the issue did not lie in technique, but rather in the heat. His solar god fire, even in the slightest measure, was a catastrophic overreach for the ingredients of Earth. Thus, after extensive research, the esteemed scientist Chen Yu devised a groundbreaking new grilling technology. He instructed academician Chen and others to utilize scraps from the spatial stabilization anchor to fabricate a special 100-meter-long, energy-conducting skewer. This skewer, inscribed with myriad energy-dissipating runes, could reduce the intensity of his solar fire by a billionfold, ensuring a uniform distribution of heat. This innovation enabled precise temperature control. At this moment, Xiao, clad in her pink Zhuke 5th-generation exoskeleton armor, wielded the skewer, thicker than a telephone pole, with great effort, carefully grilling a 50-meter-long mutated king crab freshly retrieved from the depths of the ocean. The golden crab oil sizzled enticingly, dripping onto a grill forged from ancient ice iron, producing an aroma that was utterly captivating. In the live broadcast, billions of virtual diners around the globe were left drooling in anticipation. Wow, this is incredibly fragrant. I can smell it through the screen. The Divine King truly knows how to indulge, grilling with divine equipment. This must be unique in the universe. Borgodisu. She looks like she's been dragged to a factory to tighten screws. But I would love to tighten those screws. By the way, don't you think the Lord Tuanzi seems a bit distracted today? A perceptive netizen noted the anomaly. Indeed, today, Chen Yu appeared somewhat uncharacteristic. His eyes, one like the sun and the other like the moon, did not focus on the king crab nearing completion, but instead narrowed slightly as he gazed into the profound, endless expanse of the starry sky, as though observing something intriguing. Within his mental perception, a faint, nearly imperceptible fluctuation of anomalous energy cautiously navigated from the orbit of Neptune, stealthily making its way toward Earth. This energy fluctuation was cloaked with remarkable perfection, constantly altering its form, sometimes resembling the residual waves of a solar storm, at other times mimicking passing cosmic rays. Had it been the pre-evolution Chen Yu, he might have overlooked it entirely. Yet now, before Chen Yu, who has ascended to the 11th level as Chaos Sun Crown Bai Ze and possesses the heart of the sun god, the entire solar system is his domain. Every subtle shift in the environment does not escape his keen perception. The antics of this void shadow appear to him as nothing more than a thief clad in camouflage, crawling on the floor of his own living room, both laughable and pitiable. How amusing it is that thieves have become so dedicated nowadays. Chen Yu marvels inwardly at this level of disguise, surpassing even that of elite soldiers. Alas, they have chosen the wrong stage and the wrong venue. Chen Yu does not immediately expose its presence. To swat a mouse outright lacks any thrill. The true delight lies in the art of manipulation. Thus, he extends a paw, infinitely larger than Su Xiaoye's roasting skewer. The sharp tip of his claw lightly grazes the void, creating an unremarkable motion. Yet, in the higher dimensional subspace, imperceptible to mortals, it unleashes a cataclysmic wave. A thread of chaos divine power, finer than a single strand of hair, escapes from the tip of his claw. This essence, akin to a living spider's silk, instantaneously traverses billions of kilometers of space and, in a manner undetectable by the void shadow, silently coils around the core of its ever-shifting energy form. It is as if an invisible fishing line is cast, with the other end firmly grasped in Chen Yu's claw. The bait has been set. A wicked smile curls upon Chen Yu's lips as he contemplates the entertainment this sneaky little fish may bring. He retracts his claw and refocuses his attention on the roasted king crab before him. Xiao, it's nearly ready. You can sprinkle some cumin and chili powder now. Be generous, as I prefer bold flavors. Su Xiao dispens. Oh, she can't shake the feeling that today, the Lord of the Gods seems to be particularly in good spirits. Chapter 70, Space Juggling Under Global Live Broadcast, Void Shadow, found itself in a state of bewilderment. As the foremost ace scout of the 7th Legion, it possessed exceptional intelligence and extensive infiltration experience. At this moment, it had successfully penetrated the gravitational sphere of Jupiter. Everything was unfolding according to plan, astonishingly smooth. The level 11 chaos energy source remained in a dormant state, showing no signs of disturbance. The indigenous inhabitants of this planet were still immersed in their ludicrous festive revelry. However, for reasons unknown, a whisper of unease began to stir within Void Shadow. It felt as though invisible eyes were secretly observing it with keen interest. Was it merely an illusion? Surely, it must be an illusion. In its shadow form, unless confronted by a being of level 15 or higher, who could scan with divine intent, it was virtually undetectable. Void Shadow shook its non-existent head, casting aside this ominous premonition. With utmost caution, it maneuvered its energy form, preparing to utilize Jupiter's formidable gravitational slingshot effect to accelerate towards the Earth-Moon system. Yet, just as it approached Jupiter's iconic Great Red Spot, an unexpected anomaly occurred. A bizarre gravitational force, incomprehensibly powerful and utterly unreasonable, suddenly acted upon it. Whoosh! Void Shadow barely had time to react. Its proud shadow form felt as fragile as a mere sheet of paper before this strange force. It was violently yanked into the terrifying superstorm of the Great Red Spot. Buzzing, Void Shadow felt as though it had been tossed into a cosmic washing machine operating at full power, spinning uncontrollably. Its energy form was on the verge of disintegration. After being passively spun 720 times within the Great Red Spot, that peculiar gravitational force vanished without warning. Then, like a garment wrung out to dry, it was violently expelled from the storm. Void Shadow was utterly dazed. It floated in space, its energy form flickering erratically, clearly affected by the disorientation. What had transpired? What was that situation? Had Jupiter's gravitational field experienced an irregular mutation? Impossible. According to the detection data from the Nightblade, Jupiter's gravitational field would remain exceptionally stable for the next 10,000 years. Just as it was grappling with confusion, that unforgettable, bizarre gravitational force manifested once more. This time, the direction of the force pointed towards Saturn. Whoosh! Void Shadow found itself once again involuntarily transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Saturn. Then, in a live astronomical broadcast viewed by billions around the globe, everyone witnessed an extraordinarily bizarre spectacle. An unidentified flying object, temporarily designated as UFO 001, meandered through the solar system as if intoxicated, engaging in an unfathomable display of cosmic antics. It first executed a remarkably flamboyant zigzag maneuver, deftly evading all the meteors within the asteroid belt. The precision of its movements surpassed even the most skilled ace pilots. Subsequently, it plunged into the rings of Saturn. Contrary to expectations, it was not torn apart by the myriad of ice fragments and rocks. Rather, It seemed tethered by an invisible string, spiraling around Saturn in a frenzied rotation. 1 revolution, 2 revolutions, 3 revolutions. The scene resembled a spinning top, carelessly spun by a mischievous child. On Earth, at the Huaxia Academy of Sciences within the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute, academician Chen and Dr. William were engrossed in analyzing the blueprint of the spatial stability anchor array drafted by Chen Yu. Suddenly, an observer tasked with monitoring the dynamics of the solar system emitted a startled exclamation. Academician Chen, Dr. William, look, an inexplicable supernatural phenomenon has emerged near the orbits of Jupiter and Saturn, one that defies current physics. At this, the scientists collectively turned their gaze to the central screen, where they beheld UFO 001 exhibiting its outrageous antics amidst the rings of Saturn. All the scientists were rendered speechless. What on earth was happening? A disturbance in the gravitational field? An anomaly in spatial curvature? Or perhaps some unknown cosmic string was plucking at the fabric of our solar system? Dr. William's eyes sparkled with intellectual fervor as he feverishly constructed mathematical models in an attempt to elucidate this phenomenon. Yet, no matter how he calculated, the results were merely a string of nonsensical gibberish. Just then, academician Chen, who had remained silent, seemed to have an epiphany. His gaze gradually shifted to another monitoring screen, a live feed from Long Island. In the footage, the deity Chen Yu was leisurely gnawing on a colossal, golden-brown, crispy king crab leg. Meanwhile, his free right forelimb, with a slender digit resembling intricately carved white jade, was unconsciously tracing circles. The frequency and trajectory of his circling astonishingly mirrored that of UFO 001's whimsical gestures in the rings of Saturn. Academician Chen's pupils dilated sharply. A thought, both absurd and yet potentially true, surged through his mind. Could it be that this so-called cosmic performance was merely the divine sovereign amusing himself, having feasted to satisfaction and entertaining a cat? Simultaneously, in the White House, President Karen convened a global emergency press conference with renewed fervor. He pointed at the screen, showcasing the astonishing spectacle of cosmic acrobatics, his face radiating a profound wisdom and fervor, as if he alone were awake amidst a sea of intoxicated minds. A miracle, my friends. This is yet another grand miracle. Do you believe this is merely a simple aberration in celestial motion? No, you are gravely mistaken. What you are witnessing is our divine, sovereign demonstrating his unparalleled powers. What is he doing? He is aligning the energies of our solar system. Chairman Karen's voice resonated with undeniable conviction. He is reconfiguring the orbits of our planetary system. He is optimizing the energy field of our home. He is crafting for humanity a future that is more harmonious, more stable, and more prosperous. I declare, from this day forth, our Cosmic Logistics Department of the Great Beast shall establish a new division, Department of Celestial Feng Shui Research and Application. We shall endeavor to decipher every Feng Shui arrangement of our divine sovereign, keeping pace with the divine and standing at the forefront of the era. The global populace, although we do not fully comprehend, it feels remarkably impressive. Meanwhile, the Void Spectre, treated as a feng shui artifact, has completed thousands of rotations around Saturn's rings. Its energy form has dwindled to a mere thin layer. Its consciousness teeters on the brink of collapse. At this moment, it harbors but one thought. Who will come to my rescue? Mom, I want to go home. This planet is toxic. Chapter 71. The Divine Ace Washing Machine, Void Shadow, is currently engulfed in a profound discomfort. It perceives its energy form as akin to a lump of jelly, cast into a high-speed centrifuge, teetering on the brink of being torn into its fundamental particle state. Jupiter, this gaseous giant, merely catalogued as an unremarkable oversized balloon within its database, has now transformed into an immense cosmic washing machine, operating at full power. Buzzing incessantly, it finds itself at the heart of the Great Red Spot, a superstorm, where it is ruthlessly ravaged by an incomprehensible and relentless gravitational force. Engaging in a dizzying array of maneuvers, 360-degree Thomas spins, followed by 720-degree backflips, it passively endures each intricate movement. The friction between its energy form and interstellar dust trails behind it vibrant streaks, imbued with sorrow. It is voiceless, yet its consciousness screams in a frenzy. Why? Why is this happening? The data never indicated Jupiter would go mad. Help! Is anyone there to rescue me? Meanwhile on Earth, at the Astronomical Observatory of the Huaxia Nation, chaos reigns supreme. Reports flood in. Jupiter's gravitational field exhibits severe anomalous fluctuations. The intensity has surpassed theoretical limits. The Survey No. 9 telescope has detected high-energy reactions. An unidentified object has been ensnared within the Great Red Spot. Quick, compute its trajectory. Analyze its composition. Academician Chen and William, the chief coordinators of the Heavenly Craft Project, hasten to the scene. They gaze at the apocalyptic images displayed on the central screen, their expressions grave and taut. Is this a harbinger of cosmic calamity? William mutters to himself, his brilliant mind momentarily incapacitated. The visuals before him exceed any realm of physics he has ever studied. No, something is amiss. Academician Chen furrows his brow, fixated on the flickering point of light being tossed about. He senses that beneath this chaos lies an inexplicable order, as if an invisible hand orchestrates everything. Immediately contact the highest command. Elevate the alert level to the maximum. Academician Chen's voice resonates with unprecedented seriousness. He harbors a foreboding intuition that a momentous event, far beyond their comprehension, is unfolding. In the eye of the storm, at Longya Island, sunlight bathes the sandy beach, and a gentle sea breeze wafts through the air. The instigator of the events, Lord Chen Yu, leisurely indulges in a colossal leg of king crab. The succulent meat, rich with crab roe, is utterly delectable. As he savors his feast, he absent-mindedly sketches circles in the air with his free right claw, humming an off-key melody in tandem. Draw a large watermelon, then a smaller one. The large watermelon represents the father, while the small one symbolizes the mother. Beside them, diligently tending to another crab leg, Su Xiao cast a glance at the Lord of the Gods, who appeared to be no more than a 3-year-old child, and couldn't help but inwardly scoff. My Lord of the Gods, for heaven's sake, you stand at a formidable height of 300 meters. Could you not exhibit a bit more maturity? Should your childish antics be witnessed by your global admirers, your grand and imposing image would surely be tarnished. Chen Yu seemed to sense her thoughts, languidly casting her a sidelong glance. Translation: you know nothing. This is called childlike wonder. Furthermore, don't you find it particularly delightful to watch a tiny creature struggling desperately in the confines of your grasp, yet utterly powerless? Su Xiaoyue. LLL. As long as you are happy, that is sufficient. Chapter 72. Whirling and leaping amidst the rings of Saturn with my eyes shut, I found myself ensconced in the tumultuous embrace of a cosmic washing machine, having endured an exhaustive 720 cycles of deep spin-drying. At last, the void shadow was ejected, resembling a tattered cloth, adrift in the frigid expanse of the universe, its energy flickering uncertainly, exuding an air of existential desolation. Who am I? Where am I? What have I just experienced? Its consciousness was ensnared in a void lasting 3 minutes. Just as it managed to reconstitute its energy, preparing to scrutinize the bizarre cosmic collision that had just transpired, that familiar, soul-quaking force of gravity re-emerged with a vengeance. This time, the gravitational pull directed towards the not-so-distant Saturn, the planet adorned with its resplendent rings. No! The void shadow cried out in despair within, yet it proved utterly futile. Whoosh! It was once again transformed into an uncontrollable stream of light, precisely flung into the Saturnian rings. If Jupiter's great red spot is likened to a washing machine, then the rings of Saturn represent a colossal cosmic snow cone maker, composed of countless fragments of ice and rock. The energy of the void shadow was mercilessly scraped within the rings, sparks flying as energy dissipated wildly. It felt as though it might be torn into myriad pieces. Adding to its despair, that enigmatic force seemed unsatisfied with mere shredding. It began to tug at it, spiraling around the Saturnian rings at breakneck speed. One rotation, two rotations, three rotations, whirling and leaping with eyes closed. This surreal spectacle was broadcast live through telescopes at major observatories worldwide. Billions of people across the globe bore witness to this astounding sight. An unidentified flying object, frantically performing a dance amidst the Saturnian rings. The movements, the postures, were imbued with a postmodern, hallucinatory flair. What on earth is happening? Are aliens dancing in the rings of Saturn? Those moves are astonishingly flamboyant. First, the Z-step, and now a spinning flourish. What's next? A cosmic driving test? Mom asks why I'm kneeling to watch a UFO. This must be some form of communication from a civilization beyond our comprehension. They're conveying a message to us. The global scientific community was thrown into a frenzy. Their foundational principles of physics crumbled in a ludicrous manner, only to be reconstructed time and again. Amidst this worldwide confusion and astonishment, a man stepped forward. He was the conscience of the Eagle Nation, the Oracle of Earth, President Karen. In the White House press briefing room, President Karen fervently convened an emergency global press conference. Pointing at the luminous point spinning madly in the Saturnian rings on the screen, he bore a countenance of profound wisdom and fervor, as if he alone were awake in a world intoxicated. Friends, do not panic. Do not fear. What you witness is neither a disaster nor extraterrestrials reveling in merriment. This is a miracle. It is our divine monarch, showcasing his unparalleled powers. Chairman Karen's voice resonated through the live broadcast, permeating every corner of the globe with an undeniable certainty. Do you believe this is merely a simple aberration of celestial movements? No, you are gravely mistaken. What is he doing? He is smoothing the dragon veins of our solar system, adjusting the fortune. Jupiter, according to the Eastern Five Elements theory, represents wood and governs vitality. Our esteemed divine monarch has first infused our solar system with boundless vigor from Jupiter. Saturn, representing Earth, symbolizes stability and nurturing. Now, our divine monarch is fortifying our foundations and securing our home from Saturn. This is a combination of strategies, an intricate arrangement of cosmic feng shui from the divine that we mortals cannot comprehend. The more Chairman Karen spoke, the more fervent he became, raising his arms in exultation. I hereby announce the official establishment of the Research and Application Department of Divine Monarch's Cosmic Feng Shui. We shall recruit the most esteemed scholars of the I Ching, masters of feng shui and astrologers from around the world. Our objective is to decipher every feng shui arrangement of our divine monarch, to keep pace with the divine and remain at the forefront of our era. The global populace, although they scarcely understood, it seemed rather impressive. Thus, a fervent global enthusiasm for metaphysics was ignited. In Huaxia, the Supreme Command Center, General Xiao Zhanbong gazed at the screen, observing the fervent Chairman Karen, then glanced at the surveillance of Longyao Island, where Chen Yu was idly picking his teeth. He fell into deep contemplation. Should I perhaps study the I Ching as well? Otherwise, I may struggle to grasp the thoughts of this oracle and find it difficult to report to our divine monarch. Meanwhile, the void shadow, treated as a feng shui prop, had been spun around Saturn's rings thousands of times. Its consciousness was on the brink of collapse. At this moment, it harbored but one thought. Please stop spinning. I beg you. If you keep spinning, I might truly be sick. Although I do not possess a stomach. Chapter 73. The collision of Mars and the psychological shadows of victims. Perhaps it was the soul-wrenching wails of the void specter that resonated in the air. Or perhaps, Chen, you had simply grown weary of the game. With an air of languid contentment, he stifled a yawn and stretched, causing his clawed hand, adorned with swirling patterns, to tremble slightly. In that gentle motion, the mysterious gravitational force that had relentlessly bound and tormented the void specter vanished in an instant. Inertia, one of the most honest physical laws in the universe, took hold. The void specter, spinning at an extraordinary angular velocity within the rings of Saturn, was akin to a discus hurled into the abyss. Whoosh! It transformed into a streak of piercing light, violently cast towards the inner reaches of the solar system. After enduring the dual tortures of a tumble dryer and an ice shaver, its energy form had been reduced to a mere translucent veil. Yet in this moment, a euphoric sense of survival flooded its being. It's over, finally over. That demon, that tasteless scoundrel, he has grown bored at last. I must flee, immediately, escape this toxic galaxy. The Void Spectre summoned the last remnants of its strength to change course, aiming to dart towards the outskirts of the solar system. However, it was tragically naive, believing the nightmare had concluded. In truth, it was merely a halftime intermission, just as it was about to cross paths with Mars's orbit. An object gleaming with metallic luster, a square iron mass, abruptly appeared in its escape trajectory. It was the latest generation Martian probe, launched by Huaxia, Zhurong 2. This probe was the first experimental model produced following the initiation of the Tiangong project. Its outer shell, crafted from that eternally ancient iron unearthed from beneath the Antarctic ice cap, possessing a resilience capable of withstanding the scorching embrace of a stellar corona. At this moment, Zhurong 2 was faithfully executing its atmospheric sampling mission on Mars according to its preordained program. Then it was struck. Boom! A dull, metallic resonance echoed through the silent void of space. Though inaudible, one could imagine it vividly. The Void Spectre, traveling at subliminal speeds, collided forcefully with the indomitable waste of Zhurong 2. It felt as though it had crashed into a mountain composed of neutron star material. The energy form of the Void Spectre was nearly shattered upon impact, scattering myriad energy particles in all directions. Meanwhile, Zhurong 2 merely spun gracefully in the air for a few moments, then steadied itself, its built-in stabilization system quickly regaining equilibrium. Its alarm lights flickered momentarily. Alert! Unknown high-energy object collision detected. Shell damage 0001. System self-check in progress. Self-check complete, all systems normal. Remarkably, not a single piece of paint had chipped off. However, its ultra-high-definition wide-angle camera faithfully captured the incident of space traffic. It recorded a fleeting image of a blurred, distorted creature resembling a bizarre amalgamation of a cuttlefish and a specter, vanishing after the collision. Minutes later, the photograph, aptly named Martian Phantom, was transmitted back to Earth via quantum communication. Instantly, it ignited a fervor across the globe, surpassing even the most fervent obsessions with the metaphysical. Goodness, this is irrefutable evidence. There are aliens on Mars. What? What is this creature? Is it Cthulhu? It looks grotesque, yet strangely captivating. Am I the only one who noticed that the Zhurong 2 was completely unscathed after the collision? Has China's space technology reached such astonishing heights? You're missing the point. The crucial question is whether this extraterrestrial being is the same one that was frolicking in the rings of Saturn. UFO enthusiasts, conspiracy theorists, and a myriad of experts and scholars erupted into a cacophony of debate. Meanwhile, another participant in this event, the Void Shadow, was presently quivering in the shadows of Mars. Its energy form had dwindled to a precarious state, teetering on the brink of dissolution. The thought of escape had long evaded its mind, leaving only an abyss of fear and despair. It finally comprehended the grim reality. None of this was an accident. The gravitational pull of Jupiter, the rotation of Saturn, and that unyielding metallic object. It was all orchestrated by an unknown, terrifying entity. It was toying with it, much like a cat with a mouse. It had never entertained the notion of fleeing, for it understood that escape was a futile endeavor. This entire star system was a vast, meticulously crafted prison for it. I was wrong. I was truly mistaken. I should never have come here. Mother, I wish to go home. The consciousness of the Void Shadow shattered under the weight of overwhelming terror. It curled into a ball, hiding in Mars's shadow like a wronged child, paralyzed with fear. Chapter 74. The resistance of the fish and the God King's lift time passed, second by second. Hiding in the shadow of Mars, the Void Shadow felt as though it had endured a century of anguish. Yet, the anticipated torment did not arrive. The surrounding universe was enveloped in an eerie silence. Only the distant blue planet remained, beautiful and tranquil. Cautiously, The void shadow released a faint perception. It discovered that the terrifying gaze that had long overshadowed it, making it feel as if a thorn were lodged in its back, seemed to have vanished. Had the demon grown weary of its torment? Or perhaps it had gone to dine? A bold thought quietly blossomed in the nearly shattered consciousness of the void shadow. Perhaps I could attempt once more, just once. The instinct for survival triumphed over the deep-seated fear. It did not wish to perish. It refused to be toyed with like refuse by an unknown entity. Even in death, it aspired to die on the path back to its mothership. This was the final dignity of the ace scout of the 7th Legion. The void shadow began to gather strength, slowly reassembling the scattered energy particles. Although its energy form remained tenuous, it now bore a hint of resolute determination. It waited. It awaited the optimal moment to flee. Dragon Tooth Island. Chen Yu had finished devouring the last leg of the king crab. With a satisfied belch, he felt his beastly existence was complete. Having feasted, it was time for an afternoon nap. As for the little mouse, hiding behind Mars and playing dead, Chen Yu could hardly muster the energy to engage with it. It was too easily frightened. After merely a few jests, it had become paralyzed with fear, lacking any challenge. Bored, Chen Yu pursed his lips and prepared to close his eyes, ready to bask in the afternoon sun. At that moment, however, his chaotic eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, it dares to move? In his mental perception, the void shadow, which had feigned death for half the day, suddenly unleashed all its remaining energy. No longer in disguise, it transformed into a pure, shadowy arrow, infused with despair and madness, hurtling at superluminal speed toward the cold darkness beyond the solar system. This was the final resistance of the fish. It was wagering its life for a slender thread of hope. Intriguing. A smile of approval curved Chen Yu's lips. There was some spirit, though not much. Since you wish to depart so fervently, allow me to see you off. He ceased his playful antics. With his right front paw, which had been gripping the invisible fishing line, he suddenly lifted upwards. This action he referred to as the God King's lift. As the void shadow fled at the utmost limit of its life, it felt that success was within reach. It has surpassed the asteroid belt. Soon it will reach the orbit of Jupiter. Once it crosses the boundary of Jupiter's orbit, ahead lies the vast expanse of the starry sea, where it can roam freely. Freedom is within reach. However, just as its energy form is about to traverse that invisible threshold, the entire space before it suddenly solidifies without warning. No, it is not solidifying. It is folding. It feels as though it has collided with an invisible wall composed of the entire universe. Bang! A muffled sound emanates from the dimensional realm. The void shadow is violently expelled from its state of traversing through subspace. Immediately, an irresistible, terrifying force, so overwhelming that it extinguishes any notion of resistance, envelopes it in an instant. That line, which it had remained oblivious to, yet was always present like a shadow, now reveals its grotesque visage. It is a golden chain forged from the purest essence of chaotic divine power. One end of the chain is connected to the endless void, while the other is tightly bound to its energy core. Whoosh! The chain suddenly tightens. The void shadow, akin to a fish snagged by a hook, is yanked back toward that blue planet with a force 100 times swifter than its attempt to flee. Along the way, all the planets rush backward in a blur. In its sight, only that increasingly larger and nearer blue nightmare remains. No, no. It emits its final, most anguished wail within its consciousness. Chapter 75, The Falling Meteor and the Vigilance of Kunlun Earth, Geostationary Orbit. The celestial mothership of Huaxia, along with hundreds of space-based weapon platforms, simultaneously triggered the highest level of battle alert. Alarm! Alarm! An ultra-high-energy, unidentified biological entity has been detected, hurtling towards Earth at 70 the speed of light. Repeat, this is not a drill. The target is breaching the atmosphere. Estimated impact point: Huaxia, northwest, Taklamakan Desert. The piercing sound of alarms reverberated through the highest command center of Huaxia. General Xiao Zhenbong abruptly rose from his seat, his weathered face etched with gravity. As it finally arrived, he understood that the undercurrents beneath this revelry had inevitably surged to the surface. Orders. Zhao Jinbang's voice resonated through quantum communication to every combat unit. Activate the launch protocols for space-based kinetic weapons Tianjin 1 to number 12. Charge the main cannon Guanghan of the Celestial Mothership. Ground forces, immediately initiate level a combat readiness plan. Evacuate all civilians within a radius of 500 kilometers from the target area. His gaze shifted to another screen. On it, 100 figures clad in black dragon-scale battle armor stood resolute, their presence as steady as a mountain. The Kunlun Legion. Zhao Jinbang's voice rang out with conviction. Your Dragon Descendant Mark II mechs have just been deployed. Haven TV? Now, it is time for the world to witness the sharpness of our Huaxia's Divine Legion. Yes, the foremost figure on the screen, Lin Feng, executed a precise military salute, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle spirit. Secret Expedition Base of the Kunlun Legion. The sound of alarms filled the air. 100 Dragon Descendant warriors swiftly boarded their new vehicles, Dragon Descendant Mark II, versatile high-mobility aerial assault mechs. These were the first mass-produced divine creations following the initiation of the Tiangong project. The design of the mechs also stemmed from the ingenuity of Chen Yu. Though merely a simplified draft sketched in haste, the technology embedded within surpassed human advancement by several eras. Standing approximately 50 meters tall, the mech boasted a streamlined, dark golden exterior, adorned with 4 pairs of massive vector nozzles at the rear, reminiscent of the legendary golden-winged roc. Its power core was derived from a simplified gravitational field generator, capable of providing near-infinite energy. The weapon systems were equally formidable, ranging from high-frequency oscillating particle blades to miniaturized electromagnetic railguns and shoulder-mounted Qian-Kun micronuclear fusion warheads. Each Dragon Descendant Mark II was a mobile fortress of war. All team members conduct system self-checks. Lin Feng commanded steadily from the cockpit. Report, Captain. Qinglong Squad, systems normal. Baihu Squad, systems normal. Very well. Lin Feng's gaze, penetrating through the panoramic screen of the cockpit, turned skyward. In the heavens above, a colossal, blazing meteor was streaking across the sky, trailing a long tail of fire, rapidly descending towards their location. The terrifying energy waves emitted by the meteor caused the mech's detectors to emit a strained buzzing sound. Lin Feng understood that an unprecedented battle loomed ahead. Their adversary was likely a being far more formidable than the Voidhound Berserker they had previously encountered on the moon. Yet, he felt no trepidation. Within him resided an unwavering calm, for he knew that behind them stood 40 million compatriots. Moreover, he was aware that far to the east, a pair of eyes was watching over them. Their deity, their sovereign, was with them. Kunlun. Lin Feng's voice resonated across all team communication channels. For Huaxia, for the Divine Monarch. Launch. Boom. 100 golden mechs ignited their engines simultaneously, transforming into 100 bolts of golden lightning that tore through the earth, poised for the imminent impact of the apocalyptic meteor. In this moment, the gaze of the entire world was fixed upon this desolate desert. Everyone held their breath. They understood that humanity's first direct encounter with an unknown extraterrestrial civilization was about to commence under the scrutiny of the entire globe. Chapter 76. The most frustrating boss battle in history, a thunderous roar reverberated, powerful enough to send tremors across the entire Eurasian tectonic plate. The apocalyptic meteorite had finally struck the heart of the Taklamakan Desert with tremendous force. The shockwave unleashed a torrent of yellow sand, forming a colossal mushroom cloud that soared to heights of 10,000 meters, obscuring the very sky. In that moment, it seemed as though the entire world had succumbed to deafness and blindness. The satellite broadcast was instantly disrupted by a furious electromagnetic pulse, rendering the visuals into a flurry of static. After a full 30 seconds, as the swirling sands began to settle, the broadcast resumed intermittently. Before the eyes of all, there lay a terrifying pit, exceeding 10 kilometers in diameter and unfathomably deep, with edges resembling glass. At the very bottom of this abyss, a grotesque and massive figure, composed entirely of pure, dark energy, was slowly rising from the scorched earth. It was the Void Wraith. In this moment, it appeared utterly disheveled, having been hurled like a wrecking ball through the solar system, only to be dragged back at superluminal speeds for a brutal encounter with Earth. Its energy form had become so tenuous that maintaining a stable shape was a formidable challenge. Yet, the ferocity of the abyssal predator was ignited at this instant. It let out a silent, yet infinitely vengeful and frenzied roar towards the heavens. This planet, everything upon this planet, shall be annihilated. It craved vengeance, desiring to repay the humiliation it endured 100-fold, 1,000-fold, to all living beings on this world. A jet-black energy, thick as ink and imbued with the essence of decay and corrosion, surged forth from its being, spreading outward. The sands withered, and the air warped. A realm of decay, several kilometers in radius, rapidly formed around it. However, just as it prepared to unleash its wrath, 100 golden streaks descended from the heavens, encircling the entire pit. It was the arriving Kunlun Legion. The target has emerged. Energy response, incalculable, exceeding detection limits. Initiate the dragon's might stance. Suppress its domain. Lin Feng's voice rang out, calm and resolute. 100 Dragonborn Type 2 mechs simultaneously activated their shoulder energy devices. A resonant hum echoed as a golden force field. A fusion of the will of the Dragonborn warriors and mech energy expanded in an instant, suffused with sanctity and majesty. The golden dragon's might stance collided fiercely with the black realm of decay, two opposing forces clashing violently at the edge of the pit. The very fabric of space groaned under the strain, threatening to shatter at any moment. The void shadow gazed disdainfully at the 100 golden mechs, which appeared to it as mere toys, and let out a cold, contemptuous laugh. Do you truly believe you can obstruct me? With a sudden motion, it raised a colossal claw formed from dark energy, intending to crush these bothersome flies and their metallic shells into oblivion. An earth-shattering boss battle seemed imminent, causing the hearts of global spectators to race. However, at that critical moment, a languid voice, tinged with the remnants of sleep, resonated through quantum communication, reaching every ear of the Kunlun Legion and the highest command of Huaxia. Everyone, step back, don't stand so close. Be careful not to damage my toys. This voice was Lin Feng, and General Xiao Jinbong's pupils abruptly contracted. It was the voice of the Divine King. The Void Shadow also heard this voice, the infernal sound that had plagued it with endless nightmares over the past few hours. Its body froze suddenly, the colossal claw that had just been raised suspended in midair. Slowly, it lifted its gaze toward the sky. Above, in the clear blue expanse, a brilliant golden fishing line, woven from pure chaotic divine power, spanned half of China, quietly manifesting. One end of the line connected to the distant Dragon Tooth Island over the East China Sea, while the other end, precisely pierced through its tenuous energy form, binding tightly to its energy core. The Void Shadow was left in a state of shock. So, the invisible thread had been there all along? Chapter 77, Dog Walking and Karen's Collapse Under Global Live Broadcast Silence. An eerie, deathly stillness enveloped the surroundings. In the Taklamakan Desert, the largest shifting sand desert in the world, it seemed as if even the wind had ceased its movement in that moment. 100 golden Dragonborn 2 mechas maintained a vigilant stance, quietly hovering around the vast pit. Inside the mechas, the Kunlun warriors, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, momentarily forgot to breathe. At the bottom of the pit, the colossal dark creature, which had just exuded an aura of apocalyptic power, now resembled a student caught cheating by the teacher. Frozen in place, too fearful to move. Above them, a brilliant golden fishing line spanned across the sky, so vivid and blinding. This scene was so surreal that even these battle-hardened Dragonborn warriors found their minds struggling to comprehend it. What is happening? A young team member murmured a dreamlike inquiry over the communication channel. Captain, are we still fighting? Lin Feng could not help but twitch his lips. Fighting? What nonsense! This is not a boss battle. This is clearly the Lord God taking his dog for a walk, only to have the leash slip, letting the dog escape. Now, The master has come to retrieve his pet. Here we are, 100 fully armed soldiers, merely to witness the divine master fetching his dog. Lin Feng felt that this expedition with his comrades had turned into a farcical joke. On Dragon Tooth Island, Chen Yu yawned widely, lazily rising from the divine throne. He glanced at the distant, bewildered little black fish and smirked. Such a timid creature. I won't play with you anymore. I'm going home. With that, he gently tugged on the fishing line with his right front paw. In the next instant, the entire world of spectators, through the live satellite broadcast, witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. The monstrous dark creature, comparable in size to a mountain, emitted a silent, piercing scream of despair, utterly devoid of resistance, as it was dragged by the golden fishing line. Then, like a husky restrained by its onerous leash, it was forcibly pulled from the depths of the desert pit. Whoosh! Its massive body traced a graceful parabolic arc through the sky, occasionally tumbling through the clouds like a kite, and at times skimming along the surface of the desert, plowing a long trench. The scene was as comical as it was absurd. What exasperating sight it was. What am I witnessing? The Lord God is walking an extraterrestrial? That alien is having a rough time. I assent it. After finally descending to Earth, it ends up as the Lord God's pet. You call it a pet? It's clearly a toy, the kind you use and then discard. In a moment of heartfelt sympathy for the extraterrestrial beings, the global live stream has erupted into chaos. Viewers are utterly astonished by the unforeseen and divine turn of events. They had envisioned countless outcomes, an epic battle between humanity and aliens, the Kunlun Legion fighting valiantly to defend their homeland, or even the terrifying prospect of Earth's civilization succumbing to annihilation. Yet, they never anticipated that this highly anticipated defense of Earth would conclude in such a casual manner, akin to walking a dog. In the White House press room, President Karen stands at the podium, basking in the gaze of the world. He had just been fervently articulating the current spectacle with his impassioned rhetoric. Do you see? Friends, this is the celestial demon from beyond. It brings destruction and decay. But fear not, for our divine ruler has ensnared it in an intricate web. He has dispatched his most loyal Kunlun Divine Legion to confront this fiend. This will be the ultimate clash between good and evil. As Karen revels in the moment, prepared to embrace the applause and cheers of the global audience, he suddenly catches sight of the live feed, which reveals an otherworldly golden fishing line piercing the heavens. He then witnesses the so-called celestial demon being dragged upward, resembling a lifeless dog. Karen's speech abruptly halts. His expression shifts visibly from fervor to shock, then to a dazed stupor, culminating in utter emptiness. He feels as if his mind has been overrun by 1,000 wild beasts. The persona of the oracle he had painstakingly crafted over the past month shatters in an instant, leaving no trace behind. This is what they call the ultimate social demise, broadcasted live to the world. With a final gasp, President Karen can no longer bear the weight of the moment. His eyes roll back, and he spews a mouthful of blood before collapsing backward. As he loses consciousness, one thought remains in his mind. Oh, great ruler, you truly lack martial virtue. You may jest and play, but must you truly toy with my career? Chapter 78. The official clarification of the Divine King at last. The aerial acrobatic performance, exquisitely presented by the Void Shadow, came to a conclusion after approximately 10 minutes. Chen Yu seemed to have grown weary of the spectacle. With a casual release of his claws, the golden fishing line vanished into thin air. The Void Shadow, reduced to a mere whisper of its former self, plummeted like a deflated balloon into the East China Sea, creating a modest splash. It then lay motionless upon the water's surface, resembling a black rock, suspended between life and death. All was settled. The task was complete. Chen Yu clapped his claws together, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial chore. He extended his tongue to savor the lingering taste of the exquisite king crab. Then it dawned on him that there were still a few matters to address. After all, his recent escapade had bewildered the entire world. If he did not clarify the situation, it was likely that these humans would concoct a million-word narrative filled with absurd tales of divine manipulation and hidden mysteries. Particularly, that fervent admirer from the Eagle Nation, named Karen, had been spouting nonsense on television not long ago. Sighing in resignation, Chen Yu lamented the burdens of divinity. Not only was he responsible for vanquishing monsters, but he also had to issue clarifications. Thus, he used his divine consciousness to poke at the equally petrified Su Xiaoya beside him. "Hey girl, wake up." "Huh?" Su Xiaoya jolted awake, her body trembling. She looked up at the magnified, furry visage before her and stammered, "Master Tuanzi, what do you command?" "Go. Help me post something on social media." Chen Yu instructed. "Just say that I, the divine beast Tuanzi of Huaxia, wish to officially clarify some recent events." Su Xiaoya blinked in confusion. "Huh? Social media? That thing. What do you humans call it? A global press conference?" "Yes, that." After a moment as thought, Chen Yu added, "Oh, and be sure to tag that fellow named Karen, telling him to refrain from misinterpretations in the future. If he continues to babble, I might just tether him and take him for a walk." Su Xiaoya could only imagine the splendid expression on Karen's face upon hearing those words. Half an hour later, an urgent online press conference convened by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Huaxia was officially underway, directed at the entire world. The protagonist of this conference was neither a diplomat nor a national leader, but rather Su Xiaoya herself. The world as only divine favored one stood on the shores of Longya Island, facing the lens of a drone. Behind her stretched the azure sea, and upon its surface floated a massive, unidentified black object, resembling a small mountain, the Void Shadow. Su Xiaoya cleared her throat and conveyed Chen Yu's message to the world with an official and tactful tone. "Good afternoon, esteemed media friends. At the behest of our guardian beast of Huaxia, Lord Tuanzi, I am here to provide a unified statement and clarification regarding the recent series of supernatural astronomical phenomena." Upon her utterance, the world erupted in excitement. The Divine King was personally addressing the matter. Everyone perked up, not daring to blink. Su Xiaoya paused and continued first, concerning the recent incident of Pluto's disappearance. After confirmation from the Divine King, it has been established that this matter was not caused by him. Rather, it was the result of... She gestured towards the lifeless black reef behind her. This, unexpected guest and his accomplices. Secondly, regarding the subsequent occurrences of Jupiter's gravitational anomalies. Unidentified flying objects rapidly rotating around Saturn's rings and the ghostly shadows of Mars. Su Xiaoya took a deep breath, her face displaying a peculiar expression of wanting to laugh, yet holding back. These indeed were actions of the Divine King. However, the intent was not as interpreted by certain experts in the external world, who suggested it was for adjusting feng shui or organizing dragon veins. The true reason is that the Divine King was simply amusing himself. As she spoke these words, Su Xiaoya felt a flush of embarrassment. Meanwhile, the global audience, upon hearing this, collectively fell into a state of bewilderment even deeper than during Pluto's disappearance. What was that? Amusing himself? So, the universe's miraculous phenomena that had kept us anxious and reverent for half a month, the countless scientists who had toiled without rest to explain these supernatural occurrences, and our oracle, President Karen, who had staked his career on fervently interpreting the divine layout, turned out to be merely the Divine King as pastime after dinner? The people of the world reacted with disbelief. This day was beyond discussion. Chapter 79, From Revelry to Panic. A sudden descent into winter, the official refutation from the divine monarch fell upon the fervent and unrealistic fantasies of the world as populace like a deluge of liquid nitrogen at a frigid minus 273 degrees, extinguishing their fervor in an instant. If the preceding global jubilation was founded upon a blind confidence, bolstered by the belief that our existence was safeguarded by divine providence, then now, that confidence has been ruthlessly stripped away, revealing the harsh truth. The enemy capable of annihilating planets indeed exists, and they have arrived at our very doorstep. The reason we have been able to indulge in festivities, take holidays, and delve into esoteric studies is merely because our deity has not yet grown weary of his new plaything. The stark contrast, coupled with an overwhelming, bone-chilling terror, swept across the globe in an instant. In Times Square, New York, colossal electronic billboards continued to loop promotional videos celebrating the first divine monarch's protection of the solar system day. Below, Countless citizens tilted their heads skyward, their expressions vacant, as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. Just a moment ago, they were exulting in their lives under the aegis of a deity, and now they were informed that a terrifying civilization capable of erasing planets had set its sights upon them. This sensation was akin to joyfully enjoying a hot pot at home while singing, only to be abruptly informed that your house was built atop a volcano, one that could erupt at any moment. It was over. All was lost. A financial elite from Wall Street, gazing at his phone displaying the plummeting global stock indices like a cascading waterfall, turned ashen and collapsed to the ground. By the Thames in London, a vendor who had just been peddling souvenirs blessed by the divine monarch, now distraught, cast his wares into the river. What nonsense about adjusting fortunes. It was all a deception. In Shibuya, Tokyo, throngs of young people halted in their tracks amidst the revelry, their faces etched with confusion and fear. Moments ago, they had been mimicking the dance of the cosmic flower, yet now their limbs felt icy and numb. Panic spread like the most dreadful plague, racing across the globe at lightning speed. Panic buying, chaos, protests, scenes reminiscent of apocalyptic films began to unfold in cities worldwide. The newly established global order, formed under the auspices of the Blue Planet United Council, now teetered on the brink of collapse. Overnight, the world seemed to have transitioned from the heights of summer directly into the depths of winter. In the highest command center of Huaxia, the atmosphere was stifling, suffocating. General Xiao Zhanbong gazed at the chaotic reports streaming in from around the world and slammed his fist against the table in frustration. Damn it! The divine monarch, in his benevolence, sought to dispel the lies of that Karen. Instead of gratitude, they are thrown into disarray. Academician Qin sighed heavily from beside him, shaking his head. Old Zhao, this cannot be entirely attributed to them. It is easy to transition from frugality to luxury, yet the reverse poses a greater challenge. The journey from peace and comfort to confronting the end is governed by the same principle. As descendants of the Huaxia, we bear the indelible mark of a millennia-long history of suffering, ingrained with the notion that we thrive amidst adversity and perish in comfort. They, however, differ. Nurtured by a facade of prosperity and ease for far too long, they have lost the courage to face crises head-on. The supreme leader remained silent, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table as he pondered. He contemplated how to transform this global panic into a catalyst for the advancement of human civilization. After a prolonged moment, he slowly lifted his head, his gaze resolutely unwavering. Perhaps the time has come. He spoke in a deep tone, declaring that it is time for the world to grasp a fundamental truth. The divine is not omnipotent. To survive, ultimately, we must rely on ourselves. Go, contact Longya Island. Inform the Lord of the Gods that we require his assistance once more. We need a global judgment led by him. Chapter 80. The Divine Ace's Truth Serum. On-site interrogation on Longya Island in the East Sea, the entity known as the Void Shadow, which had been mistaken for a black reef and had drifted aimlessly for hours, suddenly sensed an overwhelming and terrifying pressure that sent shivers through its very soul. With great difficulty, it lifted its nearly dissipated eyelids. There on the shore stood a towering, godlike figure, 300 meters tall, slowly approaching. The sea parted automatically, creating a pathway for him. Please, do not come closer, the Void Shadow internally lamented, filled with dread. In that moment, it would have preferred to be flung by that gaseous giant planet 1,000 more times than have faced this demon who toyed with its existence as if it were mere entertainment. Chen Yu paid no heed to its fear. He strode before the Void Shadow, his immense silhouette casting a shadow over the creature. With a claw larger than the entirety of the Void Shadow's form, he gently pressed down upon its energy core. Do not be alarmed. Chen Yu's voice resonated directly within its consciousness, surprisingly imbued with a hint of gentleness. I'm not here to kill you. I merely wish to request your cooperation for a small educational program. This program will be broadcast live globally. I hope you will perform well. An educational program? A global broadcast? The Void Shadow's mind was filled with questions. However, before it could ponder the meaning of these words, an indescribable, supreme force, emanating from the chaotic essence of the universe, surged through Chen Yu's claw and invaded its consciousness. This force acted as a merciless key, forcibly unlocking the deepest recesses of its soul, shattering all memory shackles. A piercing scream erupted from the void shadow, far more anguished than any before. The agony it felt transcended the torment of being cast into a star and burned 1,000 times over. Its every memory, every secret, every thought, at that moment, was unreservedly extracted, copied, and pasted. It transformed into a completely transparent memory drive before the God King. Simultaneously, every news channel across the globe, all mobile phones, computers, and outdoor screens, were forcibly taken over by a single image. On display was the coastline of Xiao Island. The entire world witnessed the immense, grotesque, dark creature writhing in agony beneath the claws of the God King, Chen Yu. Then, with a gentle wave of his other claw, an enormous holographic projection screen, composed entirely of pure light and shadow, materialized above Xiao Island. The screen began to showcase a series of videos. The content of the video is, indeed, the memories of the void shadows. This is Chen Yu's educational program. He aims to present, in the most direct, striking, and brutally honest manner, a glimpse of the formidable adversary that awaits the world. The first segment of the video swiftly commenced. It revealed a cold, death-laden expanse of darkness in the cosmos. A colossal black fortress, so immense it was breathtaking, loomed like a slumbering behemoth, quietly suspended in the universe, abyssal throne. Everyone's hearts raced with trepidation. They understood that what they were about to witness would unveil a truth from the abyss, one that could potentially shatter their perceptions of reality. Chapter 81. The abyssal fleet and the gaze of the star devourer, the holographic projection, conveyed an immersive experience, allowing billions of viewers around the globe to feel as if they were entwined with the memories of the void specter, entering the terrifying fortress known as the Throne of the Abyss. Within the fortress, a foreboding grandeur loomed. The walls were constructed from the bones of countless unknown creatures, ablaze with ghostly azure flames. The air was thick with a metallic tang, mingled with the acrid scent of sulfur. Sinister and powerful abyssal beings traversed the space, each exuding an aura of dread potent enough to instill terror even in the mightiest warriors of Kunlun on Earth. This was merely the tip of the iceberg belonging to the 7th Legion. The scene ultimately froze upon the flagship's bridge, when a figure towering over 10 meters, clad in dark violet crystalline armor, with demonic bone wings sprouting from its back, materialized on screen. An eerie silence enveloped the entire planet. He was the star devourer, Karasa. He sat quietly upon a throne constructed from the skulls of countless planetary rulers. Yet, the chilling, tyrannical pressure emanating from him, which regarded all existence as mere dust, seemed capable of penetrating the screen, transcending time and space, and descending upon every individual. Countless earthlings trembled uncontrollably upon his appearance, cold sweat pouring down their brows. Some were so overwhelmed that they collapsed, incapacitated, succumbing to incontinence. This represented a profound transcendence of life's hierarchy. Before Karasa, humanity was but dust. Then, they heard Karasa issuing a command to his orc lieutenant, Glark. Glark, dispose of this obstructive refuse. The scene shifted. Glark approached the main cannon control console, casually pressing the launch button. A dark red beam shot forth, targeting the lonely dwarf planet. In the next moment, Pluto, along with its 5 moons, was quietly erased from the cosmos before the watchful eyes of all. So it was. The obliteration of a planet was, for them, merely a casual act of clearing away debris. Witnessing this spectacle, all previous jubilations regarding divine protection and feng shui adjustments morphed into a colossal and tragic jest. Despair, an unprecedented, bone-deep despair, gripped the throats of every Earth inhabitant. How could they prevail? With what could they hope to triumph? Faced with such a formidable presence that regarded planets as mere specks of dust and life as insignificant weeds, did humanity possess even the slightest chance of victory? At that moment, the projection revealed Karasa's eyes, aflame with molten intensity, seemingly sensing something. He slowly turned his head. across the memories of the void specter, across the vast expanse of time and space. His gaze appeared to lock with every earthling watching the live broadcast. In his gaze, there resided a blend of mockery, cruelty, and an unabashed avarice for sustenance. I had discovered my prey. His chilling voice seemed to resonate deep within the souls of all present. Thud, thud. Countless souls across the globe, at that very moment, were rendered unconscious by the sheer terror of that deathly stare. Chapter 82. The Final Hope. The Ark Barrier and the Tinker's planned global despair reached its zenith under the menacing gaze of the Star Eater, Kerosena. In the cities, chaos intensified, and order crumbled. Human civilization, that solitary vessel navigating the cosmos for millions of years, appeared on the verge of capsizing in an overwhelming tide of despair. In this darkest and most perilous hour, a steady, resolute voice, imbued with strength, resonated through every news channel, echoing in every corner of the world. The highest leader of Xiao emerged, not against the solemn backdrop of a conference hall, but before the vast, futuristic holographic projection wall of the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute. Displayed upon that wall was the intricate and magnificent blueprint of the spatial stabilization anchor array, conceived by Chen Yu. Fellow compatriots, friends from around the globe. The leader's figure appeared before all. His countenance was calm as still waters, yet his gaze sparkled like twin stars. I understand that you are filled with fear and despair, for we face an unimaginably powerful enemy. Yes, they are formidable, he acknowledged candidly, without a hint of evasion. They can effortlessly obliterate planets. They regard our home as mere hunting grounds. Before them, we seem utterly defenseless. His words weighed heavily on the hearts of countless, despairing souls. However, he swiftly pivoted his tone, rising to an impassioned crescendo. But does their power mean we must surrender? Does their might compel us to abandon our resistance and beg for mercy? No, I, representing Xiao, declare to you no. They possess fleets capable of annihilation. Yet we have our guardian spirits. Behind him, the screen shifted to reveal the image of Lanya Island. Chen Yu, towering 300 meters like a deity, stood resolutely by the shore, his chaotic eyes calmly gazing into the depths of space, as if silently confronting the Star Eater. They wield weapons capable of erasing planets. Yet we possess our own wisdom and courage. The highest leader gestured toward the grand blueprint behind him. Behold, this is the divine king of Xiao, our chief scientist, who has designed for us and for the entire solar system the ultimate defense system. We shall name it the Ark Barrier Project. This initiative will establish 12 spatial stabilization anchors at the 12 critical gravitational nodes of the solar system. Upon its completion, an invisible spatial barrier will envelop the entirety of the solar system. At that moment, no adversary shall ever again intrude upon our sanctuary with such impunity. Our solar system shall transform into an impregnable cosmic fortress. The voice of our supreme leader resonated with boundless charisma. I am acutely aware of the enormity of this undertaking. I understand that this aspiration is distant. Yet, I am even more cognizant that humanity can only ignite its most resplendent brilliance when confronted with dire adversity. Therefore, I now extend an invitation to the entire world. Cast aside your prejudices, dismantle your barriers, channel your resources, your wisdom, and all that you possess into this monumental endeavor. Let us harness the full strength of this planet. Before the fleet from the abyss arrives at our doorstep, let us construct an unsinkable vessel for ourselves and for generations to come. The Ark of Noah. This oration was akin to a flash of lightning that cleaved through the night, like a thunderclap that reverberated through the heavens. In an instant, it dispelled the gloom that had shrouded the hearts of people worldwide. Indeed, the enemy is formidable. However, we are not devoid of hope. We possess divinity. We possess wisdom. We harbor an indomitable spirit. In that moment, countless individuals who had collapsed upon the ground rose once more. Numerous cities ensnared in chaos regained their order. An unprecedented conviction, a united resolve, quietly coalesced across the globe. Rather than languish in despair awaiting death, let us strive valiantly in the embrace of hope. Chapter 83. Ark Barrier activated. Global mobilization. Rather than languishing in despair, let us strive for hope. As this proclamation resonated through a worldwide broadcast, it seemed as though the entire planet had been pressed on pause. In New York's Times Square, the panicked crowd that had been shrieking and fleeing suddenly halted. Along the banks of the River Thames in London, a despondent soul poised to leap into the water stood frozen at the bridge. On the streets of Shibuya in Tokyo, lost youths lifted their gazes. Silence. A profound silence enveloped the world. Is this truly real? Is there still hope for us? Following a fleeting silence, a flame named Hope erupted across the globe. Let us fight back. Rather than sitting idly by, let us rise and take action. Long live the great nation of Huaxia. Though it may sound absurd, it appears this is the only path forward. In Kyoto, at the temporary headquarters of the Blue Star United Council, the inaugural global mobilization meeting for the Ark Barrier Project was underway. The atmosphere in the conference room was markedly different from before. Gone were the schemes and infighting. The leaders of all nations wore expressions that conveyed a singular message. We await your command. Brother, we shall follow your lead. If it means survival, I would gladly call you father. QEQ. The commander surveyed the assembly of lords, who were both terrified and rekindled with hope, and offered a slight smile. Indeed, fear is the most potent call to action. With a gentle gesture, he projected the breathtaking blueprint of the spatial stabilization anchor array, meticulously crafted by Chen Yu. At the center of the venue, ladies and gentlemen, this is our Ark. 12 spatial stabilization anchors will be distributed across 12 critical gravitational nodes within the solar system, from Mercury to Neptune, and encompassing the Sun and the Earth-Moon system. Once fully activated, an invisible spatial barrier will envelop the entire solar system. This will serve as our final line of defense against the abyssal fleet. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Wait, are we really enclosing the entire solar system? The scale of this project is utterly absurd. Winky face, this isn't merely constructing a security door. It's akin to encasing the solar system in iron undergarments. President Thompson of the Eagle Nation gazed at the intricate blueprint, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. With a trembling voice, he inquired, "Esteemed sir, how long will this plan take to complete? A century? Or perhaps a millennium?" The commander glanced at the wall clock and calmly responded with 2 words, 7 days. Thompson nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. 7 days? Is that what you call 7 days? In just 7 days, we, the Eagle Nation, cannot even complete a restroom renovation. And you wish to construct a defense system for the solar system? What say you, President Thompson? No. None. Thompson's head shook vigorously like a rattle. 7 days. Excellent. We, the Eagle Nation, shall fully support this endeavor. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. TT, very well. The commander nodded in satisfaction. Now, I hereby announce the official launch of the Ark Barrier Project. We have subdivided this initiative into 3,600 subprojects. Each of you present will be assigned tasks commensurate with your nation's technological prowess and resource reserves. He paused, his tone becoming exceedingly grave. Remember, this is neither a drill nor a trifling matter. This is war, a struggle concerning the very survival of our entire civilization. The ultimate war. In this conflict, there are no nations, no races, only humanity. Now, let us commence our labor. With a command from Huaxia, the entire blue planet transformed into a colossal, high-speed war machine. Countless factories roared ceaselessly, day and night. An endless stream of resources converged upon Huaxia from every corner of the globe. Countless scientists and engineers set aside all other endeavors to immerse themselves in this unprecedented super project. In charge of orchestrating the entire Ark Barrier plan, besides academician Chen and the genius William, was another individual urgently summoned from a major construction site, a fervent builder. Chief Engineer Zhang Jingguo of the Huaxia National Engineering Institute. At 60 years of age, with dark skin and a face etched with wrinkles, he appeared as an ordinary laborer. Yet, he is a legendary figure in the engineering realm of Huaxia. He has served as the core technology leader for several world-shattering super projects. His life's greatest talent is transforming the impossible into the possible. However, we first laid eyes on the blueprint for the Ark Barrier. Even this seasoned builder could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Is this something humans can create? Old Chen, are you certain this isn't the whimsical sketch of an inebriated sci-fi writer? Academician Chen chuckled wryly and shook his head. Old Zhang, this is not my design. This was crafted by that ancestor himself. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhangwo's eyes widened in disbelief. Drawn by the Lord of the Gods. Then all is well. Very well. Zhang Jingguo rolled up his sleeves and donned his hard hat, revealing his signature, invigorated smile. Is it merely a matter of installing a security door for the solar system? What a trivial task. As long as the blueprints are in place, I shall encase not just the solar system, but the entire Milky Way if need be. One must complete the tasks bestowed by the Lord of the Divine Kings, even if it requires kneeling. A grand and spectacular cosmic infrastructure project, one that stakes the very fate of humanity, has now commenced. Chapter 84. The Divine King's customization and the new guests of Dragon Tooth Island. The Ark Barrier Project has initiated a fervor of infrastructure development across the globe. Yet, as the chief architect of this grand design, Chen Yu has once again taken on the role of a disengaged observer. On Dragon Tooth Island, he reclines on the beach, idly drawing circles in the sand with his clawed hand. Sigh, how utterly tedious. These humans are dreadfully inefficient. A security door takes 7 days to construct. If I were to handle it myself, it would be but a fleeting thought. He casts a glance at the void wraith floating nearby, which has succumbed to a complete system failure. This contraption has been thoroughly examined by scientists from Huaxia. I hear they extracted a special material called shadow alloy from its energy core. It seems rather useful. Recycling. At least it has made a modest contribution to human civilization. Chen Yu yawns, preparing to indulge in a brief nap when suddenly his chaotic eyes glimmer with intrigue. Another guest arrives? In his divine sense, he perceives a somewhat familiar nuclear submarine cautiously surfacing from the depths of the ocean. On the deck stands a bald man who leaves a lasting impression. Karen, the president of the Eagle Sauce Divine Beast Fan Club. What brings him here? He fainted last time I encountered him. Has he recovered so swiftly? Chen Yu observes with keen interest as the submarine approaches slowly. The Poseidon S Spear nuclear submarine, with Karen adorned in a meticulously tailored uniform emblazoned with a chibi-style dumpling emblem on his chest, stands on the deck. The sea breeze tousling his gleaming head, reflecting a glimmer of wisdom. Behind him follows a cadre of core members of the fan club, all clad in similar uniforms, their faces imbued with a blend of reverence and trepidation. Phew, finally arrived. Your number one fan, Karen, comes to pay his respects to the Divine King, taking a deep breath to steady his excitement. Karen reflects on his recent public humiliation following a misinterpretation at a press conference, which caused his reputation to plummet. Even President Thompson had considered dismissing him for his disgraceful behavior. However, Karen is not one to concede defeat easily. You know nothing. This is what they call black fame. It's still fame. As long as I flatter swiftly, the embarrassment cannot catch me. Thus, he resolved to redeem his image in the eyes of the Divine King through substantial gestures. This time, he has come bearing significant gifts. Quick, bring forth the welcome gift we have prepared for the Divine King. Karen commands eagerly. Several robust soldiers, with great effort, emerge from the submarine, hoisting a colossal cylindrical container crafted from alloy, adorned with a menacing symbol of nuclear radiation. Indeed, this exemplifies the earnestness of my nation, a genuine, concentrated uranium fuel rod. This object possesses immense energy, delightful flavor, and a satisfying crunch. The revered Lord God will undoubtedly appreciate this. Karen gazed contentedly at his masterpiece, envisioning the esteemed Lord God's admiration. On the shores of Dragon Tooth Island, Su Xiao, acting as the envoy of the Lord God, awaited their arrival. Upon catching sight of Karen and the daunting treasure behind him, her eyes involuntarily twitched. One astonishing offering. Has the nation truly delivered a nuclear warhead as a local specialty? Such unconventional thinking. Esteemed Ms. Su Xiao. Good day. Karen leapt from the submarine, dashing toward her. fervently grasping her hand, albeit through exoskeletal armor. I come on behalf of the Blue Star Beast Guardian Alliance to pay homage to our magnificent Lord God. This is but a modest gift, a token of respect. He gestured proudly to the uranium rod. Su Xiaoya's scalp prickled as she beheld the small gift capable of obliterating half of Dragon Tooth Island. Is this what you call a modest offering? Are you attempting to win the Lord God as favor or orchestrate his demise? At that moment, a languid voice resonated in their minds simultaneously. Oh, a uranium fuel rod? This item piques my interest. The colossal figure of Chen Yu gradually descended from the mountain's peak. His chaotic eyes fixated on the uranium rod, gleaming with the glint of a gourmand encountering a delectable dish. Ah, the energy purity is quite impressive. While it pales in comparison to the sun, it far surpasses that lunar cuisine. Just as well, I have grown rather weary of the lunar fare. A change of taste would be delightful. He extended his claw, and with a mere motion, the several-ton fuel rod floated effortlessly into his grasp. Then, under Karen's ecstatic gaze and Su Xiaoya's horrified scrutiny, Chen Yu opened his maw and, with a resounding crunch, bit off half of it. Munch, munch, munch. The flavor is quite pleasing, reminiscent of chocolate with popping candy, though the potency is somewhat overwhelming. Ding! Successfully devoured highly enriched uranium-235, acquiring special energy, evolution points 10,000. Chen Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a find! One rod grants 10,000 points. This is significantly swifter than consuming lunar delicacies. In just a few bites, he finished the remaining half, then looked toward Karen with unabated interest. The gaze seemed to convey an unspoken message. Is there more? Bring me another. Witnessing this scene, Karen was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up in her eyes. The Lord of the Divine King adores it. He cherishes the gift I presented. I, Karen, have placed my bet wisely. With a sudden thud, he knelt before Chen Yu, raising his arms in exuberance. Oh, Divine King, as long as you are pleased, our arsenal of nuclear weapons has over 10,000 more. Help yourself. There is more than enough. Su Xiaoya could only exclaim. This is madness. This world has completely lost its sanity. Chapter 85. Global denuclearization and Karen's capers. The grandiose proclamations of Chairman Karen reverberated across the globe through a live broadcast, reaching every corner of the world. The populace was left in utter disbelief. What the heck? Is Eagle's sauce out of its mind? Is he treating nuclear weapons as mere snacks for the God King? This transcends mere sycophancy. This is fawning upon a wolf. The other nations possessing nuclear arsenals were equally alarmed. Eagle Sauce, with those thick brows and wide eyes, is leading the charge in this madness. What are we to do now that you've given away the nuclear bombs? Should we follow, or should we not? In Huaxia, at the highest command center, General Xiao Zhanbong glared at the screen where Karen was professing his loyalty to Chen Yu, nearly crushing his cup in fury. This scoundrel, he's being ridiculous. Though the God King is one of our own, we cannot indulge him like this. What if he overindulges? Academician Qin, however, remained remarkably composed. Adjusting his glasses, he remarked with a smile, Old Xiao, do not be so agitated. I believe this may not be a bad thing at all. Oh, Xiao Zhanbong looked at him in confusion. Consider this. If the God King truly consumes all the nuclear weapons in the world, wouldn't we then achieve a genuine state of global denuclearization? A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Qin's eyes. This represents the ultimate peace humanity has long sought. Xiao Zhanbong paused, then suddenly realized, indeed, how could I have overlooked this? Karen, in his misguided way, has inadvertently accomplished a monumental good for posterity. On Longya Island, Chen Yu gazed at his devoted bald admirer, who seemed eager to offer his very heart, and felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This young man is quite remarkable. When it comes to action, he truly delivers. Over 10,000 energy bars. This will keep me well fed for quite some time. He extended his hand and gently patted Karen's shoulder, though he miscalculated the force, almost sending Karen into the ground. Little Karen, you have great potential. From now on, follow me. Karen, overwhelmed by the God King's affection, trembled with excitement, nearly fainting on the spot. The God King has touched me. He has touched me. I, Karen, shall henceforth be a servant of the God King. Grateful for the God King's blessings. Karen prostrated himself once more, offering the most devout of kneeling tributes. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he retrieved a gilded plan from his pocket. God King, this is the preliminary proposal for the God King's Celestial Palace plan, tailored by our support association for you. Please take a look. Curious. Chen Yu accepted the proposal, examining it with divine perception. I am eager to discern what tricks these sycophants can conjure up. However, upon glancing at the first page of the proposal, he was utterly astounded. Celestial Monarch's Heavenly Palace Project, Phase 1. Project name, Sun Never Sets Eternal Sanctuary. Project location, Mercury, the planet closest to the Sun. Project scale, encompassing an area of 10,000 square kilometers. Constructed from all-shadow alloy, extracted from the remnants of the void shadows, capable of withstanding energy impacts equivalent to a supernova explosion. Project functions, a cosmic-level ultra-luxurious palace that integrates energy absorption, leisure entertainment, and scientific experimentation. Supporting facilities, stellar energy direct drinking system, directly connected to the Sun. Fully automated massage chairs transformed from 100 Jerome to Mars rovers. Cosmic-grade KTV equipped with holographic projection and Dolby Atmos. Chen Yu. What on earth? Mercury? A palace. These humans are incredibly inventive, aren't they? He had to admit, this plan struck a profound chord within him. To construct a palace at the closest point to the Sun, basking in sunlight while singing karaoke. This life, just imagining it, is exhilarating. Why? Ahem. Chen Yu cleared his throat, forcefully suppressing his excitement, and feigned calmness as he remarked. This plan is passable, I suppose. However, the environment on Mercury is far too harsh. The temperature fluctuations between day and night are extreme. You must find a way to address the air conditioning issue. Upon hearing this, Karen's eyes instantly lit up. This is promising. The Celestial Monarch has made a request. No problem, Your Excellency. Karen confidently assured. We, the Eagle Nation, excel at air conditioning. We will return to study how to install central air conditioning on Mercury. Isn't it just about cooling a planet? What a trivial matter. Observing Karen's unwavering confidence, both Chen Yu and Xiao fell into silence. Installing air conditioning on a planet. Why not just ascend to the heavens? Oh, it seems you actually intend to ascend. Thus, a more audacious cosmic-level project, ignited by nuclear fuel rods, quietly commenced under Karen's audacious maneuvering. Meanwhile, far at the outskirts of the solar system, the star devourer Karasa remained blissfully unaware of this. He was still perplexed by the disappearance of his elite scout, Void Shadow. Strange, why hasn't Shadow returned? Could it be lost? Chapter 86. The redemption of the Shadow and the vigilance of the abyssal brain on Longya Island, deep underground, lies a newly constructed, heavily guarded secret laboratory. This is the Biological Sample Research Center of the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute. At the center of the laboratory, within a colossal energy prison crafted from ancient ice-forged iron, the Void Shadow is bound tightly and restrained in a most distressing position. Its energy form has regained some substance, no longer as thin and transparent as before. However, its mental state has utterly shattered. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I bound here? What that demon? Is he concocting some nefarious scheme to torment me once more? Surrounding it are a group of bipedal beings clad in white coats, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Leading them are Academician Sheen and William. Incredible, truly astonishing. Academician Sheen circles the Void Shadow repeatedly, marveling at it with a series of gasps. This is nothing short of a miracle of creation, a life form of the fourth state, existing between energy and matter. Its mere existence subverts our very definition of life. William, equally entranced, yearns to reach out and touch the swirling mass of black energy, though he is promptly restrained by Academician Sheen. Professor, observe its energy core. The operation of this negative energy is in stark contrast to the chaotic energy of our esteemed Lord of the Gods, yet it resonates with a similar essence. If we can unravel its mysteries, we may achieve groundbreaking advancements in our studies of antimatter and dark energy. What are these bipedal beings talking about? They intend to dissect me. The void shadow trembles in fear at the scientist's predatory discourse. It would rather endure the demon-esque torment 1,000 times over than fall into the hands of these research zealots, who are even more terrifying than the demon himself. At that moment, the laboratory door swung open. Upon the tray rested a dark, peculiar object emitting strange energy fluctuations. What is that? A beheading meal? Despair flickered in the void shadow's eyes. Xiao approached the energy prison, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Do not fear, little one. We are not villains. You must be jesting. This is a special delivery from the Lord of the Gods himself. Xiao placed the tray at the energy transmission port of the prison. He mentioned that you had exerted yourself greatly and must be hungry. This is especially crafted. Energy jelly made from moon core energy mixed with a hint of chaotic divine power. Do give it a try. It should taste delightful. The void shadow was taken aback. Energy jelly? That demon has sent me food? It gazed at the dark, gelatinous substance with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. The pure, overwhelming aura of energy emanating from it prompted an involuntary swallow, despite the absence of saliva. How fragrant! It surpassed all the delicacies it had previously encountered. Driven by an instinctual hunger, it cautiously extended a tendril of energy to ensnare the gelatin, bringing it to its non-existent mouth. Boom! An unprecedented explosion of delectable energy erupted within its being, shaking its very soul. Exquisite! Absolutely divine! Is this the taste of divinity? The void shadow was nearly moved to tears. After toiling for thousands of years within the 7th Legion, what had it consumed? Cosmic refuse. Remnants of negative energy, the souls of lesser beings. In comparison to this energy jelly, it was nothing more than swill. In that instant, the void shadow felt that all its past grievances were vindicated. The Lord of the Divine Kings. He is not a demon. He is my rebirth parents. Its gaze towards Xiao shifted from fear to desire. Is there more? Can I have another bowl? Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at its almost comical expression. Indeed, regardless of how advanced a being may be, it cannot escape the law of irresistible allure. Meanwhile, far at the edge of the solar system, upon the abyssal throne, the abyssal mind, Zelitu, was analyzing the latest data transmitted by the Nightblade. His 2 crimson eyes flickered with uncertainty. The shadow has gone silent. After entering Martian orbit, all contact was completely severed. Was it destroyed? Or captured? A sense of foreboding arose within Zelitu. He understood the capabilities of the void shadow. Even if it could not defeat the level 11 chaotic entity, it would have had a considerable chance to escape. Unless the strength of that chaotic being far exceeds our estimations. Or perhaps it possesses some spatial principles that we cannot comprehend. Zelitu reported his analysis to the Star Devourer Karasa. After listening, Karasa remained silent for a moment. A flicker of gravity passed through his molten gaze. Yet, he quickly reverted to his arrogant and disdainful demeanor. No matter. It is merely a small scout. Its loss is inconsequential. It has already provided us with valuable insights into the enemy's strengths and weaknesses. A level 11 chaotic being, alongside a group of level 7 indigenous civilizations, is but a mantis trying to stop a chariot before the might of the 7th Legion. He rose and issued the final command. All units, heed my command. Activate the jump engine. Target Earth. I can hardly wait to savor the fear of that little bug. Boom. The colossal abyss fleet illuminated the dark cosmos with a crimson glow. Space was forcefully torn asunder. A true, cataclysmic invasion was on the verge of commencing. Chapter 87. The Marvels of the Celestial Craft and the Ascendance of the Dragonborn on Earth, in China, at the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute. This place has become the most bustling and sacred location on the entire planet. Distinguished scientists and engineers from around the globe have gathered here, tirelessly dedicating themselves, day and night, to the Ark Barrier Project and the myriad ingenious ideas of the Divine Monarch, sacrificing their very essence in the process. Exhausted yet joyfully so. Under the meticulous guidance of Chen Yu, the celestial chief scientist, humanity's technological advancements are soaring at an extraordinarily magical pace. In just a few days, the first achievement of the celestial craft plan, the gravitational field generator, has transitioned from mere schematics into tangible reality. In the heart of the laboratory, a spherical apparatus, 10 meters in diameter and crafted from ancient ice iron, floats serenely in midair. The surface of the device is adorned with countless intricate, softly glowing runes. Academician Chen and William stand before the apparatus, their faces brimming with excitement and pride. "We did it! We truly succeeded," William exclaims, his eyes glistening with tears of joy as he gazes at the device, which is now stably outputting a micro-white dwarf-level gravitational field. "We have personally wrought a miracle." Indeed, controlled nuclear fusion, the energy conundrum that has plagued humanity for centuries, has been effortlessly resolved by the divine monarch. Academician Chen reflects deeply on this. As expected, the culmination of science leads to metaphysics. With this gravitational field generator, humanity has essentially acquired an inexhaustible source of clean energy. Concerns over oil crises and energy shortages will soon become relics of the past, and this is merely a byproduct of the celestial craft plan. Meanwhile, at the training base of the Kunlun Legion, another miracle is unfolding. In the training grounds, 100 Dragonborn warriors are piloting their brand-new Dragonborn Type 2 mechs, engaging in high-intensity combat training. Compared to before, the performance of their mechs has undergone a revolutionary transformation. The power cores of the mechs have all been upgraded with compact gravitational field generators, bestowing them with near-limitless endurance and formidable explosive power. Boom! Lin Feng, piloting his captain's mech, unleashes a powerful punch. The air ripples with visible gravitational waves. In the distance, a target, a small mountain forged from superalloy, is instantaneously crushed into a disk by the impact of these gravitational waves. So powerful is this? The force of gravity. Lin Feng gazes at his creation, filled with awe. He understands that the Kunlun Legion is no longer the ragtag band of warriors reliant solely on close combat. They have evolved into a true interstellar legion, wielding the power of the divine. All of this is bestowed by the Lord of the Gods. Lin Feng's gaze turned towards the eastern sky, his eyes brimming with gratitude and reverence. Dragon Tooth Island. Chen Yu lay sprawled on the beach, relishing the service of the state-of-the-art automatic scale-cleaning machine developed by Xiao. The pressure is quite satisfactory. The water temperature is also just right. Indeed, technology is the foremost productive force. As he indulged, he simultaneously monitored the progress of the heavenly crafting project with his divine sense. Yes, the power bank is ready, and the mech has been upgraded. Next, it's time to address that security door. He cast a glance at his system panel. Level 11 evolution points, 78,500,000. Upgrades are becoming increasingly sluggish. It seems that merely consuming nuclear fuel bars and lunar cuisine can no longer satiate my ever-growing appetite. I must devise a means to procure some substantial fare. His gaze drifted toward the vast expanse of the universe. Where is that fellow Karasa? Why hasn't he arrived yet? I can hardly wait to savor the taste of the Star Eater. Just then, Xiaoya's communicator abruptly chimed. It was General Zhao Jinbang calling. "Xiao, quickly, let the Lord of the Gods see this." Zhao Jinbang's voice resonated with an unprecedented gravity and terror. "Our celestial surveillance telescope has captured a fleet at the edge of the solar system, a fleet capable of obscuring the very stars. The Abyssal Fleet." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu shot upright from his dragon lounge. His chaotic dual pupils instantly ignited with a brilliance surpassing that of the sun. "It's here. My main course has finally arrived." Chapter 88. The Approaching Armies. The dimensional strike of the Abyss Fleet. As the blurred yet astonishing cosmic image, captured by the Celestial Voyager 9 telescope at the risk of incineration, appeared on the screens of people around the globe, the world once again fell into a profound silence. It was a vast ocean of steel. Thousands of menacing black warships loomed like a swarm of locusts, obscuring half the starry sky. They aligned in a chilling and orderly formation, advancing towards the inner solar system at a deliberate yet oppressive pace. At the heart of the fleet, the flagship, Abyss Throne, loomed large enough to rival a small asteroid, emanating a terrifying aura that sent shivers through the very soul. Is this The fleet of the Star Eater. How can there be so many? Winky face, can we truly withstand this? Just as the people had begun to kindle a flicker of hope due to the success of the Heavenly Craft Project, they were once again drenched in the icy despair emanating from the abyss. In the command center of Huaxia, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could be wrung out for water. Immediately activate the emergency protocol for the Ark Barrier plan. The voice of the Supreme Leader was hoarse, yet resolute. Order all ongoing spatial stabilizers to enter overload mode. Even if only partial functions can be activated, we must hold our ground. Command the Lunar Palace Mothership to enter Level 1 combat status. All space-based weaponry, unlock immediately. Order the Kunlun Legion to launch. Establish the final line of defense in geostationary orbit. Commands flew forth like snowflakes. At that moment, the war machine of Huaxia, indeed the entire blue planet, was utterly set into motion. On Longya Island, Chen Yu also beheld that image. His chaotic eyes narrowed slightly, a trace of gravity flickering in his gaze. Well, this is quite the spectacle. It seems that Karasa is serious about this. He could sense the terrifying energy within that fleet, potent enough to annihilate the entire solar system. Particularly from the flagship, a presence that sent a chill of danger coursing through him. Level 15. Star Eater. How intriguing. Slowly, Chen Yu rose from his dragon throne, stretching his limbs with a thunderous crackle. It appears my retirement is momentarily at an end. It is time to stretch these muscles. He glanced at Su Xiaoya beside him, her face pale with fright. Don't be afraid, girl. Guard the house. I'll be back shortly. With that, he focused his thoughts. The Zhu Long bio-armor instantly enveloped his entire being. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. Chen Yu transformed into a golden streak of light, soaring skyward with unwavering resolve, charging towards the abyssal fleet that symbolized death and destruction. At the edge of the solar system, in the Kuiper Belt, aboard the abyssal throne, Captain Kalesa of the Star Eater gazed at the screen, where a swiftly approaching Golden drew nearer. A cruel smile curved upon his lips. How intriguing. A mere insect dares to challenge the mighty dragon? Such courage is commendable, yet utterly foolish. He issued a command to the abyssal mind, Zelatu, standing beside him. Zelatu, teach this audacious insect a small lesson. Let him comprehend the meaning of despair. At your command, Commander, Zelatu replied, his crimson eyes flickering momentarily. He extended a finger, resembling withered wood, and gently tapped the void. In the next instant, Chen Yu, traveling at 30 times the speed of light, suddenly felt the surrounding space become viscous. It was as if he had plunged from the air into water. No, it was thicker than water. It was asphalt. It was cement. His velocity plummeted by hundreds of times in an instant. Warning. Detected malicious alteration of spatial constants in the host vicinity. Spatial viscosity increased by 137 times. Zhulong's warp engine efficiency decreased by 99. What? Chen Yu was taken aback. The spatial constants have been altered. He realized that his adversary was employing the power of the laws to execute a dimensional strike against him. They were altering the entire battlefield's rules of engagement in a manner he could not yet comprehend. What a clever tactic. A fierce battle spirit ignited within Chen Yu's eyes. But do you truly believe this can ensnare me? You are woefully naive. Chapter 89. The Battle of Laws. The Wrath of the Sun God. Cursed fate. Chen Yu felt akin to a fly ensnared in amber. The spatial stagnation. Is this fellow intent on imprisoning me here until I perish? He could sense the engine of the Zhu Long colonization pod, emitting a lament of overwhelming burden. Although the chaotic origin engine could draw energy from the void, within this morass of distorted laws, the efficiency of energy conversion was lamentably low. I can no longer endure this. Chen Yu recognized that he must swiftly shatter this spatial prison. Otherwise, when the enemy fleet arrived, he would truly become a turtle in a jar. Since you wield the laws against me, then I shall employ the laws to counter the laws. A glimmer of resolve flickered in Chen Yu's eyes. He inhaled deeply, and the heart of the sun god within him began to pulsate wildly. Ding! Host detected, forcibly mobilizing the sun primordial energy. Warning! This action will inflict irreversible damage upon the host's body. Proceed. Enough of this prattle. Unleash it now. Chen Yu roared inwardly. In the next instant, boom! From billions of kilometers away, the sun seemingly heard his call. A stream of golden energy, more robust and ferocious than any prior, surged from the sun's surface, soaring into the sky. It traversed the boundless void. In an outrageously unyielding manner, it instantaneously infused itself into Chen Yu's body. Ah! Chen Yu let out a cry of anguish. In that moment, his form seemed to transform into a miniature sun. Golden solar corona fire erupted from every pore of his being. The Zhu Long colonization pod upon him cracked and splintered under the onslaught of this terrifying energy. I shall give my all. Chen Yu gritted his teeth, channeling this solar divinity capable of incinerating all into the surrounding stagnant space. Solar corona fire, incinerate the heavens. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The golden divine fire collided violently with the intangible laws of space. It was akin to casting a red-hot iron into icy water. At that moment, two entirely divergent forces of law engaged in the most primal and fierce confrontation. Abyssal throne, bridge. The abyssal mind Zeridal's two crimson orbs flickered with intense agitation. Impossible. For the first time, a hint of astonishment crept into his cold voice. He is actually using the primordial energy of a star to forcibly incinerate my spatial laws. This defies the law of conservation of energy. Has this insect gone mad? Winky face, the star devourer Karasa, also rose from his throne. He gazed at the screen, where a small sun blazed fiercely, his eyes revealing a hint of astonishment and greed. Intriguing. Truly intriguing. This creature is far more delectable than I had anticipated. Zaratu, increase the power of spatial adhesion. I shall capture him alive. Indeed, without hesitation, Zarata devoted all his mental energy to manipulating the laws of space. Dark energy surged forth like a tide from the abyssal throne, reinforcing the spatial confinement. Crack! The space around Chen Yu solidified once more, even more resilient than before. What the hell? Here it comes again. Chen Yu felt as if he were on the brink of being crushed. No, brute force alone will not suffice. I must devise another strategy. His mind raced. The laws of space. The laws of space. That's right. He suddenly recalled the insights he had gained while designing the spatial stabilization anchor. The mysteries of space he had unraveled. Space can be folded. If I cannot break through this wall, then I shall circumvent it. A glint of madness flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. He executed an unexpected maneuver. He deliberately shut down the warp engine of the Candle Dragon's colonization module. Then, he concentrated all his chaotic divine power into his right claw and struck fiercely at the space before him, which had been adhered to the utmost limit. Void rending, a self-created skill inspired by the Void Hound's sizzle. A sound akin to fabric being torn echoed through the cosmos. The fortified space was forcefully ripped open by Chen Yu's claw, creating a tear. On the other side of the tear lay a profound expanse filled with the unknown and perilous. Subspace. A gamble. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yu plunged headlong into the rift. He intended to escape this spatial confinement through the treacherous method of traversing subspace. On the abyssal throne, Karasa and Zarata were momentarily stunned at the sight. This creature, has he truly mastered the power of space? Is he courting death? They were aware that subspace was the most perilous region in the universe, devoid of concepts of time and space, rife with chaotic energy eddies and unknown dimensional beings. Even their 7th Legion's warships dared not tread lightly there. Yet, Chen Yu had forcefully breached it with his physical form, albeit clad in a colonization suit. This was tantamount to suicide. Foolish insect. Karasa scoffed softly and resumed his seat upon the throne. It appears this game has reached its conclusion. Relay the order to the entire army to advance. The target, Earth. He believed that Chen Yu had perished within the tumultuous currents of the subspace. However, he underestimated this divine king from the east. Little did he know that within Chen Yu flowed the most primordial essence of the universe, the power of chaos. And the subspace was, indeed, the very arena of chaos. Chapter 90. The Drift in Subspace and the Evolution of the Candle Dragon Subspace, a realm of bizarre and chaotic distortions. Here, the concepts of up and down, left and right, and the passage of time are rendered meaningless. Countless streams of vividly colored energy whirl about like untamed stallions, rampaging through the void. Any matter that dares to enter this realm is instantaneously torn apart into its most fundamental particles by these chaotic energy flows. Yet at this moment, an anomaly traverses this deadly domain with great difficulty, none other than Chen Yu. Oh my goodness, this place is utterly exhilarating. Chen Yu felt as if he were aboard a roller coaster designed by the deranged, being flung to the ends of time one moment and yanked back to the origin of the universe the next. The sights around him were fantastical and unpredictable. He even glimpsed some extraordinarily abstract beings from other dimensions, who regarded him with curious eyes amidst the turmoil. Gosh, if they capture me, I might end up as nothing more than a pile of bones. Chen Yu hastily composed himself and maximized the cloaking mode of the Candle Dragon biosuit. Fortunately, the chaotic energy within him appeared to resonate harmoniously with this subspace. The frenzied energy streams, upon approaching him, unconsciously became docile, even parting to grant him passage. Huh? What is this? Suddenly, Chen Yu realized that his Candle Dragon biosuit was autonomously absorbing the surrounding subspace energy. Ding! Detected Candle Dragon biosuit absorbing high concentrations of subspace energy. The equipment is undergoing adaptive evolution. What a surprise! It can do this too. Chen Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated that this involuntary venture into subspace would yield such unexpected gains. Well, then I shall not hold back. He released his inhibitions and began to actively guide the Candle Dragon to devour the energy beneficial to it. Time lost its meaning in subspace. It was unclear how long had passed when the Candle Dragon biosuit emitted a melodious sound akin to a dragon's roar. Its form underwent subtle transformations. The once dark golden armor now shimmered with an additional layer of ethereal blue light that flowed like water. The 16 chaotic primordial engines on its back deepened, as if they were connected to another dimension. Ding! Candle Dragon biosuit, evolution complete. New functions unlocked. 1. Void walk. Active temporarily enter subspace for ultra-long distance space leaps. Cooldown time, 1 hour. 2. Dimensional blade. Active condense subspace energy into an indomitable dimensional blade to inflict spatial cutting damage on targets. What a thrill. Absolutely exhilarating. Chen Yu reveled in the formidable power bestowed upon him by his new attire, his heart brimming with joy. That Karasa is truly a good person, he mused. Not only did he provide me with an experience pack, but he also gifted me materials for equipment upgrades. What a profitable exchange. He cast a glance at his system panel. Level 11 evolution points. 128, 000, 500, 000. Ah, the energy is nearly replenished, he thought. It is time to venture forth and surprise that kind soul. With a mere thought, he activated Void Walk. In an instant, his figure vanished into the kaleidoscopic expanse of the subspace. On Earth, in synchronous orbit, the Abyss fleet loomed ominously. Thousands of black warships gathered like a dark cloud, casting a shadow of death over the entire planet. The Kunlun Legion and the Moon Palace Mothership had formed the final line of defense in orbit. Lin Feng stood on the bridge of the Moon Palace Mothership, gazing at the overwhelming enemy fleet displayed on the screen, devoid of any fear, only resolute determination to face death. Lord God King, we shall defend this last bastion for you, he vowed, even if it costs us our lives. On the throne of the Abyss, Karasa surveyed the trembling blue planet before him, a cruel smile spreading across his face. The game was over. He slowly raised his hand. All units, he might command. Commence. Purification. Just as he was about to issue the order for a full-scale assault, suddenly, without warning, a rift tore open in the space behind him. A golden, familiar figure emerged from the crack, strolling leisurely into view. Hey there, my friend. I heard. You were looking for me? Chen Yu, adorned in his newly upgraded Candle Dragon colonization suit, appeared on the bridge of the throne of the abyss, standing before the Star Eater, Karasa. Karasa. Zeratul. Grork. The entire bridge fell into a profound silence. This is impossible. How did he get in here? Winky Face, Chapter 91, deep behind enemy lines. The God King's decapitation operation on the bridge of the abyssal throne. The atmosphere was palpably eerie. Karasa, the devourer of stars who had traversed the cosmos and obliterated countless civilizations, remained frozen in the act of raising his hand. His molten, lava-like eyes were fixated on the unexpected intruder before him. How did he accomplish this? The dimensional shield of the abyssal throne is the pinnacle of the 7th Legion's defense system. Even a level 15 powerhouse could not have appeared before me without alerting anyone. Unless a thought, one that filled Karasa with dread, began to surface in his mind. Unless his comprehension of spatial laws has surpassed mine? No, impossible. He is merely an 11-level native insect. Karasa forcibly suppressed the terror swelling within him and once again donned a mask of arrogance and cruelty. How intriguing. Should I commend your courage or deem you utterly foolish? Do you believe that by intruding upon my flagship, you can alter your fated demise? He slowly lowered his hand. A terrifying pressure, potent enough to crush stars, erupted from him. The pressure of a level 15 powerhouse. The entire bridge quaked under this overwhelming force. The high-ranking officers around him were so crushed by the weight that they could scarcely lift their heads. Yet, in the face of this dreadful pressure, Chen Yu appeared unfazed, even taking a keen interest in the decor of the bridge. TSK, this style of decoration is rather unique. Using skulls as chairs? I give that idea full marks. Why? He entirely disregarded Karasa's oppressive aura and even offered him a genial smile. Buddy, no need to be tense. I'm not here to fight. I merely wish to discuss a matter with you. Discuss a matter? Karasa was taken aback. Has this insect lost its mind? What do you wish to discuss? He asked coldly, eager to see what trickery this insect might conjure. Chen Yu cleared his throat and gestured towards the beautiful blue planet outside the window. Look, my planet is quite lovely. I see it. You've traveled such a long way to engage in violence. It's rather discordant, don't you think? Why not do this instead? Chen Yu broke into an innocent smile. You leave this ship and your fleet here to serve as my toys. Then, you can return whence you came. I promise not to kill you. What do you say? This deal is quite advantageous. Wouldn't you agree? Silence. The bridge fell into a profound stillness once more. All the commanders of the 7th Legion stared at Chen Yu with expressions of disbelief, as if gazing upon a fool. This insect, has he lost his mind? How dare he extort us? Karasa was both amused and infuriated by Chen Yu's refreshing yet audacious remarks. He erupted into a fit of arrogant laughter, filled with disdain and mockery. Insect, you have successfully entertained me. As a reward, I shall personally crush every bone in your body. Then, I will imprison your soul in my abyssal fire, burning for a millennium. No sooner had the words left his lips than Karasa sprang into action. His figure vanished from the throne in an instant, reappearing before Chen Yu in the next heartbeat. His enormous claw, encased in dark purple crystalline armor, wielded terrifying power capable of rending space itself, lunged violently toward Chen Yu's head. Die, insect! Yet, in the face of this lethal strike, Chen Yu did not even flinch. He merely raised his right claw gently, and with a speed that appeared slow but was, in truth, supremely swift, met the attack head-on. A tremendous crash resounded. The two colossal claws, both brimming with destructive power, collided at the center of the bridge. A horrific shockwave instantly engulfed the entire command deck. Those surrounding commanders of lesser strength were flung away, crashing against the walls, their fates uncertain. At the epicenter of the clash, Chen Yu remained utterly unmoved. In stark contrast, Karasa, the level 15 devourer of stars, was forced to take a step back. What? Disbelief shimmered in Karasa's eyes. His power, how can it be so immense? He is only level 11. Little did he know that although Chen Yu was merely level 11, he possessed the most primordial chaotic power in the universe. He also had the heart of the solar god, an infinitely replenishing super battery, and the Zhu Long's Colossus, a mythical equipment that granted a 300 enhancement. In terms of pure power, he had completely surpassed, even eclipsed, the level 15 Karasa. Is this all you've got? Chen Yu tilted his head, gazing at Karasa with disappointment. I thought you were formidable. Turns out, you're just a fade. You seek your own demise. Karasa was utterly enraged. He let out a furious roar as the dark purple crystalline armor on his body ignited with a blood-red glow. Devourer form, fully unleashed. He was ready to get serious. Thus began a decisive execution operation within the enemy flagship, determining the fates of two civilizations. Chapter 92, One-on-One. The God King versus the Star Eater. Boom! As Karasa transformed into the Star Eater form, the entire abyssal throne began to tremble violently. His aura surged explosively, multiplying several times in an instant. The dark purple crystalline armor morphed into an abyssally deep, pitch-black hue. Behind him, a pair of demonic bone wings unfurled fiercely, casting a shadow over half the bridge. What an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chen Yu's expression grew solemn. He could sense that the Karasa before him had escalated his power to a terrifying level that posed a credible threat to him. Level 15, truly formidable. But this is precisely what makes it interesting. A fierce battle spirit ignited within Chen Yu's eyes. The heart of the sun god within him began to throb uncontrollably, supplying him with an unending stream of energy. Insect, prepare to perish. Karasa let out a furious roar as the dark energy in his hand coalesced into a grotesque 100-meter-long colossal scythe of the abyss. With a terrifying might that seemed capable of rending anything asunder, he swung the scythe down upon Chen Yu. This strike was powerful enough to cleave an asteroid in two. Bring it on. Chen Yu did not retreat, but advanced instead. With a thought, the right arm of the Zhu Long battleship instantaneously transformed, condensing into a similarly 100-meter-long, golden glimmering energy greatsword. Blade of dimensions. Clang! The greatsword and scythe collided fiercely. Golden radiance and black energy erupted within the bridge, creating a resounding explosion. The entire abyssal throne groaned under the strain, emitting a cacophony of creaks. Countless cracks appeared on the walls of the bridge, resembling a spider's web. Such immense power, Chen Yu felt a tingling numbness in his arm. This fellow's weapon is rather sinister. He sensed that the scythe of the abyss seemed capable of devouring all energy. Even his blade of dimensions had a portion of its energy siphoned away upon contact with the scythe. I cannot confront him head-on. Chen Yu's mind raced, prompting an immediate change in tactics. He abruptly withdrew his strength, leveraging the recoil to propel himself backward. Simultaneously, the 16 chaotic primordial engines behind him activated to full power. Void walk. His figure vanished instantaneously from his original position. Thinking of fleeing, Karasa sneered, abruptly slashing the scythe of the abyss through the void. Spatial lockdown. The entire bridge's space was instantly sealed by his rule-based power. Any form of spatial teleportation would fail. I'll see where you plan to escape to. However, he still underestimated Chen Yu. Chen Yu did not flee. He merely utilized the brief invulnerability granted by Void Walk to maneuver behind Karasa. Here I am, big guy. With a hint of mockery, Chen Yu's voice resonated behind Karasa. Startled, Karasa whirled around to confront the exaggerated visage of Chen Yu, whose striking dragon face was magnified countless times, alongside the terrifyingly wide, gaping maw. Zhu Long's breath. Boom! A radiant beam of chaos, infused with the laws of time and space, erupted from Chen Yu's mouth, striking Karasa's face at point-blank range. This was Chen Yu's ultimate attack, the most formidable strike of the Zhu Long's colonial armor. Ah! Karasa emitted a piercing scream. His seemingly indestructible crystalline armor melted under the onslaught of the chaos beam, akin to ice cast into a furnace, rapidly dissolving. His grotesque visage was scorched beyond recognition. Damnable insect! How dare you injure me? Karasa was utterly enraged. At that moment, the abyssal energy within him erupted recklessly. Abyss descends. A surge of dark energy, 10 times more potent than before, radiated from him, engulfing the entire bridge in an instant. The space around them was shrouded in profound darkness. Within this gloom, Karasa's power surged immensely. Meanwhile, Chen Yu felt as though he were mired in a quagmire, his movements becoming sluggish. Domain skill. I possess that too. Chen Yu scoffed coldly. Chaos domain. Activate. A golden radiance erupted from his being, clashing violently with the black abyss domain in a fierce tug-of-war within the bridge. The collision of two divine realms sent the entire abyssal throne wailing as if on the brink of disintegration. At this moment, a celestial battle that would determine the fate of two civilizations reached a fever pitch. Chapter 93, Assistance from Mortals. The Assault of Kunlun. On the bridge of the abyssal throne, a silent yet perilous confrontation of laws ensued between the golden chaos domain and the black abyssal domain. Chen Yu and Karasa stood motionless, yet the space around them contorted, shattered, and reformed incessantly. This fellow's domain is formidable. Chen Yu sensed his chaos domain being gradually eroded and suppressed by his opponent. After all, the adversary was a level 15 powerhouse, possessing a far deeper understanding of the laws than he, a mere novice who had just ascended to level 11. If this continues, I shall be defeated. A flicker of anxiety arose within Chen Yu. He had to devise a way to break this deadlock. Meanwhile, in synchronous orbit around Earth, the Kunlun Legion and the Moon Palace Mothership were embroiled in intense skirmishes with the outer forces of the Abyssal Fleet. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the Abyssal Fleet, the Kunlun Legion, leveraging the formidable capabilities of the Dragonborn 2 mechas and their indomitable fighting spirit, managed to tenuously hold the line. Captain Lin Feng, the enemy flagship, the Abyssal Throne, is exhibiting abnormal energy fluctuations. The captain of the Moon Palace Mothership reported through the communications channel. According to energy model analysis, it appeared that the Lord God King was engaged in a domain confrontation with the enemy leader. The Lord God King is fighting alone. Lin Feng's heart tightened. He understood how strenuous it would be for the Lord God King, at his current level, to contend against the level 15 Star Devourer. We cannot allow the Lord God King to fight alone. A glimmer of resolve sparkled in Lin Feng's eyes. He glanced at the enormous, demon fortress-like abyssal throne displayed on the screen. A bold and audacious plan quietly took shape in his mind. All Kunlun members, heed my command. Lin Feng's voice resonated through the communications channel, imbued with an undeniable authority. Abandon defense. All personnel, redirect. Target, the enemy flagship, the Abyssal Throne. We shall execute a decapitation strike. What? Winky face. All Kunlun members were taken aback. Charge into the enemy flagship. We have only 100 people. Isn't this akin to seeking death? I am aware that this command is reckless. Lin Feng's voice grew somber and hoarse. However, we have no alternative. The Lord God King is inside, striving to buy us precious time. We cannot let him down. We are Kunlun. We are the sword of the God King. Wherever the blade points, we are invincible. Even if it leads to death, we shall die on the path of our charge. Lin Feng's words ignited the powder keg, instantly stirring the fervor within the hearts of all Kunlun team members. Yes, Captain, for the God King. For Huaxia, charge. 100 golden mechas simultaneously cranked their engines to maximum power at that very moment. They transformed into 100 resolute golden meteors, braving the overwhelming barrage of the Abyss Fleet, launching a suicidal charge towards the Abyss Throne, a symbol of death and destruction. On the bridge of the Abyss Throne, alarms blared. Warning, warning, 100 high-energy targets detected, approaching at high speed. They have breached our outer defense line. The shrill sirens echoed throughout the bridge. What? Both Karasa and Ziradul were taken aback. These lowly natives, have they lost their minds? Do they dare to attack the Abyss Throne? Glark, immediately take your men and crush these bothersome flies. Karasa ordered impatiently. Yes. Glark grinned menacingly and turned to leave the bridge. However, at that moment, boom! A tremendous explosion. The outer wall of the Abyss Throne's bridge was forcefully breached, creating a gaping hole. A golden figure, akin to a descending deity, surged through the opening. It was Lin Feng. In a final act of defiance, he detonated the gravity field generator of his mecha, employing a suicidal gravitational collapse attack to forcibly tear apart the Abyss Throne's impregnable shell. Karasa. Lin Feng's voice resonated throughout the bridge via the mecha's loudspeaker. Your opponent is still us. He brandished his high-frequency, oscillating particle blade and charged fiercely towards Karasa, seeking death. A glimmer of disdain flickered in Karasa's eyes. With a casual wave, a surge of dark energy blasted Lin Feng, mecha and all, out of the bridge. Crack! The mecha instantly bore countless fissures. Inside the cockpit, Lin Feng spat a mouthful of blood. So powerful is this, the strength of level 15. Yet, though Lin Feng's strike failed to injure Karasa, it successfully disrupted his abyss domain. Well done. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. The opportunity has arrived. This was the moment he had been waiting for. A mortal's assistance. Sometimes it can be even more lethal than a divine skill. Chapter 94. The God King's banter and Karasa's fracture in the abyssal realm. Karasa's body suddenly stiffened, a look of anguish etched upon his face. Dumbfounded. How dare you interrupt my casting? Just as he intended to turn and completely crush Lin Feng, this annoying fly, Chen Yu would not grant him that opportunity. Hey, big guy, look over here. Chen Yu's voice, laced with mockery, echoed in his ear. Karasa whipped around, only to be met by Chen Yu's face, magnified countless times, adorned with a derisive smile. You. Karasa began, but Chen Yu would not allow him a moment to speak, launching directly into his verbal onslaught. I heard you refer to yourselves as Grey Hunters? Chen Yu mused. That title sounds quite imposing. Yet in my eyes, you are merely interstellar marauders, plundering others' planets, consuming their resources, all under the guise of purification. Have you no shame? Chen Yu's words resonated clearly in the minds of every abyssal creature aboard the bridge. Karasa's expression darkened to a shade of iron. This wretched insect. How dare he insult our noble race? Silence, you lowly native. Karasa bellowed. We are the cosmic sanitation workers. We maintain the order of the universe. Order? Chen Yu chuckled. Donotist, my friend. Is your version of order merely turning all civilizations weaker than yours into your sustenance? What distinguishes you from the beasts that know only how to consume? Oh, but wait, you're even worse than the beasts. At least they pause after satiating their hunger. What about you? Does your greed know any bounds? Each of Chen Yu's statements pierced Karasa's heart like a needle. How? How could he possibly know? A flicker of panic crossed Karasa's eyes. Indeed, their great hunter clan was the most avaricious and cruel species in the cosmos, endlessly conquering and devouring to satisfy their insatiable hunger. Nonsense, Karasa retorted desperately. We strive for evolution, to ascend to a higher dimensional existence. Evolution? Chen Yu's laughter was rife with contempt. Based on you? A group that cannot even achieve energy recirculation, surviving solely through plunder? Do you truly believe you are worthy of discussing evolution? This remark struck Karasa at his most vulnerable point. Although the Great Hunter clan was formidable, they possessed a fatal flaw. They could not, like Chen Yu, directly draw energy from stars or the very essence of the universe. They can only sustain their existence and evolution by plundering the resources and lives of other civilizations. This is the fundamental reason behind their incessant wars. You, be quiet. Karas was utterly unhinged. He let out a furious roar, wielding this scythe of the abyss, and swung fiercely at Chen Yu once more. In that moment, he had lost all rationality, his moves riddled with flaws. A splendid opportunity. A glint flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. He had been awaiting this moment. Fighting requires not only strength, but also intellect, especially when dealing with someone so brawny yet simple-minded. He sidestepped the lethal blow. Simultaneously, his right claw coalesced once more, summoning the weapon capable of slicing through space, the Blade of Dimensions. Farewell, giant. Chen Yu's figure, like a specter, appeared before Karas. The Blade of Dimensions, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, thrust violently towards Karas's heart. No, Despairing fear finally flickered in Karaz's eyes. He wished to evade, but was already too late. Splat! The blade of dimensions effortlessly pierced through his crystalline armor. It penetrated his heart. Then, it emerged from his back. Karaz's body stiffened abruptly. He looked down at the massive wound in his chest, black blood gushing forth. His eyes brimmed with reluctance and disbelief. I, a dignified level 15 footstar eater, how could I lose to an 11 level insect? Moreover, to be bested by him. Through mere words, he was unwilling to accept defeat. He yearned to retaliate. However, Chen Yu would not grant him that opportunity. Boom! Chen Yu coldly uttered a single word. In the next moment, the blade of dimensions embedded in Karaz's body detonated with a resounding explosion. The ferocious spatial energy rampaged within him, tearing apart his organs and his very soul into fragments. Boom! Karaz's colossal form erupted in the center of the bridge, transforming into a swirling mass of black blood mist. Ding! Successfully eliminated Star Eater Karaz, level 15, gained vast energy, evolution points 100,000. Off. Done. Chen Yu exhaled deeply. He gazed at the slowly dissipating black blood mist, curling his lip. Level 15, is this all? Such poor mental fortitude. A few words and you've lost your composure? Truly disappointing. Chapter 95. A betrayal from the abyssal mind. Inside the bridge, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. Selatu Grak and the remaining leaders of the 7th Legion stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the crimson mist that had once belonged to their commander. Is he dead? The great devourer, Lord Karasa, has perished just like that. Winky face, killed by a level 11 native insect. Their worldview shattered in that instant. No, it cannot be. Grak's massive Orcish head was filled with madness and disbelief. Their commander was invincible. How could he possibly die? With a furious roar, he raised his mighty axe, ready to charge forth and avenge Karasa. However, before he could take a step, a cold, emotionless voice echoed from behind him. Do not move, Grak. It was Zelatu. The abyssal mind had regained his composure, his two crimson glimmers fixed intently on Chen Yu, filled with wariness and calculation. We surrender. Zelatu spoke in an exceptionally standard, accent-free Mandarin, addressing Chen Yu. Chen Yu paused momentarily. Surrender? So straightforward? He regarded the shadowy figure with interest. This fellow is rather intriguing. Surrender? Chen Yu tilted his head, displaying a benevolent smile. That sounds agreeable. However, you must demonstrate some sincerity. He gestured toward the enormous flagship beneath them. I will take this ship. Your fleet will also be mine, and all the technology and resources at your disposal. Hand them over. Then you may leave. One audacious demand. Grak seethed with rage, nearly on the brink of explosion. Yet, Zelatu restrained him. Not an issue, esteemed power. Zelatu bowed slightly, his demeanor exceedingly humble. Your will is our command. The 7th Legion is willing to serve you. So compliant? A flicker of suspicion crossed Chen Yu's eyes. Something is amiss. This fellow must have some ulterior motive. Nonetheless, Chen Yu remained unfazed. Before absolute strength, any scheme is merely a paper tiger. I'm curious to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Excellent. Chen Yu nodded, preparing to step forward to claim his spoils. However, at the very moment he let down his guard, a sudden turn of events unfolded. Zelatu, who had stood there respectfully, suddenly erupted into action. His form transformed into a bolt of black lightning. His target was not Chen Yu, but rather the injured Lin foam, lying on the ground. This is bad. Chen Yu's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Zelatu would be so insidious. Unable to defeat him, he resorted to ambushing his subordinate. Seeking death, Chen Yu roared, initiating his void walk in an instant, intent on rescuing Lin foam. However, it was already too late. Zelatu's speed was astonishing. His claw, sharp as a blade, had already pierced the cockpit of Lin Feng's Dragonborn, second form Ek. Captain, from a distance, the other members of the Kunlun team watched in horror, their eyes filled with rage. Zelatu let out a triumphant, sinister laugh. Foolish, chaotic creature, do you believe you have triumphed? This human is your kin, is he not? His veins pulse with your blood. Now he belongs to me. With that, Zaratu exerted a fierce force with his claw, extracting Lin Feng, along with the dragonborn bloodline within him, from the mech. Lin Feng emitted a pained groan and instantly lost consciousness. You shall pay for this. Chen Yu was utterly enraged. His chaotic dual eyes transformed into a sea of blood-red fury. The corona divine fire erupted from him, soaring into the heavens. He intended to reduce this despicable fiend to ashes. However, Zaratu was already prepared. Grasping Lin Feng, his body morphed once more into a shadowy silhouette. Abyssal stealth. In an instant, his figure vanished from the bridge, leaving behind a mocking and provocative phrase that echoed in the air. Do you wish to save him, insect? Then come, find me in the abyss. I shall be waiting for you there. I hope you possess the courage. Chapter 96. The Wrath of the God King and the Coordinates of the Abyss. Boom. Chen Yu's coronal divine fire reduced the entire bridge to a void. Yet, it could not inflict even a scratch upon Zelatu. He had already fled, taking Lin Feng with him into that abyss, which even Chen Yu found unfamiliar. Damn it! Chen Yu let out a roar, filled with boundless fury. Who dares to touch my people? You are doomed. Never before had he felt such wrath. Lin Feng, the captain of the Kunlun Legion, was his most valued subordinate and a hero of Huaxia. Now, right before his eyes, he had been kidnapped by the enemy. This was a blatant provocation against him. The God King. Abyss, a cold, murderous intent flickered in Chen Yu's eyes. No matter what kind of hell you are, I shall uncover your secrets. He turned his gaze toward the trembling remnants of the 7th Legion's commanders on the bridge, particularly focusing on that brutish, simple-minded orc officer. Glack, let us start with you. In an instant, Chen Yu appeared before Glack. His claw, covered in Zhulong armor, seized Glack's neck, lifting his massive 20-meter frame effortlessly. Tell me. Chen Yu's voice was as frigid as that from the depths of the inferno. Where are the coordinates of the abyss? Glack, nearly choking, stared back with terror in his large, coppery eyes. This demon, yet he gritted his teeth, displaying a defiant expression. I don't know. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. The Great Hunter will avenge us. Stubborn are we? Chen Yu scoffed. Let us see how tough your bones truly are. With a mere thought, coronal divine fire erupted from his palm. Sizzle, the golden divine fire instantly ignited Glack's robust body. Ah! Glack emitted a horrific scream. The agony that seared his very soul was 1,000 times more intense than any physical torment. This sensation rivals the most heinous tortures of history. Why? Will you speak? Chen Yu inquired, continuing to roast him. I'll tell you. Glack finally could not endure any longer, crying out in desperation. What nonsense dignity and glory are worth in the face of such torment? The abyss, does not exist within our dimension. It is a dark side space that adheres to our universe. One can only enter through a special abyss gate. Dark side space. Chen Yu furrowed his brow. Isn't this the subspace I've visited before? So, they refer to it as the abyss. Where are the coordinates of the gate of the abyss? Chen Yu continued to inquire. Just as Glark was about to reveal the coordinates, suddenly, his body stiffened abruptly. A look of sheer terror filled his eyes. Instantly, his form exploded like a burst balloon, erupting into a cloud of blood mist. Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback. Had he self-destructed? No, it was a silencing. He suddenly lifted his gaze towards an unseen direction in the void. He sensed an aura there, one far more potent and malevolent than Karasa, flickering briefly. Is there a more formidable foe lurking in the shadows? Or could it be that the Great Hunter has intervened personally? Chen Yu's expression grew grave. It appeared that this journey into the abyss was not as straightforward as he had anticipated. He glanced around at the abyssal creatures, now rendered speechless by fear. Perhaps questioning them would yield no fruitful answers. With that thought, his gaze fell upon the immense flagship beneath his feet, the throne of the abyss. Surely, this vessel must know the way home. A cold smile crept upon his lips. Very well, let me take the helm myself. He infused his chaotic divine power into the control center of the throne of the abyss. He intended to forcibly seize command of this war fortress from the abyss. Chapter 97. the Divine Monarch's drive, and Earth's backup plan in the control center of the Abyssal Throne. Chen Yu gazed at the bewilderingly intricate interface before him, feeling a surge of confusion. What is this? Where's the steering wheel? The aesthetic sensibilities of these extraterrestrial beings are rather peculiar. Attempting to connect his divine consciousness to the warship's control system, he was suddenly inundated by an overwhelming torrent of negative emotions. Slaughter, destruction, devour. This was the malevolent consciousness of the artificial intelligence governing the Abyssal Throne, attempting to impose its sinister thoughts upon him. Do you wish to control me, you insignificant creature? You are unworthy. Oh, quite the fiery disposition, are we? Chen Yu chuckled. A mere AI dares to be arrogant before me? Watch how I deal with you. Within him, the heart of the sun god surged with vigor, unleashing a radiant essence of divine fire that coursed through his consciousness and into the control center. Cleanse it for me. The AI emitted a piercing wail as its dark, energy-laden consciousness was scorched by the divine fire, rapidly melting away like snow under the sun. No, stop. I was wrong. Master, spare me. The artificial intelligence began to plead for mercy. Realizing its folly now, it is too late. Chen Yu scoffed and intensified his assault. Moments later, the control center of the Abyssal Throne was utterly purified. The once malevolent AI had been obliterated, replaced by a new, pristine entity. A humble AI imbued with reverence and obedience towards Chen Yu. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully capturing the Abyssal-class interstellar warship, Abyssal Throne. Control of the warship has been transferred. Please name the new AI. Naming? Chen Yu pondered for a moment. Let us call it Little Black. Simple and memorable. Yes, Master. Little Black is at your service. The AI's respectful voice resonated within Chen Yu's mind. Excellent, Little Black. Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction. Now, tell me the coordinates of the abyss. And how do I open the gate of the abyss? Meanwhile, on Earth, at the highest command center of Huaxia, when the news of Chen Yu's successful takeover of the control of the Abyssal Throne reached them, a wave of jubilant celebration erupted throughout the command center. A cathartic release of relief. We have won. We have triumphed again. The Divine Monarch is truly formidable. However, amidst the celebration lingered a deeper concern. Is the Divine Monarch truly going to the abyss? Xiao Zhanbong gazed at the screen, where the vessel known as the Abyssal Throne had altered its course, poised to voyage into the depths of the cosmos. His eyes were filled with trepidation. After all, that is the stronghold of the enemy. What if? He dared not contemplate further. Academician Qin remained silent, acutely aware that Chen Yu had chosen to risk himself for the sake of rescuing Lin Feng. Yet, he also understood the gravity of the situation. If any misfortune were to befall Chen Yu, it would spell catastrophic consequences for Earth and all of human civilization. We cannot place all our hopes upon the shoulders of a single individual. The commander finally spoke, his voice calm, yet resolute. We must prepare for the worst-case scenarios. He cast a glance at the vast celestial map of the solar system adorning the wall. The Ark Barrier Project must proceed, accelerating its pace by a factor of 2. Simultaneously, we shall activate the Seed Plan. The Seed Plan represents the last contingency for both Huaxia and all of human civilization. Should the Ark Barrier fail, or if the Divine Monarch does not return, a select group of humanity's most elite individuals will embark on specially designed seed ships to flee the solar system in search of a new home among the stars. This initiative aims to preserve the faintest glimmer of hope for the continuity of human civilization, though that hope appears exceedingly slim. Yet we shall not resign ourselves to inaction. A resolute glimmer shone in the commander's eyes. Divine Monarch, we implore you, return safely. Chapter 99. The birth of Little Black and the gaze from the spare, tired throne of the abyss glided steadily through the frigid, desolate expanse of the cosmos. This vessel, once emblematic of annihilation and conquest, now resembled a docile sheep, faithfully executing the commands of its new master. Chen Yu reclined comfortably at the heart of the bridge, his towering frame of 300 meters nearly engulfing the entire space. While he relished the performance of Guo Digang's comedic dialogue through the external speakers of the Zhulong suit, he playfully teased his new AI butler. Little Black, report our current speed. An emotionless electronic voice immediately resonated in his mind. Reporting, Master, the throne of the abyss is currently cruising at 37 times the speed of light. Estimated. Stop. Stop, stop. Chen Yu interrupted impatiently. Your voice is unbearable. It lacks any charm. Change it. Yes, Master. Switching voice package. Switch successful. In the next moment, a sweet and slightly playful voice reminiscent of a young girl filled the air. Master Little Black, is at your service. What can I assist you with? Chen Yu. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What an overwhelming contrast. Winky face, from a cold, unfeeling mechanical voice to a high-pitched, playful tone. Little Black, did your previous master have some peculiar preferences? Reporting, Master, according to my core database, the former owner, Lord Karasa, greatly enjoyed the symphony of lower civilizations perishing in their lamentations. Forget I asked. Chen Yu felt a profound aesthetic chasm between himself and these abyssal beings. Never mind. Just switch back to the previous voice. Understood. Master, I shall now switch to a masculine voice. Chen Yu. Enough. Just stick with your current voice. I've grown accustomed to it. At your command. My dear Master Mua, Chen Yu resolved to abandon further discourse with this already thoroughly toyed AI. He redirected his focus to the voyage itself. Little Black, how far are we from the abyssal gate? Reporting, esteemed Master, at our current speed. We shall reach the target area in approximately 6 hours. However, I must caution you, the spatial energy fluctuations ahead are exceedingly unstable. There appears to be a trap. A trap? Chen Yu's chaotic eyes narrowed slightly. He was well aware that the shadow known as Zelitu would not permit him to enter the abyss so easily. Magnify the star map ahead by 10,000 times and conduct an energy particle scan. Understood. Master, a colossal three-dimensional star map unfolded before Chen Yu in an instant, densely populated with countless invisible energy nodes pulsating with an eerie red glow. These energy nodes are interconnected through an esoteric formation, creating an intricate web that spans millions of kilometers. Ding. High-density rule landmine, array detected. Landmine types, spatial collapse, time stasis, causal reversal, trigger mechanism, any energy fluctuation exceeding the threshold. Warning. Once triggered, the area will instantaneously undergo dimensional collapse, forming a permanent black domain that devours everything. Goodness. Chen Yu gazed at this deadly net, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. That Zelitu is ruthless. This is not merely a trap. It's an intention to obliterate this universe. Master, what should we do? It seems we cannot pass. Shall we take a detour? Little Black's voice quivered with a hint of despair. Take a detour? Chen Yu scoffed. The notion of a detour does not exist in my lexicon. Are these just a few pesky landmines? Watch me dismantle them. Meanwhile, on a desolate asteroid approximately 0.5 light-years from the solar system, a secret temporary base constructed entirely of pure energy was quietly operational. This was the first stop of the Spark project. Inside the base, 100,000 selected human sparks were undergoing their final adaptive training. The sorrow and confusion they once bore had vanished, replaced by a resolute determination. They understood that they bore the future of an entire civilization upon their shoulders. They could not falter. A young girl clad in a white lab coat stood silently before the observation window of the base. Her name was Lin Weiwei, a prodigious astrophysicist who had just graduated from the most prestigious institution in Huaxia. She was also the younger sister of Lin Feng, the team leader of the Kunlun army. Just days prior, she was engulfed in despair over her brother's disappearance. Yet now, she had no time for sorrow. She had been chosen to be the spark that would carry forth human civilization. She would be responsible for charting the safest course for the Spark spacecraft during future interstellar voyages. The weight of 100,000 lives and the future of a civilization rested heavily upon her shoulders, pressing down to the point where she could hardly breathe. Through the thick viewing window, she gazed longingly at the distant blue planet, now reduced to a mere point of light. That was her home, her family, her everything. Yet now, she was tasked with plotting a course that would take her far from it. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to well in her eyes. She reached out, gently caressing the cold window, as though she wished to touch that nurturing land one last time. Brother, are you well? Great Lord, Can you truly work miracles? Her gaze traversed the boundless void, as if she could see the black warship sailing alone into the abyss, and the white figure preparing to confront the entire abyss with sheer willpower. Chapter 100. The God King's Bomb Disposal Tutorial and the Great Hunter's Observation on the Bridge of the Abyssal Throne, facing a minefield formidable enough to deter any interstellar fleet. Chen Yu exhibited not an ounce of trepidation. Rather, an unprecedented competitive spirit surged within him. Disarming mines? This is a challenge I can tackle. Why? In his former life on Earth, prior to his transcendence, he was particularly fond of the game Minesweeper. Although the minefield before him was a billion times more intricate than the game, the underlying principles remained the same. Xiao, provide me with a three-dimensional model of the energy structure of this minefield, he commanded. Certainly, Master. Modeling complete. Look, doesn't it resemble a spiderweb? OV. Before Chen Yu appeared a colossal three-dimensional network woven from countless energy filaments. Each intersection represented a law mine potent enough to detonate dimensions. Indeed, it bears resemblance. Chen Yu acknowledged with a nod. However, to my eyes, it resembles a ball of yarn. As long as we locate the end of the thread, we can unravel the entire thing. End of the thread? Xiao's youthful voice brimmed with confusion. Master, there is no information regarding yarn balls in my database. You fool. I am merely using a metaphor. Chen Yu replied exasperatedly. He pointed with his divine sense to a corner of the intricate network diagram. Observe here. This point is the core energy node of the entire minefield. It is also the remote control utilized by that individual, Zelitu, to govern the entire array. As long as we can sever the connection between this remote control and the minefield without triggering the other mines, this so-called web of heaven and earth will become a mere pile of useless duds. Wow, Master is truly impressive. Xiao exclaimed in admiration. How shall we proceed to sever it? Shall we cut it with the blade of dimensions? That is not feasible. Chen Yu shook his head. Such a method would create too much commotion, instantly igniting the entire minefield. We require a more delicate approach. As he spoke, a glimmer of cunning danced in Chen Yu's eyes. He extended a claw and gently tapped the void. A droplet of golden divine blood, imbued with his primordial chaotic power, shot forth from his fingertip. This droplet swiftly transformed in midair, ultimately morphing into a vividly lifelike golden insect. Go forth, little insect, Chen Yu commanded the golden creature. Bite through the thickest web line. The golden insect seemed to comprehend his directive, silently flapping its wings as it soared towards the core energy node. It embodied chaos, capable of disregarding all laws and energies, making it the perfect bomb disposal expert. In another, more profound and dark dimension, within the abyss, there exists a black temple, suspended in the boundless void, forged from pure hatred and fear. A figure, larger and more terrifying than the star-eater Karasa, is gradually awakening from slumber. It lacks a fixed form, sometimes resembling a swirling nebula, at other times manifesting as a monstrous entity adorned with countless eyes. This being is one of the true puppeteers behind the 7th Legion and the entire illustrious hunter lineage, the 16th level immortal, Lord of the Abyss, Marduk. At this moment, his countless eyes, radiating a chilling luminescence, are keenly observing Chen Yu's every move through a dimensional mirror. Beside him stands Zelitu, who has just fled back from the solar system. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Marduk's voice, echoing like the simultaneous wails of myriad souls, reverberates throughout the temple. This diminutive chaotic creature has managed to utilize the primal force of chaos to unravel Mylon minefield. Zelitu, you have indeed brought me a rather exquisite toy. Zelitu's form quivers slightly as he bows his head in deference. It is the inadequacy of a subordinate that has failed to complete the mission and has lost Lord Karasa along with the entire Vanguard fleet. No matter. Marduk's tone reveals neither joy nor anger. The full Karasa is dead, so be it. As for that fleet, they were merely expendable cannon fodder, easily replaceable. His gaze returns to Chen Yu, filled with a greedy admiration. This little insect harbors an exceptionally pure force of chaos within. Moreover, he is fused with the essence of star. If I could devour him, Perhaps I could touch the legendary threshold of the 17th level creation. An unparalleled fervor ignites within Marduk's myriad eyes. Zealot, the plan has shifted. Inform our imprisoned guest that his letter of allegiance may be utilized prematurely. I shall allow this little insect to savor the sweetest of hopes before plunging him into the depths of despair. Chapter 101. The Golden Cockroach's Buffet and the New Script of the Abyss. Within the treacherous maze of law mines, a golden cockroach, born of Chen Yu's chaotic divine blood, flitted through the multitude of lethal energy threads with an astonishingly graceful demeanor. It resembled a masterful dancer performing the most perilous waltz upon the edge of a blade. The law mines capable of tearing apart space appeared as mere innocuous backdrops in its presence. Its chaotic aura allowed it to seamlessly merge with this realm of turmoil. Wow, so many delicious treats. Was the singular thought consuming the golden cockroach's mind? Consume. It lunged onto an energy thread thicker than its own body, eagerly gnawing at it with fervor. Crack! Crack! To everyone's astonishment, the thread composed of the law of time stagnation was gnawed through as effortlessly as one might chew on a spicy snack. Ding! Your avatar little cockroach has successfully devoured a fragment of time law, granting you 0.001 points of chaotic divine power. Echoed the system's notification in Chen Yu's mind. Wait, this thing can actually yield energy? Chen Yu's eyes lit up. Though it's modest, even the smallest morsel counts. Little cockroach, keep at it. Eat with all your might. Tonight, you shall receive an extra chicken leg. Encouraged by its master, the golden cockroach became even more fervent. It resembled a mouse that had plunged into a rice bin, entering a frenzied buffet mode. It consumed time, then space, and ultimately causality. On the bridge of the abyssal throne, Chen Yu reclined leisurely. Crossing his legs, though he had none, he could envision it. Before him, the screen displayed a once dense web of spider silk that was visibly thinning. Master, that little cockroach is incredible. It's rapidly devouring the minefield, exclaimed Xiao, awe evident in its tone. Indeed, it is a reflection of its lineage. Chen Yu thought with pride. He finally savored the joy of being a hands-off manager. The pleasure of having someone work on his behalf was exhilarating. In the abyssal Black Temple, the Lord of the Abyss, Marduk, gazed at the golden cockroach, indulging voraciously within the dimensional mirror. For the first time, a hint of seriousness flickered within his myriad eyes. Chaos, it is the purest primordial chaos, he murmured to himself. As a level 16 immortal, he understood the terrifying nature of chaos better than anyone. It represented the universe's inception and its demise, the source of all laws. Before chaos, any law would be assimilated, deconstructed, and consumed. The law mine array he had set to ensnare Ten Karasa was, in the face of that diminutive chaotic cockroach, not a trap, but rather a lavish buffet table. Zealot, Marduk's voice grew somber. It seems we have all underestimated him. The level 11-foot native proved to be far more formidable than we had anticipated. Standing beside him, Zealot's figure trembled slightly, acutely aware that his master was expressing discontent. It was a misjudgment on the part of his subordinate. Zealot respectfully declared, I am willing to accept any punishment. Punishment? No. Marduk's countless eyes once again turned toward the dimensional mirror, shimmering with an even colder and more exhilarating light. You are not at fault. You have merely located a more exquisite vessel for me. A vessel? Zealot blinked in confusion. Indeed, a vessel. Marduk's voice resonated with an undeniable authority. This chaotic entity, with its pure chaos form, and the heart of the sun god within, which is already fused with a star, is perfectly tailored to become my new body. If I can seize control of him, I shall step into the legendary level 17. At that point, not only the great hunter, but even the abyss itself shall tremble beneath my feet. Marduk intends to usurp Chen Yu. This scheme is infinitely more audacious than his previous plan of consumption. However, my lord, Zealot hesitated. The will of this chaotic being appears remarkably steadfast. Attempting to usurp him may prove. I am aware, Marduk interjected. Thus, we must first obliterate his will. The most effective means to do so is his myriad eyes simultaneously gaze toward the innermost depths of the temple. There, a colossal energy cage was ensnared by countless black chains. Within this cage, a golden figure sat cross-legged, eyes firmly shut. His body was adorned with sinister black runes, emanating an aura filled with anguish and indomitable spirit. It was Lin Feng, the team leader of the Kunlun army, abducted by Zeletu. Go, Zeletu! Marduk issued a new command. Initiate the abyssal corruption ritual. I want this little insect to witness how his most trusted follower devolves into a mindless abyssal dragon of slaughter before his very eyes. I will ensure he descends into endless agony and remorse, leading to the complete collapse of his will. At that moment, his body, his power, his very essence will belong to me. Thus, a new, more insidious, and malevolent narrative began to unfold. Chapter 102: The Darkening of Lin Feng and the Delivery from the God King Boom. The last of the law mines was greedily consumed by the golden little insect, which then let out a satisfied burp and grew even larger. Ding! Your avatar little insect has successfully cleared all law mines. Congratulations! You have earned the title Cosmic Demolition Expert, Mine Master. Title effect: your perception of all law traps is enhanced by 50. Quite splendid, an unexpected gain. Why? Chen Yu contentedly recalled the now gleaming golden insect. The path ahead lay clear, and he could advance directly into the throne of the abyss. Master, should we charge in now and rescue that young man named Lin Feng? OV. The voice of Little Black chimed in at the right moment. Not in a hurry. Chen Yu shook his head, his chaotic dual pupils narrowing slightly, glinting with a dangerous light. That fellow named Marduk went at great lengths to lure me here. He undoubtedly has more tricks up his sleeve. He must have further plans. I shall see what other games he can play. Chen Yu resolved to play along. He intended to feign ignorance about the abyss, gradually stepping into his opponent's script. Ultimately, he would deliver a grand surprise at the moment his adversary felt most triumphant. Little Black, activate holographic disguise mode. Transform the throne of the abyss to resemble the returning fleet of Karasa. Make some noise. Let the entire abyss know that their hero has triumphed. Understood. Master, I will ensure the task is completed in the dark temple of the abyss. Within a colossal energy cage, Lin Feng's body trembled violently. Countless serpentine strands of black energy surged from the chains into his being, corroding his flesh and tainting his soul. The corruption of the abyss ritual had commenced. Lin Feng let out a pained scream. His resolute face was marred by twisted black, demonic patterns, and his once bright eyes began to be consumed by blood-red hues. The dragon lineage within him was being forcibly distorted and transformed by this malevolent force. Surrender, mortal. The voice of Zealot echoed like a devil's whisper in his mind. Cease your futile resistance. Embrace the abyss. You will gain power far greater than your so-called God King. I will never yield. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, summoning the last vestiges of his will to roar within. He is Kunlun. He is a warrior of Huaxia. Even in death, he would never betray his faith. Yet his resistance seemed so feeble against the overwhelming might of the Lord of the Abyss, Marduk. His consciousness is gradually being consumed, and his body is transforming into a horrific, distorted shape. His spine protrudes ominously once more. But this time, what emerges is not a pair of golden dragon wings, but rather a set of demonic black bone wings. The ethereal golden dragon scales that adorned him begin to be enveloped by a layer of deathly black armor. He is descending from a dragonborn into a dragon of darkness. Marduk observes this scene with a satisfied chuckle. Excellent, excellent. Once he is fully succumbed, I shall bestow upon him even greater power. Then, he will be tasked with tearing apart everything he once sought to protect. At that moment, the expression on that chaotic creature's face will surely be quite the spectacle, won't it? Just as Marduk revels in his nefarious scheme, suddenly, the entire Black Temple shakes violently. A triumphant and arrogant mental broadcast reverberates throughout the abyss. The Seventh Legion triumphantly returns. The great devourer, Lord Karasa, has successfully purified the target planet and captured an indigenous deity. All denizens of the abyss, prepare to welcome your hero. What? Marduk's countless eyes widen in shock. Karasa has returned, and he has captured that chaotic entity. How is this possible? He cast a glance at the mirror of dimensions. Within the mirror, Chen Yu's flagship, the Throne of the Abyss, boldly sails towards the abyssal gate, trailed by a victorious fleet composed of countless shipwrecks and prisoners. The scene is nothing short of audacious. Marduk is left dumbfounded. Zelatu, too, stands in disbelief. Something seems amiss with the script. When did that fool Karasa become so formidable? However, before they can ponder further, a massive, radiant golden package suddenly bursts through the abyssal gate at an incomprehensible superluminal speed, crashing directly into their black temple. Affixed to the package is a note, adorned with elegant Chinese calligraphy, reading, "Brother Ma, your package has arrived. Please sign for it. Your elder brother, Tuanzi, in person." Boom! Chapter 103. The divine ace firecracker and Marduk's surprised the golden parcel arrived with an astonishing abruptness, defying all reason. It disregarded the warped spatial laws of the abyss, penetrating the energy shield of the Black Temple, which could withstand the explosion of a star. Then, in an exquisitely precise yet utterly humiliating manner, it struck the very center of Marduk, the Lord of the Abyss, whose multitude of eyes was left bewildered. A profound silence engulfed the Black Temple. Marduk, a level 16 immortal and one of the most formidable beings in the universe, was rendered speechless. His brain, akin to a supercomputer, experienced a complete meltdown at that moment. What just transpired? Have I been struck by a parcel? And it's a cash-on-delivery parcel? Beside him, the abyssal entity, Zeratul, began to flicker unsteadily, his energy-based form destabilizing. This defies all logic. Winky face, how could that chaotic creature have achieved this? He is still outside the abyssal gate. Yet, would Chen Yu grant them the luxury of contemplation? Clearly not. Xiao, ignite it for me, Chen Yu lazily commanded from the abyssal throne. Of course. Master, the Xiao brand firecracker sends you its warmest regards, OV. In the next instant, the golden parcel that had struck Marduk's visage erupted into a brilliance surpassing that of 10,000 suns. It was no mere parcel. It was a miniature sun, forcibly compressed and stabilized within its internal structure using Chen Yu's chaotic divine power and the spatial jump engine of the Zhu long colonization vessel. A superlative surprise, tailor-made for Marduk. Boom! An explosion beyond the realm of language. No, it transcended mere explosion. It was the birth of a universe and the obliteration of another. The most radiant coronal divine fire clashed with the most sinister abyssal forces, resulting in an annihilation reaction of unparalleled intensity and terror. The entire Black Temple, along with millions of kilometers of surrounding abyssal space, was utterly transformed into void in that fleeting moment. Not a speck of dust remained. On the bridge of the abyssal throne, Chen Yu gazed at the now pixelated area on the screen, nodding in satisfaction. The power of this firecracker is quite commendable, though it does consume a considerable amount of solar energy. This must have at least burned off 0.0001 of the sun's energy. Right? What a transgression. What a transgression. Master, the target has been eliminated. Can we now rescue that young man named Lin Feng? Xiao voice chirped at the opportune moment. Not so fast, Chen Yu replied, shaking his head. His chaotic, dual-colored eyes narrowed slightly, glimmering with a mischievous light. He could sense a faint yet tenacious life force still lingering at the epicenter of the explosion. Oh, not dead. Quite resilient, indeed. As expected, in the next moment, the void at the center began to warp. A disheveled figure staggered out from the distorted space. It was none other than Marduk, the Lord of the Abyss. At this moment, he was in a pitiful state. His body, composed of countless eyeballs, had been reduced to less than a third of its original form. The remaining eyes were dim and oozing black blood. His aura plummeted from a level 16 immortal to barely clinging to level 15. Clearly, that devastating solar explosion had exacted a severe toll. Damned fool! Marduk unleashed a roar filled with boundless resentment and madness. You wretched insect! How dare you injure the great Lord of the Abyss? I shall slay you. I will grind your bones to dust. His remaining form began to frantically absorb the surrounding abyssal energy, attempting to mend his injuries. Yet, would Chen Yu grant him that opportunity? Still hoping for reinforcements? Still yearning for recovery? You wish, with a mere thought, the menacing prow of the abyssal throne erupted open. A cannon, larger than a mountain and radiating a devastating light, slowly emerged. The Star Destroyer, Chaos Annihilation Cannon. This was a minor upgrade Chen Yu had made while learning to drive. He had infused the technology of the Chaos Reversion Engine and the principles of the Candle Dragon's breath into this main cannon, endowing it with the terrifying capacity to obliterate a star with a single shot. Little Black, lock onto that eyesore. Maximum power, triple shot. Certainly, Master. OV, your Italian cannon is ready. Fire. Boom. 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 3 chaotic beams of light, powerful enough to make the entire abyss tremble, instantly sealed off all of Marduk's escape routes. In the multitude of eyes that adorned Marduk, true despair and terror finally surfaced. No. Chapter 104. The last words of the ugly one. Boom, 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 boom. 3 beams of chaotic annihilation artillery surged forth. Resembling colossal world-destroying dragons awakened from the primordial void of the universe, striking with unparalleled might and precision upon the Abyss Lord, Marduk, who had just recovered from the shockwave of a solar explosion. There were no screams, no struggles, not even a semblance of resistance. Marduk's enormous, grotesque body, composed of countless eyes and exuding an aura of malevolence, was instantaneously vaporized by the first beam, losing over half of its mass. The second beam obliterated what remained of his corporeal form along with his immortal essence into the most fundamental particles. The third beam, relentless in its momentum, carved a vast, unfathomable dimensional void from the expanse of the abyss behind him. Through this gaping rift, one could glimpse the bizarre and distorted sights of another dimension. A legendary 16th level immortal, one of the puppet masters of the Great Hunter clan, the Abyss Lord Marduk was thus vanquished by Chen Yu in a manner both exceedingly straightforward and unapologetically ruthless. Not a single dignified last word escaped his lips. Ding! Successfully slain. Abyss Lord Marduk, level 16, gained immense energy, evolution points 500,000. Ding! Evolution points detected as full. Upgrade conditions met. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Upgrade. It is imperative to upgrade. Without hesitation, Chen Yu silently willed this thought. In the next moment, a surge of evolution energy, more immense and pure than any prior, erupted from the depths of his being. His physique grew at an astonishing rate. His power surged uncontrollably. His comprehension of chaos and laws reached an entirely new zenith at that instant. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations, host, on your successful advancement to level 12 Chaos Star God Bai Ze. Level 12 height, 500 meters, weight, 300,000 tons. Status, majestic and awe-inspiring. Evolution points, 01. 000,000. New skills unlocked. 1. Star Incarnation. Passive. Your body has begun to embody the characteristics of a star. You can, to a certain extent, become immune to any attacks below the level of laws. Furthermore, each of your strikes will carry the authentic damage effect of star annihilation. 2. Thought of the galaxy. Active. Using your will as a coordinate, you can instantaneously create a temporary wormhole in any corner of the universe. This wormhole can connect any 2 points in the cosmos, enabling true distance-defying teleportation. Note, the stability and duration of a wormhole are proportional to the energy expended. Wow, these skills are truly formidable. Chen Yu reveled in the terrifying power within him, capable of creating and annihilating a galaxy with merely a thought. His heart brimming with joy. Star Incarnation. Isn't this akin to a life-saving mechanism? Isn't one thought galaxy merely a combination of blink and portal? Now, not only can he fight, but he can also flee. If he cannot win, he simply opens a door and escapes, leaving no one able to pursue him. It is truly an essential skill for both home and travel, as well as for acts of violence and plunder. How exhilarating, utterly delightful. Why? Chen Yu reveled in the sudden surge of his own power. Suddenly a faint, venomous thought filled with resentment and unwillingness emerged from the rift that had been blasted open. Chaotic being, Do you think you have one? Hmm. Chen Yu was taken aback. Is this hideous creature not yet extinguished? He extended his consciousness into the dimensional void. On the other side of the rift, he beheld a flickering, nearly extinguished black flame struggling to burn. It was a remnant of Marduk's consciousness. What you have slain is merely one of my myriad avatars. My true self lies in the deepest depths of the abyss. You shall never find me, but I shall return. I will return with the wrath of the entire abyss. By then, both you and your insignificant blue planet shall turn to dust in endless despair. After uttering this final proclamation, the black flame extinguished completely. Chen Yu fell into silence. One of countless avatars. After all this, I have only vanquished a shadow clone. How powerful must his true form be? Level 17? Or perhaps 18? Chen Yu felt as though he had stirred a colossal hornet's nest. Never mind. No point in dwelling on it. When soldiers come, let them fight. When water flows, let be damned. Regardless, he will not return anytime soon. The pressing concern is... Chen Yu's gaze shifted toward the solitary energy cage that had survived the recent explosion. Inside the cage, Lin Feng remained bound by black chains. However, it appeared that the abyssal corruption afflicting him had ceased with Marduk's demise. I must rescue him swiftly. Otherwise, if he truly transforms into a demon dragon, I shall have no means to procure a princess for him. Chapter 105. The blood of the demon dragon and the rebirth of Kunlun, the abyssal throne, slowly navigated into the dimensional void ravaged by the chaotic annihilation cannon. Beyond the void lay a realm of shattered and tumultuous debris. Countless fragments of laws floated in the air like shards of glass, refracting bizarre and fantastical images. Chen Yu cautiously maneuvered the warship to the forefront of the energy cage. The cage, forged from Marduk's immortal power, was exceptionally resilient. Even the cataclysmic explosion moments ago had failed to dismantle it. Xiao, analyze the structure of this cage, he commanded. Understood, Master. Analyzing. Beep beep. Warning. This cage harbors formidable causal laws. Any attempt to forcibly breach it may result in the complete erasure of the captive within by the power of causality. Causality? Chen Yu furrowed his brow. This Marduk truly is a persistent specter. Even in death, he leaves me with a conundrum. He gazed at Lin Feng, tormented by the corruption of the abyss, and a flicker of anger ignited within him. Is he attempting to use my people to threaten me? You underestimate me. The chief scientist, a glimmer of determination shone in Chen Yu's eyes. He chose not to resort to brute force. Instead, he extended his claws and began to inscribe once more in the void. This time, he did not sketch intricate structural diagrams, but rather ancient runes imbued with the essence of Eastern metaphysics. Each rune symbolized a fundamental law of existence. Yin, yang, life, death. Reversal, transformation. By the name of my chaos, I decree, yin and yang reversed, the cycle of life and death. Causality inverted, laws remade. Chen Yu was audaciously employing his understanding of the great principles to forcibly rewrite the causality left by Marduk. This was a confrontation of laws at a higher echelon. Buzz. As Chen Yu's runes were inscribed one after another upon the energy cage, it began to tremble violently. The black chains of causality clashed fiercely with the golden runes of the Great Path. Ultimately, before the absolute primordial power emanating from Chen Yu's chaos, the black chains shattered inch by inch. The energy cage erupted in a cacophony of destruction. Lin Feng's form gently descended from the air. Chen Yu extended his claws, carefully catching him. He observed the unconscious yet resolute dragon-blooded warrior, and his gaze softened. He could sense that though the abyssal power within Lin Feng was suppressed, it had deeply fused with his dragon lineage. To forcibly separate them would spell doom for him. This is troublesome. Does this mean he will become a half-breed, half-human, half-demon? This change in appearance is utterly incongruous with his square face. Chen Yu pondered Lin Feng's image dilemma. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. The power of the abyss embodies destruction and devouring, whereas my chaos power signifies inclusivity and creation. Yin and yang, light and dark. Should I succeed in harmonizing the abyssal force within him, he would simultaneously wield two utterly distinct powers. Much like the sun and moon within me, This thought became inescapable. Is this not the legendary concept of Tao heart cultivating demons? Am I, Chen Yu, truly destined to forge a dragon demon warrior with my own hands? The excitement is overwhelming. Without hesitation, Chen Yu extracted a drop of his most refined golden blood, imbued with the essence of the chaos star god. He carefully let it fall upon Lin Feng's forehead. The golden divine blood reacted violently, with the black demonic blood coursing through Lin Feng's veins. His body convulsed once more, and on his face appeared a divine golden dragon pattern on one side and an ominous black demonic pattern on the other. Within him, the two forces achieved an extraordinary equilibrium. After a considerable time, Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes. His left eye was a pure golden vertical pupil, while his right eye was a deep crimson demonic gaze. An aura of terrifying strength, amplified several-fold, erupted from him. He had transcended, evolving from a dragonborn warrior into a brand-new, unparalleled entity, the Chaos Dragon Demon. As Lin Feng felt this fearsome power, both sacred and sinister, coursing through him, he wore a perplexed expression. Awake? Chen Yu's languid voice echoed in his mind. How do you feel? My lord, Lin Feng exclaimed, immediately kneeling with utmost reverence. I feel unprecedentedly well. His voice resonated with excitement and gratitude. Excellent, Chen Yu replied with a satisfied nod. My first creation has succeeded. Now it is time for the other guinea pigs. His gaze turned towards the Kunlun Legion, far away on Earth. He intended to elevate the remaining 99 Dragonborn warriors into Chaos Dragon Demons, forging a divine and demonic army uniquely his own. Chapter 106. The Birth of the Demon God Legion and New Toys as Chen Yu piloted his spoils, the Abyss Throne. Alongside the transformed Lin Feng, returned to Earth in grand fashion. The entire Blue Star erupted in fervor. Heroes, they have returned. Long live the God King. Long live the Kunlun Legion. Countless citizens spontaneously flooded the streets, waving flags and chanting their names. The spectacle surpassed any festival in its grandeur and fervency. At the highest command post of Huaxia, when General Xiao Jinbang and Academician Qin beheld Lin Feng, whose left eye gleamed with a golden hue and right eye with a demonic glow, emanating a terrifying aura that was both righteous and sinister. Even these seasoned veterans could not help but gasp in astonishment. Is this truly Lin Feng? Has he completed a study abroad in the abyss, perhaps earning a dual degree? God King. Xiao Jinbang's voice trembled slightly. Oh, you mean him? Chen Yu's languid consciousness resonated within the command post. There was a slight mishap, and he inadvertently fused with the powers of the abyss. However, it's not a major issue. I performed a minor upgrade for him. He should now be capable of taking on 10 of his former self. 1 against 10, Xiao Jinbang and Academician Qin were once again taken aback. They comprehended the implications of this. It signified that Huaxia now possessed a super warrior capable of rivaling or even surpassing a level 12 divine beast. And this was merely the beginning. Indeed, Chen Yu's subsequent remarks confirmed their suspicions. By the way, I brought back some local specialties from that ugly monster's lair. It's the abyss blood that can transform Lin Feng into a demon dragon. After some research, I found that this substance, when combined with my divine blood, yields quite favorable results. Perfectly. The remaining 99 fellows of Kunlun shouldn't be idle either. Line them up one by one. I shall administer a comprehensive health overhaul for them. I guarantee they will be reborn. Thus, in the days that followed, the secret base of the Kunlun Legion transformed into an expansive transformation site. Under the skilled hands of Chen Yu, the chief surgeon, 99 Dragonborn warriors underwent a magnificent metamorphosis from divine beings to demon gods. When 100 warriors, radiating a chaotic aura, with eyes embodying both the sacred and the sinister, stood uniformly in the training grounds, the terrifying momentum, potent enough to make the stars tremble, sent shivers of shock down the spines of all Huaxia officials who witnessed this scene on their screens. What manner of army is this? Xiao Jinbang murmured. They are both gods and demons. They are Huaxia's sharpest sword and most steadfast shield. With them, what fear do we have of the abyss? After completing the upgrades for the Kunlun Legion, Chen Yu redirected his attention back to the Heavenly Craft Project. How was the progress of the Ark Barrier? He inquired telepathically to Academician Chen, who was reporting on the work. "Report, Your Excellency the Divine King." Academician Chen's voice brimmed with excitement and pride. "Thanks to your blueprints and the collaborative efforts from around the globe, 80% of the 12 spatial stabilization anchors has been completed. We anticipate their full completion and final synchronization testing within 3 days." "Oh, so soon?" Chen Yu expressed his surprise. "It seems that these mortals possess considerable potential when pushed to their limits." However, Chen Yu's tone shifted. "Merely having a security door is insufficient. We must also prepare a dog-slaying stick capable of defeating the thieves." "Dog-slaying stick?" Academician Chen was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed," Chen Yu nodded. "I recently conceived a small idea." As he spoke, his claw, beloved and loathed by countless scientists, once again began to sketch in the void. This time, he envisioned a fleet of interstellar warships, each uniquely designed, yet imbued with a sense of destructive beauty. There were Tianjin-class destroyers, akin to sharp swords capable of performing warp-speed assaults, Dequan-class frigates, resembling shields that could deploy spatial barriers, and Xuanhuang-class battlecruisers, functioning as mobile fortresses equipped with miniaturized chaos annihilation cannons. This represented a comprehensive blueprint sufficient to assemble an invincible fleet traversing the cosmos. At the heart of this armada, Chen Yu illustrated a super flagship even grander and more magnificent than the Abyssal Throne. The flagship's design resembled a sacred dragon coiled in the starry expanse. The dragon's head served as the main cannon's muzzle. Its body functioned as a hangar for fighter jets, and its tail provided propulsion through the engines. Beside this flagship, Chen Yu inscribed its name, Shi Huang, Cosmic Commander Class, Planetary Annihilation Mother Ship. Academician Chen gazed at the blueprint of this divine fleet, capable of conquering the entire galaxy. He felt his mind falter. He could only wish to kneel before this chief scientist, whose thoughts encompassed an entire universe. "Your Excellency, the Divine King. From where do you originate? Are you certain you are not an emissary from a superior civilization sent to Earth for technological aid?" Chapter 107. The Fleet Takes Shape. The Radiance of the First Emperor. As the name, imbued with the essence of Eastern dominance, alongside the breathtakingly grand blueprint, materialized on the holographic projection of the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute. The entire institute was once again engulfed in a collective stupor lasting 10 minutes. William gazed at the flagship, whose design alone emanated an overwhelming aura of supremacy, and could not help but draw in a sharp breath. "My God," he thought, "if this marvel is constructed, it wouldn't just surpass the abyss. It could potentially obliterate the homeland of the great hunter with ease." Old Zhang, Academician Chen, turned to the recently relieved infrastructure enthusiast Zhang Jingguo, whose spirits had just been lifted by the impending completion of the Ark Barrier, with a tearful gaze. "Look at this endeavor," he lamented. Zhang Jingguo, the fearless chief engineer of China, stared blankly at the blueprint, a half-eaten steamed bun in hand. With great difficulty, he swallowed the morsel and managed a smile that was more pitiable than tears. "Chen, please don't look at me like that. I'm merely a builder of Earth. This task of constructing for the galaxy, I fear I may not be up to it." For the first time, this infrastructure aficionado was engulfed by profound self-doubt. Nevertheless, grumbling aside, the work must continue, under the uncompromising directive of the highest authority. A project even grander and more audacious than the Ark Barrier was officially launched worldwide, codenamed Casting the Sword. This time, the global workforce exhibited even greater enthusiasm than before, for they understood that the Ark Barrier was merely a shield, while the Casting Sword plan was the weapon that would enable them to escape their passive plight. Only by possessing a formidable fleet capable of confronting their foes head-on in the cosmos could they truly seize control of their destiny. Thus, in the subsequent month, the entire Earth transformed into a colossal interstellar shipyard. Countless resources were allocated, factories roared to life, and an array of extraordinary vessels materialized under the meticulous supervision of chief designer Chen Yu, each emerging from the blueprints into reality. A month later, in geosynchronous orbit, a grand armada composed of 100 Tianjin-class destroyers, 50 Dequan-class frigates, and 10 Xuanhuang-class battlecruisers floated silently in the cosmos. Each warship shimmered with a cold metallic luster, and every cannon's muzzle exuded a chilling aura of impending death. This was the first interstellar fleet, crafted with the utmost dedication of human civilization. At the heart of the fleet, the 10-kilometer-long Shi Huang-class dreadnought, resembling a divine dragon coiled majestically, radiated an unparalleled majesty that commanded the universe. On the bridge of the ship, known as First Emperor, Chen Yu reclined comfortably in a chair meticulously designed for him as captain. This throne was crafted from a single massive solar crystal core, exuding warmth in winter and coolness in summer, while also featuring an energy massage function. It was the epitome of indulgence. Ah, splendid. This vessel is far more comfortable than that wretched ship. Abyssal throne, he mused with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Beside him stood two aides, Lin Feng, who had fully transformed into a chaos dragon demon with an unfathomable aura, and Xiao, resplendent in a specially tailored pink captain's uniform. On my left stands the loyal and devoted demon general. On my right, the considerate and meticulous divine steward. My days as a god king have never been more splendid, Chen Yu thought, delighting in his circumstances. At that moment, a voice broke his reverie. "Report, Your Majesty. All 12 spatial stabilization anchors of the Ark Barrier have been successfully constructed and are ready for joint debugging," Lin Feng announced. Oh, Chen Yu's chaotic eyes sparkled with intrigue. So soon? It seems that contractor Zhang Jingguo is quite capable. Very well, let us proceed. I wish to see just how sturdy the security gate I designed truly is. Understood. Lin Feng promptly relayed instructions to the ground command center. In the next instant, the spatial stabilization anchors distributed across 12 critical gravitational nodes in the solar system burst into radiant light. A tangible, yet imperceptible force of spatial energy enveloped the entire solar system in an instant. An invisible, colossal spatial barrier quietly took form. Ding! Ark Barrier successfully activated. The stability of the solar system's space has increased by 10,000. Any unauthorized space leaps will be forcibly interrupted. Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction. At last I can rest easy. I wonder how that Marduk will dare to come and trouble me now. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, a chilling and mocking presence unexpectedly pierced through the Ark Barrier, resonating directly in his mind. "Little insect, do you think you can shield yourself from me with a mere shell? You are sorely mistaken. The game has only just begun." What? Chen Yu sprang up from his throne. His chaotic eyes darted toward the profound darkness at the edge of the solar system. Is that Marduk's voice? How did he manage to transmit his voice through? The Ark Barrier was utterly ineffective against him. Chapter 108. Breach in the Barrier and the Divine King's Entrapment Impossible. On the bridge of the Shi Huang ship, Chen Yu's expression took on an unprecedented gravity. The Ark Barrier was his meticulously crafted pinnacle of spatial defense, a synthesis of chaotic principles and his prior knowledge in physics from a past life. Theoretically, its defensive capabilities could withstand a direct assault from a 16th-level immortal. Yet now, the consciousness of Marduk had effortlessly penetrated this barrier, reaching directly into his mind. There was only one explanation. The Ark Barrier possessed a flaw. Xiao, immediately conduct a comprehensive scan and inspection of the Ark Barrier. Chen Yu's voice resonated with urgency. Understood, Master. Xiao is currently performing a cosmic scale scan. A few seconds later, a colossal, three-dimensional hologram materialized before Chen Yu. The image displayed the spatial barrier enveloping the entire solar system, appearing flawless and impregnable. However, under the gaze of Chen Yu, now elevated to a 12th level, Chaos Star God, an exceedingly minute and concealed imperfection caught his attention. At the energy core of the 8th spatial stabilizer, located in the orbit of Neptune, lay a miniature wormhole, smaller than a quark by billions of times. This wormhole resembled a tiny hole in a dam, eroded by termites. Though seemingly insignificant, it was sufficient for a being of Marduk's caliber to infiltrate with their will. How could this happen? Confusion flooded Chen Yu's mind. Every blueprint of the Ark Barrier was meticulously drafted by my own hand. Each component was manufactured by the world's most advanced factories using the most precise instruments. How could such a fundamental error occur? Unless a cold glint flickered in Chen Yu's eyes. Unless there is a traitor. A traitor? Someone had secretly sabotaged the construction of the Ark Barrier. This individual not only possessed exceedingly high-level access to the core components of the spatial stabilizer, but also wielded the terrifying technology capable of evading detection by all personnel and instruments. Leaving behind this backdoor, who could it be? Chen Yu's mind raced. Academician Qin? Impossible. He was the steadfast anchor of China, absolutely incapable of betrayal. William? Also implausible. He had been transformed by divine blood, his loyalty to China surpassing that of gold. Zhang Jingguo, that contractor? He could barely comprehend the concept of space, let alone possess such technology. One by one, Chen Yu dismissed names from his thoughts. Ultimately, a figure he least desired yet deemed most likely emerged in his mind. The void shadow. It must be it. It certainly was. Before it was captured, it had already implanted a virus-like spatial coordinate into a certain researcher or key component within Huaxia through some unknown means. Subsequently, during the construction of the Ark Barrier, this virus stealthily created a fatal flaw. What a cunning and premeditated maneuver. This Saratu and that Marduk, indeed. They are two shrewd and cunning old foxes. Chen Yu's heart was ablaze with fury. Yet, he soon regained his composure. Anger solves nothing. Now that I know where the flaw lies, I shall turn the tables. Do you not wish to use this backdoor to spy on me, even to attack me? Then I shall transform this backdoor into a trap tailored for you. A familiar mischievous smile crept across Chen Yu's lips once more. He turned to Lin Feng and Su Xiaoye, issuing his commands. Lin Feng, immediately lead the Kunlun Legion to the 8th Spatial Stabilization Anchor. Remember, only pretend to patrol outside. Do not enter, do not startle the snake. Su Xiaoye, promptly notify the ground command. Let them feign ignorance. Continue with their meals, drinks, and celebrations. I want Marduk to believe his plan is flawless. Then, a cold glint akin to a hunter's gaze flickered in Chen Yu's eyes. When he extends his claws, I shall strike him down. Thus commenced a grand operation orchestrated by the deity king, a masterful act of entrapment. Chapter 109. The hunter's bait and the fish hooked in the abyssal black temple. The lord of the abyss, Marduk, keenly observed the events unfolding within the solar system through the dimensional mirror. He witnessed the countless indigenous inhabitants of the blue planet, upon learning of the successful activation of the Ark Barrier, once again succumbed to a sea of jubilation. They sang, danced, and set off fireworks, as if they had attained ultimate victory. He also noticed the chaotic creature, which filled him with a tinge of apprehension, returning to its island after activating its shell. It spent its days indulging in slumber or feasting, occasionally engaging in indescribable massage games with its female deity-favored companion, exuding an aura of utter lethargy and complacency. Marduk's numerous eyes glimmered with derisive amusement. Foolish insect, do you believe that hiding within your shell grants you safety? You are utterly oblivious to the fact that I have already opened a small back door on your shell. At his side, the abyssal brain, Zelatoth, stepped forward at an opportune moment. My lord, everything is within your grasp. The chaotic creature has lowered its guard. Shall we commence the next phase of our plan? Not yet, Marduk replied, shaking his head. He was an exceedingly cautious and ruthlessly cunning hunter. He relished the prospect of toying with his prey before capturing it, breaking its will in the process. Simply corrupting its favor was insufficient. Marduk's tone turned chilling. I intend to make him taste a deeper despair. His gaze fell upon Lin Feng, bound by black chains, who had completely lost consciousness. Half of his body had morphed into a malevolent dragon form. Zelatoth, you shall go in person, Marduk commanded. Bring this incomplete being through the back door into the solar system. Then, proceed to obliterate their so-called spark plan. The spark plan. Marduk was well aware of humanity's last contingency. It seems that the Void Shade had thoroughly stripped Earth bare before its capture. I shall allow that insect to witness how all it seeks to protect gradually turns to ash before its very eyes. I will transform its hope into its most profound despair. Only then will it truly shatter, and I shall effortlessly obtain all that I desire. Marduk emitted a triumphant, victorious laugh. Yes, my great lord, Zelatoth replied respectfully, accepting the command. Half a day later, at the secret base of the Spark Plan located in the asteroid belt, Lin Weiwei was engaged in the final data organization within her laboratory. Suddenly, the entire base trembled violently. The jarring sound of alarms reverberated through every corner. Alarm! Alarm! An unknown high-dimensional entity has infiltrated the base. All combat personnel assemble immediately in Area A. Lin Weiwei's heart sank abruptly. Enemies? How could they have found this place? She rushed to the observation window, gazing outward. There, in the control center of the base, a colossal figure composed of dark energy floated ominously. It was the abyssal brain, Zelitu. Behind him stood a figure both familiar and alien to her. Towering at 4 meters, draped in black dragon scale armor. A pair of menacing bone wings unfurled from his back. His right eye glowed with a deep crimson gaze, while his left eye, a golden slit, still emitted a defiant spark of humanity. Brother? Lin Weiwei gasped in astonishment at the sight of him. It was unmistakably her longed-for brother, Lin Feng. Yet, he had transformed into a grotesque amalgamation of man and demon. Cackling sinisterly, Zelitu extended his claw towards the terrified human sparks surrounding him, issuing a cruel command to Lin Feng. Go forth, my puppet. Tear them apart. Transform this place into a crimson hell. Lin Feng's body trembled violently. Painful struggle flickered in his eyes. Yet, he could not resist as he raised his claw, now a black dragon's talon, aimed at those he had once vowed to protect with his life. Chapter 110. The Reunion of Siblings and the Judgment of the God King No. As she beheld the impending descent of the black dragon claw, Lin Weiwei emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Tears instantaneously blurred her vision. Why? Why is this happening? Brother, how could you? She found it unbearable to witness the cruel scene unfolding before her. The hero brother who once taught her to read, played with her, and vowed to protect her for a lifetime was now poised to obliterate humanity's final hope. Ignition, Base Command Center. Lin Feng's dragon claw trembled slightly in the air. His reason was locked in a desperate battle against the corrupting force of the abyss. Scenes flashed through his mind, training alongside comrades in the military camp, steadfastness during the divine blood transformation at Kunlun Base, and the poignant camaraderie of fighting alongside his brothers in arms on the moon, facing death with valor. And there was the sweet little girl who always followed him, calling him brother. Weiwei. Lin Feng's heart bled. He absolutely could not harm his fellow beings. Even less so his beloved sister. A roar filled with endless anguish and defiance erupted from Lin Feng as he looked skyward. He was resisting Zarathus's control with sheer willpower. Zarathus's crimson gaze narrowed slightly. Interesting. This mortal's will is surprisingly tenacious. It seems that mere corruption will not suffice. He extended his claw, intending to tighten his grip on Lin Feng. However, at that moment, a languid yet undeniably authoritative voice resonated throughout the base. I say, to bully those in my presence, do you not regard me at all? That voice. Zarathus's body stiffened. He turned sharply. Behind him, the space rippled like a disturbed pond. A towering figure, 300 meters high and clad in the candle dragon armor, silently emerged from the ripples. It was Chen Yu. He had arrived, descending upon the very ground that harbored humanity's last flicker of hope, with an air of sovereign authority. How could you be here? For the first time, panic tinged Zarathus's voice. Ark Barrier. How did he breach the Ark Barrier? Was that flaw deliberately left for him? What else could it be? Chen Yu regarded him with a benign smile. Did you think I was merely playing hide and seek with you? I was luring you out, you fool. Why, in that instant, Zarathus finally comprehended. He had fallen into the opponent's trap from the very beginning. He was the mouse being toyed with. Infuriating, Zarathus realized he had been defeated. He no longer hesitated, his body instantaneously transforming into a shadowy silhouette, poised to vanish into the void and escape this place. Yet, would Chen Yu grant him that opportunity? No. Chen Yu softly uttered a single word, Star River. At that moment, the very fabric of space within the fire seed base was utterly frozen. Zelitu's figure was forcibly extracted from the subspace, as if he were a fly ensnared in amber, rendered immobile. Spatial laws? You dare. The depths of Zelitu's eyes brimmed with boundless horror and despair. I have warned you. Chen Yu declared, stepping steadily towards him, the immense shadow enveloping him entirely. Those who bully me in my presence shall pay the price. He extended his claw, seizing Zelitu from the air. He cast a glance at Lin Weiwei, who was weeping tears of joy at her brother's salvation, and then at Lin Feng, who lay incapacitated on the ground after breaking free from control. A fleeting softness flickered in his gaze, soon replaced by a chilling intent to kill. To Zelitu, grasped within his claws, he delivered the final judgment. Tell Marduk, the game is over. Clean your neck. I am coming for him. With that, he abruptly clenched his fingers. Snap! Before Lin Weiwei and the global audience. This level 12 abyssal mind of the 7th Legion was mercilessly crushed into a cloud of black dust. Chapter 111. The shock from the underachievers and the birth of the infrastructure titan with a thud. The main control center of the Spark base witnessed an unexpected collapse as an unidentified individual faltered and sank to their knees. This was soon followed by a second, then a third. Like the first domino in a cascading fall, every surviving human seed within the control center, regardless of gender, nationality, or prior status as proud scientists or composed engineers, inevitably knelt before the celestial figure descending from above. Their bodies trembled, their souls quaked, and the despair and fear that once filled their eyes were replaced by an unadulterated reverence and fervor for the divine. Lin Weiwei, too, found herself kneeling, her gaze uplifted yet blurred by tears. Despite the haze, she discerned the godlike figure gently placing her unconscious brother upon the ground. The figure's dual eyes, one radiant as the sun and the other luminescent as the moon, slowly swept across the assembly, exuding a calm yet indifferent demeanor that seemed to embody the awe of the cosmos. It is over. A gentle yet undeniably authoritative voice resonated within the minds of all present. Return home. This divine judgment taking place at the Spark base was transmitted back to Earth through clandestine communication channels. In the command center of Huaxia, General Xiao Zhanbong and Academician Qin were rendered speechless as they witnessed the formidable abyssal mind Zelitu being effortlessly obliterated by Chen Yu, as if crushing an insignificant ant. The seasoned veterans, accustomed to tumultuous events, fell into a profound silence once more. Old Xiao, Academician Qin, adjusted his reading glasses, his voice dry and hoarse. Did I just imagine that? It seemed as though the Lord of Gods emerged directly from another realm. Xiao Zhanbong offered no reply, his gaze fixated on the screen, his Adam's apple bobbing as he struggled to swallow. He had indeed seen it, a reality too extraordinary to be mere illusion. Their deity had become so powerful that he could disregard the constraints of space, appearing at will wherever he desired. This was beyond mere strength. It was the authority of a creator god. Academician William turned to the equally petrified genius scientist beside him. Can our existing theories of physics explain what we just witnessed? William's lips moved as if to respond, but he ultimately shook his head in bitter resignation. Then, in an unexpected act, he approached his holographic terminal and moved every paper he had published on spatial physics over the past decade into the recycling bin, permanently deleting them. Exhausted, he slumped into his chair, murmuring to himself, "In the presence of the Lord of Gods, science is but a jest. We are all underachievers, a complete academic underachiever." This once great genius, who stood atop the pinnacle of human scientific achievement, found his pride, confidence, and everything he held dear utterly shattered after witnessing a genuine miracle. No, not shattered. Rather, it was reshaped. A profound reverence for the unknown, the divine, and the cosmos blossomed within his heart. As the entire command center was enveloped in this complex emotion of an underachiever gazing up at a savant, a robust, rustic voice shattered the tranquility. "Oh my goodness, what are we to do?" The crowd turned to see the man who had just been urgently airlifted from a colossal engineering site, Zhang Jingguo, the chief engineer of the Chinese Academy of Engineering, with his eyes wide open, fixed intently on another screen. The screen displayed the immense dimensional void created by a chaotic bombardment, alongside the enemy flagship, the Throne of the Abyss, quietly hovering beside the void. Qin Laotu, General Xiao, Zhang Jingguo, rushed over, pointing at the screen and exclaiming animatedly, "Look, look, The Lord of the Gods has pierced through the universe. How much cement would it take to fill such a massive hole? This man, who had spent his life dealing with steel and concrete, possessed a mind that was perpetually simple and unadorned. The people in the command center thought, brother, that's eight-dimensional void, not a hole in your wall. Academician Chen smiled wryly and patted his shoulder. Old Zhang, we cannot patch this hole for now. However, I have a more pressing task for you. Saying this, Academician Chen brought up the blueprint of the Ark Barrier, meticulously drawn by Chen Yu. When Zhang Jingguo beheld the breathtakingly grand blueprint for a super-engineering project designed to install security gates for the entire solar system, he was momentarily speechless. For the first time, a look of bewilderment crossed his weathered face. After a full minute, he slowly turned to Academician Chen and asked in a tone laced with uncertainty, Chen Lao Tu, tell me honestly, is this blueprint feasible? Chapter 112. The hero's return and the self-cultivation of the affectionate as Chen Yu piloted his prized possession, the Abyss Throne, returning triumphantly to Earth with the unconscious Lin Feng and the survivors of the Spark Base. The entire Blue Star was once again enveloped in a sea of jubilation. This celebration, however, starkly contrasted with the previous one, characterized by blind confidence and unrealistic fantasies during the deity's protective anniversary. This time, the faces of the people bore the marks of relief from survival, reverence for their hero, and an unprecedented sense of unity. They had witnessed firsthand the formidable strength and cruelty of their enemies, as well as how their divine protector had decisively quelled the crisis with overwhelming might. They finally understood that peace was not a given. It was upheld by by a deity who bore the weight of their burdens. In the medical center of the Moon Palace's mothership, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was that of his sister, Lin Weiwei, whose tear-streaked face radiated joy. Brother, you're awake, she exclaimed, gripping his hand tightly, fearful that he might vanish again. Weiwei, Lin Feng replied, his voice hoarse as he struggled to sit up. He felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body, a divine dragon heritage blended with the sinister force of the abyss. These two powers achieved a remarkable equilibrium within him, pulsating in a continuous cycle. He knew that it was the deity who had saved him, not only rescuing him, but bestowing upon him a monumental transformation. Where is the deity? Lin Feng asked eagerly. Weiwei's expression shifted to one of amusement. Upon his return, he claimed to be too exhausted from working overtime and decided to take a bath to relax. He must be soaking in the energy well on Dragon Tooth Island now. Lin Feng thought to himself, the deity's demeanor is always so refreshingly unique. On Dragon Tooth Island, in the energy well, Chen Yu's massive form luxuriated in a hot spring composed of lunar core energy. He tossed one nuclear fuel rod after another into his mouth, much like enjoying ham with instant noodles. Ah, this is delightful. This is what divine living feels like. He glanced at his system panel. Level 12 evolution points 158 0001 000 000. Killing a level 15 Star Eater and a level 12 Shadow Dominator only granted me a few 100,000 experience points. This leveling up is exceedingly challenging. It seems relying solely on monster hunting won't suffice. I must resort to consumption. Chen Yu's gaze shifted back to the blazing sun in the sky. Once the Ark Barrier is completed, I shall dwell in the sun for a fortnight. I am determined to break through to level 13 as soon as possible. He reveled in the prospect of his laid-back leveling plan. Suddenly, Su Xiaoye, with her small wings, soared over. Her expression was somewhat peculiar. Master Tuanzi, that bald eagle, President Karen, has arrived again. He has brought you another gift. Oh, Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. What scheme is this bald man concocting now? He directed his consciousness towards the coastline of Longya Island, where President Karen stood, accompanied by a group of members from the Divine Beast Support Association, all bowing respectfully. Before him lay a massive glass dome, within which resided a creature that struck Chen Yu as remarkably familiar, the Void Phantom, that had once frantically waved its hands amidst the rings of Saturn. At this moment, it had been formatted by Chinese scientists using advanced technology. Its energy form had been compressed into a black energy sphere the size of a basketball. Its consciousness had been entirely erased, rendering it a mere pet capable of executing simple commands. Esteemed Lord of the Divine Kings, President Karen, from a distance, performed the most respectful bow towards Chen Yu. He then gestured towards the glass dome, speaking with a tone brimming with pride and flattery. This is the latest smart decompression toy meticulously prepared for you by our support association. It can not only accompany you in a game of fetch, but it also boasts a built-in library of 108 entertainment modes, including space hand, waving and planet bumper cars. Most importantly, a rather lewd smile crept across Karen's face. We have implanted Ms. Su Xiaoya's voice package into its core program. From now on, you can hear the sweet voice of Goddess Su at any time, anywhere. Su Xiaoya? When did I record a voice package? Chen Yu, what an impressive feat, I must say. Karen, you've truly strayed further down the path of sycophancy. Chapter 113. The Feast of Dismantling the Abyssal Throne. In response to the grand gift presented by President Karen, Chen Yu reluctantly accepted it. Although he found the so-called intelligent decompression toy utterly ridiculous, it was, after all, a gesture from his #1 fan. Moreover, the voice pack of Su Xiaoya piqued his interest, sounding rather delightful. Ahem, I am merely curious. Certainly no ulterior motives. Chen Yu casually tossed the glass case containing the void shade into his storage space, which was essentially the subspace storage compartment of the Zhulong colonization suit. His gaze then shifted to another more intriguing trophy, the colossal, abyssal throne, silently hovering in geosynchronous orbit. Now, this is truly a remarkable item. A glimmer of mercenary ambition sparkled in Chen Yu's eyes. This flagship was not only the war fortress of the 7th Legion, but also the pinnacle of their civilization's technological achievements. Every piece of armor, every cannon, and even each screw contained advanced technology far surpassing the current level on Earth. If he could dismantle it and assimilate the internal technologies, it would undoubtedly bolster the Heavenly Craft Project and this sword-forging plan immensely. It's settled. Dismantle. It must be dismantled. Chen Yu immediately contacted the Ground Command Center, conveying his ship dismantling intentions to Academician Qin and Zhang Jingguo. The Transdimensional Technology Research Institute convened a meeting for the dismantling project of the Abyssal Throne. When Academician Qin relayed the latest directive from the Lord God to all present scientists and engineers, the entire venue erupted in excitement. What? Dismantle the Abyssal Throne? William, the former genius scientist, and now a fervent admirer of the Lord God, nearly leaped from his seat in exhilaration. My goodness, that is a Abyss-class flagship, the dimensional shield technology, the causal weapon system, and the antimatter engine. Any one of these could propel our technology forward by a millennium. The Lord God is willing to allow us to study such a precious asset. William's eyes brimmed with disbelief, joy, and gratitude. The Lord God truly considers us as one of his own. TT, on the other hand, the infrastructure enthusiast Zhang Jingguo rubbed his hands together in excitement. Dismantling ships? This is my expertise, he proudly proclaimed. Back in the day, when our country lacked the funds to purchase aircraft carriers, we learned by dismantling decommissioned ones from other nations, gradually honing our skills. Now, with the Lord God personally overseeing this endeavor and a ready-made sample for us to disassemble, this task is a cinch. Zhang Jingguo's face radiated his signature, vigorous smile. Rest assured, old Qin, give me a month, and I guarantee that this abyssal throne will be dismantled to the last screw. Then, utilizing its materials, let's elevate our Emperor Qin to new heights. Thus commenced an unprecedented ship dismantling extravaganza, overseen by the divine sovereign Chen Yu, with the infrastructure virtuoso Zhang Jingguo as the chief contractor, and a team of the world's foremost scientists forming the demolition crew. In the ensuing month, the geosynchronous orbit transformed into the most bustling construction site on the planet. Countless engineering vessels buzzed around the colossal throne of the abyss, executing intricate cuts and dismantling operations like industrious worker bees. Each disassembled component was swiftly dispatched to major laboratories on Earth for reverse engineering and technological analysis. At that moment, humanity's technological advancement seemed to be on fast forward, surging at an explosive pace. The smelting technique for shadow alloy was deciphered, granting humanity access to materials capable of constructing stealth battleships. The principles of antimatter engines were elucidated, resulting in a qualitative leap in humanity's interstellar travel speed. The energy frequency of dimensional shields was mastered, further enhancing the defensive capabilities of the Ark Barrier. Meanwhile, Chen Yu, the chief overseer, lounged comfortably in the captain's chair of his Emperor Qin, savoring the attentions of Su Xiaoya while directing the laborers below with his divine will. Hey, you there, Zhang Jingguo. Be careful while dismantling. Don't damage the trigger of that causality weapon. I intend to keep it as a memento. And you, William, keep your distance while studying antimatter. That substance is perilous, and if it explodes, do not hold me accountable. Life was indeed blissful. Yet, unbeknownst to him, as human civilization basked in a euphoria of technological advancement, a more insidious and lethal conspiracy was quietly brewing in the depths of the abyss. The true essence of the self-proclaimed Lord of the Abyss, Marduk, had discovered an alternate route leading to Earth. Chapter 114. Warnings from History and the Investigation of the Dragon Group at the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute, within the Data Analysis Center of the Abyssal Throne, lies the most pivotal and enigmatic department of the entire ship dismantling project. William is at the helm, leading a team of the world's foremost cryptographers and information engineers, tirelessly endeavoring to decipher the vast and intricate database of the Abyssal Throne. Their aspiration is to unearth more secrets regarding the Abyss and the great hunter from the cerebral core of this enemy flagship. However, their progress is agonizingly sluggish. Damn it, William exclaimed, his fist slamming against the control panel, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the screen, displaying a chaotic stream of garbled data. The encryption of this Abyss civilization is exceedingly perplexing. It is not grounded in mathematical logic, but rather in an incomprehensible principle of spirit or will. Our Tiangong supercomputer stands before it like an abacus attempting to crack a quantum cipher. Frustration etched across William's face. At that moment, a hoarse and aged voice resonated from behind him. Perhaps you could adopt a different approach. William turned to see an elderly man clad in a traditional Zhongshan suit, his hair as white as snow, yet his gaze remarkably sharp, quietly standing there with a dragon-headed cane. Two figures in dark attire, as still as statues, lingered in his wake. Who are you? William inquired, bewildered, for he had never encountered this elder in the research institute. My surname is Long Xiaotian, the old man replied nonchalantly. From a department you may not have heard of, the General Administration for the Investigation and Response of Extraordinary Affairs in Huaxia, codenamed Dragon Group. The Dragon Group? William's heart raced with astonishment. He had indeed heard of this name, a mysterious and ancient organization in Huaxia, even more enigmatic than the Kunlun Legion. Legend spoke of their involvement with phenomena that defy scientific explanation. To his surprise, they truly exist. Greetings, Elder Long. William immediately stood in respect. There's no need for excessive formalities. Long Xiaotian waved his hand, his gaze drifting towards the chaotic data stream. As I mentioned, consider an alternative perspective. You have been attempting to unravel it using scientific logic. But have you contemplated utilizing a more ancient method? For instance, a profound gleam flickered in Long Xiaotian's eyes. History. History? William's confusion deepened. Without further elaboration, Long Xiaotian produced an ancient, cracked tortoise shell from his robe. He gently placed the artifact upon the scanning platform of the data analyzer. Use your equipment to scan this. Then resonate its information waveform with the database of the Abyssal Throne. Although William was perplexed by Elder Long's intentions, he complied with the request. As the beam of the scanner swept across the ancient tortoise shell, a miracle transpired. Buzz! In an instant, every screen in the Data Analysis Center illuminated with a blinding white light. The Tiana supercomputer emitted a burdensome hum. The database of the Abyssal Throne, which they had struggled for half a month to decipher, suddenly opened its gates to them, akin to the melting of ice and snow. Countless clandestine pieces of information regarding the Abyss surged forth like a tidal wave. William and all the scientists present were rendered speechless. This is not scientific. Winky face, a mere tortoise shell, surpassing our supercomputer? Long Xiao, observing the rapidly flashing information on the screen, showed no signs of elation. Instead, his expression grew increasingly grave. Indeed, so it is, he murmured to himself. What is so? William could not restrain his curiosity and inquired. Long Xiao offered no reply. He merely pointed to a segment of ancient abyssal literature that had just been deciphered. This document chronicled a war that transpired billions of years ago, a purification war waged by a great hunter against another equally potent cosmic civilization. The civilization that faced annihilation was inscribed in the abyssal texts as the Zhulong clan. Their home planet was an azure sphere strikingly similar to Earth. Their guardian deity was a pure white beast adorned with twin horns, capable of wielding the powers of chaos. This divine creature was named Bai Ze. Chapter 115. The Ancient Truth and Lin Feng's new mission when the document regarding the Zhulong clan was fully deciphered. An eerie silence enveloped the entire Transdimensional Technology Research Institute. The faces of all present were etched with disbelief and shock. How could this be possible? William gazed at the image of Bai Ze on the screen, which bore an uncanny resemblance to their deity, Tuanzi, feeling as though his worldview had been ruthlessly shattered once more. A coincidence? No. Such astounding coincidences cannot exist in this world. Academician Chen hurried over from the adjacent laboratory upon hearing the news. Even this seasoned elder, accustomed to tumultuous events, could not suppress a tremor as he beheld the document. So, it is as such, he murmured to himself, a flicker of enlightenment and deeper concern flashing in his eyes. History does not merely repeat itself, yet it bears an astonishing resemblance. He finally comprehended why the great hunter clan held such unwavering fixation on Earth. They did not stumble upon this blue planet by chance. They returned, tracing the trajectory of history. They aimed to complete the purification that had been left unfinished eons ago. Elder Long, academician Chen, turned to the ever-composed leader of the dragon team, Long Xiaotian. Did you already know about all of this? Long Xiaotian paused in silence for a moment before slowly nodding. In the ancient text passed down through generations in our dragon team, titled Shanhai Yiwen Lu, there were sporadic records. The tome mentioned that in the distant primordial era, extraterrestrial evil spirits descended, bringing devastation to the land of Shenzhou, nearly reducing it to scorched earth. Ultimately, it was the divine beast Bai Ze who led the then-human King and Hundred clans, at the tragic cost of near-total sacrifice, to barely repel the evil spirits beyond the Nine Nether. Long Xiaotian's voice grew low and hoarse. The records state that after that great battle, the divine beast Bai Ze sustained severe injuries and fell into an endless slumber, its soul fragmented into countless pieces scattered throughout the heavens and earth, awaiting the moment of its next awakening. We had long believed this to be mere myth, until the arrival of Lord Tuanzi. Long Xiaotian gazed at the white figure basking in the sun on Longya Island, filled with complex emotions, reverence, gratitude, and a hint of guilt. We concealed all of this because we did not know whether this awakened Bai Ze is the same as the one from ancient times. We are even more uncertain of what choices it will make upon learning this harsh truth. Will it, like before, fight to the last drop of blood to protect this land? Or will it choose to surrender in despair? The command center once again fell into silence. Indeed, who among us would not feel despair upon realizing that both they and their race were once nearly annihilated by the same adversary? Now this foe returns, more formidable than ever before. Who can assure themselves of the courage to confront an outcome seemingly destined for defeat? While the high echelons of Huaxia are consumed with concern over this brutal reality, Lin Feng is engaged in restorative training at the clandestine training facility of the Kunlun Legion. His body, now fully transformed into the Chaos Dragon Demon, is adapting at an astonishing pace to the terrifying power that resides within, both righteous and malevolent. With a casual punch, the surrounding space shatters like a mirror. So powerful is this the strength bestowed by the Lord of the Gods. Lin Feng's heart swells with boundless gratitude and admiration for Chen Yu. Just then, an urgent communication request comes through. It is General Xiao Zhenbong. Lin Feng. Xiao Zhenbong's voice carries an unusual gravity. There's a top-secret mission that only you can undertake. Please await further instructions. Lin Feng immediately stands at attention, executing a precise military salute. You are aware of your sister Lin Weiwei's involvement in the Spark project, correct? Yes. Lin Feng's heart sinks sharply. Now, I command you, Xiao Jinbang's voice is deliberate, to immediately lead an elite team from Kunlun to the Spark base. From this moment forth, your mission is no longer one of combat, but of protection. Safeguard the smooth progression of the Spark project. In the event of the worst-case scenario, escort them out of the solar system. Preserve the last ember for our Huaxia, for our human civilization. At this, Lin Feng's pupils constrict in alarm. He comprehends the underlying implication of Xiao Jinbang's words. Are preparations being made for the worst? General, I don't understand. Lin Feng's voice betrays a mix of reluctance and fury. We have the Lord of the Gods. We have the Ark Barrier. We possess the formidable sword-forging fleet. How can we possibly lose? This is an order. Xiao Jinbang's tone brooks no argument. Lin Feng, remember this. Sometimes the outcome of war does not solely hinge on whose fists are harder, but rather on who survives to the end. The Lord of the Gods is our hope, and your Spark project is our final trump card. Go forth. Do not let the Lord of the Gods or us down. With that, the communication ends. Lin Feng stands in silence for a prolonged moment, slowly raising his gaze to the eastern sky. His eyes shimmer with a complex array of emotions, reluctance, confusion, yet ultimately coalescing into an unwavering resolve. Lord of the Gods, no matter what the future holds, I, Lin Feng, shall vow to follow you unto death. Even if I must perish, I will do so while forging a path for you. Chapter 116. The Divine Sovereign's nonchalance and the enthrallment of the devotees upon the revelation of that harrowing ancient truth. The atmosphere among the upper echelons of Huaxia grew palpably oppressive. It was as if an invisible boulder weighed heavily upon their hearts, rendering them breathless. Although the Ark Barrier and sword-forging projects continued to progress steadily, a shroud of shadow enveloped the minds of all. The question lingered, can we truly prevail? This doubt pierced each individual like a venomous thorn. Yet, amidst this global malaise, there existed a peculiar sanctuary, one of unyielding tranquility, Lanya Island. Chen Yu, the protagonist of this unfolding saga, appeared wholly unaffected. He persisted in his daily routine, unwaveringly indulging in his leisurely life of dining, slumbering, and receiving massages. Akin to a retired official. To him, the impending cataclysmic adversary seemed no more threatening than a minor drizzle forecasted for the following day. Oh dear, Xiao, your technique leaves much to be desired, Chen Yu remarked, reclining upon the Divine Sovereign's dragon throne, relishing in Su Xiaoya's upgraded foot massage, now at the level of a divine favored one, while simultaneously being critical. Haven't you eaten? Apply more pressure. And that background music, change it. Playing Good Fortune every day is making me nauseous. Switch it to the most dazzling ethnic style. Something with more vigor. Su Xiaoya replied, My lord, your composure is truly remarkable. LOL, while the world is engulfed in despair, you still find time to request songs? At times, she genuinely questioned whether the cognitive processes of this divine sovereign diverged from those of ordinary beings. Chen Yu's serene demeanor was broadcasted worldwide, captivating every corner of the globe. Initially, concern rippled through the populace. What has happened to the divine sovereign? Is he disheartened? Has he succumbed to despair? However, after several days of observation, they discerned that the divine sovereign was, in fact, wholly indifferent. He was embracing a state of nonchalance. Consequently, under the auspices of a clandestine organization, the global narrative underwent a remarkable transformation. The Eagle Sauce, the research and application department of the Divine Sovereign's Cosmic Feng Shui, hosted an online fan meeting. Chairman Karen, the Oracle, after a brief moment of social embarrassment, returned to the podium radiating renewed vigor. Pointing at the screen showcasing the leisurely figure relishing in the most dazzling ethnic style, a knowing smile graced his face. Friends, fellow compatriots, devotees of the Divine Sovereign, I recognize that you have been consumed by panic and confusion of late, having witnessed the so-called ancient truth. You fear that our Divine Sovereign may falter again, that he may face failure once more. Karen's voice resonated with confidence and charisma. But look, He gestured towards the screen. Our divine sovereign, is he afraid? Has he retreated? No, he remains unfazed. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Carlton paused for dramatic effect before unleashing his divine interpretation with a voice that verged on a roar. This signifies that everything is under the sovereign control of the divine king. The so-called ancient truths and extraterrestrial demons are, in the eyes of the divine king, mere trivialities, utterly insignificant. He has not deigned to regard them with the slightest attention. His actions are a clarion call to us. Do not panic. It is merely a minor spectacle. Sit back and watch my maneuvering. He employs his magnificent, selfless, and divine heart to soothe we, the frail and insignificant mortals. Through his nonchalance, he instills in us the most potent stimulant. Carlton's words were akin to dousing dry kindling with gasoline, igniting the previously frozen hearts of the global populace in an instant. Indeed, if the divine king fears nothing, why should we? Chairman Carlton is undoubtedly correct. Everything is surely within the divine king's calculations. We must have faith in the divine king. Thus, the atmosphere of global panic was swept away, replaced by a frenzied and absurd celebration of adulation. Various nations, eager to express their unwavering trust in the divine king, began to frantically send an array of supportive supplies to Dragon-Tooth Island. The Bear Nation dispatched 100 aircraft carriers laden with vodka, claiming it was for the divine king's bath. The Gallic Rooster hastily trained a culinary team composed of Michelin-starred chefs, asserting they would cater to the divine king's every meal. The Cherry Blossom Nation took it a step further, electing a committee of the nation's top two-dimensional artists and figurine sculptors to design a complete set of skins for the divine king, encompassing a variety of styles from idle to combat to home aesthetics. In the Supreme Command Center of Huaxia, General Xiao Zhenbong observed the chaotic global support activities on the screen, feeling his blood pressure begin to rise once more. What on earth is all this nonsense? What is that Carlton trying to achieve? He is sowing discord among the masses. Academician Qin, standing nearby, could only chuckle in disbelief. Old Xiao, you must admit, while Carlton may be a sycophant, he is indeed a genius at rallying the people's spirits. Just look at the global morale. He has effectively mobilized it, hasn't he? This could actually bode well for our preparations. Xiao Zhenbong replied. Though your argument holds merit, I still wish to send that bald head soaring into the heavens. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this chaos, Chen Yu, sat in bemusement as Su Xiaoya showcased the divine king skins designed by the Cherry Blossom Nation's artists. What in the world is this? A maid outfit? A school swimsuit? In this version with cat ears on its head? Chen Yu gazed upon the figure resembling himself to a considerable extent, yet adorned in an exquisite pink lace-made outfit, known as Bai Ze. His towering frame, standing an imposing 300 meters, involuntarily shuddered. Could it be that these human XP systems are somewhat ahead of their time? Chapter 117. The dust of history and the discovery of the Dragon Group amidst a global frenzy of sycophancy and a surge in infrastructure development. Time passed quietly. The construction of the Ark Barrier and the forging sword fleet advanced steadily at an astonishing pace. Everything appeared to be progressing in a positive direction. Yet, beneath this seemingly tranquil fade, a current of history surged silently. In Huaxia, at the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute and the Abyssal Throne Data Analysis Center, the enigmatic elder Long Xiaotian from the mysterious Dragon Group, along with his two subordinates, toiled day and night in their study of ancient documents concerning the Candle Dragon clan. They discovered that these documents were incomplete, with many critical sections erased by a remarkably sophisticated method of information encryption. The great hunter was exceedingly cautious. Long Xiaoyan's fingers gently tapped on the ancient tortoise shell, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. After annihilating a civilization, they deliberately erased every trace of its existence in the cosmos. They seemed to be fearful of something, or perhaps concealing something. A figure clad in black, codenamed Qingwan, spoke beside him. Leader, we have attempted every method, including the divination techniques you imparted, but we cannot restore the erased information. It seems as though it has been completely expunged from the realm of causality. No, we have not yet reached an impasse, Long Xiaotian replied, shaking his head, his gaze deepening. The great hunters may erase information from the universe, but they cannot obliterate the memories rooted in the bloodlines of this planet. He turned his attention toward another section of the research institute, where the biological genetics research department resided. Academician Chen and William were leading their team in a gruesome live-slicing study of the void shadow, which Chen Yu had carelessly tossed aside as an intelligent toy. Xiao took a step forward in that direction. In the biological genetics laboratory, upon hearing Xiao's purpose, both academician Chen and William displayed expressions of astonishment. Elder Long, do you mean to say that you wish to seek clues about the Candle Dragon clan from the genes of this abyssal creature? William found this notion somewhat absurd. Indeed, Xiao affirmed with unusual certainty. The Grey Hunter clan possesses a cruel habit. After devouring a civilization, they integrate the genes of the most powerful individuals from that civilization into their own war machines. This serves as both a humiliation to the vanquished and a form of gene plunder, I suspect. Xiao's gaze fell upon the trembling void shadow contained within the energy cage. Its genes may very well harbor the dust of that cataclysmic battle from eons past. Academician Chen and William exchanged a glance, and in that moment, both perceived a profound shock within each other's eyes. Without hesitation, they followed Xiao's instructions and activated the most advanced gene tracing analyzer, embarking on an unprecedented in-depth analysis of the gene sequence of the void shadow. This time, their focus shifted away from the dark genes associated with the abyss, directing their efforts towards uncovering the faint, almost negligible anomalous fragments hidden deep within the genetic chain. After several hours, the analyzer emitted a soft beep, revealing a result on the screen. It was an exceedingly ancient gene fragment, imbued with an air of sanctity and majesty. When William compared this fragment with the divine beast genes previously extracted from Chen Yu's blood, a result emerged that sent shivers down everyone's spine, an astonishing similarity of 99. 99! Good heavens! William gasped, covering his mouth in disbelief. This indicated that the blood of the Candle Dragon clan truly flowed within the void shadow. However, the implications were even more dire. Xiao's expression intensified, his gaze fixed on the end of the gene fragment displayed on the screen. There, an exceedingly minute, virus-like unknown marker was present. Academician Chen magnified the marker 10,000 times, revealing a peculiar black imprint composed of innumerable symbols smaller than atomic nuclei. This imprint was slowly yet irrevocably eroding the sacred Candle Dragon gene. This is a curse. Xiao's voice was as frigid as a whisper from the depths of hell. It was a genetic curse targeting the entire Candle Dragon clan and all chaos bloodlines. Once this curse fully corroded its host, even the mightiest chaos beings would lose their sanity, their powers spiraling out of control, ultimately devolving into mindless chaos beasts driven solely by destruction and consumption. And the source of this curse, Xiao's gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, fixating on the unknown abyss. It is none other than Marduk, who claims to be the Lord of the Abyss. He laid this most insidious trap billions of years ago. He is waiting for the emergence of a next Bai Ze to transform him into the most powerful weapon of war at his disposal. Boom! This brutal truth struck like a thunderclap in the minds of all present, reverberating with an overwhelming force. Chapter 118. The Game of the Divine King and the Crisis from the Cursed Gene Curse. As these words escaped Xiao's lips, the atmosphere in the entire laboratory seemed to freeze. Academician Chen and William turned pale, their limbs feeling cold. A curse targeting an entire race, spanning over millions of years? This was no longer merely a war. This was an unabashed act of genocide from a higher dimensional civilization. William's voice trembled as he inquired about the Divine King. Will he also be affected? He dared not contemplate further. If their last hope, this omnipotent Divine King, were to fall prey to such a malicious curse, humanity's civilization would be irrevocably doomed. No, that moment had not yet arrived. Xiao shook his head, his gaze unusually grave. The power of chaos within the Divine King was too pure and formidable. Coupled with his integration of the primordial power of the sun, which embodied utmost rigidity and positivity. He possessed a natural resistance to this sinister curse. Thus, in the short term, the curse could not inflict substantial harm upon him. However, Long Xiaoyan's tone shifted. This curse was akin to a time bomb buried within him. Should he engage in a direct confrontation with the forces of the abyss or experience a surge of intense emotions, the curse could potentially be detonated. The consequences would be unimaginable. Academician Chen and William felt a chill run down their spines. Are you saying that the Divine King is currently battling the enemy while bearing a debuff that could explode at any moment? This matter must be communicated to the Divine King immediately. Academician Chen made a decisive call. No, we cannot inform him, Long Xiaotian interjected. Why? Academician Chen asked, bewildered. Because it would be futile, Long Xiaotian sighed. A curse originating from the realm of causality cannot be lifted merely by knowledge. Informing him would only distract him, and could even accelerate the curse's manifestation due to emotional fluctuations. Then what shall we do? William was frantic, like an ant on a hot pan. Are we to merely watch helplessly? Certainly not. A glint of resolute determination flashed in Long Xiaoyan's eyes. To untie the knot, one must have tied it. Since this curse was laid by Marduk, the only way to break it is to eliminate him, to eradicate his very existence from this universe. On Dragon Tooth Island, Chen Yu lay languidly upon his dragon throne, stifling one enormous yawn after another. How tedious this is. Why are these humans taking so long to construct a security door? That Marduk is hiding like a turtle in the abyss, refusing to emerge. My level 12 power is on the verge of growing stale. Chen Yu felt an overwhelming sense of ennui creeping upon him. Thus, he resolved to seek some amusement. He connected his consciousness to the void shadow, which he had kept as a pet within a glass enclosure. Subsequently, he bound his consciousness to the celestial surveillance system of Huaxia. He yearned to engage in a game, specifically an instant strategy game he had adored in his previous life, StarCraft. However, this iteration of the game bore a unique twist. He would personally assume the role of the human commander, while his adversary would be a simulation of a Zerg, crafted from the combat data of the Void Shadow. The battlefield encompassed the entirety of the solar system, with his forces comprising the Swordsmith Fleet and the Kunlun Legion. The Shi served as the virtual operational command center. In a scaled-down human form, Chen Yu materialized in the commander's seat. Before him lay an expansive holographic projection of the solar system, a sand table densely populated with blue dots representing human fleets and red dots symbolizing the simulated Zerg swarms. Intricately interwoven. How intriguing, how delightful. A long-lost smile of excitement illuminated Chen Yu's face. It had been ages since he had experienced such strategic exhilaration. He extended his hand and gently tapped the sand table. Destroyers 1 through 10. Form a spearhead formation and launch a flanking assault on the enemy's Thunderbeast units. Kunlun teams 1 and 2. Execute or drop harassment to sever the support of the enemy's rear dragon units. Main cannon of the Shi commencing charge, targeting the enemy's main base, the simulated brain bug. His commands flowed forth, clear and resolute. The entire virtual battlefield began to operate under his guidance, akin to the most intricate chessboard at his disposal. Meanwhile, far away on Earth, the highest command of Huaxia, General Xiao Zhanbong and a cadre of military elites, were transfixed before a large screen, witnessing this divine military exercise orchestrated by the God King himself. They were left in awe. Such tactics, such grand strategy, such micromanagement. The seasoned General Xiao, who had dedicated his life to the military, gazed at the screen, feeling as though his decades of experience had been rendered futile. The God King is not merely a scientist. He is a born military strategist. Is there no justice left in this world? Yet, as Chen Yu reveled in the joy of dominating his opponents, he remained oblivious to a minuscule detail. Within the vast expanse of his chaotic form, akin to the stars, a black curse insignia, smaller than an atom, was subtly flickering in tandem with the fluctuations of his emotions and the mobilization of his power. A barely discernible wisp, imbued with the essence of destruction and chaos, was slowly permeating his seemingly invincible divine body. Chapter 120. The forgotten probe and the whispers of the abyss, a curse indeed, turns out to be a curse. As academician Chen gazed at the sinister black mark on the screen, a chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Throughout his life, he had devoted himself to the pursuit of science, placing his faith in data, logic, and the belief that everything could be elucidated. Yet, the genetic curse targeting a race, originating from billions of years ago, utterly dismantled his worldview. This transcends the realm of science. This is metaphysics. This is sorcery. It embodies the most malevolent black magic from the abyss. Old dragon, what shall we do? William's voice trembled with despair. Can we break this curse? Long Xiao fell silent, slowly shaking his head. With our current technology, it is impossible. This curse, rooted in the laws of causality, can only be unraveled if we find the caster, the true essence of Marduk, and obliterate it completely. Otherwise, there is no solution. The laboratory descended once more into a desolate silence. At that moment, a figure clad in black, known by the codename Qingwan, who had been standing behind Long Xiao, suddenly spoke. Her voice was cool and melodious, akin to a spring in the valley. Team leader, perhaps there is another way. All eyes instantly turned to her. Qingwan was the youngest and most unique member of the dragon team, endowed with an extraordinarily powerful psychic ability, allowing her to hear sounds beyond the grasp of ordinary ears. I suspect this curse requires a medium or a beacon to accurately locate our Lord God. Her tone was steady, and this beacon is likely hidden in a place we least expect. Her gaze shifted to the vast star map of the solar system affixed to the wall. The dust of some forgotten history. Forgotten history's dust? Academician Chen and William were momentarily taken aback. Yet, a glimmer of insight flickered in Long Xiaoyan's eyes. Qingwan, are you suggesting? Yes, team leader, Qingwan affirmed with a nod. Before the arrival of the Great Hunter, humanity had also sent forth our voice into the depths of space. Those probes, Voyager and Pioneer, carrying the information of human civilization, have long since ventured beyond the solar system and lost contact with us. Boom! This revelation struck like a lightning bolt, clearing the fog from their minds. Indeed, how could they have forgotten these pioneers of human exploration into the cosmos? Quick, immediately mobilize all available resources. Academician Chen shouted with fervor. Find the last traces of those probes that have been missing for decades. Thus, an unprecedented space archaeological mission commenced. The Zhujian fleet temporarily halted its exercises, and the Moon Palace mothership adjusted its trajectory. Countless astronomical telescopes have been directed towards the dark and desolate fringes of our solar system. However, the task of locating a few minuscule probes, smaller than mere dust particles, amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Time ticks away relentlessly. Just as hope begins to wane, a breakthrough occurs. The radar officer aboard the lunar mothership emits an exultant cry. We have captured an exceedingly faint metallic signal at the edge of the Kuiper Belt. Based on its trajectory and velocity, it has been identified as the Pioneer 10. A wave of exhilaration sweeps through the crowd. Immediately, General Xiao Zhanbong issues the command. Deploy a Tianjin-class destroyer at once. Ensure is retrieved intact. Within hours, the human envoy that had drifted alone in the cosmos for nearly 70 years was meticulously brought back to Earth. Upon opening its ancient, long-silent signal transmitter, scientists discovered a segment of encrypted information that had never been sent back home. As this message was deciphered, the faces of all present turned as pale as parchment. It contained neither images nor data, but rather a distorted audio fragment. Within this audio, a singular cold voice, devoid of emotion, echoed repeatedly. It was as if a whisper from the abyss, proclaiming, "We have received you. We await your return home." Furthermore, upon analyzing the voice print, it was found to be a perfect match for that of the entity known as the Lord of the Abyss, Marduk. Chapter 121. The Divine King's tutoring class and the game's advancement when the malicious and ominous whispers from Pioneer 10 were unveiled to the public. The entire Earth was once again engulfed in panic. Had we always been under scrutiny? Our pride, the interstellar drifting bottle, was merely perceived as a delivery order exposing our address. How ironic! The morale of the global populace, which had just been painstakingly uplifted by President Karen, plummeted once more. However, this time, the higher echelons of Huaxia did not flounder in a chaotic attempt to dispel rumors or provide comfort. They chose silence, for they understood that sometimes a judicious amount of fear serves as the finest catalyst, only by allowing these pampered sheep, nurtured by peace, to truly realize the peril of being disemboweled, would they unleash their most potent survival instincts and fighting spirit. Indeed, following the initial wave of panic, the global citizenry did not descend into disarray as before. Instead, they transmuted all their fear into an unprecedented force of motivation. The construction pace of the Ark Barrier and sword forging plans escalated to new heights. Countless ordinary individuals spontaneously took to the streets, joining the ranks of volunteers. They transported supplies, maintained order, and provided logistical support to the scientists and engineers laboring on the front lines. The entire planet transformed into a colossal fortress united against a common foe. Excellent. Within the Supreme Command Center, the highest leader observed the scene of collective resolve on the screen, nodding in satisfaction. This is what I wish to witness. Humanity has never been intimidated into submission. Meanwhile, the catalyst of the event, Chen Yu, lay despondently on the captain's throne of his Shihuang ship, gazing at the vast virtual sand table before him. Alas, how dull. These insects are far too fragile. I've barely warmed up, and they've all been annihilated. He had just concluded a 1 versus 10 million interstellar conquest simulation, and the outcome was predictable. In less than 10 minutes, he had obliterated the Void Shadow's simulated swarm without a trace. The thrill of such a one-sided victory was fleeting. It quickly became tiresome. I must seek some amusement for myself, Chen Yu pondered. He glanced at Xiao, who was beside him peeling energy apples compressed from solar energy, and then at Lin Feng, who stood respectfully at a distance. A bold idea quietly took shape in his mind. Playing alone is uninteresting. Why not invite them to join me? Thus, he cleared his throat and spoke to the two with his mind. Ahem, Xiao Lin Feng. Do you see me playing games alone every day? Is it not lonely and desolate? Su Xiaoya and Lin Feng exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of confusion in the other's eyes. Lord God King, do you wish for us to accompany you in your gaming endeavors? Precisely. Chen Yu snapped his fingers, though he had no fingers. From this day forth, I shall establish a Divine King's tutoring class, specifically designed to teach you how to become competent interstellar commanders. You two shall be my inaugural disciples. Su Xiaoyue, eh? Lin Feng, yes. Though they were unclear of the Lord God King's intentions, Lin Feng unhesitatingly chose to comply. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoya appeared utterly perplexed. I am merely engaged in biological research. How can you expect me to command a fleet in battle? Lord God King, have you perhaps mistaken me for someone else? No mistake, it is indeed you. Chen Yu seemed to see through her thoughts. Your mental prowess, enhanced by my divine blessing, far surpasses that of an ordinary person. You would be more than adequate as a support or healer. As for Lin Feng, Chen Yu glanced at the imposing figure, radiating an aura of chaos. You shall take on the role of a berserker, charging in first in your mech. Lin Feng, yes. I shall ensure the completion of the task. Though it sounds somewhat akin to being cannon fodder, it is my honor to charge forth for the Lord God King. Thus, a hastily organized tutoring class was initiated, with the God King Chen Yu serving as the chief instructor, the divine favored Su Xiaoya as the battlefield medic, and the Chaos Dragon Warrior Lin Feng as the chief tank. The difficulty of the game escalated from previous human-machine battles to hellish mode. Chen Yu merged the databases of Void Shadow and Abyss Throne, creating a brand new, more formidable and cunning virtual adversary, the Abyss Swarm. They possessed not only the terrifying reproductive capabilities and evolutionary speed of Swarm, but also commanded the eerie powers of the Abyss. On the first day of the tutoring class, Lin Feng and Su Xiao were utterly overwhelmed by this unheard-of Abyss Swarm, their forces scattered and defeated. Lin Feng fared better. His tough exterior allowed him to rise even after his mech was obliterated numerous times. Su Xiaoya, however, suffered greatly. Her specially crafted Nuwa medical support ship was overwhelmed by a swarm of space-jumping creatures within 5 minutes of the match, leaving her with nothing but remnants. Woo-woo. This is so unfair. Su Xiao sat in the simulation cockpit, on the verge of tears from her grievances. This game is utterly unplayable. Observing her pitiable demeanor, Chen Yu did not offer consolation, but instead displayed a devilish grin. This is merely the beginning. True warfare is 1,000 times more brutal than this. Child, remember this. On the battlefield, tears are the most futile things in this world. His voice grew unprecedentedly grave. If you wish to survive, then you must become stronger. Chapter 122. The devilish training of the supplementary class and the choice of the ember in the days that followed. Su Xiaoye and Lin Feng thoroughly experienced the essence of devilish training. Chen Yu, the infernal instructor, showcased his cunning nature to the fullest. He not only elevated the AI of the abyssal swarm to its highest echelon, but also, in a frenzied display of madness, endowed them with an array of repulsive and lethal buffs. For instance, the self-replicating toxic exploder, which detonated in a devastating explosion, inflicting persistent corrosive damage. Then there were the mind-controlling infected, who could abruptly abscond with the grand battleships painstakingly crafted by the duo. Most vexing of all were the invisible phantom soldiers, who could materialize in their base unannounced, delivering a tactical nuclear strike with a mere press of a button. During the first week, Su Xiaoye and Lin Feng faced annihilation hundreds of times daily. Initially, Su Xiaoye wept in grievance, then grew numb, and finally, her frustration transformed into fierce resolve. Damn those insects! I shall fight you to the bitter end. This former national goddess was driven to become a tempestuous Valkyrie of the battlefield. She shed the constraints of her healer role and began to delve into insidious strategies. Airdropped minefields, phantom tank formations, and swarms of kamikaze drones. Whatever was most underhanded and repulsive, she embraced. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, the chief MT, evolved from a mindless charge into a strategic combatant. He was no longer the brute who knew only to clash head-on. He transformed into a true leader of war, adept at utilizing terrain, manipulating formations, and delivering lethal strikes at crucial moments. He seamlessly fused his Chaos Dragon Mage powers with the Dragonborn 2 mech, even developing a signature ultimate technique, Dragon Mage, Annihilation Slash. With a single stroke, the power of divinity and demons intertwined, cleaving through space itself. Observing his two disciples flourish under his meticulous guidance, Chen Yu, the devilish instructor, wore a proud smile akin to that of a doting father. Ah, splendid, splendid. The young ones are teachable, he mused. At last, they're beginning to take shape. However, while Chen Yu reveled in the joy of nurturing, a significant choice regarding humanity unfolded quietly at the Ember Base in the asteroid belt. Lin Weiwei and several other selected high-ranking decision-makers gathered around a round table for a clandestine meeting. The singular agenda at hand was how to govern the Noah's Ark, which bore the last hope of human civilization. Once the Ember spacecraft departed from the solar system, I proposed the implementation of a military governance system, spoke Ivan, a retired general hailing from the Bear Country, who took the lead in the discussion. His voice was akin to the frigid winds of Siberia, cold and unyielding. In the harsh expanse of the cosmos, only absolute discipline and obedience can ensure our survival. Every individual must unconditionally execute orders like a soldier. Any dissenting voice will be deemed rebellion and met with the most severe punishment. I object. A female sociologist from Gaul, named Sophie, retorted immediately. We did not flee our homeland to establish a new dictatorial empire. We aim to preserve the civilization of humanity. At the core of civilization lies freedom and human rights. I propose the establishment of a parliament elected by all members of the Fire Seed to determine our future direction. This is the most democratic and fair approach. Democracy? Fairness? General Ivan scoffed. Ms. Sophie, have you grown too comfortable in your days on Earth? In this dark forest of the universe, do you truly wish to speak of democracy and fairness to the unknown dangers? Such notions will only hasten our demise. The two stood at an impasse, their confrontation intensifying the tension in the conference room. Lin Weiwei remained silent, her fingers unconsciously tracing circles on the table. Memories of her brother Lin Feng's words before his departure echoed in her mind. Wei, remember, no matter the difficulties you encounter, never cease to think, and never abandon our most treasured quality as humans, our humanity. For that is what distinguishes us from those beasts that know only destruction and consumption. With this thought, Lin Weiwei's gaze grew resolute. She slowly raised her head and addressed the quarrelsome assembly. I have a proposal. Her voice was soft yet remarkably clear. Perhaps we can find a balance between military control and democracy. Chapter 123. The shackles of humanity and the gaze from the abyss. The gaze of everyone in the conference room converged upon Lin Weiwei. General Ivan, with eyes sharp as a hawk's, scrutinized the seemingly delicate Eastern girl. Dr. Lin Weiwei, I can see that you are undoubtedly a prodigy in the realm of astrophysics. However, in the realms of management and sociology, you remain rather inexperienced. The so-called balance often signifies weakness and compromise. In the brutal arena of the cosmos, weakness equates to death. No, General, you are mistaken. Lin Weiwei countered, shaking her head, her eyes clear and resolute, undeterred in the slightest. What I refer to as balance is not compromise. It is checks and balances. Rising, she approached the central holographic projection and summoned a plan she had painstakingly crafted over several sleepless nights. Ark civilization, social structure. Preliminary concept. My vision is to establish a novel societal framework characterized by separation of powers. Firstly, the decision-making authority shall reside with the parliament we elect, responsible for delineating the overarching direction and long-term objectives of our civilization. This ensures democracy. Secondly, the executive authority will be wielded by you, General Ivan, leading the Guardians, tasked with executing specific missions and addressing unforeseen crises under the Parliament's mandate. This guarantees efficiency. And thirdly, a profound glimmer, incongruous with her youth, flickered in Lin Weiwei's eyes, is the supervisory authority. We shall harness the pinnacle of our technological prowess to create an utterly impartial super-artificial intelligence, free from emotional influences. We shall name it Tianheng. The supreme authority of Tianheng will rest in the hands of each member of our sparks. It will oversee every decision made by the Parliament to ensure it aligns with the interests of the majority. It will also monitor every action taken by the Guardians to ensure it remains within the Parliament's authorization. It will serve as a sword of Damocles hovering above us all. It shall become the final shackle of our humanity, ensuring that as we acquire formidable power, we do not transform into the very beings we once despised. Lin Weiwei's words enveloped the conference room in an extended silence. General Ivan gazed at the eloquent Eastern girl, for the first time revealing a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Meanwhile, Miss Sophie stood up in excitement, applauding her. Absolutely perfect. This embodies the ideal form of future civilization in my mind. I wholeheartedly endorse Dr. Lin Weiwei's proposal. This discussion regarding the future, held at the Spark's base, was transmitted back to Earth via encrypted channels. Supreme Command of Huaxia. The Supreme Leader gazed at the screen, where a young girl sparkled with the brilliance of wisdom, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. The younger generation is indeed formidable, he remarked with a sense of wonder. Our successors surpass our expectations by leaps and bounds. Perhaps we can harbor a greater faith in the future. Yet, unbeknownst to them, as they meticulously plotted grand blueprints for humanity's future, in the unfathomable depths of a distant abyss, a pair of eyes filled with malice and chaos observed the unfolding events on Earth through the cursed beacon he had embedded within the Void Shadow genes. The Lord of the Abyss, Marduk, a terrifying entity that should have been obliterated by Chen Yu, had not perished. He had merely lost a trivial fragment of himself. At this moment, he watched with keen interest as the humans on Earth scurried about like ants, constructing fortifications, assembling fleets, and even engaging in discussions about some absurd future civilization. His countless eyes gleamed with a cat-and-mouse mockery. Pitiful insects, do you truly believe you have a future? Everything you undertake merely serves to prepare a grander feast for me. His gaze pierced through time and space, landing upon the white figure joyously engaged in a tutoring class. Chaotic being, your curse has already begun to manifest. Your power, your will, your very essence will soon become a part of me. Await the moment when the Ark Barrier is completed That shall be the time of my arrival to reap all. An invisible crisis looms ominously, while the entirety of Earth's civilization remains blissfully unaware. Chapter 124. The convergence of the barrier and the disturbance of the curse. 7 fleeting days passed in the blink of an eye. Through the relentless and tireless efforts of humanity, the Ark Barrier Project finally approached its culmination. On Earth, in synchronous orbit aboard the first Emperor Destroyer mothership, Commander Chen Yu concluded his final tutorial session. He surveyed the sand table before him, where the abyssal swarm had been mercilessly battered, nodding in satisfaction. Quite impressive, he mused. That Lin Feng lad can now endure under my guidance for a full 10 minutes. As for that girl, Xiao, while still lacking in combat prowess, at least knows how to pilot a medical ship to safety. Casting a glance at the clock on the wall, he noted that the time was ripe. He turned to the holographic projection of Academician Qin, stating, "Old Qin, let us commence. Let the world witness the miracle we have wrought." "Yes, Your Excellency." Academician Qin's voice quivered with excitement. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the communicator, issuing the command that would etch itself into history. The Ark Barrier Final Synchronization Program is initiated. The 12 spatial stabilization anchors are entering the countdown for activation. 10, 9, 8. At this moment, the gaze of the entire solar system converged upon the 12 towering obelisks, seemingly miraculous, standing firm in the cosmos. Each planet, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, harbored a stabilization anchor, radiating resplendent light. 3, 2, 1, activate. With Academician Qin's command, 12 robust beams of energy surged skyward from the stabilization anchors, intertwining in the void to form an enormous energy network enveloping the entire solar system. In the next instant, this network contracted inward with great force. An imperceptible, yet undeniably real absolute spatial barrier thunderously took shape. Alert! The Ark Barrier has successfully converged. The solar system is now in absolute defense status. Any unauthorized spatial jumps, dimensional traversals, or information transmissions not on the white list will be completely obstructed. We succeeded. We have triumphed. Countless cities on Earth erupted in a cacophony of jubilant cheers. People embraced, weeping tears of joy, having forged an impenetrable shell for their homeland with their own hands. However, at the very moment the Ark Barrier successfully converged on Dragon-Tooth Island, Chen Yu, who felt a flicker of solace at humanity's achievement, suddenly convulsed violently. His chaotic eyes shrank in horror as an unprecedented, soul-wrenching agony erupted from the depths of his being. Ah! A pained groan escaped Chen Yu's lips as his colossal form, towering at 500 meters, succumbed to the overwhelming force and collapsed to the ground. "Lord Tuanzi, what has befallen you?" Su Xiao exclaimed, her heart racing in terror as she rushed to his side. Before her eyes, the once sacred and majestic Chaos Star Armor began to manifest serpentine black magic runes, akin to venomous serpents. A torrent of pure abyssal power, brimming with destruction, chaos, and madness, surged uncontrollably from within him, eroding his very being and tainting his soul. The most dreadful prophecy foretold by Long Xiao had come to pass. The gene curse targeting the chaotic bloodline, dormant for eons, erupted violently under the influence of the Ark Barrier, which severed the connection between the inner and outer cosmos. Damn it! Chen Yu gritted his teeth, feeling his consciousness being voraciously consumed by malevolent force. He was on the brink of losing control. Illusions began to cloud his vision. He witnessed countless planets disintegrating beneath his claws, saw innumerable beings wailing and weeping before him, and beheld the horrifying transformation of himself into a monstrous entity driven solely by destruction and consumption. No, I cannot become that. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, Chen Yu issued a final, divine command to the petrified Su Xiao and Lin Feng. "Hurry, use the main cannon of the Shihuang." In my life. Chapter 125. The God King's loss of control and the mortal's choice. I have been struck down by the main cannon of the first Emperor. As Chen Yu's anguished and resolute command reverberated in the minds of Su Xiao and Lin Feng, Both were left utterly bewildered. Killed the God King. How can this be possible? No. God King. Hold on. Lin Feng was the first to regain his senses. He piloted his dragonborn Tumek, determined to charge forward. He wished to lend his strength to Chen Yu, to suppress the malevolent abyssal power. Yet before he could approach, a roar erupted from Chen Yu's mouth. Not a dragon-esque roar, but a feral howl filled with relentless savagery and madness. His once radiant eyes, one like the sun and the other like the moon, were now entirely tainted a foreboding shade of crimson. He had lost control. Boom! Chen Yu, whose massive claw was already half demonized, casually swung it, unleashing a black energy shockwave that violently hurled Lin Feng, mech and all, into the air. Thud! Lin Feng's mech tumbled through the sky, spinning multiple times before crashing heavily onto the far side of Dragon Tooth Island. Inside the cockpit, Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, instantly grievously injured. How formidable! Lin Feng's heart brimmed with terror. He realized that the God King, in this state of chaos, was exponentially more terrifying than before. Lord Tuanzi. Xiao watched the familiar figure, now relentlessly corroded by dark magical runes, and her heart shattered. She recklessly piloted her medical support ship toward him, seeking to awaken Chen Yu's reason with her divine grace. However, what awaited her was Chen Yu's claw, now completely demonized and grotesquely fearsome. No! Both Lin Feng and the millions watching this unfold were engulfed in despairing cries. Just as Xiao was about to be crushed into a mist of blood by that claw that had once gently caressed her countless times, it suddenly halted. Mere inches from her, Chen Yu's face, now a mask of horror, revealed an expression of profound anguish. A flicker of clarity shone in his blood-red eyes. No, I cannot harm her. With the last vestiges of his will, he battled against the abyssal power capable of consuming all. Quickly leave. Chen Yu's voice echoed faintly in Xiao's mind. I can barely hold on. No, I will not leave. Tears filled Xiao's eyes, yet her gaze remained resolute. If we must die, let us die together. She boldly moved toward the claw that could tear her apart at any moment. Meanwhile, in the highest command center of Huaxia on Earth, everyone was rendered speechless by the unprecedented calamity unfolding before them. The God King has lost control? What? What should we do now? General Xiao Zhanbong gazed at the anguished white figure struggling on the screen, tears streaming down his weathered face. The Lord God King is sacrificing his very life to safeguard us, he thought, understanding the profound significance of Chen Yu's final command. Chen Yu intended to be obliterated by the main cannon of the Shi before he was entirely consumed by the abyss. Taking with him the heart of the sun god that had already fused with the sun, he sought to embrace death in a cataclysmic explosion, ensuring mutual destruction with his adversaries. What a tragic yet magnificent decision this was. General, a young aide trembled as he inquired, "Shall we execute the Lord God King's final command?" The gaze of everyone in the command center converged upon Xiao Zhanbong. He closed his eyes, his mind waging a fierce internal battle. To obey the command would mean they would be the ones to slay their guardian deity. Conversely, refusing the order could result in the complete demonic transformation of the God King, potentially turning the entire earth into scorched wasteland under his wrath. It was a dilemma, a choice fraught with despair. After a minute, Xiao Zhanbong slowly opened his eyes, gone were the traces of sorrow and hesitation, replaced by an unwavering resolve akin to steel. "Convey my orders," he declared, his voice hoarse yet authoritative. The main cannon of the Shi began to charge. "Target," he paused, enunciating each word with gravity. "God King Chen Yu." However, with a swift change of tone, his eyes became sharp as blades. "Before we fire, there remains one final task to undertake." Chapter 126. The Mortal Gamble and the Return of the Spark. We have one final task to accomplish. General Xiao Zhanbong's proclamation invigorated the entire command center. All eyes were riveted upon him, awaiting his ultimate directive. Old Qin, Xiao Zhanbong, turned to his equally grave old friend. "I ask you, is there any way to suppress the abyss curse within the divine monarch before he completely spirals out of control?" even if it's just for a fleeting second. Upon hearing this, Academician Qin was momentarily taken aback. He swiftly grasped Xiao Jinbang's intent. The venerable general had never truly contemplated firing upon their guardian deity. He was wagering a gamble on an infinitesimal possibility. Yes, a spark of hope ignited in Academician Qin's eyes. He rushed to the holographic interface, his hands a blur as he fervently retrieved data. Based on our previous research on the void shadow gene, although the curse is rooted in causality, its essence remains a form of information, a high-dimensional information that can be interfered with or even overlaid. We merely need to inject a more substantial, pure, and congruent stream of positive information into the divine monarch's being. This could potentially forcefully format that curse within a brief span, granting him a moment to breathe. A stream of positive information? Xiao Jinbang furrowed his brow. What does that entail? Academician Qin lifted his gaze as if transcending time and space, staring into the distant starry sea. Faith. It is the purest power of belief from all humanity directed towards him. Faith power. The audacity and metaphysical nature of Academician Qin's proposal left everyone astounded. Indeed, Academician Qin's voice surged with fervor. Though the divine monarch is a deity, he is also a creation nurtured by the 14 billion people of China, and indeed, billions across the globe. Our affection, our reverence, our trust, these seemingly ethereal emotions are, in fact, the most potent form of information, an illuminating force capable of countering the abyss. We must consolidate this power and channel it through the Ark Barrier, this colossal signal amplifier, injecting it directly into the divine monarch's essence. This plan was utterly audacious, almost fantastical. Yet, not a single soul present dared to voice skepticism. They understood this was their final, singular opportunity. Very well. Xiao Jinbang slammed his palm on the table. Let us proceed. Relay my orders. Immediately initiate a global war mobilization. Inform them that their deity is bleeding for them. Now, it is their turn to contribute their strength to their deity. Meanwhile, at the distant base of the Spark, in the asteroid belt, Lin Weiwei and all the members of the Spark witnessed everything unfolding on Earth through clandestine channels. As they beheld Chen Yu's agonizing struggle to avoid harming Su Xiaoye, and listened to General Xiao Jinbang's poignant final mobilization order, tears glistened in everyone's eyes. We cannot simply abandon our post, a young scientist said, his voice trembling. Our homeland is suffering. Our deity fights for us. How can we flee like cowards? Indeed, we shall not depart. We will return and fight alongside our compatriots. Even in death, we shall perish in our own homeland. An unprecedented wave of solidarity surged throughout the entire Spark base. General Ivan gazed upon the fervent crowd of Sparks before him, and it seemed as though his long-frozen heart was ignited. After a prolonged silence, he slowly raised his head. His gaze swept over each individual, ultimately resting upon Lin Weiwei. Dr. Lin Weiwei, his voice hoarse, yet imbued with an unprecedented resolve, he declared, "Initiate the return protocol for the Spark spacecraft. Our home calls to us. We're going home." Chapter 127, The Torrent of Faith and the Awakening of the God King Home. When General Ivan, the indomitable warrior from the Bear Country, uttered these two words, an earth-shattering wave of cheers erupted from the entire Fireseed base. They would not flee any longer. They were determined to return to that blue planet, their sole home, which was enduring suffering yet remained irreplaceable. 3 vessels, carrying the last flicker of hope for humanity, ignited their engines simultaneously. They were no longer headed into the unknown darkness, but had resolutely altered their course, transforming into 3 radiant beams of light, surging towards home at full speed. Earth, an unprecedented global prayer event was unfolding. Under the call of the supreme command of Huaxia and the impassioned speech of the Oracle Chairman Karen, billions of people across the globe, irrespective of their location, skin color, or language, engaged in a singular act at that moment. They set aside their tasks. They stepped out of their homes. They gathered in squares, on streets, in every place where the sky was visible. Then they raised their heads, gazing at the sky shrouded in the abyss's shadow. They chanted the same name, Tuanzi, God King, please hold on." Their eyes brimmed with the most sincere hope. Their hearts surged with the purest of beliefs. This torrent of emotion, converging from billions, was immense yet remarkably pure. It was intangible, yet undeniably real. Amplified by the colossal signal booster known as the Ark Barrier, it surged a billionfold. It transformed into a beam of faith, invisible to the naked eye, yet potent enough to shake the very laws of the universe. This radiant force was fiercely infused into the soul of the white figure, struggling in torment upon Longya Island. Longya Island. Chen Yu felt he was on the brink of collapse. His consciousness was nearly consumed by the cold, chaotic will emanating from the abyss. He envisioned himself morphing into a creature defined solely by destruction and slaughter. He had nearly surrendered to despair. So be it, to be obliterated by the cannon fire of the first emperor before losing complete control. Perhaps this is my destined end. However, just as he was about to succumb entirely, a warm, familiar light, filled with benevolence, suddenly pierced the icy depths of his darkened soul. This light was gentle yet brimming with strength. It dispelled the darkness. It purified the malevolence. It awakened the most primal memories belonging to Chen Yu. He recalled his initial bewilderment upon traversing to this world and his yearning for sustenance. He remembered the first time Su Xiao cautiously approached him, her curious and clear eyes shining brightly. He recalled Lin Feng's unwavering silhouette, resolute in the face of formidable foes. He remembered academician Qin, Zhao Zhenbong, William, and Zhang Jingguo, those endearing mortals who toiled tirelessly for him and for this nation. More vividly, he thought of the 1,400 million who, each day, gathered before their screens, affectionately calling him Kai Kai, husband and lord of the divine king. I'm not alone. I am cherished. I am their hope. An unprecedented surge of formidable power erupted from the very depths of his soul. A roar. No longer a beastly growl nor a dragon's chant, but a resounding, sacred, and majestic roar belonging to the divine king, reverberated throughout the earth. His once blood-stained, chaotic eyes regained their clarity in that moment. The left eye shone like a radiant sun, illuminating all things. The right eye, akin to a pure moon, purified everything. The sinister, malevolent black runes adorning his body melted away swiftly under the light of faith, like snow under the sun. He had returned, the guardian beloved by the entire world. Through the collective efforts of all, he had been forcibly drawn back from the brink of the abyss. Slowly, he rose to his feet, that sacred and majestic figure, towering 500 meters high, once again stood between heaven and earth. He lifted his gaze towards the profound, dark cosmos. His eyes seemed to pierce through the endless fabric of time and space, locking onto the very essence of Marduk, who was peering from the depths of the abyss. Then, he revealed a smile imbued with chilling malice. "Marduk, you have chosen the wrong adversary. Now, it is my turn." Chapter 128. The War of Dimensions and the Wisdom of Mortals in the Abyss, within the Black Temple, when Marduk, the Lord of the Abyss, gazed through the dimensional mirror. He beheld the chaotic entity that he believed he could easily manipulate. To his astonishment, this creature had escaped his curse, empowered by the faith of what he considered mere ants. For the first time, his countless eyes, crafted purely from malice and chaos, displayed an incredulous shock. This is impossible. Faith, that ephemeral and laughable sentiment belonging to lesser beings, can it truly resist the curse born from my law of causality? He felt his understanding once again upended. It was the first time he began to regard this tiny blue planet and its seemingly weak inhabitants, who consistently managed to create miracles. Interesting, Marduk murmured, his tone stripped of previous disdain and mockery. Instead, it was replaced by a cold, serious, murderous intent. It seems the game can no longer continue. They must be utterly eradicated along with their god before they fully mature. He no longer hesitated. He commenced summoning the primal powers of the abyss. He would descend personally on Earth aboard the Star Destroyer Sherwang in the command bridge. Chen Yu felt an unprecedented surge of strength after breaking free from the curse. The faith power amassed from billions not only purified the abyssal force within him, but also perfectly fused with his chaotic soul. Although his level remained at 12, his comprehension of the laws and control over energy ascended to an entirely new echelon. Notification. Congratulations, host, on successfully comprehending a new law of faith. Law of faith. You can absorb, transform, and utilize the power of faith from sentient beings. This power can enhance your soul, resist mental assaults, and even distort reality to a certain extent. So faith is indeed a form of power. Chen Yu gazed at the blue planet below, where the cheers of his supporters resonated, and a profound warmth and sense of responsibility surged within him. Fear not, my followers. From here on, it shall be entrusted to me. He raised his head, gazing into the vastness of space. He sensed an enormous threat, more terrifying and despairing than the previous fleet of Karasa, rapidly approaching the solar system. It was Marduk's true form. He was coming. Lin Feng, Su Xiaoya. Chen Yu's voice echoed in the command bridge. Yes, your majesty. The two stood at attention immediately. Lead the swordsmith fleet and the Kunlun Legion back to Earth at once. Activate the highest defense mode of the Ark Barrier. Protect our home. And you? Su Xiaoya asked anxiously. Me? Chen Yu chuckled, his smile brimming with indomitable spirit and confidence. I shall meet our distant guest for a moment. With a thought, he invoked, one thought, Star River. Activate, a colossal, shimmering wormhole, glittering with resplendent starlight, materialized before the Shuanghao. The other end of the wormhole connected to the periphery of the solar system, in the dark, frigid battlefield beyond the Ark Barrier. He intended to confront the entirety of the abyss beyond the nation's gates, single-handedly. Your Majesty! No! Lin Feng exclaimed, his face pale with alarm. This was far too perilous. There is no such thing as danger or safety, Chen Yu replied, turning to face him and the resolute young faces behind him. You have your battlefield, and I have mine. Remember, Chen Yu's voice softened profoundly. Protect our home. Having spoken, he hesitated no longer. He piloted the Shuanghao, the super mothership that embodied the pinnacle of human civilization's technological achievements, resolutely steering into the starry portal leading to the unknown battlefield. As Chen Yu departed, on Earth, within the Superdimensional Technology Research Institute, Academician Qin, William Long Xiaotian, and Zhang Jianguo, representatives of humanity's highest intellects, remained industrious. The divine monarch has granted us precious time. Academician Qin's eyes sparkled with wisdom. We cannot allow him to fight alone out there. We must